At the foot of a towering, massive city wall covered in vines and moss, lay a monster as large as a small mountain. Its entire body was covered in thick, jet-black carapace, and it had 6 pairs of thick, segmented limbs on its sides. Suddenly, the monster let out a low roar, then slowly propped itself up, its 6 limbs supporting its heavy body, and swayed away, clearly heading out to hunt for food. As soon as the monster left, a man and a woman quickly appeared below the city wall. The man was holding a long steel spear, while the girl held a small shield. They were Chu Fan and his sister Chu. A clearly visible crack, half a meter wide, ran along the base of the city wall, winding upwards. Looking at the crack, excited smiles appeared on both of their faces. This crack might be insignificant to the behemoth, but for humans, it was enough to carve out a path to escape. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they should be able to open an exit today and escape this doomsday city shrouded in calamity. 3 years ago, Chu Fan unexpectedly transmigrated to this other world. Before he could even get used to his surroundings, he was attacked by a full-scale invasion of monsters, and the entire city was transformed into a hellish place overnight. He lost his parents, lost all his relatives, and was left with only his younger sister, Chu. It was because of her that Chu Fan gritted his teeth and persevered for 3 years. Now, they finally saw a glimmer of hope. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Fan was the first to rush into the depths of the crevice. Clear signs of human excavation could be seen on the rock walls on both sides, and at the deepest point, a crack only the thickness of a finger was faintly visible. He raised the steel bar high and began to strike it with all his might, regardless of the consequences. Sparks flew, and pieces of stone flew everywhere. His hands were constantly bleeding from the blows, but he was oblivious to it, only desperately swinging his arms. Finally, amidst a series of rapid and powerful blows, the gap was widened to be large enough for 2 people to pass through. Chu Fan immediately turned back, pulled his sister Chu into the crevice, and struggled to climb out. When they finally climbed out of the crack in the wall, the outside world was bathed in the warm light of the rising sun, which stretched their 2 thin figures into an incredibly long and narrow silhouette. It feels so good to see the light of day again. Chu Fan held his sister's hand with one hand and shielded her eyes from the sun with the other, feeling both emotional and heartbroken. After a brief adjustment period, when he removed his palm and looked into the distance, he was shocked to see a neatly arranged group of tanks and densely packed military formations hundreds of meters away. His last remaining worries vanished completely at that moment. It's the army. Chu Fan's eyes lit up. The outside world hasn't fallen after all, he shouted as he led his sister toward the army. But just then, a cold, emotionless command came through the loudspeaker. Stop! Go back! Chu Fan stopped in his tracks. Before he could react, all the tanks in front of him slowly raised their cannons, and the soldiers raised their guns, aiming their dark muzzles at them. The silence was shattered by a gunshot the next second. Chu's frail body was instantly hit by the bullet and fell backward, blood splattering everywhere. Chu Fan's body trembled violently, his mind going blank. He hesitated for a long time, then slowly squatted down, his hand trembling as he reached out to his sister lying on the ground. Her small body gradually grew cold. His eyes, which had been dazed, turned bloodshot. He never imagined that the first shot he would receive after escaping would come from the so-called human army. He slowly and angrily raised his head, his gaze fixed on the dark mass of people in front of him, his eyes filled with anger and despair. No one answered his questions, nor did anyone explain why the shooting was carried out. The loudspeaker coldly repeated the same sentence. Go back. Anyone who disobeys will be executed immediately. Chu Fan felt as if he had been plunged into an ice cave, his heart turning completely cold. He picked up his sister's frail body, his expression numb and desolate, and slowly turned around, preparing to retreat back to that apocalyptic city that devoured life. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice rang in his ears. Ding! Detected that the host possesses a strong will for revenge. The Doomsday Cataclysm System has been activated. You have become the overlord of the Zerg swarm, capable of cultivating alien swarms, controlling war insects, modifying yourself, and fusing armor to enhance your combat capabilities. Please declare war on the entire world and initiate the destruction and reconstruction plan. Upon hearing this voice, Chu Fan paused. A glimmer of light returned to his previously empty pupils. A slight fluctuation also appeared on the coldness of his face. At this moment, Chu Fan made up his mind. He would cultivate countless powerful swarms of insects to avenge the army that killed his sister, and then completely destroy and reshape this twisted post-apocalyptic world. The system's voice rang in Chu Fan's mind again. Please select an area to deploy the Zerg main hive. Please note that the original Zerg creature's main nest is extremely vulnerable, and the system strongly recommends that the host choose an absolutely safe location for deployment. Ding! An unknown creature has been detected ahead, posing a 100% threat to the host. Based on the creature's visual and olfactory characteristics, the system automatically initiates sensory shielding for the host. Unknown creatures and their species will lose their ability to detect the host's sight and smell for 60 minutes. The host should find a safe area as soon as possible. Upon hearing the prompt, Chu Fan did not hesitate and immediately stepped towards the crack in the city wall. But before entering the crack, he paused, turned around, and looked at the soldiers in the distance who were still holding up their cold gun barrels, fixedly aimed at him. Chu Fan's gaze was icy, his voice low and resolute. My sister will not have died in vain. One day, I will wipe you all out. After coldly surveying the area, he hugged his sister's corpse tightly in his arms and, filled with boundless hatred, disappeared into the crevice. After passing through a narrow passage several meters long, Chu Fan returned to the inner side of the city wall. The giant beetle, covered in thick, black armor and resembling a small mountain, had returned to its original position, lying motionless on the ground. Chu Fan was inches away from it, but the monster didn't react at all, as if it couldn't detect his presence at all. The system's shielding ability was like true invisibility. After a brief pause, Chu Fan quickly bypassed the giant beetle, no longer making any deliberate attempts to hide. He walked through dilapidated streets, crossed ruins, went straight for a distance, then meandered through the city for more than half an hour. Finally, he stopped in front of the entrance to an underground parking lot. The pile of debris at the entrance was intact, showing no signs of being disturbed or damaged by the monster, which relieved Chu Fan slightly. He lifted the metal cover on one side and crouched down to crawl inside. The interior was pitch black, almost impossible to see one's hand in front of one's face. Having survived in the city of Doomsday for 3 years, Chu Fan had long since adapted to the darkness and was extremely familiar with the place. After a short while, he followed the slope downhill. He moved quickly among the abandoned cars, his steps light and steady. A few minutes later, Chu Fan arrived at the innermost security room, closest to the wall. Inside the security room, a makeshift bed made of tattered clothes was laid on the floor, surrounded by a large amount of collected supplies. On the wall, several pieces of dried monster meat hung. This was the brother and sister's true home. For the past 3 years, they had spent most of their time here. But now, the sister was gone. Only Chu Fan remained. He carefully placed the body he was holding on the bed, then took some clothes and gently wiped the blood around the bullet hole on his sister's forehead. His movements were extremely slow and steady. But when his gaze fell on that bloodless, cold, and pale little face, Chu Fan's hand involuntarily stopped. At this moment, the hatred in his chest surged wildly once more, almost threatening to devour him completely. But beneath this overwhelming hatred, countless questions also arose in his mind. For example, why didn't the army kill him directly? Why did they only drive him away? What was their real purpose? However, Chu Fan quickly suppressed all his doubts. Regardless of what the military wanted to do, his goal had never changed. After tidying up his sister's body, Chu Fan stood up with an icy expression, walked out of the security room, and glanced at the empty and desolate underground parking lot. Then he spoke in a low voice. System, deploy the Zerg main hive. Ding! Deployment of the primal Zerg main hive confirmed. Before deployment, please note the following. First, once the main hive is deployed, the system's mission is essentially complete, and the main body will enter a dormant state indefinitely, retaining only passive auxiliary functions. Second, after successful deployment of the main hive, the host consciousness will be completely bound to the hive, becoming the supreme ruler of the swarm. Third, the host can guide the swarm's development according to their own will. The system only provides assistance and does not interfere in any way. Fourth, in addition to the native insects that come with the main nest, the host can obtain genes from other organisms through hunting, thereby improving the swarm's gene chain and creating entirely new insect species. Fifth, the Zerg swarm lacks independent consciousness. All individual consciousnesses converge into a unified network. Sixth, all Zerg individuals will maintain absolute loyalty to the Overmind, unconditionally executing any command, including death. Ding! Deployment of the Primal Zerg Nexus is about to begin. The moment the system's voice fell, a sudden gust of wind swept through the entire underground parking lot, and electric currents surged and crackled wildly. The air vibrated violently, and space seemed to be constantly being pulled and torn apart by an invisible force. Amidst howling winds, flashing electric arcs, and distorted air currents, a blood-red, grotesque biological structure began to slowly emerge from the ground. Buzz! Almost simultaneously, countless fragments of information flooded into Chu Fan's mind. A sharp, intense pain followed, causing him to sway and nearly lose his balance. Chu Fan instinctively clenched his fists, gritting his teeth to endure the pain. The amount of information flooding into my mind was enormous, interspersed with a large number of fragmented and chaotic images. Among those images were endless swarms of insects surging and undulating on the earth like a vast ocean, and countless flying insects whistling and flying through the sky, densely packed, almost blotting out the sun. There were even colossal insectoid creatures stretching as far as the eye could see, roaming freely in the vastness of space. It was only much later that Chu Fan gradually processed all this information. When he opened his eyes again, they were filled with shock, and his expression was one of intense awe at the inherited information and the images he had witnessed. Before he could fully recover, a vague sense of connection suddenly entered his consciousness. Following this connection, Chu Fan's eyes widened in shock. Not far away, a strange object, several meters tall, stood prominently on the ground. Occupying an area of over 10 square meters, it has a tower-like structure, is entirely blood-red, and has numerous tumor-like protrusions that wriggle slightly. At its four corners, four thick, bony spikes stand upside down, as sharp as giant scimitars. From the base between the bony spikes, three tubular cavities extend. The Zerg main hive. Looking at the scene before him, Chu Fan had a clear understanding. This was the Zerg's main biological nest. He forced himself to calm down, carefully surveyed the area, and felt only the instinctive unease of being human. But perhaps due to the influence of the Zerg's inherited information and the invisible bond that had been established, he did not feel disgusted or afraid. On the contrary, he felt an inexplicable sense of affinity. Chu Fan stepped forward. The instant he arrived in front of the main nest, the entire nest, along with the four barbs on its outer side, suddenly trembled violently. The feeling was like excitement, or perhaps a welcoming gesture. Even the sensation emanating from his consciousness was clearly tinged with excitement and elation. Since it is a biological main nest, it naturally possesses life and is not an inanimate object. Gurgle. As Chu Fan was examining it, the three tubular cavities extending outward from the bottom of the main nest suddenly contracted violently, emitting a low, gurgling sound. A few seconds later, three insects, each as thick as a thigh, mixed with a large amount of mucus, slowly emerged from their bodies. Their entire bodies were covered with dark red carapaces, their mouth parts were covered with sharp teeth, and their tails had several limbs that resembled octopus tentacles. As soon as they appeared, the three insects crawled along the dark ground that spread from the main nest. Insect larvae. Chu Fan slowly squatted down, first looking down at the three larvae that were constantly wriggling around his feet, and then focusing his gaze on the black mycelium swaying like living things beneath their feet. That's creep. According to Zerg lore, larvae can hatch into higher-level combat Zerg species under the command of the Overmind. Creep is a companion organism to Zerg nests, nourishing all the Zerg creatures on it and providing them with the nutrients they need to survive. At the same time, the microorganisms released by the fungal carpet can also heal the Zerg's injuries and accelerate the Zerg's movement speed through the high-speed peristalsis of the hyphae. Chu Fan observed for a moment, and just as he was about to get up, a virtual light screen suddenly appeared before his eyes. Swarm race, Zerg evolution stage, initial nest construction, primitive life form, main nest swarm leader, 0 swarm size, 3 nest energy, 1,000, energy chamber storage limit 10,000. This is clearly the auxiliary function mentioned by the system, presenting the swarm's status information in a more intuitive way. According to the inherited information, the biological main nest can continuously evolve, unlocking and adding various biological reproductive cavities. Most Zerg creatures automatically develop a leader upon their first hatching. This leader possesses intelligence and can independently lead its kind into battle under the command of the Overmind. Nest energy is essentially equivalent to nutrients. The system has clearly converted it into a straightforward numerical value based on the actual storage conditions within the nest cavity. This energy has extremely wide applications. Both nest evolution and Zerg reproduction require the consumption of energy nutrients. Combining the system interface with the Zerg inheritance information in his mind, Chu Fan quickly weighed the options and then asked the system a question. He wanted to know how much energy the main hive's evolutionary split pool required and how long it would take. The split pool was the necessary reproductive chamber for hatching the Zerglings, the most basic combat unit of the Zerg swarm. According to the system's calculations, the evolutionary split pool would require 500 energy points and would take an estimated 8 hours. The system quickly provided a clear calculation result. Having received the answer, Chu Fan did not hesitate any longer and immediately issued the command to the main nest to activate the evolutionary split pool. He didn't speak or make a sound, but simply transmitted a clear will in his mind. The main hive, receiving the command, reacted immediately. A gigantic tentacle, like a python, rapidly extended from the bottom of the hive, swimming several meters away before stopping. Immediately afterwards, streams of energy and nutrients flowed rapidly within the tentacles, forming bulging sections, and the tips of the tentacles began to split. The splitting speed increased rapidly. Countless tiny tentacles intertwined with each other, and in just a moment, they converged into a writhing sphere of tentacles, which continued to expand and grow larger. Next, all that was needed was to wait. 8 hours later, the splitting pool's evolution was complete. Chu Fan returned to the security room, and when he emerged again, he carried a steel spear and an iron shield. He walked to the hood of an abandoned car not far from the main nest and sat down, silently guarding it. Just as the system had previously warned, the primitive creature's main nest was extremely fragile and currently lacked any defensive capabilities. During this time, if it encountered monsters, the main nest could very likely be easily destroyed. As time passed, thankfully everything remained peaceful. This place was originally a shelter carefully chosen by the brother and sister. It was secluded, with a narrow entrance only half a person's height and plenty of cover. Even if a monster discovered it, it would be difficult for it to force its way in. Moreover, if they hadn't been chased all the way here by monsters, they wouldn't have been so fixated on the pile of debris used to block the entrance, attracted by the food. Even so, Chu Fan remained vigilant. In the dark and deathly silent environment, his gaze remained sharp, fixed on the direction of the entrance. Until 8 hours later, plop, a soft sound rang out. The enormous mass of tentacles, which had expanded to several meters in size, stopped writhing, gradually revealing an oval-shaped cavity resembling a pool. The bottom and top edges of the cavity were also lined with jagged, sharp, scimitar-shaped bony spikes. Several thick, dark red tubes were also distributed around the perimeter, connecting it closely to the main nest. A large black fungal carpet also covered the ground. This symbiotic organism extends as the reproductive cavity evolves. Wherever the nest expands, the creep spreads. Inside the splitting pool, a dark green, almost toxic, slime is continuously filled with bubbles. This is the splitting pool. Chu Fan arrived at the splitting pool and glanced at it briefly. To get a clear understanding of the situation, he asked the system about the energy consumption and time required to hatch the Zergling leader and ordinary Zerglings. According to system analysis, the springtail leader, due to the integration of intelligent genes, consumes a large amount of energy, requiring 100 energy points, and the time required is uncertain and cannot be precisely calculated. Ordinary springtails have simpler genetic coding and body structures. Each larva can split and hatch into two, requiring only 10 energy points, and hatching is expected to take 1 hour. Chu Fan quickly calculated in his mind. After using the evolution split pool, he had 500 energy points remaining. After deducting the 100 points needed to cultivate the leader, he had 400 points left. Every 10 energy points could hatch 2 Zerglings. In other words, 400 energy points are enough to hatch 80 Zerglings. Without hesitation, Chu Fan immediately sent a clear command to the main nest. Propagate Zerglings at full speed. Chapter 4: The Swarm takes shape. The leader is born. Splash, splash. With Chu Fan's command, 3 Zerg larvae quickly crawled into the splitting pool along the fungal carpet, ripples spreading across the water surface, and the hatching of the jumping worms officially began. The 3 tentacles in the pool moved in response, accurately piercing into the bodies of each larva, then secreting filamentous substances to gradually wrap them into cocoons. 2 of the cocoons stopped growing after a short time, but the remaining 1 continued to expand until it reached more than 2 meters in length before slowly stopping. Clearly, this would be the leader of the swarm. The reproductive chamber outside, the main nest, also began to move, releasing 3 new larvae, but they did not enter the splitting pool because the number of tentacles in the pool was limited. Currently, the splitting pool only has 3 tentacles for hatching, which means that a maximum of 6 springtails can be hatched per hour, which is too slow and does not meet the characteristic of the swarm winning by sheer numbers. However, Chu Fan knew that this was only the initial stage. As the swarm grew stronger, the number of splitting pools and hatching chambers would continue to increase, at which point the swarm would truly pour out like a flood. At this moment, he sat in front of the abandoned car, quietly guarding the splitting pool, both as a form of security and as he waited. An hour quietly passed. With a splash, 4 fully formed creatures leaped nimbly from the pool's edge. They were ferocious, resembling wolfhounds, but covered in dark red carapaces, their mouths full of fangs, and even sporting 2 scimitar-like bone spikes on their backs. These were the first generation of jumping insects. In the future, through devouring and evolving, they would become even stronger combat beings. Upon receiving the mental link from the Overlord, they leaped up and rushed towards Chu Fan, then stopped neatly at his feet, lowering their heads like obedient hunting dogs. In the Zerg system, the Overlord's will is paramount. Regardless of whether the opponent is a Zerg or not, as long as they possess the Overlord's will, all Zerg swarms will absolutely obey. This is a command etched into their genes. Chu Fan ordered, "Guard the entrance." The 4 jumping insects immediately turned around and rushed into the passage inside the crack. They accurately followed the instructions, lined up at equal intervals at the entrance, and were on high alert, initiating the first round of vigilance. With his first batch of combat power, Chu Fan's long-tense nerves finally relaxed slightly, but he knew it was far from enough. The main nest had just been established and was extremely vulnerable. If it were exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. He dared not relax his guard in the slightest. Time flew by, and the jumping insects hatched as scheduled every hour. Chu Fan repeated his instructions, sending all the new insects to guard the entrance. After more than 20 hours, the total number of hatched insects finally reached 80. At the same time, his energy was completely depleted, and Chu Fan was utterly exhausted. He forced himself to get up and return to the security room to rest, despite feeling sleepy. As he passed the splitting pool, he glanced at the cocoon that was over 2 meters tall. It was the leader individual, but it had not yet hatched, which made him feel a little anxious. Why isn't it over yet? He frowned, but he knew in his heart that these things couldn't be rushed. Back in the house, seeing his sister's cold body, Chu Fan's mood plummeted again. The emptiness and pain tore his heart like knives. He walked over and sat down, then suddenly remembered something and immediately asked the system, "Can you revive my sister?" It is not possible to revive dead organisms, but the corpse can be stored in the main nest to prevent it from decaying, which requires 10 energy points per day. Without hesitation, Chu Fan immediately picked up his sister's body and carried her to the main nest. After conveying his thoughts, 2 tentacles reached out and slowly pulled his sister into the energy cavity of the main nest. This is the main nest's decomposition chamber, normally used to absorb energy, but now it serves as the sister's temporary coffin, a glimmer of hope for the future. He returned to the security room and finally laid down to rest. 80 springtails guarded the outside, and with his sister protected in the main nest, he could finally sleep peacefully. When he woke up, it was still dark all around, but Chu Fan knew it was already 6 in the morning, the time when the giant beetles in the north hunted. His biological clock had been trained by this rhythm year after year. He put on his robe, got up, and went outside. Sensing the entrance, he found the springtails guarding it were silent, indicating no enemies had broken in and the situation remained safe. However, the creep larvae ahead had stopped hatching, as their energy was depleted and they needed to hunt to replenish it. Chu Fan glanced at the split pool. The enormous leader cocoon remained unmoved. He had no time to wait any longer. He had to lead the swarm out to hunt today. Just a few steps in, the split pool suddenly burst open with a loud whoosh, and the cocoon ripped open, revealing a dark red figure standing out from within. The figure was covered in thick armor and stood over 2 meters tall. Although it was constructed in a humanoid shape, it resembled more of a warrior clad in armor, its head closed, its red eyes gleaming coldly as it approached. It stopped before Chu Fan and bowed deeply. Master. Chu Fan was not surprised. He already knew from the Zerg heritage that the leader would be nurtured according to the form of the Overmind, which was also an instinctive mechanism of the Zerg to facilitate coordinated combat. Does it have a name? Chu Fan asked. No. Please bestow a name upon it, Master. Choose one yourself. The other party pondered for a moment. Walker. This is the name of an ancient leader in the clan's memory. All right, Walker it is. Chu Fan nodded, not taking the name to heart. They had more important things to do. After passing several abandoned vehicles and circling a dilapidated garage, the leaping insects ahead were already lined up, neatly lying prone on the ground, silent and awaiting orders. Sensing Chu Fan's arrival, all the leaping insects raised their heads simultaneously, their red eyes fixed on him, like beasts obeying a command. This was his swarm of Zerglings, only 80 in number, but already a considerable size, enough to deal with some small to medium threats. Chu Fan turned to Walker and instructed, I'll take half of the Zerglings out hunting, and you take the other half to guard the main hive. There must be no loss. Rest assured, Master, I will protect the main hive with my life. Walker immediately bowed and agreed, then hesitated for a moment before offering, Master, the hunt is dangerous. I am willing to go in your place. No, I'm familiar with this area and know where the weak enemies are, so I won't act recklessly. Your role in guarding the nest is crucial. Chu Fan patted Walker on the shoulder, his tone carrying a hint of approval. This Springer leader's intelligence was already on par with humans. Having finished his instructions, Chu Fan picked up his spear, made way for the insect swarm, and took his first step into the hunt. But the next second, he suddenly dodged back to his original spot, his expression turning cold. A squad of human soldiers has arrived outside, most likely heading for the main hive. He turned and ordered, Walker, immediately deploy the Zerglings to ambush them. Remember, try to leave some alive. Chapter 5 Gouge out his eyes. Outside the underground parking lot, a 5-man squad approached rapidly. Their formation was standard and their steps were efficient, clearly indicating that they were a well-trained special operations unit. The 5 men were dressed in identical uniforms, wearing multifunctional tactical helmets, military green combat uniforms, and protective vests. Each of them was equipped with a silenced rifle and a full set of tactical gear. Upon reaching the parking lot entrance, the captain raised his hand and gave a signal. The 4 men behind him immediately dispersed, some crouching behind, some flanking, and others focusing on the metal tunnel directly in front. Their movements were swift and their teamwork seamless, demonstrating exceptional combat skills. The entire team resembled a highly efficient machine. The captain crouched down for a moment, seemingly receiving reconnaissance intelligence transmitted from a remote drone. After a short while, he stood up and confirmed, the surrounding area is temporarily safe. We can lift the alert. The other 4 immediately holstered their weapons and moved closer. The captain continued his briefing. Based on continuous reconnaissance, the target has not reappeared since entering, indicating that the person is still inside. He has no firearms, only some rudimentary melee weapons. The likelihood of him resisting is low, unless he intends to commit suicide, but he might still be alive. Operational principle: no friendly fire and absolutely no killing. The target must be brought back intact, and I will personally carry out the final judgment. This order was firm and left no room for argument. After giving his instructions, the captain pulled down his night vision goggles, personally removed the metal plaster at the entrance, and stepped into the darkness first, gun in hand. The 4 team members followed closely behind, entering the pitch-black space. Relying on their night vision equipment, they clearly identified the path and carefully advanced in a line down the slope. They walked past rows of load-bearing pillars and areas filled with abandoned vehicles, each step fraught with caution and utmost vigilance. At that moment, Chu Fan sat in a dilapidated car around a corner, his gaze coldly fixed on the team's movements through the glass, silently counting the time. 3, 2, 1. The next second, with a piercing whoosh, a leaping insect pounced from behind a pillar, shrieking as it charged towards the soldier at the front. Immediately afterwards, the roars of leaping insects filled the air from all directions, leaping up simultaneously from behind wrecked cars, beside pillars, and between corners, viciously attacking the 5 soldiers. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out suddenly. Flashes of light streaked across the battlefield, but But the environment was complex and the direction was unclear, plunging the Special Operations team into chaos. The Springtail's carapaces were incredibly resilient. They were impervious to gunfire and unafraid of counterattacks, swooping down from the air to attack and forcing the entire team into a retreat. Under the onslaught of dozens of Zerglings, the Special Forces team was utterly powerless to resist. In just over 10 seconds, the battle completely collapsed. Screams followed as 4 men fell to the ground, leaving only one blood-soaked soldier lying in the center of the swarm, still struggling. The battle ended quickly, and the gunfire subsided. The once formidable 5-man team was now nothing but mangled flesh on the ground. At that moment, Walker appeared amidst the carnage, clad in heavy armor like a steel war god, carrying the only survivor in his hand. "Master," Walker reported in a low voice, "only one person survived. The other 4 were all pierced through vital organs by Zerglings and could not be controlled in time." Chu Fan nodded. "That's enough. What about the Zergling losses? A few were pierced by bullets, but the injuries are not serious. They can recover by resting on the creep and will not affect their combat effectiveness." Chu Fan pushed open the car door, got out, and approached the mangled body. He saw the man struggling slightly as he turned on the headlight on his helmet. The light illuminated a blood-stained European face, the man staring in terror at the group of reptiles that obeyed Chu Fan. His eyes trembled, his lips turned pale, and he looked at Walker standing beside him, then at the swarm of insects surrounding him, finally fixing his gaze on Chu Fan. "You!" His throat tightened, his face filled with astonishment, and he opened his mouth several times but could not utter a complete sentence. Chu Fan ignored him, simply watching him silently, allowing the other man to slowly recover from his panic until he finally regained his composure. "Name?" Chu Fan asked coldly. "John, I'm the captain of this squad." Chu Fan's gaze remained unchanged, his tone low. "You're here to kill me? What's your reason?" This was the question that truly concerned him. If he wanted to kill him from the beginning, why didn't he do it when his sister died? Why did he wait so long to send someone? John remained silent for a long time, his expression complex. At that moment, his gaze towards Chu Fan held a mixture of sorrow, sympathy, and even a hint of pity. A sense of unease crept into Chu Fan's heart. He coldly questioned, "Do you think we're infected with some kind of virus, which is why you shot and killed people? And then you sent you to eliminate me. Is that it?" The air seemed to freeze as soon as he said that. John remained silent for a long time, his lips twitching slightly before he finally gave a cold laugh. "You're right. Doomsday City has been completely overrun by monsters. We thought everyone was dead, but you survived. You survived in there for 3 years, which is a variable in itself. We can't determine whether you're carrying some kind of mutated virus. You cannot leave here, much less return to the outside world with a mutated factor. So you must die. Even if we fail this time, the company will continue to send people until you are completely eliminated." Chu Fan stared at him as he spoke, a cold glint rising in his eyes. He chuckled softly. "Is that so?" After speaking, he turned his gaze to Walker, who was standing to the side, and gently waved his hand, ordering, "Gouge out his eyes." Chapter 6. The advantage lies with us. They will be destroyed. Whoosh! Upon hearing Chu Fan's command, Walker instantly sprang into action. 2 sharp bone blades shot out from the gaps in its carapace beneath its wrists, gleaming coldly like long swords. These were combat weapons specially evolved for the leader by the main hive. Normally hidden within its armed carapace, they only extended during combat, possessing immense destructive power. Seeing this, John, who had fallen to the ground, paled terrified and struggled to retreat, screaming repeatedly as he tried to stop what was about to happen. But for Walker, there was no reaction whatsoever. It had no emotions. It was merely an obedient Zerg weapon, quickly raising its blade and crouching down to carry out its orders. Thud! The bone knife pierced the edge of John's eye socket. Amid John's heart-wrenching screams, the blade flicked slightly, and both eyeballs were gouged out. Sitting in the car, Chu Fan watched all this calmly. Having Walker gouge out his eyes wasn't purely out of anger or revenge. There was another purpose. He got out of the car and walked over to John, picked up the 2 eyeballs, and carefully examined them. Sure enough, he found tiny crystal reflections on the surface of the eyeballs. He touched them carefully and removed 2 thin devices, as thin as colored contact lenses, from the surface of the eyeballs. These were not contact lenses, but miniature technological devices covered with circuitry. Reflected by the car headlights, the dense crystal patterns on the surface were clearly visible, a remote control device used for communication and image synchronization, obviously not an ordinary item. However, before Chu Fan could examine it closely, a faint bang suddenly rang out. John convulsed violently, and then fell completely silent. Chu Fan's expression changed. He immediately checked and found blood flowing from his ear, concluding that he had been killed instantly by a built-in miniature bomb that had wiped out his consciousness. To silence him, Walker asked the Overlord. Yes. Chu Fan stood up, his expression grim. They didn't want to leave any traces, which means we were seen. He held the 2 crystalline contact lenses in his hand and said in a deep voice, "These things should transmit images in real time. They saw me, they saw the springtails, and they saw you." Chu Fan concluded that the reason the other side sent out this team was to obtain intelligence, and the captain's words sounded more like something he was saying to his superiors during a live broadcast. Once it was confirmed that the target was indeed out of control and the equipment was exposed, the ear bomb was detonated remotely to cut off the investigation, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But what concerned Chu Fan even more was the word the other party mentioned during the operation, company, rather than military or federal. He lowered his head in thought, then bent down to remove John's helmet, turned on the flashlight, and meticulously examined the equipment from head to toe, trying to find more clues. There were no rank insignia on the shoulders, no unit number on the uniform. Everything was very neat and clean, until the flashlight beam shone on his chest. He stopped. On the protective vest, a red and white umbrella-shaped pattern was clearly printed. A cold glint flashed in Chu Fan's eyes as he muttered, "An umbrella-shaped insignia?" He immediately ordered the jumping insects to drag the bodies of the other 4 Special Forces members over and inspect their clothing and chests. Sure enough, each of them had the same pattern printed on their chest. That conspicuous protective umbrella filled Chu Fan with a strong sense of unease. Umbrella Corporation? Could there really be such a company in this world? I've actually transmigrated into some kind of raccoon city. Chu Fan fell in a deep thought. He recalled the information from the original owner's memories. Although this world was unified under the Blue Star Federation, its technology was comparable to Earth's. The original owner was an introverted shut-in who had almost never left the city, and her memories of Umbrella were scarce. Everything seemed even more bizarre. If this was truly a world similar to Resident Evil, then the current monster crisis was very likely created by the company. They create monsters and then seal off cities for research. Then why don't they capture me for research? Controlling Zerglings and having a Zerg leader. They wouldn't be uninterested in that kind of material. Instead, they want to kill me. Just as Chu Fan's brows furrowed deeper, Walker suddenly spoke up. "Overlord, I just remembered something." "What is it?" Chu Fan glanced at him. These humans exchanged a few words outside the entrance before coming in, and I heard them, Walker explained. He possessed exceptional hearing and clearly caught them saying, "We can't shoot and harm the target. We must capture them intact and then execute them." Chu Fan's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this, and his expression instantly turned even colder. "Complete the arrest, then personally carry out the execution?" he asked in a low voice, increasingly finding something amiss. This operation made no sense at all, and its purpose was extremely bizarre. He recalled the previous details, from letting him in from outside the wall to sending 5 people to ambush him this time. Everything seemed illogical and subtly planned. The location of the main hive may have been exposed. He looked back into the darkness, where the heart of the hatching swarm appeared exceptionally fragile and heavy. "Overlord, what should we do?" Walker asked in a low voice, his eyes no longer concealing his wariness. Chu Fan didn't answer immediately, but instead quickly and rationally analyzed the current situation before calmly saying, "This team entered while the giant beetle on the north wall was out hunting. The number of people and the time available for entry are very limited. The giant beetle's hunting time is 2 hours. We still have several tens of minutes left, so they can't send anyone else in a short time. This means we have a full 24 hours to develop our capabilities." His eyes sharpened, and he continued, "If we can hunt enough energy today, we can hatch over 100 more springtails. Adding to the 80 we already have, the number will reach around 200. In my judgment, the enemy won't send heavy troops, for a simple reason. First, the crack is too small for tanks and rockets to get in. Second, if there are too many people, the noise will attract all the monsters in the city. At most 100 or 2 Special Forces soldiers, well equipped, but the enemy and our numbers are roughly equal. The Zerglings are fearless, impervious to pain, and will not retreat. I am familiar with the terrain here. I can easily set up ambushes, lure monsters, distract them, and divert their attacks. If necessary, we can even lure even more powerful monsters and swallow them whole. Chu Fan's gaze gradually turned cold, but his tone remained unusually resolute. Our main hive has indeed been targeted, but the initiative is still in our hands. As long as we seize the time today to replenish our energy and develop a new swarm, in short, the advantage is on our side. They will be annihilated. Chapter 7. If they can't destroy us, it's their doom. Squeak. On the road, amidst the ruins, a monster suddenly leaped out of the shadows. It looked like an enlarged insect, its body spindle-shaped, less than half a meter long, yet it stood a full meter tall. Its body was covered in tiger-striped carapace. Its head was a large, opening pincer, and it had sharp forelimbs on both sides. Its four knife-like limbs rustled as they stuck into the ground. It was a tiger-striped knife beetle. As it shrieked, a dozen or so large insects of the same appearance rushed over from behind, their knife-like legs stomping on the gravel with a piercing sound. Behind the distant ruins, Chu Fan arrived just in time with his Zerglings. He looked up, his gaze calmly sweeping over the rapidly approaching swarm of tiger-striped blade bugs. These monsters were abundant in the north of the city, a typical gregarious species, and one of the most frequently encountered insectoid monsters in the post-apocalyptic city. This was one of the reasons the system recommended he choose the Zerg swarm catastrophe. Hunting bugs allowed for faster gene acquisition, which was beneficial for the evolution of the main hive. Walker, Chu Fan called softly, and the swarm leader beside him immediately stepped forward alone. On the opposite side, the tiger-striped katana beetles spotted their target, shrieking in unison. A dozen or so swarmed forward almost simultaneously, their murderous aura overwhelming, forming a surging, disruptive swarm. When the two sides were within a few meters of each other, Walker suddenly raised his hands, bone blades flashing from his wrists. The next moment, he pushed off with his feet, bursting forward like a storm. With a burst of propulsive air from his dorsal carapace, he became a blur, crashing directly into the swarm of insects. Bang! Walker collided head-on with a tiger-striped knife-like insect, which was immediately thrown back by the impact. With a precise thrust of his bone knife, he pierced through the insect's open pincers, instantly killing it. But no sooner had he killed one than another tiger-striped serpent pounced, biting Walker's arm and unleashing a barrage of vicious attacks with its forelimbs claws. Clang! 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 Several clashes echoed as the serpent's pincers and claws relentlessly struck Walker's carapace, but they couldn't penetrate the dark red Zerg armor. Walker ignored them, swiftly stabbing his opponent in the head with his slash, then kicking the corpse away. With clean, decisive movements, he moved on to the next one. He moved with unparalleled ease, launching surprise attacks and slaughtering his enemies without fear of being surrounded. The scene resembled a harvester crushing a swarm of insects. Chu Fan watched from a distance, issuing no commands whatsoever. On either side of him, 40 leaping insects lay prostrate, silent, awaiting the will of their master. The Springtail leader's combat power is indeed ridiculously strong. These low-level monsters are no match for it at all. It's almost a one-sided massacre. Chu Fan Sai In Wali. Although the tiger-striped knife beetle was considered one of the weakest monsters, it was still an extremely lethal threat to humans. He and his sister had once been short of food and could only carefully hunt lone tiger-striped knife beetles using traps. They were no match for it in close combat. He turned to look towards the main hive, understanding that this hunt wasn't just about accumulating energy, but also preparation for tomorrow's life-or-death battle. Originally, he planned to take only a few Zerglings with him, but the situation was urgent. The main hive would likely face a human attack tomorrow, so he had to bring Walker along. Walker's addition greatly improved efficiency and reduced casualties during the Zergling hunt, which was crucial for him. As long as we withstand the first wave of human attacks, we can completely stabilize the development of the swarm. Once the swarm spreads, no one can stop it. Chu Fan's gaze darkened, his mind resolute. This is the most dangerous period. The swarm is just starting out, and the main hive is extremely vulnerable. Every second counts in its expansion. At this moment, the monsters in the city were no longer the biggest threat. The human army was the immediate enemy. Once the defenses collapsed and the main hive was destroyed, everything would be for naught. However, Chu Fan remained calm. Just as he had predicted, the enemy was unlikely to send anyone in before tomorrow. Today was the window of opportunity for the swarm to grow rapidly. He pulled himself out of his thoughts and continued to look at the battlefield. Only one of the dozen or so tiger-striped knife insects remained. Chu Fan immediately sent a command through his mind. Without a word, just a thought, Walker understood instantly, and the bone knife he had been swinging abruptly stopped. The next moment, he leaped back to Chu Fan's side, the propulsive air behind him roaring out, his figure seemingly slicing through the air, flashing back in an instant. A springtail sprang into action, lunging at the last tiger-striped serpent. Squeak! 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 The monster opposite screeched, dragging its serpentine legs as it charged. The springtail, however, made no sound, silently unleashing its attack. Whoosh! The springtail leaped, swooping down on the tiger-striped serpent like an arrow, its claws gripping its carapace, while its side-like bony appendages on its back stabbed downwards relentlessly. The two insects rolled on the ground, attacking each other without holding back. Their sharp claws, forelimbs, and mouth parts clashed together in a fierce battle. A few seconds later, the tiger-striped, knife-like insect collapsed, its body riddled with holes, green blood splattering everywhere. The springtail, though victorious, was also badly wounded. Its carapace wasn't as strong as Walker's, suffering multiple punctures, but it stubbornly jumped down and managed to stand. In a one-on-one fight, the springtails barely win, but they suffer heavy losses. If it's a two-on-one attack, the effect will be much better. After summarizing the results, Chu Fan turned to Walker and began to plan the next hunting move. I will take some of the springtails to transport these carcasses back to their nests. You take the rest and stay in the north of the city to expand the hunting area. Remember to avoid a few directions. Don't go to the east, west, or south of the city. The monsters there are too strong. Focus on the small-scale tiger-striped knife worms in the north. Also, don't go near the northeast. That's the mother's habitat, and the defenses are extremely tight. Don't try to force your way in. Also, keep an eye on the cracks and passages in the north wall. Although we can't get in today, we can't let our guard down. Walker listened and nodded, his crimson eyes flickering slightly, having firmly memorized Chu Fan's orders. Chu Fan looked up at the sky, his gaze becoming wary. There are definitely reconnaissance drones up there. Although we can't see them, they're definitely there. That's how they located my hiding place, which is why they sent out that special forces team. You and the Zerglings have been exposed. Now is not the time to hide. Focus on the hunt. But be careful. If you spot any drones with bombs in the air, immediately disperse the Zerglings and quickly evade them. We can't afford to lose too much strength in this sneak attack. If we can hold out until tomorrow, that's when our counterattack begins. Shapta Achto Bay orders, die obediently. Near the entrance to the underground parking lot, swarms of springtails lay in neat rows, densely packed, covering every inch of ground. Especially near the metal passageway on the side, several springtails were piled up, almost completely blocking the passage, making it impossible to move. This blockade wasn't to prevent people from entering, but rather to prevent drones. As long as the cover was tight and there wasn't a single gap, drones wouldn't be able to fly in and investigate. Chu Fan knew that the Special Forces captain, John, wearing a long-range communication device in his eyes, had already exposed Walker and the Zerglings' presence to the human army. Fortunately, the enemy only knew that the insects existed, but not the insect hive, and even less about the terrifying efficiency with which the swarm expanded its numbers through hatching. This was Chu Fan's greatest advantage at the moment. As long as the main hive remained unexposed, the enemy would underestimate the threat posed by the swarm, giving him time to grow. However, once the main hive's location is discovered, the enemy is likely to launch a direct air attack, or even a targeted strike with tactical missiles. Therefore, for the Zerg swarm, information concealment is not just a matter of survival, but a dividing line between life and death. Deep underground, the main nest opened its spiral-shaped mouth, and thick tentacles continuously pulled the corpses of tiger-striped knife worms into its cavity for decomposition. Several springtails were injured and rested on the fungal carpet to recover, including the test subject that had previously fought the tiger-striped knife worm alone. Watching the main hive carry away the corpses, Chu Fan secretly pondered that if energy became plentiful in the future, he would have to specifically hatch a batch of worker bees. Worker bees are the most basic auxiliary insect species in the Zerg swarm. They hatch simply from ordinary larvae cocoons, without the leader's involvement. Worker bees have no offensive capabilities, but they can care for the main hive and are responsible for venturing out to find energy minerals. They are the hardworking members of the entire ecological structure. Hunted carcasses are merely the lowest level energy source. The truly valuable energy comes from the energy mines scattered underground. These mines not only efficiently replenish the main hive's needs, but also strengthen the insect's carapaces, thus improving the overall resilience of the springtails. However, the prerequisite is finding the mines alive. With monsters roaming the city and worker bees extremely weak, venturing out to search would undoubtedly be suicide. Moreover, the current energy shortage simply doesn't allow him to waste precious hatching opportunities on worker bees with zero combat power. Before his eyes, the main hive's devouring action is accelerating. Before long, the first few corpses were completely decomposed, transforming into a warm energy stream. As the Overlord, Chu Fan, connected to the main hive's consciousness, clearly sensed that warm current flowing into the energy storage cavity, like a burning flame. He immediately summoned the system interface. Swarm race, Zerg evolution stage. Initial nest construction. Primal main nest, split pool swarm leader. 1. Walker, swarm size. 83. 80 Zerglings, 3 larvae. Nest energy. 8 max 10,000. The clear numerical feedback made the energy accumulation very intuitive, and also made it easy for him to calculate the cost of each hatching. Chu Fan frowned and said, 1 tiger stripe knife insect corpse only converts into 8 points of energy? Just as he was thinking, the second corpse was converted, a new warm current flowed in, and at the same time the system showed that the energy had increased to 20 points. This one's at 12 o'clock? It seems the energy converted from each corpse is different. His gaze darkened, realizing it was related to the individual condition of the monster. The seemingly identical tiger stripe knife beetles actually varied in strength. The stronger ones had higher energy, the weaker ones had lower conversion efficiency. This also meant that the higher the level of prey, the greater the profit. He continued to monitor the system interface. The energy value gradually increased as the corpses were digested, with the lowest being only 7 points and the highest reaching 16 points. After all 15 corpses were converted, the total energy stabilized at around 185 points, averaging about 12 points per corpse. This meant that consuming 30 energy points could hatch 3 springtails, meaning that each tiger stripe knife beetle could essentially be exchanged for 2 springtails. With Walker leading the hunt, the Zerglings were almost unharmed. This breeding efficiency would definitely allow them to reach the target of 200 combat units within 24 hours. Chu Fan felt relieved, his brow unfurrowing. He immediately issued an order to the main hive. Continue hatching Zerglings at full capacity and maintain the energy reserves for his sister's corpse. After deducting the daily 10-point energy reserve expenditure, there was still 175 points of energy left to invest, all of which could be used to hatch combat units. 3 Zerglings per hour, costing 30 points, enough to sustain the main hive for 5 hours straight, perfectly connecting with Walker's next round of hunting. Just as he finished issuing orders and was about to take a short rest, a sudden surge of energy came from his consciousness network. Chu Fan's expression sharpened, and he instantly stood up, grabbed his steel spear and iron shield, and headed straight for the entrance. At the end of the slope, dozens of leaping insects lay motionless, each with its body erect, its scarlet eyes fixed on the side passage concealed by the sheet metal. Their sickle-shaped limbs trembled violently, clearly indicating they were on high alert. As Chu Fan approached, he heard a faint but high-frequency buzzing sound emanating from outside the sheet metal, faintly carrying the frequency of air vibrations. Damn it, the drone is here. He instantly gave the command, and the springtails blocking the edge of the passage quickly retreated, clearing a gap for observation. Chu Fan approached the edge of the sheet metal, lifted a corner, and looked out. Several meters away, a drone was hovering in the air. In the sky, a small, 4-winged drone was hovering, its streamlined shape compact, and its size small, only a few tens of centimeters long. The buzzing vibration was produced by its 4 high-frequency propellers operating. Above its camera, a slender metal rod extended forward like a probe. Chu Fan immediately recognized that this drone was not a combat model. The aircraft carried no ammunition, clearly indicating its reconnaissance purpose. Sending this thing was entirely expected. After all, the entire special operations team was wiped out, and seeing his Walker and Zerglings, it would be unusual not to investigate. Now that they had detected something amiss in the underground parking lot, sending a drone to investigate was the safest and most reasonable option. Chu Fan observed quietly, not intending to make any rash moves. But just then, the drone suddenly started up, its engine vibrating loudly before it swooped down. With a loud bang, The metal pole in front of the drone slammed into the metal barrier at the entrance, forcefully tearing open a gap, attempting to force its way in. But the impact wasn't complete. It immediately retreated, pulled back up, and then accelerated forward again, clearly intending to continue smashing its way through the passage into the building. Suddenly, the metal shield was pushed open from the inside, and a figure emerged from the gap, blocking the drone's path. Chu Fan stood there, coldly watching its camera, staring directly into the drone's eyes. The sudden view caught the operator behind the scenes completely off guard. The drone shuddered, nearly losing control and crashing. But fortunately, the system reacted quickly, forcibly stabilizing its flight attitude. The next second, its camera swiftly rotated, pointing at Chu Fan, and then a cold voice came through the speaker. Chu Fan, the only survivor of the Doomsday City, please immediately abandon any illusions of escape. All resistance is futile. You have been sentenced. Your only fate is to cooperate with the arrival of the next Special Forces team and accept final execution. Chu Fan remained expressionless, but a burning anger simmered within him. He could tell that the tone was identical to that of the previous squad. They all wanted to capture him alive before executing him. He couldn't understand why they were beating around the bush like this. If they really want to kill him, wouldn't it be more efficient to just spray bullets or bombard him with missiles? And these actions only made him more suspicious. To some extent, they didn't simply want to kill him. Chu Fan stared at the hovering drone, suppressing his emotions, his voice low and deep. Why? To capture them alive and then execute them? Don't you think that's unnecessary? The drone was silent for a few seconds, then a noticeably more authoritative and forceful male voice rang out from its loudspeaker, its tone extremely oppressive. You have no right to ask questions, nor do you need to know the reasons. You're just a damn test subject. Even if you temporarily control a swarm of bugs, it's nothing more than a doomed struggle. You think you can challenge the army just because you can kill a few Special Forces soldiers? These springtails are nothing but a bunch of insects in our eyes. We have plenty of ways to wipe them out. Next, you will be publicly executed as a symbolic step in eliminating anomalies. Obeying orders is your only option. After hearing these words, Chu Fan calmed down. He didn't ask any more questions or say anything more, but simply replied in a flat tone, "Then let's do it." Before he finished speaking, he swung down the long steel bar that he had already raised, hitting the drone's body with precision. With a loud crack, the drone crashed to the ground, its fuselage cracking and its circuitry short-circuiting. Immediately afterward, Chu Fan stepped forward and stomped down, crushing it to pieces. Chapter 9 Pride and Prejudice will surely cost them dearly. Clatter. Every now and then, the sound of a leaping insect would echo from the depths of the underground parking lot, reverberating through the dark space. Each time, 6 springtails leap out of the splitting pool in unison, like a machine that never stops, constantly multiplying and expanding. After a round of hunting, Walker would immediately drag his prey back and then lead the springtails to the next round of hunting. The corpses are sent to the main nest, converted into energy, split, and hatch, and then put back into the battlefield, all operating as efficiently as an assembly line. In the dim and deep space, the air seemed to freeze, but the swarm of insects was expanding its power at an alarming rate. Chu Fan sat in an abandoned car not far from the main nest, waiting quietly while remaining vigilant against the reconnaissance drones that might descend from the sky at any moment. Time passed slowly, and until the early hours of the next day, he still hadn't seen the enemy's second wave of attacks. Arrogance, or folly? He chuckled softly. The other side clearly thought that wiping out a small squad was just an isolated incident and not enough to raise their alarm. Perhaps in the eyes of the military, a few dozen insects are just low-level monsters, not worth using more resources to deal with. But what they didn't know was that these insects were multiplying rapidly at an efficiency that was beyond the reach of the naked eye, quietly brewing a storm that would destroy them. "Walker, it's almost time." Upon seeing Walker lead his team back, Chu Fan got up from the car and gave the order to stand by and engage the enemy. Looking around, one could see dark red, armored figures lying on the ground, layer upon layer, almost covering the entire underground space. Without a sound or any extra movement, the entire swarm remained as still as a statue, obeying only the will of its master. Chu Fan brought up a system panel and quickly scanned the data. Zerg race. Evolutionary stage. Initial. Nest construction. Original main nest. Split pool. Swarm leader. 1. Zergling leader Walker. Population size. 221 springtails. 218 springtails, 3 larvae. Energy storage, 530, maximum 10,000. In the 24 hours from yesterday to now, 138 more springtails have been added. We have 530 energy points left, which means we hunted more than 120 tiger-striped knife beetles. But the efficiency is still far from enough. Chu Fan shook his head. He knew where the problem lay and was mentally prepared to conceal their strength and ensure that the enemy misjudges the size of the swarm. Only a fixed number of 40 Zerglings are always exposed to the scouts at any given time. To avoid alerting large monsters, they avoided high-density monster groups during each operation, instead focusing on small groups of targets. Walker followed orders and tried to keep the springtails out of the fight, personally taking care of the prey, while the springtails were responsible for transporting it to avoid injury or loss. Given these constraints, the pace of hunting naturally cannot be too fast. However, this is only a temporary expedient. If the swarm can survive the upcoming attack, it will be able to truly free up its resources to clear out the monsters in the city, and its energy acquisition will increase exponentially. Dominate. Walker stepped forward and reported in a low voice. During the last hunt, I arranged for a springtail to ambush in the ruins near the north wall. It can issue an early warning immediately once humans enter. Chu Fan nodded. He had already given orders to set up listening posts near the cracks in the wall to prevent the enemy from suddenly infiltrating from the rear. Walker continued his report. We did encounter several reconnaissance drones during the hunt, but they were not armed and were just tracking us at low altitude. I did not attack, but followed orders to let them observe. Even if we wanted to, we couldn't hit them, Chu Fan replied coldly. Insects can't fly. Having said that, he strode toward the main nest, his brow furrowing even more deeply. He became increasingly aware that the enemy possessed air superiority, while he himself had virtually no way to deal with air combat, which was currently his most fatal weakness. The primitive-level main hive can only breed 2 types of basic warbugs, springtails and hydralisks. Hydralisks possess ranged attack capabilities and are the only Zerg species capable of attacking air units. However, the system had previously indicated that the evolution of the Serpent's Den requires as much as 1,000 energy points, which is currently far from sufficient. Chu Fan pondered for a moment, realizing that there were actually only 3 choices before him. First, pause the hatching of springtails to accumulate energy, and then open the breeding chamber of the hydralisk once enough energy has been accumulated. Second, exhaust the existing energy to build a second split pool, accelerating the hatching speed of springtails. Third, through the mutation of springtails, a completely new type of attacking insect, the blasting insect, is hatched. Banlings are self-destructing insects that cannot be reused, but their advantage lies in their sheer numbers. A single Zergling can mutate into a cocoon and hatch 10 banlings. The blaster leader, as the command unit, must be prioritized for hatching, which consumes more energy. Chu Fan didn't hesitate for long and decisively gave up the first 2 options. To hoard energy when the enemy is pressing in is tantamount to tying one's own hands and feet. Moreover, if the swarm is destroyed in this battle, and even the hatchery is gone, what's the point of saving that energy? He also rejected the idea of an evolutionary split pool. Even if it accelerated the hatching speed, if the battle losses were too heavy, there would be no one to carry the corpses, and the main hive would be left unguarded, leaving no solution. After weighing the options, the Baneling is the only realistic and effective tactical supplement. He activated the system to confirm the need for insect hatching. Blaster Boss requires 200 energy points, duration unknown. Common flood bug. Springtails mutate into cocoons, costing 20 energy points and taking 30 minutes. After understanding the situation, Chu Fan did not hesitate any longer and immediately issued an order to the main nest. Upon receiving the Overlord's will, the 11 springtails in the distance immediately rushed over and quickly entered the split area in front of the main nest. Tentacles surged from the ground, instantly piercing the insect's body. A large amount of dark red filamentous material quickly wrapped around the jumping insect, rapidly forming a cocoon. One of the cocoons was significantly longer and larger than the other 10, stretching until it reached nearly 2 meters, clearly indicating that it was the leader. The other 10 cocoons swelled up like millstones, their outer shells thick and sticky, revealing an explosive power that should not be underestimated. At the same time, the ground trembled slightly. Outside the north wall, fully armed human armies were rapidly assembling. with convoys roaring and infantry in formation, exuding a chilling atmosphere. Chapter 10. If unexpected things happen, this will be our backup plan. Outside the city, a special forces officer with a full beard paced back and forth in front of the troops, loudly assigning tasks to his soldiers. They were about to enter the city to find and eliminate a target codenamed Cockroach. He laughed, saying that the man had lived for 3 years, as tenacious as an unkillable insect. Just thinking about it was terrifying. The officer warned that the target's identity was highly sensitive and must not be revealed. Each of them was implanted with nanobombs, which would detonate on the spot if anyone was captured and attempted to leak information. He confidently assured them that nothing would go wrong. It was just a routine mission. The enemy consisted of only a few dozen unknown insects and a humanoid, shelled monster. According to data from yesterday's drone, while the monster was troublesome, a few rockets would suffice. He also emphasized that aerial reconnaissance was provided throughout the operation. They would avoid combat if possible, and if avoidance was not an option, they would eliminate it silently. The operation was divided into 10 squads, each with 10 men, led by a squad leader. He was in charge of overall command, ordering everyone to immediately check their equipment and depart as soon as the giant beetles inside the wall left. But then he suddenly received a communication order that the mission was temporarily canceled. He cursed angrily, saying that everything was ready but the date was suddenly changed, which was incredibly unlucky. He then loudly announced that the operation was postponed to tomorrow, letting that cockroach live one more day. The soldiers dispersed helplessly and turned back. At this moment, Chu Fan stood in front of the main hive in the underground parking lot, waiting expressionlessly. Beside him was Walker, and behind him lay over 200 Zerglings, all crouching low on the black fungal carpet, poised to attack. Chu Fan had originally estimated that the enemy forces would arrive within an hour at the latest. He knew the humans couldn't possibly march in mass. They would inevitably avoid the monsters or kill them one by one, which would take time. But as time ticked by, the Zerg network received no feedback about the enemy entering, which aroused his suspicion. Through his dominant will, he could sense the fluctuations of consciousness in every insect. But the leaping insect responsible for surveillance remained completely still. He could only close his eyes and immerse his consciousness into the swarm's network, searching for that still lurking point of light. As far as his consciousness could see, there was a densely interwoven web of light. Each insect corresponded to a point of light, with the main hive and Walker's points of light being the most dazzling. He followed the connections and quickly found the scout's springtail located in the north. Without hesitation, Chu Fan's consciousness swiftly entered the point of light, attempting to possess an insect-like individual for the first time. He sensed the gloomy sky, the abandoned buildings, and the surrounding area covered with vines and moss. The entire world was colorless and silent. This was the scene as seen by the springtails, utterly lifeless. Chu Fan tried to turn his gaze to the high wall hundreds of meters away. The cracks were still there, and the giant beetles inside had left, but he found no trace of the human soldiers. He continued scanning his surroundings, still finding nothing. Half an hour had passed. By now, the humans should have entered the city. There couldn't have been no movement. He immediately dismissed the possibility that humans had already entered, because the swarm would report it immediately. The leaping insect didn't release any unusual fluctuations, indicating that the enemy hadn't even entered the rift. He quickly detached himself from the leaping insect's consciousness, opened his eyes, and returned to reality. At that moment, a huge cocoon on the creep in front of the main nest burst open. Emerging from within were insects the size of wash basins. They were round and plump, covered with black shells, many of which had cracks covered by a thin membrane, through which the green mucus inside was clearly visible. These insects have mouths like those of springtails, covered in sharp teeth, and 4 short legs beneath their bodies. They move by rolling like a ball at incredible speed. These are the original blast bugs, disposable, self-destruct weapons in the hands of the Overmind. Chu Fan looked at the 10 exploding insects at his feet with a calm expression and sighed inwardly. It's a pity they are consumables. Meanwhile, the other 9 giant eggs were breaking open one by one, and this new fighting force would soon be formed. He turned to Walker and said that the humans' delayed entry into the city was likely due to their continued observation of the insect swarm, or perhaps other unforeseen circumstances. Walker cautiously suggested they might be entering through a crack from another direction, but Chu Fan immediately dismissed this possibility. He asserted that human arrogance would prevent them from taking a roundabout approach and launching a sneak attack. They would not waste the effort of digging another entrance when there was already a breach. He believed that the enemy's one-day delay in their attack was his best opportunity to grow stronger. He instructed Walker to continue leading the swarm out hunting, while also burying leaping insects at the edges of several large monster hordes, making sure they were hidden from detection by aerial drones. If anything changed, those monsters could be lured into the battlefield as a last resort to turn the tide. Chapter 11, Question 11. How could I lose when the difference is several times greater? Early the next morning, outside the high wall to the north, 100 fully armed soldiers regrouped. The commander leading the troops at the forefront was still the same man with a full beard and a rugged face. Fortunately, there were no more sudden changes in policies today. Upon receiving the message from the drone operator that the giant beetle inside the wall had left, he immediately waved his hand, grabbed an automatic rifle, and headed towards the crack in the wall. Before the crack, the tank, which had blocked the gaps and openings with its body, was slowly driving away. With drones conducting real-time reconnaissance inside, there's no need to worry about being attacked. The bearded officer was the first to enter the cave, pass through a narrow crack in the wall several meters long, and arrive at the exit. He stood there and looked around. Within sight, a scene of decay and desolation. It was a lush, green landscape. Everywhere there were collapsed ruins, and all sorts of plants grew. Pooh, what the hell is that weird smell? The bearded officer frowned as he smelled the overwhelming stench of decay and the mixed scent of monsters. He then rubbed his nose and strode forward, whispering to the soldiers following behind him. Hurry up! All of you hurry up! Stop dawdling like women. Rear! One by one, the soldiers filed in. After entering, they gathered in the open space outside the exit. This area belongs to the giant beetle's territory, and other monsters generally do not venture in. In addition, several drones hovering in the air can detect the surrounding activity in advance, further reducing the risk of safety issues. Even so, the narrow crevice passage, where people could only enter in a queue, took nearly half an hour for 100 people to gather inside. Everyone confirms that the instant messaging function for Invisible Iris is enabled. Attention, team captains. Team 1 and Team 2 will protect the left flank. Teams 3 and 4, be on guard against the right flank. Teams 5 and 6, keep an eye on the rear. Teams 7 and 8, follow me and lead the way. Teams 9 and 10 are positioned in the middle as support. Also, pay attention to the reconnaissance messages transmitted by the drone in real time. I'll emphasize it again. If you encounter a monster, hide on the spot. Avoid it if you can. Only shoot to eliminate it if you can't avoid it. The bearded officer stood in front of the assembled soldiers, delivering combat orders. The sound was not loud. They even deliberately lowered the volume a little. However, the invisible iris scanners worn by both eyes can clearly transmit commands to the ears of every soldier. After explaining, the bearded officer didn't waste any more words and turned to lead his team forward. Afterwards, the captains of each squad, following military orders, led their squad members to their positions and moved around in all directions. At the same time, the 5 drones hovering in the sky also began to fly away under the control of the back-end operator, each with its own task. One was at the front of the line. One was hanging at the end of the line. The 2 were scattered to the left and right. The other aircraft is located high above, overseeing the overall operation. This level of early warning and reconnaissance ensured the safety of this 100-person team to the maximum extent. Any movement along the way will be detected and transmitted to the team below, allowing them to prepare countermeasures in advance and ensuring that no situation is caught off guard. However, even the most meticulous investigations can have oversights, especially the reconnaissance capabilities of these drones. After all, this reconnaissance method relies on the eyes of the back-end operators, who observe the video footage from the drone's camera. Therefore, it's still useful to observe the monsters that roam the city. However, if a monster remains hidden and stationary, it can easily be overlooked by the operator. For example, hundreds of meters away, a pair of scarlet eyes within the ruins were fixed on the approaching 100-person group. Its entire body was buried in the rubble, motionless like a sculpture, and surrounded by vines and vegetation, so the drone in the air did not notice it at all and flew by slowly. Underground parking lot. Chu Fan opened his eyes, breaking free from the possession of the stalking jumping insect. Walker stood by his side, waiting for orders. Surrounding them, among the densely packed jumping insects, there were even more round, exploding insects. He glanced at it. Chu Fan had a thought. The system interface instantly unfolded before my eyes. Zerg race. Evolutionary stage. Initial. Nest construction. Primitive main nest, splitting pool. Swarm leader. 1. Zergling leader walker. Swarm size, 751,318 springtails, 430 blasting insects, 3 larvae. Nest energy, 0. Energy chamber storage limit, 10,000. A swarm of over 700 insects against 100 human soldiers. With a difference of several times, how could we possibly lose? Looking at the information on the interface, Chu Fan no longer felt the apprehension he had felt before. In a day and a night, Walker's hunting efficiency was almost the same as before, killing 125 tiger stripe knife beetles and allowing the main nest to absorb and convert more than 1,200 units of energy. Along with the remaining 530 energy, not a single bit was left. He had completely exhausted it. In return, they received over 700 war insects. Although most of them were single-use insects, they were enough to withstand the human attack. Furthermore, Walker had left 15 springtails to lie in ambush at the edges of several nearby monster groups yesterday, ready to lure them as reinforcements at any time, making the operation even more foolproof. Unfortunately, the leader of the exploding insects has not yet been fully developed. Otherwise, it would be much easier to wipe out the human soldier squad. Chu Fan turned around and glanced at the nearly 2-meter-long giant cocoon in front of the main nest, which remained motionless. It took more than 2 days to breed Walker, and the Blastoise leader is estimated to be about the same. Close the system interface. Chu Fan didn't delay any longer. With a shield in one hand and a gun in the other, he led the way toward the exit of the basement. Walker followed closely behind. The surrounding swarm of springtails surged up in response. Arriving at the exit, open the metal sheet covering. As soon as Chu Fan stepped out, a series of buzzing sounds came from behind him. In the air, the 2 drones, which seemed to have been waiting for a long time, immediately descended. 5 other drones scattered in the air in the distance also flew over quickly at the first moment. In no time, a total of 7 drones hovered overhead. Perhaps relying on their aerial advantage to avoid being attacked, they arrogantly lowered their angles, coming within just a few meters of Chu Fan's head. At that distance, it was practically as if the drone's camera was shoved right in Chu Fan's face. This is absolutely outrageous. Walker, who followed closely behind, had a flash in his scarlet eyes upon seeing this. Although it has no emotions, protecting its master is its instinct. After glancing at the drones, Walker immediately turned to Chu Fan beside him. Master, do you need me to shoot them down? I can reach them by jumping from this distance. Need not. Chu Fan shook his head coldly. The other party's arrogance stems not only from their bullying and taunting, but also, more importantly, from their desire to facilitate reconnaissance. With so many drones hovering at low altitudes, they were essentially keeping a close watch on him and his swarm of jumping drones. Your every move is being monitored by the other party. In this situation, it's impossible to fight. Or, the only option is to confront it head-on. There is no other way. But a direct confrontation would put him at a disadvantage. Even if the swarm of over 700 insects could win, they would suffer heavy losses under the firepower of hundreds of soldiers. Certainly, Chu Fan never intended to confront them head-on. He currently has a small number of insectoid swarms under his command, which doesn't allow him to squander them recklessly. Turning his gaze away, Chu Fan led Walker directly towards the army in the north of the city. Behind them, 80 jumping insects emerged. Except for 10 that stayed behind to block the entrance, the remaining 70 followed closely. 1 drone remained in the air to keep watch, while the other 6 hovered above Chu Fan and the swarm of jumping insects like flies. But a dozen minutes later, inside the underground parking lot, the more than 200 Zerglings and more than 400 Blast Zerglings that were on standby received instructions from the Overmind within the swarm's consciousness network and immediately crawled towards several corners inside. In front of these corners, beside the piles of debris that had been removed, several holes were revealed, all leading to the outside in extremely well-hidden locations. There may be buildings that have not yet collapsed providing cover. There may be lush vegetation growing there. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Besides, it was the shelter where Chu Fan had lived for 3 years. These openings were dug out by him and his sister over 3 years to prevent monsters from rushing in and blocking the way, so that they could use these exits to escape in time. Now, it has become a secret passage for the insect swarm to ambush outside. Not long after, in addition, hidden among buildings and lush vegetation, swarms of insects, like flowing, dark tides, surged forth silently and quickly crawled toward their designated ambush positions. Chapter 12, Part 12. The Chase. The Harvest. The End. Squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. On the road, a swarm of tiger-striped crickets, hissing, surged past. Apart from the area with giant beetles near the wall, the rest of the area in the north of the city is the territory of these monsters. However, since it is a monster that is active during the day and rests at night, there are far fewer monsters out at this time of day compared to the early morning. These creatures that appear from time to time are basically patrolmen, responsible for patrolling the entire territory. Not long after the group of tiger-striped crickets left, along the roadside, soldiers emerged from the gaps in the ruins and behind the buildings, some collapsed and others abandoned. Damn it, these monsters are patrolling way too frequently today. We've already encountered more than a dozen groups in just over 10 minutes. It's all that damn cockroach's fault. These past few days, when it had nothing to do, it sent that shelled monster out with its reptiles to kill indiscriminately, driving these knife-legged bugs a bit crazy. The bearded officer emerged from the ruins, wiping the dust off his clothes as he cursed under his breath. At this moment, a young squad leader walked over from behind and asked curiously, "Commander, why did that cockroach kill these knife-legged bugs? What else can he do? Those reptiles he tamed need to eat, right?" The bearded officer said casually. "But isn't this too many?" The young captain asked suspiciously. "I heard from a drone operator that more than 100 katana worms are killed every day. How can those dozens of reptiles he tamed have such a big appetite? Do they need to eat that many every day?" "Go away, you curious little thing. What do you get so many questions? You ask me, how would I know?" The bearded officer glared at him irritably. But the next moment, he was taken aback, perhaps because he received a message. Then, he grinned and laughed loudly. "Attention, all squads. Just received the latest news. That cockroach is leading a carapace monster and 70 reptiles towards us. That's fucking hilarious. If we stay in our parking lot haunt, his crawlers might be able to cause us a little trouble by taking advantage of the terrain." But he overestimated himself and chose to take the initiative, preparing to fight us in the open area. Who gave him the courage? What an idiot. Haha. Upon hearing the message from the iris communicator, all the soldiers behind him wore amused expressions. No one was nervous. No one was afraid. The atmosphere was very relaxed. With reconnaissance support from aerial drones, there's no need to worry about being ambushed. Facing a mere few dozen crawlers head-on, a few volleys of fire from 100 automatic rifles would be enough to wipe them out. As for that humanoid armored monster, the specially prepared rocket launchers and armor-piercing rounds will definitely blast it into a pile of dust. All right, take it easy, everyone. Maintain battle formation and continue advancing. The bearded officer waved his hand. After conveying the order, he led the way along the road. After passing several intersections, after turning a few more corners, upon receiving the sudden warning message, the bearded officer stopped abruptly. He cursed under his breath, raised his hand to make a concealment gesture, and quickly darted into a building by the roadside. The soldiers behind immediately sought cover wherever they could find it, or hide inside the building, or they could crawl into the gaps in the ruins. With more than 10 repetitions, everyone's movements became extremely swift and skilled. Far away, accompanied by a hissing sound, more than 20 tiger-striped crickets emerged from the crossroads ahead. And, of all times, it just happened to be heading straight for this road. But just like the previous dozen or so times, the swarm of tiger-striped crickets didn't stop at all, rushing past quickly. Just as the last one was about to crawl past, it seemed to sense something, suddenly stopped, and turned its compound eyes on both sides of its head, which resembled large pincers, sharply toward the ruins by the roadside. Squeak! A neigh! It immediately moved its sharp, knife-like limbs and climbed up to check. A few meters away, inside the buildings along the road, the bearded officer, who peeked out from behind the chirping insects, turned pale when he saw the tiger-striped knife insect crawling towards him and a group of monsters that had stopped on the road ahead. Damn idiot! How could they have discovered that? He cursed without the slightest hesitation. As the order to clear them was given, one after another, black gun muzzles equipped with silencers quickly and silently emerged from their hiding places. The next second, bang, 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 bang. A dense yet faint burst of gunfire erupted in an instant. Countless bullets rained down on the bodies of more than 20 tiger-striped crickets in the road. In an instant, the shell broke apart, juice flying everywhere. Such a dense hail of bullets prevented them from even neighing to call for their companions. Once the gunfire subsided, on the road stained with large patches of sap, there lay more than 20 tiger-striped cricket corpses, almost completely mangled. What can you do? What else can you guys do? You guys can't even hide properly. You were actually discovered. It's unbelievable. The hot-tempered, bearded officer, having just dealt with a group of tiger-striped worms, stepped out of the building and began cursing at several soldiers. But halfway through his tirade, he received another message, prompting him to quickly change his tone and order. Attention, the cockroaches and their crawlers are approaching. Prepare to ambush them from hiding. At this point, seeing the road covered in sap and the corpses of insects, he paused again. This scenario, even a fool could tell that a battle had just taken place here. So what else is there to ambush? Therefore, the bearded officer could only glare fiercely at the exposed soldiers and reluctantly change his tune. All right, let's assemble on the road, form alternating firing formations, and prepare for battle. Remember this, all of you, don't hit that cockroach. According to procedure, he must be captured alive, and then I will personally execute him. With the order issued, led by their respective captains, 100 soldiers quickly lined up neatly in a relatively open area ahead. In no time, they formed several rows, one in front and one behind. The front row members were half-crouched, holding their guns. Then rows intersect each other. This formation can create a tight firepower network. During the intervals between the first few rows finishing their bullets and reloading, the rear rows can take over firing, maintaining uninterrupted firepower. A few minutes later, a faint sound of running cars gradually approached. Soon, patches of dark red reptiles gradually appeared at the edge of the field of vision. Before intensive crawling, 2 human figures were vaguely visible. Upon seeing the well-prepared human soldiers firing in formation, the reptile swarm slowed down slightly. But the next moment, as if receiving an order, all the crawlers suddenly sped up again. It surged towards this place silently and repressively. That idiot! It's even more foolish than I expected. The bearded officer curled his lip at the sight, glancing sideways, and even felt a pang of pity for the cockroach's low intelligence. Are you really that stupid to send this little crawler to fight head-on? Hundreds of automatic rifles, plus a few rocket launchers. Are they just going to charge in and die? But then I thought about it again, and it seemed that the other party had no other choice. Exposed to drones throughout the entire process, there's no way to prevent the crawler swarm from launching a sneak attack. What else can we do but charge forward and fight to the death? However, the bearded officer did not rush to order the shooting. If the enemy is too far away, even if you can hit them, the bullet's power will be greatly reduced. He waited silently for a while, until the swarm of reptiles rushed within a few dozen meters, before taking the rocket launcher from a soldier next to him and carrying it on his shoulder. At the same time, he roared, "Fire! Bang, 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 bang! Bang, 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 bang!" Under command, flames burst forth instantly. A hail of bullets followed. Dozens of meters away, the swarming springtails scattered dark red carapace fragments everywhere, and green insect blood sprayed all over the sky. The powerful firepower coverage caused the swarm to decrease at a rate visible to the naked eye. Rows of springtails were smashed, fell, and died. They continued to race forward, row after row, one after another, without fear, unafraid of death. But in the face of a fire network composed of firepower from thermal weapons, no matter how fierce they are all pale and powerless. Just a few dozen meters long, it was like a deadly chasm, impossible to cross even an inch under the intense firepower. Boom! Amidst a hail of bullets, a rocket launcher came flying in, leaving a long trail, and instantly blasted away a large number of jumping insects. At the same time, it seemed to have completely shattered the last psychological defense of the figure at the rear of the battlefield. Because the rocket had just landed, less than half of the jumping insects remained, and they immediately turned around and fled. "Chase! Don't let them get away," etc. Upon seeing this, the bearded officer immediately and instinctively ordered a pursuit. However, his caution as an officer allowed him to calm down in time, and he then contacted the drone operator at the rear via iris communication, calling for reconnaissance support. "Is there any danger ahead? No trace of the monster found? Safety. Receive. Confirm safety." The bearded officer was completely relieved and had no more worries. "Everyone listen up. Pursue them with all your might. Eliminate the crawlers. Catch the cockroach alive." Laughing loudly, he shouted, The bearded officer took the lead and strode after them. The hundreds of soldiers behind them also followed in a rush, abandoning their battle formation. While firing in bursts. What do these soldiers like to do most? Of course, it's about chasing down the routed troops. A fleeing and defeated enemy is like a lamb to the slaughter. Along the way, the two sides chased each other. The thrill of indiscriminate harvesting was almost too much for the hundreds of soldiers. Even when encountering swarms of small tiger-striped crickets that occasionally appear, they are indiscriminately eliminated by the drones after receiving advance warning. Finally, after chasing for more than 10 minutes, upon noticing that the swarm of reptiles in the distance had stopped and turned around, the bearded officer at the head of the group finally calmed down from his tantrum. Gazing at the figure standing before the swarm of insects, and at the faintly cold gaze directed from that figure, then he turned and looked at the relatively well-preserved buildings on both sides of the road. The bearded officer's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he felt a bad premonition for no reason, even his scalp tingling. In the very next instant, knock, 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 amidst the dense rolling sounds, inside the buildings on both sides, countless round insects surged out, rolling and churning rapidly. Chapter 13, Section 13. War is all about information asymmetry. Damn it! That cunning, damned cockroach. This is a trap. Trap. The bearded officer's face changed drastically, turning completely pale. Clearly, this was all a trap deliberately set by that cockroach. The opponent first led a group of reptiles to launch a feigned attack, only to be defeated and forced to retreat. Ultimately, they were lured into a trap where the surrounding buildings were filled with a large number of reptiles. But at this moment, the bearded officer didn't have time to think. Facing the dense swarm of spherical insects rolling in from both sides, he hurriedly roared. Quick, regroup! Even without his order, the 100 soldiers on the road had already instinctively and hastily moved closer to each other. Back to the inside, facing outwards. In the chaos, some soldiers raised their automatic rifles and instinctively pulled the triggers, aiming at the spherical reptiles in front of them. Bang, bang, bang! Bang, bang, bang! Amidst the dense gunfire, without exception, all the ball-shaped reptiles that were hit exploded like bombs. But what splashed out wasn't shrapnel, but rather patches of dark green, strong acid. So close. The situation was predictable. The splashing acid instantly caused the soldiers to let out a series of shrill screams. Some of it splashed onto my hands. Some of it splashed onto their faces. The intense corrosiveness instantly melted away a large chunk of flesh, leaving the stained area covered in blood. Even with bulletproof vests, they become completely ineffective against such strong acid. At first glance, everywhere there was rising smoke. Everywhere you looked, there were figures screaming in agony. Before the defensive formation could be fully formed, the outer perimeter had already been completely breached, plunging into chaos. Bang! Bang! The bearded officer was still resisting. He fired several shots, blasting a crawling insect in front of him, and simultaneously retreated quickly to avoid the burst of acid. But as soon as it came to a stop, a reptile rolled over from the side, its spherical body suddenly contracting and then rapidly expanding. Damn it! The bearded officer's eye twitched. Without the slightest hesitation, he hurriedly rushed towards the back of the line. Boom! A loud explosion followed. Once again narrowly dodging the splashing acid, the bearded officer turned around and saw smoke billowing from the bodies of several soldiers who hadn't managed to dodge and were screaming in agony. His face was ashen. The automatic rifle in his hand hung limply at his sides. If you shoot them, these reptiles, whose bodies are full of strong acid, will explode. Even without firing a shot, the crawler will roll over and detonate itself. How can we fight like this? There's no way to fight this. As for escape, how do we escape? A swarm of reptiles poured out of the building, blocking the roads in front and behind. From the buildings on both sides, even more crawlers are launching suicide attacks. His 100-man squad was like a turtle in a jar, surrounded and slaughtered by a massive swarm of insects in the middle of the road. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh. At that very moment, the second floor of the buildings on both sides, one by one round, crawling insects leaped out of the broken window. It did not land. Instead, they detonated their bodies directly in midair. Boom, 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 boom. A series of powerful explosions, like fireworks bursting forth. Accompanying this was a deluge of acid rain. It's over. It's completely over. The bearded officer looked desperate. The automatic rifle hanging from his hand slowly fell to the ground. If the crawling insects rushing in from all sides put his team in a desperate situation. So, the dense swarm of crawling insects bursting open from the air is like a death warrant, hastening the demise of everyone. But before the large amount of acid could be poured down, the bearded officer suddenly looked up at the dozen or so drones circling overhead and roared angrily. Is this the result of your investigation? Why weren't we able to detect that cockroaches possess explosive insects? With so many explosive crawlers lying in ambush here, why didn't you notice them? You sons of bitches. I'll haunt you even as a ghost. Far away, Chu Fan stared coldly at the massacre unfolding before his eyes. Walker stood guard beside him, his own scarlet eyes coldly fixed on the scene in the distance. The remaining dozens of leaping insects, under the Overlord's command, scattered to both sides, neither rushing forward to join the battle nor needing to participate. The battle was much easier than I expected. Walker looked away and said, the 200 or so Zerglings we prepared are no longer needed, nor are our backup plans. The Zergling swarm alone can wipe out this entire human army. As expected, the outcome was already decided when they were chasing him. Chu Fan remained expressionless, showing no emotion whatsoever. War is all about exploiting information asymmetry. The challenge in eliminating the enemy more easily this time lies in avoiding their drone reconnaissance and getting the Zergling and Baneling swarms to ambush at designated locations. The other party believed he only had a few dozen springtails. After he let out 80 springtails, he mobilized almost all of the drones. By following closely and keeping a close watch, they made the other side overlook the movement of the nest, allowing the two swarms of insects to successfully reach the ambush site from several hidden entrances. The subsequent encounter with the 100-man team and the subsequent pursuit were all within reason. The opposing side had as many as a dozen drones circling overhead monitoring them. No danger was detected. A manhunt was inevitable. Finally, they successfully lured them to the ambush site, which meant everything was settled and the war was over. Even without the swarm of Zerglings, just over 200 Zerglings wouldn't have changed the outcome of this small-scale battle. 100 fully armed soldiers rely primarily on their long-range firearms to deal with both monsters and swarms of insects in the city. If someone gets close, the consequences will be absolutely catastrophic. How could humans possibly fight off so many ferocious jumping insects in close combat? Even these well-trained soldiers were no match for the springtails. They could not survive the claws and fangs of the springtails. After waiting for a few minutes, Chu Fan then walked over. Walker stayed close by his side. Dozens of springtails followed closely behind. On the road battlefield, thick, corrosive fumes filled the air. It emitted a pungent, sour odor. Mutilated corpses lay scattered everywhere. Some were slightly better off. Their limbs were melted off, their chests were melted through, or their heads were melted off, but at least they still retained relatively intact bodies. But some were covered in strong acid, leaving only pools of rotting flesh that were still melting away. Bloody scene. Horrifying scene. It was almost shocking, too horrifying to look at. Even Chu Fan, who was walking over, couldn't help but frown and pause for a moment, trying to suppress his violently churning stomach. Within the battlefield, the remaining swarms of exploding insects had long since stopped self-destructing. Only the leaping insects that rushed out of the building later, under the command of the Overlord, crawled around the battlefield, searching for the very few lucky ones who were seriously injured but not yet dead, and ended their lives with their scythe-like forelimbs. The large amount of strong acid flowing on the ground could not harm the springtail's carapace. All the primitive insects in the Zerg swarm have a very complete genetic chain and very sophisticated protective measures. When modifying each type of insect, the attack types of other insects are taken into account, and corresponding resistance genes are added to ensure that there will never be a situation where they accidentally injure each other on the battlefield. Arriving at the battlefield, as soon as Chu Fan stopped, several springtails, tasked with cleaning up the battlefield, dragged a bloodied figure covered in corrosive wounds, carefully weaving through the acid on the ground as they crawled over. Tall and strong, rugged appearance. His face was covered with a thick beard. He was the commander of this 100-man team. It's not that he's unlucky, nor is it that he's just unlucky. The reason he's still alive is mainly because Chu Fan had previously ordered the exploding insects that jumped down from the second floor of the buildings on both sides to deliberately avoid the area where he was. Leave them alive for questioning. Damn cockroaches. The bearded officer, placed in front of Chu Fan by the jumping insect, struggled to raise his head, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body, and gritted his teeth, trembling as he said in a hateful voice, "Don't be so smug. You won this battle by using despicable and treacherous means, but next time you will surely die. The company will never let you get away with this. In this apocalyptic city that's like a cage, you absolutely cannot escape. Next time, the company will definitely investigate thoroughly, make full preparations, and send out more soldiers with more powerful weapons. You're just waiting to die." Chapter 14, Section 14. Compared to you, scum, I've been merciful and kind enough. Cockroach. Chu Fan frowned at the bearded officer, then pointed to his face. Am I a cockroach? Haha, yes. You're a cockroach. Perhaps knowing he was doomed, the bearded officer didn't beg for mercy in a cowardly manner, but instead mocked vengefully. You, a human, actually survived for 3 years in a post-apocalyptic city full of monsters. Aren't you just like a cockroach? And a pathetic one at that. Chu Fan's eyes narrowed sharply. An intense anger surged within him in an instant. As the sole survivor among the city's hundreds of thousands of residents, I struggled to survive for 3 years in a city full of monsters, enduring countless unbearable days and nights. Every day, they risked their lives fighting monsters to find food, struggling and living on the edge, barely surviving to this day. So, in your eyes, I, the survivor, is it just a cockroach with a tough life? Is it just a joke you guys are making fun of? Very good. Chu Fan tried his best to control his anger. But he didn't say much, and given his nature, he didn't even try to threaten anyone. The current swarm of a mere few hundred insects poses no threat to modern armies outside. If you make threatening remarks, or they threaten to exterminate them, it serves no purpose other than to attract ridicule and mockery. Squat down. Chu Fan first checked the bearded officer's chest. On the front of the camouflage uniform, there's also a striking red and white umbrella-shaped insignia. Then, Chu Fan moved his gaze upwards and looked into the other person's pupils. Sure enough, they were wearing remote communication devices on their eyes. So, presumably like the previous 5-man Special Forces team, they also had nanobombs implanted in their ears. After a moment of silence, Chu Fan asked, "What's the name of the company you mentioned?" "Pa." The bearded officer spat out a mouthful of blood, grinned, and arrogantly raised his head. "You damn cockroach, don't waste your breath. I won't say a word. Since you captured me, I know what my fate will be. I'm definitely not going to survive. If you don't kill me, the company will take care of me. So stop talking nonsense and come on." He had just finished shouting when he suddenly stopped. Then he muttered a curse under his breath and changed his words. "I just received orders from above to give you a heads up and to put an end to any thoughts of resistance on your part. Lousy belongs to a protection company." "Is it really a protection company?" Chu Fan frowned upon hearing this. Upon seeing this, the bearded officer clearly misunderstood Chu Fan's expression and said disdainfully, "I knew you'd make that face. A country bumpkin from small town who has never seen the world, he doesn't know anything. Nominally a company, but in reality, Umbrella Corporation is a giant organization with a wide range of businesses including biotechnology, life sciences, and military industries. The background and influence are far beyond what a country bumpkin like you can imagine. The company's partners are usually major federal agencies. The federal government's firearms, fighter jets, missiles, and other military equipment are basically all ordered from the company. But you don't need to know these things. You only need to understand the situation outside. You saw those tank formations when you went out a few days ago. In addition, what you didn't see are thousands of armored vehicles, hundreds of fighter jets and armed helicopters, dozens of missile vehicles, and even a nuclear warhead in stockpile. As for the soldiers, there are 10,000 stationed outside the 4 walls in the east, west, south, and north, and another 10,000 can be provided for support in the command post. In total, that's a full 50,000 people. This is just the number of soldiers. If non-combatants are included, the number is much greater. Excuse me, how do you plan to fight against such immense power all by yourself? With these trashy crawlers you've tamed? The bearded officer grinned. Although I don't know why your number of crawlers has suddenly increased so much, it's useless. Don't say there are only a few hundred, or even if there are thousands, tens of thousands, or hundreds of thousands, it's all the same. They're trapped in the city. How are you going to get out? Do you know what it means to trap a dog behind closed doors? Do you know what long-range bombing is? Do you know what missile bombing is? Do you know what nuclear bombing of a city is? Then why don't you use it? Chu Fan said calmly. You can launch a few missiles from a distance and destroy where I'm hiding. You don't need to know that. The bearded officer's eyes held a hint of amusement. The company will never resort to such extreme measures unless absolutely necessary. You will be executed face to face. As for the reason, don't ask. I will never tell you, and the company will not give me the chance to say it. In short, give up struggling, cooperate obediently, and wait for the troops to come in and execute you. That is your only choice and your ultimate fate. Are you sure you don't want to tell? Ah, you stupid cockroach. Come on, if you've got the guts, come and kill me. Good. Chu Fan nodded slightly. The other party was adamant, and further questioning wouldn't yield any results. Or even if the bearded officer wanted to speak, he wouldn't be able to. The nanobomb implanted in his body would probably detonate before he could utter a word. Since that's the case, so I'm a cockroach, huh? Am I doomed to die? Do you know what fate awaits you? He stood up with a cold face. Chu Fan waver. As the bearded officer's arrogant expression gradually turned into utter terror. Sensing the command, the dozen or so jumping insects around suddenly swarmed forward fiercely, tearing and biting wildly. Yeah! A hysterical, piercing scream instantly resounded throughout the room. In no time, the bearded officer's burly body was torn apart and devoured by a swarm of jumping insects, leaving not even a bone fragment. In the air, a dozen or so drones were initially taking off to increase their distance. But upon witnessing such a bloody and cruel scene, one of the aircraft may have received orders to quickly descend. It only stopped hovering right in front of Chu Fan. At the same time, an angry voice rang out. You damn cold-blooded demon. You just wait. Wait until we catch you. I swear in the name of the general stationed in the city of Doomsday, I will absolutely tear you to pieces. Snap! Before he could finish speaking, Walker swung his bone knife and instantly destroyed it. Demon, to create a monster disaster within the city. And they allowed the monsters to run rampant, watching helplessly as hundreds of thousands of people in the city perished. They didn't even spare the 2 survivors who barely made it to the end. So, compared to you inhuman scum, I've been merciful and kind enough. Chu Fan muttered to himself. Then, a rare smile appeared on his lips. He could almost imagine the general, who was burning with rage and hadn't even finished his threatening words when he was interrupted. With nowhere to vent his anger, he must have felt incredibly frustrated and furious. I reckon he'll smash at least a few cups. My lord, what should we do with these human corpses? Walker, standing nearby, didn't think much of it. He sheathed his bone knives, his crimson eyes scanning the battlefield ahead, and asked, can we drag all these corpses back to the lair to feed the main hive? No, leave them all here. Chu Fan immediately shook his head upon hearing this. Then he turned to Walker beside him, frowning as he reminded him, remember this. Now and in the future, the corpses of any humans who have been killed are strictly forbidden from being fed to the main hive. Yes, Lord. Walker immediately lowered his head. Humans are also biological organisms. Since it is an organic organism, it can naturally be decomposed by the main nest and transformed into energy and nutrients for hatching the swarm. However, Chu Fan did not issue this order out of compassion as a human being. From the moment his sister, with whom he depended on each other, was shot in the head outside the city, he had lost all compassion for fellow human beings. At least, he no longer felt any affection for the troops outside the city. The main hive is now prohibited from devouring human corpses, not for any other reason than safety considerations. These soldiers have been implanted with miniature bombs, and possibly even more powerful ones. If the main hive is detonated when it is swallowed, at best, it will damage the main nest. In severe cases, they could be blown up. Even assuming there are no bombs, what if there are implanted nanotechnology reconnaissance devices? Although Chu Fan didn't know why the army didn't use missiles to bomb the hideout, there was one thing he was very clear about. Not using it for the time being doesn't mean I won't use it. If the high command of the outside military were to learn of the main base, they would likely be met with a barrage of missiles. All in all, the safety of the main nest is paramount. There's no need to take the risk for the energy of human corpses. The bodies of the 5-man special operations team from a few days ago were subsequently thrown out by his orders from the Zerglings. Walker, you just heard what this bearded commander said too. Chu Fan looked up at the reconnaissance drones, which were now just black dots in the sky, and then glanced towards the direction outside the city. The army will send people in again next time. But this setback will surely make them more cautious, increase their investigation efforts against us, and collect more detailed information. It might take 2 or 3 days, or it might take 5 or 6 days. At the latest, there will definitely be some action within 10 days. And next time, The number of people will definitely be larger, and the equipment and weapons will be more complete and sophisticated. Therefore, we need to accelerate the pace of development. And the prerequisite for development is energy. Chu Fan turned to Walker beside him and said in a deep voice, "After this battle, the enemy will probably realize that the Springtails were not tamed by me. Therefore, there is no need to hide anymore. Over the next few days, I will allocate the vast majority of Springtails to you, including those that will hatch later. Don't worry about the loss of Springtails. Go all out and hunt day and night. Every second counts. Go and get energy. Before the next human army attack, we must evolve the Hydralisk breeding chamber to increase our ranged attack capabilities. If possible, it would be best to evolve the main hive once and hatch the Zerg Air Force. With the Air Force, air superiority has been regained. Make the human army blind. Our situation will be much safer." Chapter 15. Look, Master, am I clever? A den in the underground parking lot. Chu Fan, who had just returned, stood in front of the main nest. Behind him, the Springtails that had returned were dragging the corpses of Springtails and more than 20 tiger-striped crickets back to their main nest. The bodies of the Springtails were all killed by human armies and can be recycled. According to the system's calculations, the decomposition and transformation of a Springtail corpse by the main nest can provide approximately 5 points of energy. The remaining tiger-striped crickets were shot down by the human army. After the battle, Chu Fan didn't let them go either, ordering some of the Zerglings to drag them all back. After the main hive had absorbed all the corpses and given the order to continue hatching springflies, Chu Fan, as usual, sat down on the hood of an abandoned car not far away. Before his eyes, the system interface unfolded instantly upon his command. Zerg race. Evolutionary stage. Initial. Nest construction. Primitive main nest. Splitting pool. Swarm leader. 1. Zergling leader walker. Swarm size. 562,267 springtails. 292 blasting larvae. 3 larvae. Nest energy. 485. Energy chamber storage limit. 10,000. We lost 51 springtails. 138 exploding bugs were used. Chu Fan looked at the remaining number of insects on the interface. The 51 springtails were basically killed when he ordered them to be used as bait to launch an attack. The 138 exploding insects were either destroyed by being shot or detonated automatically when strong acid was spilled on them. Added together, nearly 200. Converted to energy, it totals over 600 points. However, if we include the 51 zebrafly corpses we just recovered and the more than 20 tiger-striped cricket corpses we got for free, the additional 485 energy points are significant. In other words, this battle consumed only a little over 100 units of energy, equivalent to the loss of more than 10 springtails. At such a small cost, they wiped out a fully armed 100-man army. This can no longer be considered a minor victory. It's a resounding victory, a complete triumph. But Chu Fan was still not satisfied. Or, to put another way, I really dislike this style of play. According to the inherited Zerg information, the Zerg swarm has always used an endless swarm tactic to deal with the enemies it faces, to instill utter despair in the enemy. It makes the opponent feel a chill down their spine. This is the correct way for the Zerg swarm to fight, not some kind of conspiracy or trickery. Unfortunately, he is far from being able to do that yet. It has only been developing for a few days. Starting from scratch, they hatch more than 700 war insects. If orders are given to charge blindly, the loss of hundreds of soldiers will be devastating and the newly developed resources will be wiped out. Next, the situation is obvious. Hunting efficiency will therefore decrease. The threat from human armies outside will also become more deadly. By using tricks and schemes, we can preserve our strength, accelerate the hunting process, and acquire energy more quickly to hatch more war insects, thus creating a snowball effect. With a large swarm of insects, with sufficient confidence and capital, the threat posed by human armies would no longer be a threat, let alone be fatal. Of course, this only applies to the opponent's next attack. There are full 50,000 troops outside the city. There are also armored vehicles, tanks, fighter jets, helicopters, missile vehicles, and nuclear bombs. Faced with such a large and modern armed force, the worst-case scenario is a head-on confrontation, which would require developing a swarm of at least 50,000 insects. 100,000 people, there is hope of victory. 200,000? We can crush them. Chu Fan silenti can gulet. The greatest achievement of this battle was not actually eliminating the threat of an attack by 100 soldiers at a very low cost, but rather the enemy information obtained. The number of troops outside the city that the bearded commander voluntarily disclosed may have been exaggerated, deliberately concealed, or perhaps even greater. However, he must use this as a reference to plan ahead the forces needed to eliminate it. However, this is just a concept and a plan. The specifics will depend on the actual situation in the future. Is the cultivation complete? Sensing a relatively strong consciousness suddenly appearing in the swarm's consciousness network, Chu Fan immediately turned his head to look over. On the fungal carpet in front of the main nest, the giant cocoon lying on its side was shaking more and more violently. Not long after, the membrane on the cocoon was slowly torn open. A dark figure gradually rose from inside the cocoon. Like Walker, this nearly 2-meter-tall figure was covered by a thick layer of armor. His entire head felt as if he were wearing a closed iron helmet. The difference is that the eyes inside the armored helmet are a chilling dark green. As it turned, it felt almost as if it were being stared at by a venomous snake. In addition, the most significant feature is fat. Very fat. At first glance, it looks like an extremely obese person. The area from her neck to her waist is like a round balloon, taking up almost 2/3 of her body. Below that are a pair of short legs. His arms, on the contrary, were very long, and when they hung down, they could even touch the ground. And it's also very thick, comparable to a thigh. Its green eyes gleamed. It looked around and quickly fixed its gaze on Chu Fan. It then waddled over on its short legs. Given its massive, circular body structure, it's easy to imagine that it runs incredibly slowly. Dominate! When it came to Chu Fan, it seemed to want to bow down and show its submission. But constrained by the round body under his neck, he could only manage a slightly bowed head after a bit of effort, and continued in a gruff voice. My lord, my name is Duolong. Chu Fan was stunned. After realizing what he had said, he asked incredulously, What's with your tone and wording? And where did you get your name from? Reporting to the Overlord, the physical structures of the leaders of all the various races were cultivated and modified by the first Overlord. Because my race is a type of exploding insect, our attack method is to self-destruct to end our lives. In order to eliminate this defect, the first Overlord experimented countless times, which ultimately resulted in my body structure being very complex, but also caused my intelligence to be overlooked. Duolong raised his bright green eyes and cautiously glanced at Chu Fan, seemingly afraid that the sovereign would dislike him, and quickly said, I'm not too unintelligent, just slightly less so than other leaders. My tone of voice is modified by the Hive based on the consciousness and memories of each Overlord, so that it can more easily assist the new Overlord. The Hive thinks that my tone of voice is more in line with the type of lower intelligence in the Overlord's memory and consciousness. My name is that of the previous Blastoise leader. I received the shared information transmitted in the Swarm's consciousness network and learned that the Overlord let the Zergling leader choose its own name, so I chose one in advance. After saying that, Doran's emerald eyes flashed, and he said with a hint of arrogance, Look, my lord, am I clever? Not too stupid, right? Chu Fan, if you don't say that, you're definitely not stupid. But you insist on adding unnecessary details just to show off your intelligence. Well, a brain is a good thing. Chapter 16, Section 16. Walker, I'm here to save you. Yes, you are very smart. Chu Fan echoed the praise. We can't undermine a newborn self-confidence. Thank you, Lord. Duolong thanked him with a beaming smile. Its face is completely covered by jet black carapace, making it impossible to see any expression, or it may not even have a face at all. But from his tone and the intensely sparkling emerald eyes, it was easy to see the pleasure he felt after being praised. Later, you take the springtails from the nest and join Walker on the hunt. Chu Fan gave the instructions, although Doran is the leader of the blazing insects. The key issue is that you can't hunt exploding bugs. Hunting is for killing monsters and obtaining their corpses to convert into energy for the main hive. If the exploding bugs self-destruct and melt the corpses, how can we obtain energy? Therefore, at present, we can only rely on springtails. Besides all the exploding bugs, more than 70 jumping bugs were also responsible for dragging the corpses back to the nest with him. The remaining nearly 200 were all given to Walker to hunt and kill tiger-striped knife beetles. However, upon seeing Duolong's round body and recalling his slow walking speed earlier, Chu Fan paused again. Although he had some suspicions, he couldn't help but ask, You don't just move around on 2 legs, do you? Yes, Lord. Duolong answered in a simple, honest voice. Without further ado, they immediately began the live demonstration. Its helmet-like head suddenly shrunk back, the curved carapace on the top of its head and shoulders fitting together perfectly. Its two short legs quickly retracted back into its body. Two thick, long arms embraced the grooves in the carapace on both sides of the body, extending all the way down, with the fingers of both hands tightly interlocked. In the blink of an eye, a human-shaped sphere. It completely transformed into a giant, crustacean-shaped sphere with a diameter of over 1 meter. Gurgle. With a rolling sound, the black sphere immediately rolled away. It moved extremely fast, rolling dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. It rolled around rapidly in the distance, then quickly rolled back, popping its head and short legs out again, its green eyes flashing as it looked at Chu Fan. My master, I mainly rely on rolling. What about their abilities? Chu Fan asked again. The mode of movement was exactly as he had expected. After all, that's how ordinary exploding bugs move. What intrigued him was the attack methods of Doran, the leader of the exploding insects. But at that moment, Chu Fan suddenly frowned. The next second, his face instantly darkened. Walker is under attack from tiger-striped crickets. Go to the rescue. Chu Fan sautait en ville. As he got up, grabbed the steel spear beside him, and ran towards the entrance of the nest. He spread his will and commands throughout the swarm's consciousness network. In front of the main nest, all the springtails immediately dropped the corpses they were dragging and turned to run away. The swarms of exploding insects lying on both sides quickly shrank back and followed their leader, Doran, as he rolled over. Northwest of the Doomsday City, amidst the vast, completely collapsed ruins, there were mutilated corpses everywhere. There are springtails. There are also tiger-striped knife beetles. They were mixed together, lying haphazardly everywhere. At the center of the ruins stood Walker, who was over 2 meters tall and resembled a humanoid suit of armor. At this moment, the dark red carapace covering its body was completely covered with glaring green insect blood, turning it into a lush green. As the water converged and flowed, it slowly dripped down from the drooping bone knives in both hands. Behind it, of the original nearly 200 springtails, only about 100 remained. And around them, all around from front to back, left to right, and in all directions, were swarms of tiger-striped knife beetles, their numbers so dense that they completely surrounded the central area. Even further out, newly arrived tiger-striped crickets continued to join in, further expanding the already massive encirclement. Squeak, 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 squeak. In a sharp screech, countless tiger-striped crickets responded collectively, surging forward to launch a new round of attacks, facing enemies all around like a vast ocean. If it were a human, they would surely be terrified, desperate, and have no will to fight. But the Zerg had no fear, nor any cowardice. Surrounded and facing the swarming enemies, the remaining hundreds of jumping insects remained utterly silent, baring their teeth and refusing to retreat an inch. Walker, positioned at the very front, had an unwavering gaze in his scarlet eyes. Kill, under the conscious command it conveys. All the springtails immediately charged forward fiercely and silently. Walker also charged forward at the same time, raising his green bone knife covered in insect blood. The accelerated attack, propelled by the airflow ejected from its back carapace, arrived in an instant, piercing through the head carapace of a tiger-striped knife beetle with a single strike. He immediately kicked the corpse over and swung his bone knives forward with a fierce sweep. The two tiger-striped crickets lunged at him, and their large pincers and heads fell off smoothly and cleanly in unison. But there are far too many enemies. Just as we dealt with two, another group pounced. Outside the encirclement, behind a broken wall on the south side, Chu Fan, who had just arrived, frowned as he looked at the battlefield in his line of sight. He received Walker's distress call through the swarm consciousness network, and he assumed there must be many enemies. But he hadn't expected it to be this many. A rough estimate suggests there are at least several thousand. Could it be that all the tiger-striped knife insects in the entire north of the city have come? Otherwise, how could such a large number have gathered? But why are tiger crickets suddenly swarming together? There's definitely something wrong. But Chu Fan didn't have the mind to think about that for the time being. He mobilized almost his entire team for this emergency rescue. Aside from leaving a few dozen blast wings to guard the nest, he took the remaining 200 blast wings and more than 70 zebraflies with him. a total of more than 300 support personnel. Even so, it's a drop in the ocean against such a large number of enemies. My lord, shall we charge forward? Duolong, who had just poked his head out from beside him, asked in a deep, muffled voice. Charge? How do we charge? Chu Fan pointed to the army of tiger-striped knife insects ahead. Charge into your death? Lose everything you have. I think we can give it a try. Oh, don't worry, master, watch me. Doran blinked his emerald green eyes. Seeing Chu Fan frown and nod, it immediately retracted its head and short legs, and hugged its arms to become a ball. Immediately afterwards, whoosh! The jet black, shell-like sphere tumbled away in an instant. The speed is getting faster and faster. The frequency is also getting faster and faster. The sphere, over a meter in diameter, with its thick shell, produced a series of clear rumbling sounds as it rolled rapidly. Final, carrying a fierce and imposing aura. Let it crash into the tiger-striped knife insect swarm like a giant iron ball. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, the tiger-striped crickets were immediately knocked away and sent flying in all directions. The previously dense and congested swarm of tiger-striped crickets has now developed into a long passage. At the end of the passage, Doran didn't stop. He continued to tumble rapidly. Relying on its heavy, shell-like spherical body, it charged forward recklessly, crushing everything in its path with unstoppable force. Furthermore, it would occasionally stop abruptly and turn sharply. A moment forward, turn left for a moment, turn right for a moment, then it suddenly retreated. The massive and tightly packed swarm of tiger-striped crickets was nearly turned upside down by their tumbling and crashing. At first glance, the air within sight, tiger-striped crickets were flying everywhere. After wandering around aimlessly for a while, Duolong seemed to finally remember his purpose and controlled the spherical body to roll rapidly towards the ruins in the center. Walker, I'm here to save you. Accompanied by a rough shout, the giant, shell-like sphere hurtled towards them at breakneck speed. Until, bang! A powerful impact. Doran, who had come to a sudden stop, poked his head out and looked at Walker, who had been sent flying by his collision, and quickly shouted. Feel sorry. I couldn't stop in time. Chapter 17, Question 17. Cannonballs actually curve? That's silly goose. Beside the broken wall behind, Chu Fan's face twitched slightly as he watched Walker being knocked away by Doran. But he wasn't worried about Walker. As a leader of the swarm, Walker's carapace is no less thick and hard than Doran's. Being hit by would not be fatal, and it wouldn't even cause injury. At most, it would only withstand a slight impact. That is indeed the case. In the distance, Walker, who had just crashed into the pile of corpses, immediately and nimbly flipped and jumped up, showing no signs of injury. Shifting his gaze, Chu Fan looked again at Duolong, who stood before the ruins in the center of the battlefield. This blaster leader is definitely not very bright. They seem to have intelligence, but not much of it. But their actual strength is the opposite. Its unique spherical body structure and heavy carapace allowed it to easily smash through the tiger-striped knife beetle's tight encirclement, creating chaos. Furthermore, this is clearly just a normal attack method, rather than the main ability of a bug leader. As Chu Fan observed, in front of the ruins, as soon as it turned around, Doran raised its two long arms. Its black armor, combined with its rounded structure as thick as a thigh, makes it look like two dark cannon barrels from a distance. In reality, it's pretty much the same, because in the next moment, buzz, buzz, a violent tremor and buzzing sound. Two dark green, high-pressure cannonballs suddenly shot out from the cracked shell holes under Duolong's palm, whistling as they flew toward the swarm of tiger-striped knife insects that were attacking again. Boom! Boom! The shells exploded instantly in midair. Large swaths of strong green acid suddenly rained down from the sky like a torrential downpour. The sharp hissing of the tiger-striped crickets erupting beneath them, mixed with dense hissing corrosion sounds and thick, rising corrosive fumes, instantly spread and permeated everywhere. Buzz! Buzzing! One shell after another was fired from the armored hands of the outstretched Duolong, without stopping. I didn't aim at it intentionally. It seems there's no need to aim. The shells can actually curve. Chu Fan looked at the scene before him in surprise. The tracking gaze was fixed on two of the bright green shells. The two shells that had just been fired by Doran did not explode as expected when they flew over the swarm of tiger-striped worms that had suffered heavy casualties. Instead, they suddenly turned 90 degrees. One to the left. The other one is to the right. It flew rapidly over another intact swarm of tiger-striped crickets before suddenly exploding, spraying out large amounts of corrosive acid. Not only that, after that, all the shells fired by Doran automatically changed direction. As if they possessed life, they flew everywhere, deliberately detonating above enemy groups that were not affected by the strong acid. In a short moment, a defensive line composed of strong acid was formed around the ruins. Outside, swarms of tiger-striped crickets crowded together, unable to move an inch. As soon as they stepped into the area of strong acid, their knife-like legs dissolved and broke off, causing them to fall to the ground. Their carapaces do not have the acidic protective genes found in springtails. Squeak, 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 squeak. Perhaps seeing that they could not get close to the enemy. It could also be for other reasons. A piercing screech suddenly rang out, as if conveying some kind of command. The chirping of insects rose and fell in succession within the still massive swarm of tiger-striped knife insects, echoing continuously. Soon, in all directions, all the tiger-striped crickets began to recede rapidly, like a tide. Not long after, it completely disappeared. The battlefield, which was originally teeming with crawling insects, suddenly became empty, leaving only a large number of mangled insect corpses around the ruins. Rear, Chu Fan led dozens of jumping insects and more than 200 exploding insects over. In the distance opposite, Doran and Walker, leading the remaining Zerglings, were also approaching, treading on the acid-saturated ground. What's wrong with your shells? As soon as they met up, Chu Fan looked at Duo Long with curiosity. Cannonballs. Doran didn't seem to understand. It tilted its head, its green eyes flashed, and then suddenly realized, Master, you mean my acidic flying insects? Before Chu Fan could speak, it took the initiative to explain, Master, this is not the kind of low-level cannonball that humans use. It is a symbiote that is growing in my body. As he spoke, Duolong immediately raised his arm. The next second, a shell emerged from the hole in the shell under his palm. It did not fall to the ground. Instead, it just floated right in front of it. The cannonball is about the size of a fist, covered with a thin film, and filled with strong acid, giving it a bright green appearance. But as Doran said, this is not a cannonball. It has compound eyes the size of sesame seeds, and they are everywhere, almost 360 degrees without any blind spots. On its sides, there are 3 pairs of wings as thin as cicada wings, which, when vibrated, allow it to hover stably or fly rapidly. Because of its transparency, Chu Fan was too far away to see it clearly earlier. Through the high pressure inside my body, I can launch this acidic flying insect symbiote. Under my command, it can automatically find dense enemy positions, then secrete acidic substances to produce a more violent strong acid reaction with the acid in its body. The strong acid reaction will cause the acid in its body to rapidly increase and expand until it bursts. Doran explained as he relayed the orders. The acidic flying insect in front of them immediately vibrated its transparent wings and flew away. Flying more than 10 meters away, one could see that its body, covered by a thin membrane, suddenly began to swell. In the blink of an eye, it went from the size of a fist to the size of a basketball. Final. Bang. A loud bang. A deluge of green acid rained down. Very good. Chu Fan not dead. Then, as if remembering something, he looked up at the sky. 6 drones hovered in midair, just a few meters above his head. 2 of them followed him when he left his underground lair to provide support. The other 4 were Walker and the Springtail Swarm, who were already there monitoring the hunt, from the start of the battle until now. Taking advantage of the fact that neither of the 2 swarms of insects had aerial attack capabilities, these drones kept flying very low, conducting close-range observations with impunity. But at this time, in Chu Fan's view, in that instant, as if realizing something, the 6 drones quickly began to ascend. In the chaos, the operator may have accidentally pressed the remote voice control switch, as a series of shouts could be clearly heard. Raise the drone. Get that damn drone up and running. Fly higher. Damn it. Where did he get this spherical monster from? It will fire shells. It can even track its target. A biological cannonball. Hurry. Hurry up. Doran. Chu Fan waved his hand coldly. All right, Master. I'll take them down right away. Duolong immediately agreed. At the same time, he raised his arms, which were as thick as cannon barrels. Whoosh whoosh! 6 acidic flying insects were immediately launched. The speed under high pressure almost caused it to emit a series of whistling sounds as it cut through the air. The 6 drones in the air quickly scattered. The 6 acidic flying insects that were shot out also scattered at the same time, relentlessly pursuing and killing the attacker. After a while, bang, 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 bang. 6 brilliant green fireworks burst open one by one in the distant sky. Alongside this were the wreckage of drones that had been rapidly corroded and crashed. Can your symbiote survive outside the body for a long time? After glancing at it a few times, Chu Fan turned to Duo along in front of him and asked, "Human armies have a lot of drones. Losing 6 aircraft is a drop in the ocean. The enemy can quickly send out another 60. To gain air superiority, the only option is to scatter flying insects in the air and destroy each one that is spotted. My lord, there's really no way to solve this." Doran said in a deep voice, "Once the symbiote leaves my gestation cavity, it can only survive outside for a few minutes at most before it dies." "Never mind, I'll look into it later." Chu Fan shook his head slightly. Actually, he didn't have much hope when he first asked. Since it is a symbiotic organism, it cannot exist independently of its host. Having learned about Duolong's abilities, satisfying my curiosity, Chu Fan then looked at Walker, who was covered in green insect blood, and frowned as he asked, "What happened? What exactly happened? That's what got you surrounded by so many tiger-striped crickets." Chapter 18:18. The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. Return to the master. After eliminating those humans as you instructed, I led 182 springtails to search for tiger-striped knife beetles. It went smoothly at first, and we hunted down several groups. Due to the small number, there are fewer than 30 in total. To save time, I hid the bodies in a relatively secluded building, planning to hunt more and then transport them back to the lair. Later we encountered another group of tiger-striped knife beetles, about 80 of them. But this group of tiger-striped crickets is strange. When they encountered us, they didn't pounce on us as they usually do. Instead, they turned around and ran away. I didn't want to let go of this large group of prey that I had finally encountered, so I led the springtails in pursuit. They finally caught up here, and the tiger-striped cricket swarm stopped fleeing. The number of springtails is more than twice that of them. With me in tow, we can easily wipe them out. But just after I led the springtails to wipe them out, a huge number of tiger-striped knife beetles suddenly appeared from all sides, and, without us even realizing it, had completely surrounded us. Walker explained it in great detail. However, upon hearing this, Chu Fan roughly understood. Trap. Those 80 tiger-striped crickets were bait. Ordinary tiger crickets have little or no intelligence. They cannot devise a scheme to lure prey into a trap. Unless it's their mother. Chu Fan looked towards the northeast. That's the location of the mother plant of the tiger-striped knife worm. Mother's body? Doran blinked his emerald eyes. Master, this race also has a main nest? Have no idea. Chu Fan shook his head. I've never seen one either. My strength was too weak before to get close. But through years of observation in the surrounding areas, I can confirm that the tiger-striped knife insect has a reproductive mother and definitely possesses high intelligence. Back then, there were many insect monsters in the north of the city that were even more ferocious and numerous than the tiger-striped knife insect. But in the end, almost all of them were wiped out by the tiger-striped knife insect, which completely brought the entire north of the city into their territory. Over the years, their numbers have increased countless times compared to the beginning. After a pause, Chu Fan continued. Perhaps our hunting these past few days made the mother of the tiger-striped knife beetle aware of the losses to her clan, which is why she devised this trap and ambush. I'm sorry, my lord, it's my fault. Walker lowered his head. I failed to detect the enemy's intentions in advance, resulting in heavy losses for the tribe. Walker, you don't need to blame yourself. I don't blame you, and it's not like we've suffered a huge loss. Chu Fan waved his hand to interrupt, glancing at the remaining hunting springs behind Walker. The original number of nearly 200 has now dwindled to less than 50. Even with the 70+ he brought, the total was only a little over 100, which reduced the size of the springtail population by more than half. But Chu Fan didn't care at all, and looked at Walker to remind him, don't forget what kind of race the Zerg are. Our people grew stronger through war, Walker said immediately. Yes, they grew stronger in the war. Chu Fan surveyed the battlefield, which was filled with countless corpses. Most of the springtails were lost, but they found even more corpses. Drag them all back to the main nest so they can be absorbed and converted into energy. In just a few days, more springtails will hatch. Therefore, This siege not only did not cause any losses to the swarm, but it also accelerated its development. The only thing that worried Chu Fan was the tiger-striped knifeworm. Although their attack was previously halted by Dorn's acid shells, it was far from enough to make them give up and retreat. After a period of siege, once the strong acid protective ring dries and evaporates, losing its effectiveness. Alternatively, once the Dorn's biological cannonballs are exhausted, they can launch another attack. Ultimately, Dorn might be able to break through using his physical structure. Walker would be in danger, and the remaining dozens of springtails would certainly die. This is something the mother tiger-striped cricket could not possibly have failed to conceive of. But it ordered all the tiger-striped crickets to evacuate. So, what does it want to do? Or, what is the purpose of doing this? I glanced around and saw the scattered tiger-striped crickets that occasionally appeared at the edge of my field of vision, but never came any closer. After frowning and pondering for a while, Chu Fan seemed to suddenly think of something, causing his tightly furrowed brows to relax and a smile to appear on his lips. I think I understand the purpose of the tiger cricket mother. What's the purpose? Dorn asked, his wise, deep green eyes flashing. It's clever. It's trying to undermine our position. Chu Fan pointed to the few tiger-striped knife insects staring at them among the surrounding buildings. If I'm not mistaken, the mother ordered the tiger-striped knife insect swarm to deliberately withdraw, sparing your lives, probably to secretly follow and track you. Find the location of the swarm's nest, and then send out a large number of tiger-striped knife insects to completely annihilate us. After all, even if we kill you all now, as long as the nest is still there, we can continue to breed new war insects. So what should we do? Duolong asked quickly. But then he seemed to realize that this was mindless and made him seem unintelligent. So its green eyes flashed quickly, and it immediately suggested, Master, how about I raid the tiger-striped blade insect's nest? Kill the mother? That's called capturing the king first. Walker glanced sideways at Dorn. His slightly shimmering red eyes seemed to be looking at an idiot. Yes, you are indeed more capable than me. It can roll around and charge about, unafraid of being surrounded by enemy forces. It can also launch symbiotic biological bombs, reaping swathes of enemies. But that doesn't mean you're invincible. Anyone with a modicum of common sense should know that the enemy's lair is certainly heavily guarded, and there are a large number of tiger-striped knife beetles, with even more powerful insect types possibly existing as well. To go rashly is to certain death. Master, now that we have guessed the enemy's purpose, we cannot return to our lair for the time being. Walker pondered for a moment and then said, the swarm only has about 400 left, most of whom are still blast bugs. They are weak, and even with me and Doran, it will be difficult to withstand the continuous attacks of the tiger-striped blast bugs. If the defenses are breached and they break in and destroy the main nest. Walker didn't continue, but the meaning is obvious. Once the main nest is destroyed, the foundation is severed, and everything comes to an end. After thinking for a moment, Walker said, Master, how about I and Doran lead all the blast bugs to clear out the surrounding tiger blade bugs? Then we can have a remaining 100 or so Zerglings drag the corpses out in all directions to confuse the area. Finally, we can drag the corpses back to the nest from various directions through those hidden passages. Although we might encounter tiger blade bugs along the way, causing some Zerglings to be killed while dragging the corpses, some should survive. Absorbing these corpses will allow the main nest to hatch a new batch of Zerglings. And then... No, this is too slow. Chu Fan refused without the slightest hesitation. If the only enemy is the tiger blade bug, he might do this out of caution and for the safety of his main nest, and he also has enough time to play with the opponent slowly. But the outside army will send out an even larger number of soldiers in a few days. Without accelerating development, death awaits him. With that in mind, Chu Fan no longer hesitated. Being beset by internal and external troubles, we have no choice but to take some risks. If the tiger-striped crickets around us follow us, let them follow us. Let them reveal the location of our nest. If the mother tiger-striped knife worm launches a full-scale attack, we just need to guard the entrance. His expression changed. Chu Fan then narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Moreover, everything involves both risks and opportunities. There's a saying, the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. Similarly, the battlefield is located at the entrance to the lair, very close at hand. The bodies of those who died in battle can be quickly dragged to the main hive to be converted into energy and nutrients, saving the time and cost of transporting the bodies over long distances. Once the war bugs hatch from the main nest, we can immediately engage in battle. fight while developing. Ultimately, the winner will depend mainly on the speed of incubation. Whoever hatches faster and whose continuous investment of war insects can keep up with the consumption will be the ultimate winner. I don't believe it. The mother tiger cricket reproduces more efficiently than the main nest. And once we win, we can obtain a huge number of corpses through this battle. With enough energy and nutrients from the transformation of corpses, the entire swarm can expand explosively. Chapter 19. Right now, they might be laughing at my idiocy and mental disability. North of the city, in the roads between the ruins, a very bloated team is struggling to move forward. Without exception, each of the more than 100 jumping insects at the front was dragging the corpses of 3 tiger-striped knife insects. One was being held in its mouth. Its 2 fighting forelimbs bend down and each pierce the carapace of a tiger-striped knife beetle. One by one, the jumping insects dragged the 3 corpses backward. The same was true for the subsequent 200 or so explosive insects. With only round bodies the size of a wash basin, they were not originally suitable for the role of porters. However, there were far too many corpses to be transported back. Under the Overlord's command, several exploding insects joined forces to drag and bite the limbs of a tiger-striped blade insect or a dead jumping insect. Lastly, Walker was dragging 4 corpses. He held 2 tiger-striped knife insects by their forelegs in each hand. Following closely behind, Duolong was dragging 8 corpses by himself. Besides the 4 bodies being dragged by 2 hands, the forelimbs of the remaining 4 corpses were trapped under his long arms. Even Chu Fan, the ruler, was not spared. He gripped the leg of a tiger-striped knife worm tightly and dragged it back with all his might. With everyone fully loaded and carrying excessive loads, the team's movement speed was predictably slow. Slow is an understatement. Moving at a snail's pace is the best description. Command center outside the city. Inside the intelligence gathering room. On the rows of desks, there are computers. At each computer sat a staff member operating a remote mechanical control device in front of them. The computer screens displayed real-time footage of the post-apocalyptic city, all captured by drones, and each one was different. Just as Chu Fan had thought, the military has a large number of reconnaissance drones, which are spread throughout the city. This means they have complete control over the entire Doomsday City. On the wall directly in front of the intelligence room, there's a giant screen that occupies almost the entire wall area. On the left side of the screen, there are small images arranged like grids. The numbers are dense and neatly arranged. These are all the reconnaissance scenes that have been gathered together. On the right side of the screen is a feature specifically designed to extract and zoom in on one or more images to more clearly observe information within a designated area. The largest image displayed at this moment was a scene in which a group of more than 300 reptiles were struggling to drag hundreds of corpses through the roads amidst the ruins of the city. In front of the giant screen, several officers in military uniforms were watching this vast, yet utterly ridiculous and comical scene. What exactly does our protagonist want to do? Could it be that all those reptiles he's using to transport corpses are actually food? It must be food. Perhaps, just as we analyzed and guessed, there's a female insect being kept in the basement where he is hiding. That's right, the ever-increasing number of reptiles he controls must all be produced by that female. But isn't this growth rate too fast? It's really terrifying. In just 2 or 3 days, the number of them has increased from dozens to hundreds, and they are all different types. It's truly baffling. Initially, there were only those reptiles that resembled wolves and dogs, but now suddenly a corrosive insect that can self-destruct has appeared. If it weren't for these explosive bugs, the 100-strong Special Forces team that went in today wouldn't have been wiped out so easily. And where did that spherical humanoid monster that destroyed 6 of our reconnaissance drones come from? Was it also a monstrous offspring of the female queen insect? I'm very curious about what kind of creature the female insect he's keeping is. One of the officers spoke while glancing down at a smaller screen. This video shows the entrance to the underground parking lot. Footage from aerial drone reconnaissance clearly shows dozens of exploding insects piled up and blocking the narrow entrance. It's actually not difficult to get in for reconnaissance. All we need to do is send a few drones carrying a few bombs, and we can easily break in. Yes, especially at this time, taking advantage of his slow movement while moving the body, the drones carrying the bombs can take off from the base and arrive before he returns. Gentlemen, I advise you to put away your curiosity. There are strict orders from above that forbid the use of bombs to storm and investigate his hideout. Anyone who disobeys will be executed on the spot. That's right. The general was so angry with him that he didn't dare to order the use of bombs or long-range bombing without authorization. Okay, we were just saying it casually. We know his special status, and we are clear about the purpose of the order issued by the higher-ups. But even if we don't do this, he probably won't live much longer. Another officer looked at the third, smaller image. This image also shows a swarm of reptiles transporting goods. However, it is a high-altitude, bird's-eye view, and the area it can survey is much larger. In the picture, behind and to the sides of the swarm of reptiles carrying their loads, a series of tiger-striped crickets could be faintly seen following behind. He was targeted by tiger reptiles. This is to follow him to his lair and then launch a large-scale attack. Unfortunately, he was completely unaware of this, and, like a fool, led the swarm of reptiles to carry the corpse back. Ah, how foolish. He's a complete idiot. It seems we don't need to send anyone. Those tiger-striped reptiles can take care of him and his insects. By the way, what are the higher-ups planning to do? This intelligence has just been reported by the general, but we haven't received any orders from above yet. So you mean not interfere? Let him fend for himself. That's roughly the idea. Alas, he should have died by our hand. Yes, being executed by us will be the perfect outcome. Did the tiger-striped cricket follow us? On the road north of the city, Chu Fan put down the tiger-striped knife worm corpse he was dragging and asked breathlessly. Yes, Lord. Walker stopped and turned back to look. The Overlord guessed correctly. The tiger-striped blade bugs are very likely eyeing our nest. When we dragged the corpses back from the battlefield, some tiger-striped blade bugs followed us. They may have received orders from the mother to be very careful, always keeping a great distance, and even using buildings to hide their tracks. Actually, there's no need to check if there are tiger crickets following us. Chu Fan pointed to the transport team in front of him. Don't you think it's been too safe along the way? After saying that, he continued. Under normal circumstances, we should be able to avoid encountering small groups of tiger-striped knife insects on our journey. But so far, we haven't encountered a single one. It's strangely safe. What does that mean? The fact that we can't see tiger-striped knife insects in their territory can only mean one thing. They're deliberately letting us pass. Master, since the enemy is deliberately letting us pass, why should we move so many corpses at once? Doran asked in a gruff voice from the side. Perhaps to show off its intelligence. It immediately suggested, I think it would be better to have over 100 leaping insects drag over 100 corpses back to the nest quickly, and then come back to carry the rest of the corpses. That way, we can carry them all in a few trips, instead of going through all this trouble. Overlord, what do you think? Isn't that a great idea? Chu Fan, Walker. The two looked at Duo Long, who seemed quite pleased with himself. They all had the same sidelong glance in their eyes. After a moment of silence, Walker finally spoke up. The mother tiger-striped knife beetle deliberately let us pass, so she could follow us to our nest. If the jumping beetle swarm dragged the corpses back to the nest first, the tiger-striped knife beetles would bypass us and follow them to the nest location. In that case, we, left behind, would become useless and would inevitably face a massive attack from the tiger-striped knife beetle swarm behind us. That's why the Overlord went to the trouble of having us take all the corpses back at once. At this point, Walker seemed to suddenly remember something, his scarlet eyes flashing as he turned to Chu Fan, worriedly saying, Master, you brought out almost the entire clan, leaving the nest defenses weak. Although the tiger-striped blade bugs don't know the nest location, the humans do. Their drones are constantly hovering above the nest entrance. What if they take advantage of this opportunity to attack the nest, and we're too slow to provide timely assistance? Don't worry. There are dozens of exploding bugs left inside and outside the nest entrance, as well as constantly hatching leaping bugs guarding it. Drones can't get in. What if it's a drone carrying bombs? Walker asked. No, it won't. Chu Fan looked up at the sky. If they wanted to use drones to bomb the entrance to their lair for reconnaissance, they would have done it already. If it hasn't been used yet, it means it won't be used. Although I don't know the specific reasons or their intentions, I can be pretty sure of this. I reckon they're watching us right now through drones high in the sky and getting ready to watch us and the tiger crickets fight each other like dogs. Or they might think I was unaware that I was being followed by tiger-striped knife beetles. Right now, they might be laughing at my idiocy and mental disability. Chapter 20, Part 20. The Overlord, the enemy has arrived. A den in an underground parking lot. It took several hours. The swarm of over 300 insects finally arrived before dusk. The process was very difficult. Although it took a long time, But when Chu Fan looked at the mountains of corpses piled up in front of the main nest, and the energy values on the system information panel that were being rapidly decomposed and transformed by the main nest, he was shocked to see them increase wildly. It was all worth it. During the journey, a rough count revealed nearly 400 relatively intact tiger-striped knife beetle corpses, as well as over 100 battle-killed springtails. If converted into energy, that's over 4,000, a truly substantial harvest, equivalent to more than 4 days of Walker's hunting earnings. Standing in front of the main nest, Chu Fan stared intently at the information and data on the interface. The instant his energy reached 500, he immediately sent out a will. Main nest. Evolve the second split pool. Once the order was issued, a thick tentacle quickly extended from the bottom of the main nest. Swim to the side of the first splitting pool. The tip of the tentacle. Split. Entanglement. Form a sphere. Then it continues to peristalsis and gradually expands. However, the evolution of new branched reproductive chambers does not affect the main nest devouring and transformation. Several tentacles continue to lift up the corpses on the ground and send them into the cavity that had split open at the top. Its internal spiral-shaped, dense, sharp teeth easily crush and decompose the corpse, swallowing it into the conversion chamber to completely transform it into pure energy nutrients, which are then transported into the storage chamber. They were moving very fast, devouring one after another without stopping for a moment. As the Zerg's main hive, the lifeblood and foundation of a race, it possesses a terrifying digestive ability that no other creature can match, and it has no sense of fullness whatsoever. It will only stop when the energy storage chamber reaches its upper limit of 10,000. However, this is merely the storage cavity of the primitive organism's main nest, the limit of the energy it can store. It is neither an obstacle nor a limitation to the development of the group. The second split pool, which is evolving, has just exhausted all the energy it converted. The converted energy and nutrients are then transported through tentacle pipes to the first splitting pool for hatching springtails. In addition, it will occasionally extend a few reproductive cavity tentacles to pierce into the bodies of some springtails driven by the Overlord to mutate and hatch explosive insects. Income does not cover expenses. The energy that has just been decomposed, absorbed, and transformed is consumed immediately, so there is no upper limit. Alternatively, once the colony has grown to a sufficient size, the main hive will, under the command of the Overlord, store energy to its limit and evolve into a higher-level main hive, unlocking more insect species available for breeding. The human body is still too weak. Not to mention the two leaders, they can't even compare to cannon fodder Zerglings and Banlings. After giving the main nest various instructions for subsequent breeding and hatching, and giving Walker and Doron a few more instructions, Chu Fan returned to the security room. As I relaxed, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over me. The tiger-striped cricket is very large. Its body, standing upright, is over 1 meter tall, covered in hard armor, and extremely heavy. Dragging himself back left him completely exhausted, his limbs weak. In contrast, Walker and Doran, the two leaders who dragged back 4 and 8 corpses respectively, showed no emotion whatsoever. The jumping insects that dragged the 3 tiger-striped knife insects back were all equally lively and energetic. Even the exploding insects, who were participating in the transport for the first time, showed no signs of fatigue. In short, in the face of Zerg creatures, humans are far too weak. But it's okay. According to the inherited Zerg information, each time the main hive evolves, the Overmind will be nurtured, modified, and strengthened once. At that time, he will transcend the realm of humanity, and all aspects of his physical attributes will be greatly improved, undergoing a qualitative change. He will no longer need to eat and rest like humans, and may even possess various special abilities and strong combat power. Of course, this is only to ensure the safety of the Overlord, not to participate in the battle. As the master of the swarm and the brain of the entire race, he would never personally take risks, nor would he need to intervene. He glanced outside the door. The main nest will continue to reproduce according to instructions. 2 leaders are responsible for the security of the lair. He didn't need to keep an eye on her, and with the overwhelming drowsiness and exhaustion washing over him, Chu Fan quickly fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how long I slept. A shout jolted Chu Fan awake. He sprang back as if by reflex, grabbing a steel weapon from the side and holding it horizontally in front of him, the movement swift and fluid. But when he saw the figure in front of him, covered in heavy armor and with red eyes, Chu Fan breathed a sigh of relief. realizing that things were different now, and he was no longer the weak survivor who was barely clinging to life. He now commands a rapidly growing Zerg army. However, the fact that Walker came to wake him up indicates that the situation is urgent. My lord, the enemy is coming. How many came? Many, countless, are gathering. Doran is watching from outside. Chu Fan was neither surprised nor panicked. This was entirely expected. After leaving the security room, the mountains of corpses piled up outside had long since been decomposed and transformed by the main nest. The second split pool has also completed its evolution and is hatching Zerglings together with the first split pool. Not far away, there was a giant, wriggling mass of tentacles. That was the Hydralisk lair that evolved according to his command before he rested. Each of the various branch hatcheries in the main nest can only evolve one type at a time. Only after the second split pool has evolved can the Hydralisk cavern begin to evolve. After pausing briefly to take a look, Chu Fan didn't linger any longer. As he hurried toward the entrance, he asked in his mind, "System, what time is it?" 7:20 Minuten und 38 Sekunden AM. Around 7 o'clock? Well, I came back yesterday. It was around 7 p.m. I think. Thinking back, Chu Fan immediately opened the system's information interface. Zerg race. Evolutionary stage. Initial. Nest construction. Primitive main nest. 2 splitting pools. Swarm leaders. 2 Zergling leader Walker. Baneling leader Doran. Swarm size. 651,256 springtails. 392 larvae. 3 larvae. Nest energy. 2560. Energy chamber storage limit. 10,000. Nearly a day and a night. This increased the number of springtails to over 200. The number of blasting bugs also increased by 100, which is equivalent to consuming 10 zebra crickets. This was the hatching command he gave to the main nest last night before going to bed. Overall, the swarm size not only recovered to the losses Walker suffered from the tiger-striped knife beetle attack, but also increased by more than 100. At the moment, another split pool has been added. With 2 splitting pools hatching simultaneously, 288 springtails can be added in 24 hours. If the Hydralisk caverns are fully evolved, their numbers will increase. Most importantly, after a day and a night of continuous incubation, plus the 500 energy split pool and the 1,000 energy serpent's lair, there is still more than 2,000 energy left. This is the result of yesterday's time-consuming and laborious effort in moving a large number of corpses back. Close the interface. Chu Fan looked at Walker, who was standing beside him, and asked, "How are the defensive fortifications?" Reporting to the Lord, all work is complete. That's good. As they spoke, the two arrived at the entrance. Compared to the empty entrance 2 days ago, it is now very crowded. Abandoned cars lay across the ground, forming a series of I shapes. From the ground below the entrance, it extends all the way to the front of the slope, layer upon layer, with a passage 1 or 2 meters wide reserved between each layer of defense. This was built last night by Walker and Doran, following Chu Fan's orders. They used local materials and moved almost all the cars from the entire underground parking lot over. With Walker and Doran's strength, they could do it easily. At the entrance, the large amount of clutter that had been piled up has been completely cleared away. These things used to block the entrance have become useless, and even if they are not dealt with, they will be cleared away by the tiger-striped knife bugs outside when the war starts. Passing through the swarm of over 600 insects. After passing through rows of defensive lines made up of cars, just as we arrived at the entrance, Chu Fan's eye twitched involuntarily. In the distance, all of them were the carapace-like figures of tiger-striped crickets. The sheer number of them was almost like an endless ocean. Chapter 21. One man can hold a pass against 10,000. Several thousand? Tens of thousands? Chu Fan scanned the tiger-striped knife worms that almost filled his field of vision in the distance. Although it was anticipated that the enemy would be numerous, it was ultimately just a figment of imagination. Seeing the countless dense carapace-like figures spread out on the ground is visually striking. Master, the enemy will attack soon. Should I roll over there first and catch them off guard? Duolong, standing next to Chu Fan, offered a suggestion in a low voice. Its slightly shimmering green eyes revealed its inner longing, as if it wanted the master's approval of its suggestion. Even after being glared at by Chu Fan, the Overlord, and Walker several times, it couldn't dispel its desire to prove it wasn't stupid. On the contrary, it grew even stronger. This is what they call wanting to prove something the more they lack it. No, we only need to defend in this battle, Chu Fan said. Oh, Upon hearing this, Duolong's sparkling eyes immediately fell silent. But perhaps still somewhat unwilling to give up, he said in a gruff voice, "But master, don't humans have a saying that offense is the best defense?" Chu Fan sai hao ba. He didn't bother to explain, and simply waved to Walker on the other side. Walker immediately understood and explained, "By defending the entrance, we can promptly drag back the corpses of both our own and the enemies fall into the main nest to be converted into nutrients. As long as there is a continuous supply of corpses, we can continuously hatch war bugs and deploy them to the battlefield without interruption. If you take the initiative to attack, in addition to wasting the enemy corpses you kill, you may also get trapped in the enemy horde. Today is not like yesterday. There are too many enemies. If you get trapped with our current strength, we simply cannot rescue you. Do you understand?" Chu Fan glanced at Duolong. Although Walker is a melee fighter, his overall strength and the role he can play are lower than Doran's. But in terms of intelligence, we can completely crush them. Fortunately, while Duolong is a bit simple-minded, he won't act rashly on his own. To be precise, all swarm leaders, including Doran, need the Overmind's consent and authorization to do anything as long as the Overmind is present. They will never act arbitrarily. "My lord, the enemy is still increasing." After explaining, Walker ignored Doran and instead raised his scarlet eyes to look at the tiger-striped knife worms that were crawling into the distance to join the enemy horde. Judging from the situation, the mother of the tiger-striped knife worms seems to want to gather all her strength to wipe us out at once. That's normal. If I were that mother, I would have done the same. Chu Fan noted, this underground parking lot is located near the city center, but is still within the northern part of the city. The north of the city belongs to the territory of the tiger-striped knife beetle. An enemy force suddenly appeared in their territory and has been indiscriminately slaughtering their people for the past few days. Such provocation is naturally intolerable. Given that the number of enemies is still increasing rapidly and they pose a great threat, it is only natural to devote all our efforts to eliminating them. But it's all right. Chu Fan shook his head again and said, "The entrance is narrow. Given the size of the tiger-striped knife worm, it can only accommodate a few at a time, so it's no use no matter how many come. If it were humans or other monsters, they would indeed be powerless to turn the tide against such a massive number of tiger-striped knife worms and would only be annihilated. Switch to Zerg. Without fear, not controlled by panic. Thousands of enemies and one enemy are no different in their eyes. In this situation, unless Walker, Doran, and all the Zerglings and Booms are completely wiped out, the tiger blade bugs will absolutely not be able to get in. But will the swarm die out completely? Even now, the two split pools are still hatching. Another snake den is also evolving. Once the evolution is complete, the new ranged units will immediately join the battle. Squeak, 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 squeak. At that very moment, a series of insect chirps suddenly rang out. The number is increasing and the popularity is growing. Finally, the combined, piercing, high-pitched cries became almost deafening, soaring straight into the sky. Amidst a vast chorus of wailing, the tiger-striped cricket's attack has begun. Within sight, a vast ocean of insects surged up instantly, carrying with it a turbulent cloud of dust as they rushed towards them. At the same time, in front of the entrance, Chu Fan glanced at them coldly, then immediately led Walker and Doran back. But there was no panic, nor any loss of composure. The enemy may seem formidable and arrogant, but how many can actually rush in and fight at the entrance simultaneously? Guard the entrance. After making the diagonal cut, Chu Fan turned to Walker and Doran. Remember, don't let a single one in. The two immediately bowed their heads and accepted the order. Yes, my lord. Until death do us part. Don't worry, master. Walker is dead, but I'm still here. Chu Fan glanced at Duolong speechlessly, but he didn't waste any more words or make any detailed arrangements. As the leaders of Swarm, they are born to command the Swarm in battle, and they are more skilled in combat than they are themselves. Moreover, it's only a small area of defense. As soon as Chu Fan left, Walker then turned around and stood at the bottom of the entrance ramp. On either side of it are vehicle defense lines stacked high to the top. Essentially, Walker was standing in a narrow passage specially reserved in the center of the vehicle defense line. After that is the second layer of defense barrier composed of cars. Duolong climbed onto the car hood, raising his arms to prepare for any eventuality. Further back, beyond several layers of defense, lay a concentration of over 600 Zerglings and Banlings, ready to charge at any moment upon command. Everything is ready. Not long after, squeak, squeak, squeak. Amidst the dense, surging sound of blades and legs, amidst a deafening cacophony of hisses, several tiger-striped crickets charged fiercely down the slope. It can only accommodate a few. How big can the entrances and exits of an underground parking garage be? It is a few meters wide and 1 or 2 meters high. The tiger-striped cricket can stand more than a meter tall, and its 4 outstretched limbs also occupy an area of more than a meter. A few can rush in side by side. That's the limit. No matter how many others there are, they can only line up behind. Down the slope, Walker blocked the passage in the defensive line, relying on his hard carapace to ignore the tiger-striped knife beetle's knife-like legs, and instantly pierced its skull with his bone knives. One killed instantly. Kick the corpse over. Then insert the bone knife into the head carapace of the second tiger-striped knife beetle, and repeat this process. One man can hold the pass. Impassable by 10,000 men. Behind them, Chu Fan stood in front of the swarm of insects, watching this scene and muttering to himself. The prearranged defense line. In addition, the narrow passages were reserved for checkpoints. This seems to have made the battle simpler than expected, eliminating the need for a war of attrition. Walker alone was able to hold off the swarms of tiger-striped worms that came crashing down like a waterfall, leaving Doran, who was standing on the second line of defense, almost completely idle. The swarm of over 600 insects can only stand by and wait, with no need to participate for the time being. Ahead, Walker pulled the bone knife from the tiger-striped cricket's carapace head and kicked it away. Immediately afterwards, he raised the bone knife again and stabbed at another tiger-striped knife worm that had charged at him. The action is repeated continuously. At the same time, it is extremely mechanical. The cramped space makes it impossible to move around freely. But this state did not last long. Soon, the large pile of corpses completely blocked the already small sloping space of just a few meters and also blocked the tiger-striped knife worms outside. Then, a very strange scene unfolded. Squeak, 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 accompanied by a series of hisses. The tiger-striped crickets, crowding outside the entrance, all retreated. The first few would bite the corpse in front of them and drag it backward. At the same time, Walker immediately retreated to the gap in the second line of defense. Upon receiving the command, the jumping insects quickly broke away from the insect swarm behind them and climbed up the layers of channels to the front of the slope to begin carrying. A small entrance battlefield. Both sides were clearing the congestion of bodies. One side is being pulled outwards. One direction is inland transportation, and they maintained a fairly good understanding. Even when the tiger crickets and springtails were facing each other during transport, they did not attack each other. Until all cleaning is completed. The next moment, squeak, 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 several tiger-striped crickets swarmed down again. Walker, having returned to the defensive line, once again raised the bone knife in his hand. Similarly, the battle had only been going on for a short while when the two sides were forced to temporarily cease fire and begin a new round of clearing the congested corpses. Before the assembled swarm of insects, Chu Fan blinked as he stared at the extremely bizarre scene. Then, it became a little funny. Despite having an army of tens of thousands of tiger-striped knife insects, they are hampered by the narrow entrance, leaving them with nowhere to use their strength. They were even forced to keep fighting to clear the bodies blocking the road. If the mother of the tiger-striped knife worm saw this, it would be a disaster. Won't you feel so frustrated that you'll explode with anger? Chapter 22. If I were leading the troops, I could break through their defenses and wipe them out in no time. Time flies. In front of the nest, in the underground parking lot, the battle at the entrance continued intermittently, much like the previous few hours. The only change was that the person in charge of defense in the defensive tunnel was replaced by Doran. No biological acid shells were used. If the body is melted down, how can it be recycled? But even without using one's main abilities, relying solely on physical attacks is the same. The playing style is quite simple and also very brutal. Doran curled up into a ball and thrashed around in the narrow entrance space. Sometimes it rolls forward. It sometimes bounces on the walls on both sides. The hard, heavy, spherical shell is so tough that the tiger-striped cricket would be injured or killed if it touched it. The sound of bones breaking. The sound of being crushed and cracking. The sounds mingled and reverberated densely within the cramped entrance battlefield. Every so often during the truce, the jumping insects that went to clean up the battlefield would return, dragging back the corpses of tiger-striped knife insects. Rear. Every hour, the hatched springtails would emerge from the depths of the nest and join the waiting swarm. making the entire swarm grow larger and larger. Chu Fan, who was originally standing here, had long since lost interest in watching the battle. In this battle situation, not to mention the thousands upon thousands of tiger-striped crickets that came, even if they attacked 10 or 100 times harder, it would be useless if they couldn't break through the defense that Walker and Doran took turns playing. In front of the main nest, Chu Fan was staring at the enormous, writhing mass of tentacles that covered several meters in size. After waiting a moment, he couldn't help but ask again, "System, how much evolution time is left for the serpent's lair?" This was the umpteenth time he had asked this question. The entrance was impregnable, and all he could do for now was to wait for the Hydralisk breeding chamber to be fully evolved. According to the system calculation, there are 13 minutes and 49 seconds remaining. The system delivered the calculation results quickly, as always. The snake pit takes longer to clear than the split pool. According to yesterday's system analysis, it will take up to 12 hours. However, the Hydralisk nest began evolving automatically late at night, after the second split pool had finished evolving based on a pre-issued command from the main hive. There are only a dozen minutes left. With the breeding chamber of the Hydralisks hatched. Once we resolve this Tiger Blade bug attack, we can use the Hydralisk's long-range attack capabilities to eliminate the human army's drones. Although we can't do anything about those drones flying high in the sky that are beyond our range, at least we've made those drones afraid to approach the nests and conduct close-range reconnaissance. Let's see how much energy we have after this battle is over. If there are enough, evolve the main hive. Evolving into a more advanced hive will not only strengthen me once, but also unlock the breeding chamber of the swarm wyvern. A flying dragon has hatched. No matter how high the drone flies, it can destroy it. Just as Chu Fan was pondering to himself, the massive tentacles of the main nest in front of him finally began to shrink and withdraw one by one. A pitch-black organism gradually emerged. Its shape resembles a grave mound, and it is slightly wriggling. Its body surface is covered with raised, fleshy growths, similar to the main nest. Similarly, inverted bony spikes extend from all four sides. At its bottom are two dark holes. Based on the inherited Zerg memories, the larvae will burrow into the snake's lair to hatch. One of these two openings should be the cavity into which the larvae enter, and the other is the cavity into which the hydra emerges after hatching. Chu Fan shifted his gaze to the fungal carpet on the ground. The three larvae lying on the fungal carpet immediately wriggled and crawled toward the entrance of the serpent's den on the left, following the command of their will. Driven by curiosity, Chu Fan couldn't help but follow along, wanting to enter the cave entrance and see what the interior of the snake pit, which resembled a grave mound, was like. However, upon seeing the sticky mucus secreted from the edge of the hole, he immediately frowned and stopped. Never mind. I seem to have suddenly lost my curiosity, so I'd better not go in. Command center outside the city. Intelligence gathering room. A large group of officers stood in front of the giant screen on the wall. The leader was a middle-aged man with dark skin, a buzz cut, and a European-looking face. He had a conspicuous scar the length of a finger on his cheek, a dignified expression, and reserved eyes. He was the commander-in-chief of the troops stationed outside the city, and also the only general. On the screen in front of everyone, all the small squares in the reconnaissance view have disappeared. Only a magnified real-time battlefield view remains, occupying the entire giant screen. The image shows a scene of tiger crickets attacking. They certainly wouldn't miss this dog-eat-dog battle. All the officers arrived here as soon as the tiger-striped crickets began to assemble. Only, when you see the tiger-striped crickets repeatedly carrying away the congested corpses, everyone's expressions change from initial excitement to gradual numbness and blankness, and finally to utter frustration, an immense sense of frustration for the tiger-striped knifeworm. How many times has this happened? They keep moving corpses. Is this ever going to end? A web crawler is a web crawler, hopelessly stupid. It can't even break through the tiny entrance defense line. So many tiger reptiles came, I thought we could storm in one go, but this is all. Frustrated, a group of officers spoke up, their expressions as if they had eaten excrement. But the topic of the complaint quickly took a turn. Actually, you can't blame the tiger-striped reptiles. The cockroaches are too cunning. They set up several lines of defense in advance using abandoned cars. The entrance to the first line of defense was too small, and the two humanoid shell monsters inside were too strong and had very high shell defense. The tiger-striped reptiles simply couldn't break through the defenses. What's with all this talk about strength? If I were to lead the troops, I could break through the defenses at the entrance in no time. That's right. A few rockets can tear through the defenses and blow the shelled monsters inside away. No matter how high their defenses are, it's useless. There's no need to force a breakthrough at that entrance. Just plant some C4 around the underground parking lot and open several more entrances so we can storm in. Yes, there are at most a few hundred crawlers inside. If they blast open a dozen or more entrances, this number of crawlers is absolutely insufficient to organize an effective defense. Once inside, have the soldiers form small teams of 3 to search and clean up inch by inch. They can easily kill and exterminate all the reptiles. C4 won't work. Don't forget that the underground parking lots in the city are all civil defense projects with very thick walls. C4 can't break them open. We can only use bunker buster missiles. That's right, but since we're using bunker buster missiles, there's no need to send any more troops. Just launch a few more from a distance, and we can raise that place to the ground. If we're going to use missiles, we might as well just use our stockpiled nuclear weapons to destroy the city in one strike, and that would be the end of it all, clean and efficient. Enough. Seeing that the officers were talking increasingly outrageous. The scarred general, standing at the front, finally couldn't take it anymore. He turned and gave a cold, sharp look to the group of officers, then pointed at the large screen and angrily shouted, "Have you all forgotten who that person in the underground parking lot was? Use C4. Launch a missile. Nuclear bombing? Don't you all want to live anymore? I'm emphasizing this again, and this is the last time I'll remind you. He can only be executed by us at close range. This is an order from above. Anyone who dares to disobey it and order a bombing without authorization will not be punished by military law afterward. I will shoot him dead on the spot. Then I'll swallow a bullet myself. The rest of you will be the same. You will all be executed by those above." Chapter 23, Section 23. War is the source of the Zerg's growth. Horizon. The morning sun slowly rose. The rays of sunlight gradually awakened the decaying and silent city of the apocalypse. Accompanied by the piercing screech of various reptiles and the roars of monsters, a new day of slaughter and hunting began to unfold throughout the city. However, compared to the chaos in the other 3 areas of the city, the entire northern part of the city, where only the tiger-striped knifeworm, a gregarious monster, lives, remains peaceful and tranquil. Of course, except for the underground parking lot near the city center. Outside the parking lot, swarms of tiger-striped crickets spread out far and wide across the completely ruined ground, occasionally surging forward, but they all stopped very quickly. After a while, it moved forward a short distance and then stopped again. And in the distance ahead, just like yesterday, the dense tiger-striped crickets blocking the entrance lined up in groups and charged down the slope. Inside, the sounds of impacts mixed with piercing were incessant. But the fighting didn't last long. The piles of corpses that had spread out had to be brought to a halt. The tiger-striped crickets outside began to drag the corpse away. Inside, things were also being moved quickly. This bizarre and unorthodox battle had been going on for a day and a night, with both sides being extremely skilled and having an exceptionally good understanding of each other. What can we do if we don't have any chemistry? The corpses are blocking the narrow entrance. How can we continue the battle if we don't clear them? Deep within the underground nest, inside the security room, Chu Fan, who had just woken up, immediately closed his eyes and sensed the swarm's consciousness. Only after finding everything was normal did I open my eyes with relief. The entrance to the lair was defending against the enemy's attack all night. Yet he, the ruler, was sleeping, which was truly irresponsible. But there's nothing I can do. Even if he wanted to keep a constant watch without sleep to prevent any accidents, human physical conditions wouldn't allow it. After evolving the main nest in a while, I'll strengthen and modify myself. What will my body look like then? Chu Fan looked down and glanced at him. But no matter what it becomes, he is certain of one thing. From now on, I won't have to waste time sleeping or resting anymore. He rolled over and got up. After leaving the security room, Chu Fan was preparing to check the situation at the entrance battlefield. Just then, a splashing sound came, and 12 hatched springtails crawled out one by one from the 2 side-by-side-splitting pools. The nest was attacked by tiger-striped knife beetles, exposing the main nest to the threat of the enemy. However, it also brings a constant stream of corpses and inexhaustible energy to the swarm. Not far away, the 12 leaping insects landed on the ground, and without pausing, all rushed towards the insect swarm's gathering place behind the entrance, following the commands shared in the swarm's consciousness. Almost the next second, on the other side, In a snake pit that resembled a grave mound, two creatures resembling giant pythons crawled out of the cavity entrance. The original hydralisk will evolve, become stronger, and change its form later, image included. It is over 10 meters long and as thick as a water bucket. Its entire body was covered with layers of dark red carapace scales. The front half stands upright, with 2 arms on each side and 3 sharp, scythe-like claws. Above it, a huge triangular head, completely disproportionate to its body, is raised, covered by an entire shell plate that extends all the way to its back. The carapace of the bone plate at the back of the skull is also covered with tiny holes. Inside the hole lies their main weapon, the armor-piercing spine. A tiny, sharp spike, only the length of a finger. Tests have shown that although these spine needles are small, they have a long range and strong penetrating power, and can easily penetrate a car used as a target. Furthermore, it can fire single shots or fire a large number of shots at once. And most importantly, the spinal needles contain a deadly poison. A tiger cricket that was specially released yesterday was hit and quickly collapsed and died. Ahead, like the dozen or so springtails, the 2 newly hatched hydralisks immediately swam their python-like bodies and quickly crawled toward the entrance. It will take longer to breed a hydralisk leader than it did with Walker and Doron. It will probably take at least another day or 2. Chu Fan glanced at the snake pit. All insects have a branched reproductive cavity containing 3 hatching tentacles. This mainly corresponds to the 3 larvae laid in the main nest at one time. However, during the first hatching, one of them will be automatically nurtured into a leader that takes a very long time, thus occupying a hatching position throughout this period. Just like this hydra den from yesterday until now, only 2 hydras have hatched at a time. However, once the leaders are fully trained, their combat power is extremely formidable. Walker and Doran are examples. With just the 2 of them, they firmly held off the tiger-striped knife worm's attack for a full day and night, arriving at the swarm of insects after the entrance. Chu Fan first glanced at Walker, who was slaughtering tiger-striped worms in front of the defensive line, and then looked at the much larger swarm of worms beside him. The hydralisks inside were very conspicuous, with their huge deck heads raised and their upper bodies standing up more than 2 meters high, like cranes among chickens. There were not many of them, and they could be seen at a glance. But there were just too many springtails, a huge, dark mass that was impossible to estimate with the naked eye, and there was no need to estimate them. With a thought, the system information interface instantly unfolded before my eyes. Zerg race. Evolutionary stage. Initial. Nest construction. Primitive main nest. 2 split pools. 1 hydra den. Swarm leaders. 2 Zergling leader Walker. Baneling leader Doran. Swarm size. 947,544 springtails. 392 blastulas, 8 hydralisks, 3 larvae. Nest energy, 7210. Energy chamber storage limit, 10,000. Compared to before the war, the number of springtails has more than doubled. 8 hydralisks hatched. We have over 7,000 energy remaining, nearly 4,000 more than yesterday. Chu Fan glanced at it. The most significant and important change is naturally in the energy of the nest. The continuous hatching of Zerglings and hydralisks, along with the evolution of a 500 energy splitter pool and a 1,000 energy hydralisk den, resulted in an energy reserve that not only did not decrease but more than doubled. Therefore, war is the source of the Zerg swarm's development. If we were to hunt around like we did a few days ago, no matter how efficient we were, it would be impossible to develop to this point in such a short time. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Just then, a loud, piercing cry suddenly came from afar. Chu Fan immediately closed the system interface and looked up. Inside the recently cleared entrance battlefield, rows of tiger-striped knife insects were rapidly retreating amidst their hissing. In a blink of an eye, they had all exited the entrance ramp. What's going on? Chu Fan frowned and walked over. After passing through the winding defensive passages, we arrived at the first line of defense. My lord, it seems the tiger-striped blade bug has given up its attack. Walker, who was guarding the passageway of the defensive line, put away his 2 bone knives and said something pointless. Doran. Chu Fan glanced at Duo Long, who had just jumped off the roof of the car, and then looked at the entrance above the slope. It means sending it out to check the situation. Standing at the bottom of the slope, the view was obstructed, so we couldn't see what was happening outside the entrance, and had to go out to check. But this simpleton clearly didn't understand Chu Fan's implied meaning, and walked over and said in a deep voice, Master,
What do you want me for? Chu Fan paused for a moment. Fortunately, Walker, who was quick-witted, was nearby. He immediately spoke up, saying, "The Overlord wants you to go out and check on the enemy's movements." After saying that, seemingly to avoid being misunderstood by the intellectually challenged Doran, it added, "I'm not insulting you. I'm telling you to curl up and roll away. If the enemy is lying in ambush above you and you're suddenly surrounded, with your spherical carapace body structure, you can easily break through and roll back down." Chapter 24, Section 24. The idea is beautiful, but reality is cruel. Command Center outside the city. Intelligence Gathering Room. The image playing on the big screen was still that battlefield. However, the tedious tug-of-war between the two groups of reptiles in the narrow entrance area had already caused a group of officers to lose interest in watching, and they all returned to their posts yesterday. But early this morning, upon receiving the report from his subordinates, the scarred general, accompanied by a large group of officers, opened the door to the intelligence room again and strode to the large screen. In the picture, outside the entrance to the underground parking lot, the still enormous swarm of tiger-striped crickets is receding like a tide. The tiger reptile finally gave up. It's not surprising. I predicted this outcome yesterday. If we can't break through the defenses, continuing like this will only result in needless deaths and increased casualties. Sigh, what a pity. I was thinking that tiger reptiles would be enough to get rid of that cockroach. There's nothing to regret. It would be better if we could handle it. The most perfect ending would be if he died in our hands. According to the meeting 2 days ago, we will personally lead this attack. Who will go? It doesn't matter who goes. As long as we do our reconnaissance beforehand and know the number and types of cockroaches, we can easily eliminate them. Oomph. If he tries to use those explosive crawlers to launch a sneak attack again, he's just dreaming. If we take precautions and blow up all those crawlers from a distance, they won't pose any threat to us. Gentlemen, the entrance to the cockroach nest has been cleared of debris. Why don't we take this opportunity to send some drones in and check what's inside? The officers were discussing it amongst themselves. But then someone suddenly blurted out a sentence, instantly silencing the buzzing scene. The next second, everyone turned their attention to the scarred general standing in front. The meaning is obvious. Everyone was extremely curious about the underground parking lot where the cockroaches were hiding. In just a few days, the number of the other party's crawlers increased from dozens to hundreds. Without a doubt, it is very likely that the female insect reproduced. But what kind of reptile parent organism can have such a terrifying reproductive speed and growth efficiency? Under normal circumstances, the reptilian monsters in the city need at least several dozen days or even longer to grow from larvae to mature forms. According to their observations, the growth period for tiger-striped reptiles is only a few dozen days. While cockroaches, which resemble wolfhounds, are much smaller than tiger-striped cockroaches, their growth period is still far too short to be just a few days, which completely defies common sense. One more thing, besides wolfhounds and reptiles, in a battle a few days ago, a new type of explosive bug was introduced. So what exactly is going on? A crawler species can only reproduce the same type of crawler, right? How could two types possibly appear? Furthermore, the two humanoid shelled monsters that appeared one after the other aroused even more curiosity among all the officers. Can a female reptile mother reproduce humanoid monsters? This is simply a fantasy. But if it wasn't reproduced by the reptile parent, how did it come about? The fact that cockroaches can control these reptiles and humanoid monsters is equally baffling to everyone. Not to mention a group of officers. Even the scarred general was filled with doubts. If it weren't for the death order from above, he would have already sent out a drone carrying bombs to blow up all the debris blocking the entrance and going to see what was inside. And right now, due to the attack of tiger reptiles, the entrance was no longer blocked. Noticing the expectant gazes of his subordinates, he glanced at the empty entrance to the underground parking lot in the scene, and at the cockroach and the two humanoid shell monsters standing in front of the entrance. The scarred general didn't hesitate much. It is strictly forbidden to bomb the entrance to the cockroach hiding place. But it doesn't prohibit gathering intelligence by investigating the situation inside. Pass on the order. Gather all the drones responsible for monitoring the entrance, and then land them together and swoop into the entrance. Make sure the operators set up the recording screen in advance. They absolutely must gather inside intelligence. In front of the entrance, after Duolong had already surveyed and confirmed that it was safe, Chu Fan, who had just brought Walker up, looked at the swarm of tiger-striped knife insects retreating like flowing water, and his regret was evident. They've only been attacking for a day and a night. They ran away already? When the war just began yesterday, the mother of the tiger-striped knife worm could not have been unaware of the frustrating situation at the entrance battlefield. Chu Fan understood the enemy's purpose in choosing to continue the attack. This is clearly an attempt to wear down the enemy guarding the entrance by using a large number of tiger-striped knife insects until they are exhausted before launching an attack. The idea is good, but reality is cruel. The Zerg have evolved and matured more than a dozen war bugs, whose genetic sequences and physical structures are almost perfect, making them tenacious and resilient. As the leader, he became several times more powerful. In addition, the need to pause from time to time during the battle to clear the congested corpses, and the fact that Walker and Doran can take turns to fight, allowing for sufficient rest time. In this case, let alone a mere day and night. Even if it takes 3 days and 3 nights or longer, it can be easily endured. Perhaps after consuming countless members of its species, the mother of the tiger-striped knife beetle finally realized this cruel reality and had no choice but to order a retreat, thus incurring timely self-inflicted damage. But this made Chu Fan quite regretful. What a great opportunity to farm energy. However, Chu Fan also knew when to stop and didn't get carried away with his enthusiasm, ordering Walker and Doran to lead a swarm of nearly 1,000 insects to pursue and kill them. There are too many tiger-striped crickets. They survived and multiplied in the post-apocalyptic city for several years, and their numbers were enormous. His Zerg forces, having only been developing for a few days, could not compensate for the huge time gap, no matter how powerful their reproduction rate was. With our current strength, we can easily defend using the terrain, but if we choose to engage in a head-on battle with the enemy in an open area, it would be almost tantamount to suicide. Go back. Chu Fan glanced at the tiger-striped knife worm that was gradually disappearing from sight, then waved and led Walker and Doran back. However, just as he stepped down the entrance ramp, a buzzing sound came from behind. Turning my head, I saw more than a dozen drones swooping down from midair, and it was extremely fast. Before he could even react, it flew straight in through the entrance. In the blink of an eye, it flew over the heads of the 3 people, then through the gaps at the top of the defensive line made of cars, and sped towards the interior. Flying so fast. Are they trying to take this opportunity to rush in and conduct a surprise reconnaissance? Chu Fan remained completely calm. If it had been a few days ago, he might have been caught off guard. They might even panic when a human army discovers that their main nest and several breeding chambers are about to be discovered. But now, whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh, behind the defensive line, among the swarm, the instant the command of the Sovereign's will was sensed, a dense array of sharp spikes, resembling steel needles, rose into the air in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Under such intense attacks, the dozen or so drones that had just flown in were all destroyed, turning into clusters of wrecked sparks in the dim air and crashing to the ground. Command center outside the city. Intelligence gathering room. In front of the big screen, as the reconnaissance footage went black one by one, the officers stood frozen in place, utterly silent. After a long while, only then did someone murmur, "What was that just now? A python monster that shoots spikes?" No one answered, but it is also the best answer. Although all the drones were quickly destroyed, the last footage still vaguely showed the figures of several monsters with huge heads that stood upright like pythons. Those spikes that destroyed the drones were launched by them. However, at this moment, the first thing that came to the minds of all the officers was not that a new, unfamiliar monster had appeared. Instead, this monster possesses ranged attack capabilities. What does that mean? This means that their reliance on firearms and firearms will completely lose their range advantage. Ahead, the scarred general's face was extremely grim. After staring at the now completely black screen for a long time, he gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Send word to the logistics department. Have them urgently produce riot shields. The next batch of soldiers entering the city must each be equipped with one." Chapter 25. From this day forward, humans will never dare to spy on each other face to face again. The feeling of having a long-range combat unit, comfortable, inside the entrance to the underground lair. Chu Fan looked at the destroyed drones and let out a sigh of pent-up resentment. The feeling was more than just comfort. It felt so good it made my scalp tingle. What is the greatest threat posed to him by the human armies outside? Not the tanks, missiles, and nuclear bombs that won't be used for the time being. It's not like those tens of thousands of soldiers who couldn't all get in at once. From beginning to end, The biggest threat to him is these reconnaissance drones flying in the sky. Previously, without the ranged attack insects, everything about them was clearly detected by the enemy. Just like in the last battle, the enemy controlled several drones to follow him all the way, and he was helpless and could only let the enemy monitor him at low altitude. Now, with hydralisks, even just a few can simultaneously fire a large number of armor-piercing spikes, effectively paralyzing the enemy's reconnaissance capabilities. At the very least, from then on, human armies would never dare to conduct such brazen, close-range surveillance again. If you want to conduct reconnaissance, you can only hover far away in the high sky. Arriving before the assembled swarm of insects, Chu Fan glanced at it. At the command of the spreading will, a swarm of springtails immediately rushed out, picked up the wreckage of more than a dozen drones from the ground, crawled out of the entrance, and threw them all out. Dorlong, guard the entrance. Be aware that the enemy may send reconnaissance drones again. Chu Fan glanced at Duolong, who was standing beside him. Then, as he raised his gaze and swept across the area, for the hydralisks quickly followed Doran toward the entrance, taking up positions behind the first line of vehicle defenses. The compound eyes beneath the massive head's deck stared intently at the entrance. With them stationed there, in addition, there's Doran, a leader with ranged attack capabilities. With the addition of a group of springtails guarding the entrance, the nest's safety will be guaranteed. If the tiger cricket returns, we can provide an early warning. If any human military drones dare to attempt reconnaissance again, they will be shot down immediately. The hydralisk is good indeed, but the incubation process takes too long. Chu Fan looked at the 4 remaining hydralisks in the swarm. Immediately afterward, it issued a command, leading Walker and the 4 hydralisks deeper into the lair. Based on the system's analysis and calculations, the hatching time for a hydralisk is twice that of a springtail, taking 2 hours. It consumes 10 times more energy, up to 100 points. Energy is secondary. Currently, supply exceeds demand, and we've stored a lot of it. The main problem is that it takes a long time. But that's normal. After all, hydralisks are much larger than springtails and have a genetic structure that is several times more complex. So it is simply unrealistic to expect them to hatch in a short period of time. Moreover, the so-called long 2 hours is only relative to the springtail. Compared to the monsters and tiger-striped worms in the city, as well as humans and other creatures, this is already outrageous enough. I ask, in this world, aside from those tiny ants and insects that float on the surface, what other creatures can hatch and mature in just 2 hours? Especially the hydralisk, with its massive body over 10 meters long and as thick as a bucket, covered in scales and a giant skull. A 2-hour growth period is absolutely the ceiling for all living things, and a biological miracle. My lord, although we just destroyed the human reconnaissance drone, we also exposed the existence of the hydralisks. Walker, standing beside Chu Fan, flashed his scarlet eyes and reminded him, humans will definitely take countermeasures. If we face another attack from human soldiers, we will lose our advantage of surprise. Long-range attacks will inevitably cause huge losses to our race. No, Walker, I never intended to send hydralisks to deal with the incoming human soldiers. Chu Fan shook his head and said, for now, their main role is simply to guard the nest and clear out those drones that are conducting low-altitude reconnaissance. That ruler is preparing. Halfway through his sentence, Walker seemed to suddenly realize something, turned around and glanced at the 4 hydralisks following behind him, and immediately understood Chu Fan's thoughts. Yes, you guessed right. Chu Fan nodded slightly. If it were the simple-minded Duolong, he would inevitably have to explain in detail. But for Walker, who was very quick-witted, he could quickly guess his intentions without Walker having to say much. Arriving at the main nest, then 4 hydralisks quickly climbed onto the fungal carpet, coiled their python-like bodies, and lowered their heads on the deck. At the same time, upon receiving the command from the Overlord, the main hive then extended several tentacle cavities from its bottom. Just like when the exploding bugs hatched, they fiercely pierced into the bodies of the 4 hydralisks. Then, split, pack, cocooning. In no time, for slightly wriggling and continuously expanding cocoons appeared before my eyes. One of them was relatively long and narrow. The other 3 clumps were slightly flattened. Spiny snakes can also undergo gene mutations. Their mutant form is called the lurker, a type of insect-like creature that can burrow underground to attack. Ask yourself a question. The system's voice quickly sounded. According to system analysis, The leader of the infiltrators consumes a lot of energy due to the integration of intelligent genes, requiring 800 energy points. The time required is variable and cannot be calculated, so it is currently unknown. The genetic code and physical structure of ordinary lurkers are relatively complex. The Hydralisk cocoon evolution requires 200 energy points and takes an estimated 3 hours. Energy consumption is increasing. It's taking longer and longer. I remember yesterday the evolved Hydralisk leader cost 500 energy, and now the evolved and mutated lurker leader costs another 300. The energy consumption of a regular lurker is 100 more than that of a Hydralisk, and it also takes an hour longer. If we hadn't spent a whole day and night hunting tiger-striped knife bugs, we wouldn't have been able to sustain such a huge amount of consumption. Chu Fan Mumu. At the same time, he subconsciously glanced at the springtails in the swarm behind him. Hatch a Hydralisk, then let it mutate and evolve into a lurker. A total of 300 units of energy can hatch 60 springtails. So springtails are still the cheapest and most affordable option. This may be the origin of the term cannon fodder combat unit. In the inherited Zerg memory information, the largest Zerglings who are always at the forefront of the charge as cannon fodder are basically the Zerglings. Simply put, it hatches quickly, takes little time, and can easily produce a large number of offspring. Look away. Chu Fan then thought about it again. Increased energy consumption and longer processing time are compensated by enhanced combat effectiveness and an irreplaceable role. Hydralisks can attack from a distance. Lurkers can burrow underground to ambush. These are combat methods that springtails do not possess. If used properly in specific situations, it can definitely make it easier to eliminate the enemy. Walker, the energy supply to the main hive cannot be stopped. You will continue to take the springtails out hunting for the next 2 days. But be careful. You must return to your nest before 6 a.m. every day to guard against attacks from human armies. As Chu Fan opened the system's information interface, he gave instructions to Walker beside him. The battle with the tiger-striped crickets brought the main nest's energy reserves to over 7,000. We just used up over 1,000 incubated lurkers and leaders, and now we have less than 6,000 left. While the number may seem large, the energy required to breed higher-level war insects has increased significantly. If we just sit around and consume all our savings, this energy will be depleted in no time. As for the evolutionary main hive that was planned before the war, you need to store up to 10,000 units of energy to unlock evolution. If you don't have enough energy, you have to give up. Time flies. Outside the entrance, day and night alternate, with sunrise and sunset. Finally, when the sun is high overhead again, before the main hive, under Chu Fan's watchful gaze, the Hydralisk leader's cocoon began to slowly tear apart from the inside. Soon, a jet-black figure emerged from its cocoon. However, upon seeing her graceful figure as she stood up, Chu Fan was momentarily stunned. A woman. No, female. Chapter 26, Section 26. Zana, the leader of the Hydralisks, sends her greetings. My lord. Zana, leader of the Hydralisks, sends her greetings. A graceful figure approached Chu Fan, bending down and bowing. The voice that came out was as clear and melodious as a nightingale's, with a touch of charm. Lift your head up. Chu Fan gave the order. Then, he frowned and looked the woman in front of him up and down. Or, to put it another way, a creature with a body shape similar to a woman's. The main nest follows two main principles when raising the leader of the population. First, while maintaining the leader's original abilities, the leader's external form is transformed into a physical structure that fits the master. In short, Chu Fan's body is human. Then, all the leaders will be automatically transformed by the main hive into a general human-like appearance, mainly to better assist the Overmind in developing the race. After all, leaders possess wisdom and can communicate with the ruler, and their similar physical characteristics are more in line with the ruler's communication habits. Secondly, the leader's body is covered with a layer of armor to enhance defense and ensure the leader's survival when leading the tribe in battle. Based on these two main logics, the Hydralisk leader Zana before me had a head, a body, hands, and feet. It is also covered with a layer of shell. But unlike Walker's dark red carapace and Doran's black carapace, this Hydralisk leader was covered in layers of scales like those of a Hydralisk. Moreover, compared to others, her entire body is much slimmer. The female characteristics are more pronounced. His chest was a shocking sight. After that, it became extremely perky. In addition, the biggest difference is in the face and head. Unlike Walker and Doran, who have a full-face armor covering their faces like a closed helmet, they only have half an armor covering their faces from their nose to their chin, like wearing a black mask. The pair of eyes visible above are almost identical to those of a human, except that the pupils are pale green, resembling eerie green contact lenses. Unlike Walker and Doran, whose heads were bald and covered in shells, his head was covered with thick, long, black hair. However, his hair was much thicker, even excessively so. Each one is like a finger, resembling a small braid. Overall, from a distance, she looks no different from a woman with a very hot figure wearing a black tight leather outfit. Of course, upon closer inspection, it has nothing to do with people. Before our eyes, Zana, the leader of the Hydralisks, is clearly not a simpleton like Doran. Seeing the Overlord's furrowed brows and seemingly displeased, scrutinizing gaze, it immediately took the initiative to explain, its voice still filled with a seductive charm. Overlord, please don't misunderstand. Every generation of Hydralisk leaders is female. This is a continuation of the first Overlord's transformation of the leaders, and it cannot be changed for the time being. Seeing Chu Fan's brows slowly relax, Zana continued. The main hive shapes the leader's physical form based on the Overlord's memories. In the Overlord's memories, this physical structure of a human female is the most perfect, which is why my body was shaped like this during the breeding process. That's not what I'm concerned about. Chu Fan raised his hand to interrupt. What I care about is your ability. The implication is that what I need is not an aesthetically pleasing but powerful Zerg leader. Rest assured, my abilities have not been diminished by the human female structure of my body. Zana gently raised her hands. Like its body, its small female hands are also covered with layers of much smaller, fine scales. The fingernail is a small, complete scale. But as Zana took control, the scales on the nails of all 10 fingers lifted up, revealing tiny holes. Is this your spinal needle reflex chamber? Chu Fan immediately understood. The leader is cultivated by the corresponding ethnic group. Their abilities will naturally inherit the attack characteristics of their own race. Like Walker, the fighting forelimbs on the back of the Zergling have been modified into bone blades that can be extended from its hands at any time for combat. Meanwhile, the exploding acid splatter of the Doran was modified into a symbiotic acid flying insect that could self-destruct within its body and launch attacks during combat. The current Zana is probably not much different, and her abilities must have been modified from Hydralisks. As expected, Zana nodded upon hearing this, blinked her green eyes, and said, "Yes, Master, the bones inside my fingers are hollow. The bones in the back of my hand and the entire arm are filled with nurtured spinal needles. The high pressure generated in my body launches the spinal needles out from the hollow bones inside my fingers." As he spoke, Zana clenched her middle, ring, and little fingers and spread her thumb and index finger. This forms a finger gun gesture. Then, point the barrel of your index finger at a load-bearing concrete pillar in the distance. Whoosh! Smack! A steel needle-like spine spike shot out in an instant. It was hammered into the load-bearing column at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. It even pierced straight through the thick load-bearing column, embedding itself deep into the wall behind it. 10 fingers can fire 10 spinal needles at once, continuously, until all the spinal needles gestating in the arm bones are fired. And this is not my limit. I gave a demonstration. Zana withdrew her hand. Immediately afterwards, his thick, long hair suddenly stood up straight from both sides of his face without any warning. Each hole opens from the end of every single hair. Dominate. This is not human hair as you might mistakenly believe. Each of them is a launch chamber modified from the main nest. To deal with large groups of enemies, these launch cavities can be used in conjunction with my hands to attack simultaneously. Moreover, in addition to the ordinary highly toxic armor-piercing spine needles, a special explosive spine needle was also developing in my back and arms. The outer shell of the spinal needle is very fragile, and inside are dozens of even smaller spinal needles containing a strong neurotoxin. After being launched, it will explode immediately upon contact with an object, scattering all the neurotoxin spinal needles inside and covering a large surrounding area. After explaining, Zana raised her finger gun again. However, the muzzle is not the index finger, but the middle finger, which should be the firing chamber of special spine. The next second, whoosh, clang, 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 clang. Amidst the distant, abandoned car that had become a target, a loud clanging sound suddenly rang out, followed by a dense cluster of tiny holes piercing through it. Good. Chu Fan not that happy. His furrowed brows relax completely. Zana's slender female body suggests she's relatively weak in close combat, but her ranged attacks are indeed very strong. It is especially effective against living organisms. It can penetrate armor and is highly poisonous. It can scatter and contains neurotoxins. Let alone being hit, even a scratch would be fatal. In the Zerg's inherited memories, after the main hive evolves, the modification to the Overlord's body allows the Overlord to choose to fuse some of the abilities of its subordinate leaders. Chu Fan glanced at Zana's hands. This finger gun is great and very convenient. It's equivalent to a handgun. You can point it and shoot. During future modifications, let the main hive integrate it into its own body. Chapter 27, Section 27. The attack begins. The Zerg swarm gathers. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Within the city of Doomsday, the screams and howls of battle echoed continuously, reverberating everywhere. This is the norm in the city every day. All monsters need to eat, so hunting each other becomes inevitable. The tiger cricket is undoubtedly the most tragic. Its individual combat strength is weak, placing it at the very bottom among all monsters. In addition, they reproduce quickly and are numerous, making them prey for the vast majority of monsters. However, it is precisely because of their large population that they have occupied a vast territory in the north of the city, and they have to fight against all kinds of monsters that come to hunt them every day. After attacking the underground parking lot's lair for a full day and night, they had to retreat. Besides the inability to break through the defenses, another reason was the need to allocate forces to drive away and kill the monsters that had invaded their territory to hunt. In the early hours of the morning, between the north and east of the city, next to a building that was almost collapsed, a worm-like monster with a giant pincer-like mouth is slowly crawling by. But unlike the tiger cricket's pincers that open and close vertically, its pincers open and close horizontally, extending to both sides for more than half a meter, like two sharp giant scissors. Its nearly 2-meter-long body was covered in brown armor. Below are 8 arthropods supporting the massive body. It is a solitary monster in the post-apocalyptic city, the pincer beetle. Turn past the half-collapsed building. Seemingly sensing something, it suddenly stopped. Its compound eyes, as big as fists, stared intently at the distant ruins of buildings. Not long after, a dozen or so tiger-striped knife insect patrolmen crawled out from the edge of the tall ruins. Squeak, 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 upon seeing the pincer's beetle trespassing into its territory. Without the slightest hesitation, a swarm of tiger-striped crickets immediately hissed and pounced on the attack. At the same time, the pincer's beetle immediately rushed forward. It came here specifically to have breakfast. Buzz! Crawling quickly, the pincer beetle opens its shell-like wings on its back. Its size and weight are too large and heavy to support flight, but it can easily accelerate by gliding with its wings. The two sides were only a dozen meters apart, and they arrived in the blink of an eye. Bang! The inertia from acceleration, combined with its larger size, caused the pincer beetle to instantly knock away several tiger-striped knife beetles. With its scissor-like jaws, it swept the other animals away with a sudden left and right motion. Then, it charged forward fiercely. With its massive pincers opening to both sides, it viciously bit down on a tiger-striped cricket in front of it, slicing it off forcefully. Snap! Like scissors closing in. The tiger cricket that was bitten was immediately cut in half, splattering out a large amount of green juice. After killing one, the pincer beetle quickly retracts its 6 relatively vulnerable limbs under its body to avoid being bitten off by the tiger-striped knife beetle. It lies motionless on the ground, allowing the remaining tiger-striped knife beetles to pounce on its body, using its hard carapace on its back to withstand the knife-like leg attacks. He held on for a moment. It suddenly stood up and overturned all the tiger-striped crickets on its back. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the giant scissor-like mouth quickly darted to the right and bit another one. Kill him. The pincer beetle once again retracted its head, folded its 6 limbs, and lay on the ground to await the renewed onslaught of tiger-striped beetles. Swift in action. Decisive export. Once it has killed one, it will not hesitate to fight and will immediately retract its vulnerable parts to defend itself with its back shell. It's not that it's particularly intelligent. It's simply the hunting instinct it developed from hunting tiger beetles over a long period of time. Squeak! Under the sneak attack like that of the 6th brother. In just a few minutes, a group of tiger-striped crickets were all killed by it. But the last tiger-striped cricket, before dying, also let out a sharp screech that seemed to shake people, thus completing its mission. The pincers probably understood the meaning behind the hissing. Therefore, it quickly used its scissor-like mouth to pick up several large pieces of the tiger-striped knife beetle's carcass, preparing to leave and find a safe place to eat. Just as the pincers swayed and turned, whoosh! A dark red figure appeared from the corner of the wall in the distance. The airflow spewed from its carapace made its form resemble a bolt of lightning. Before the pincers could even react, they pounced on them. At the same time, two sharp bone knives thrust out, instantly piercing the head behind the scissor-like mouth. One blow kills. Swift movements. Without any hesitation or fuss, a large swarm of springtails rushed in from behind. Move it! Walker put away the bone knife. With its crimson eyes scanning the ground and its commands conveyed, the swarm of jumping insects immediately began to pick up the mangled corpses on the ground. The largest and most complete beetle carcass was made by Walker himself, dragging his scissor-like mouth along with a group of springtails carrying their prey. In less than a minute, all the corpses had vanished completely, leaving only puddles of green slime on the ground, telling the story of the battle that had taken place. Compared to predatory beetles, their movements are clearly more skillful. Since the tiger-striped blade bugs failed attack more than 10 days ago, they may have become more wary of the Zerg, as patrols are rarely seen within their territory. So Walker, who was ordered to go hunting, set his sights on the edge of the tiger knife bug territory, looking for monsters that came to hunt the tiger knife bugs. Furthermore, after finding it, they deliberately waited until the fighting between the two sides ended before making their move. In this way, you can easily obtain a group of tiger-striped knife beetle corpses and also get an extra monster corpse. After more than 10 days of training, they became more and more familiar with this hunting method, and their efficiency increased. Several hours later, Walker, having amassed a large number of corpses, led several hundred springtails and joined another group of hunting springtails led by Doran, returning home with a full haul. Dominate! Dominate! Upon seeing Chu Fan, who had just woken up and emerged from the security room, Walker and Doran immediately bowed and greeted him. They and the insect swarms do not need rest and can hunt monsters outside all night long. But Chu Fan, as the ruler of humanity, needs to replenish his energy through sleep. Chu Fan nodded in response. As usual, he first glanced at the two split pools connected to the main nest and the cavity tubes, as well as the serpent's lair. Then I looked at the dark, dense swarms of insects spreading out in the distance. Finally, look at the giant cocoon on the main nest carpet. It was during his inspection that the giant cocoon suddenly began to shake violently. Then, accompanied by a tearing sound, the cocoon was ripped open, and a hideous creature crawled out. The body lying on the ground was 3 or 4 meters long, and its entire body was covered with a layer of yellowish-brown shell. On either side of its head, which is covered in fangs, grow 2 sickle-like forelimbs, only larger and sharper than those of a leaping worm. Combined with the 6 outstretched limbs below, it makes the creature lie on the ground like a giant spider. The broad back, resembling a tortoise shell, is covered with dense spikes of varying sizes. But these spikes are not fixed. Each one connects to the telescopic cavity inside the dorsal carapace. It usually stays inside, with only a small part showing. However, when launching an attack, it can spring upwards rapidly, stretching up to 2 or 3 meters. This creature is a lurking being hatched from a mutated hydralisk. The first generation of infiltrators will evolve, become stronger, and change form later. Illustration available. No wonder it consumes twice as much energy as a hydralisk. This size is really... Chu Fan watched the lurking creatures crawling towards the distant insect swarm gathering place, and his eyes twitched slightly. Although he had seen the first batch of these hydralisk mutants that had hatched more than 10 days ago, he still couldn't help but be amazed every time he saw them. A 3 or 4 meter long insect monster is something a normal person might not be able to imagine. But what if it were a millstone with a diameter of 3 or 4 meters? He looked them over. Chu Fan was about to go outside the nest to take a look. They had only taken a few steps when they suddenly stopped. Within the insect swarm's consciousness network, the dozen or so jumping insects that had been successively dispatched to the north of the city to lurk and monitor the cracks in the wall were collectively emitting strong fluctuations in consciousness. What this means is almost self-evident. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Fan immediately transmitted a command through his consciousness network. The second offensive by the human army has begun. All leaders, all war bugs, Assemble immediately inside the lair entrance. Chapter 28, Part 28. In this battle, however many come, kill them all. Outside the city, Cacanton's passage. The passage that Chu Fan painstakingly carved out bit by bit using steel bars was originally very narrow. However, during those 10 days or so, the outside army sent people to widen the area to facilitate the entry, exit, and transport of large weapons. At this time, soldiers were filing out of it one after another. The equipment of each soldier was almost identical. In addition to the standard light green uniform, tactical helmet, protective vest, automatic rifle, and magazines hanging from a waist, each person is also equipped with a large, thick, half-person high blast shield. Some of the soldiers were also carrying rocket launchers and ammunition boxes. The ammunition in the ammunition boxes is different for each type. Some are rockets, some are explosive shells. Some of them are armor-piercing projectiles. These high-powered munitions can all be launched using corresponding rocket launchers. Another group of soldiers carried heavy machine guns and their accompanying large-caliber ammunition belt storage boxes. Just like the previous 100-man formation, the soldiers automatically and quickly lined up neatly upon entering. But compared to before, the number of people has increased significantly. The assembled formation grew larger and larger. On the other side of the passage, the soldiers preparing to enter were still densely packed, a dark mass. The number of drones deployed in the air for reconnaissance was even more dense, numbering no less than 100. Below, the soldiers lined up inside, each with a somber expression, holding a gun in one hand and a shield in the other, silently waiting. The atmosphere was oppressive and filled with a sense of dread. In this quiet atmosphere, 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Soldiers continued to pour into the passageway. But the giant beetle that had gone out to hunt had returned, its massive, mountain-like body swaying as it slowly appeared on the horizon. In the air, the swarm of drones immediately dispatched more than a dozen of them, which flew over in a whoosh. The deliberately created sound hovered around the giant beetle for a while, successfully attracting the attention of this huge, low-intelligence insect and gradually leading it away. A group of over 100 soldiers, carrying armor-piercing rockets on their shoulders, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. This is just in case. Avoid attacking if possible. Their purpose in coming in wasn't to hunt the monsters in the city. Moreover, such a large beetle has a very strong exoskeleton, so even if it is killed, there will likely be some casualties before it dies. Exit of the passage. The soldiers continued to enter in an orderly manner. It took several hours for all the soldiers to assemble, and all kinds of heavy weapons and ammunition were also transported in. Everything is ready, led by the 2 officers in charge. The entire fully armed army marched into the city in a grand procession. The swarm of drones in the air also quickly took off first, providing reconnaissance and early warning along the route. A den in the underground parking lot. Chu Fan broke free from the possessing state of the monitoring worm and opened his eyes. Walker, who was waiting nearby, immediately asked, "Master, how many soldiers did the humans send this time?" "There are a lot of them, probably 1,000 or 2,000, and they are carrying a large number of heavy weapons." When he said this, Chu Fan showed no panic or fear. The human armies outside had been preparing for this battle for over 10 days, and he had also been preparing for over 10 days. Turn around. He scanned the swarm of insects that stretched far behind him, extending to the horizon, and the countless millstone-sized lurking creatures lying on the ground within them. Compared to 10 days ago, the size of the swarm has not expanded much. It only increased by a mere 3 times. But its power increases exponentially. Zerg race. Evolutionary stage. Initial. Nest construction. Primitive main nest. 2 split pools. 1 hydra den. Swarm leaders. For Zerglings, Walker. Banlings, Doran. Hydralisks, Zana. Lurkers, Zax. Swarm size. 3119. 2,000 Zerglings, 1,000 blastbugs, 16 hydralisks, 100 lurkers, 3 larvae. Nest energy. 185. Energy chamber storage limit. 10,000. A swarm of over 3,000 insects. Enough to devour this human army. Chu Fan looked at the system information interface that had been displayed in front of him. For the past 10 days or so, Walker and Doran have been leading their swarm of springtails on a relentless hunting expedition. While its efficiency cannot compare to the slaughter of the tiger-striped knife worms that came to attack, it has still improved considerably. The targets of the hunt include tiger-striped knife worms, as well as various large insect monsters within the city, which convert more energy. If we average it out, The energy gained in a day is about 3 to 4,000. In just over 10 days, that's 30 to 40,000. Chu Fan consumed almost all of his energy instantly, without deliberately storing it. Of the more than 3,000 swarms that were developed, apart from the Zerglings and booms that stopped hatching once they reached a round number, the vast majority of the remaining energy was used on hydralisks and lurkers. One hydralisk with 100 energy hatched 116 hydralisks. 100 of the hydralisks mutated into lurkers, each requiring only 200 energy. This battle also relied mainly on the infiltrators. Although the number is small, only 100 were hatched after consuming 20,000 energy, but the effect they can play is far greater than that of 2,000 springtails. Close the system interface. Chu Fan glanced at Walker, Doran, and Zana standing beside him and frowned. Where's Zach? Where did he go? As soon as he finished speaking, then a deep, resonant voice rang out. Here I am, my lord. With the shouts that followed, a scarlet, armored figure crawled out from a hole in the wall near the entrance to the lair. He was nearly 3 meters tall, even taller than Walker. His imposing physique also made him a size larger than Walker, the melee leader. At first glance, its scarlet heavy armor shell covering its entire body makes it look like a humanoid iron tower. Inside the armored shell, resembling a closed helmet, gleamed a pair of blood-red eyes. His hands below, like those of Dorona, were as thick as thighs, especially his fists, which were as big as basketballs when clenched. At this moment, 5 large, slightly downward-curving claws are emerging from the carapace covering the back of its hand. Furthermore, at the ends of the 5 bony claws on both hands, there are telescopic cavities that can extend outwards by another 2 or 3 meters. In addition, the claws can also produce high-frequency vibrations. And this is also the primary function of claws. Under extremely high-frequency vibrations, even cement walls or hard stone floors can be easily shaken apart and dug through. It was Zach, the leader of the lurkers, who hatched on the 3rd day after Zana finished nurturing him. My lord, I was just inspecting the tunnels. Zach quickly approached Chu Fan. Its tall and imposing size meant that every step it took produced a clear, heavy thud. His voice matched his imposing physique perfectly. It was deep, powerful, and booming. How's the tunnel? Chu Fan rubbed his ears, which were still numb from the shock, and asked. Rest assured, your majesty, all the underground tunnels are open and functioning normally, and the exits are all very well hidden. Chu Fan note that. During this period, the 4 leaders each had their own responsibilities. Walker and Doran were out hunting with a swarm of springtails. Zana replaced Doran and led a dozen or so hydralisks to guard the entrance. The newly born Zach is tasked with digging tunnels. The stealthy attackers use their scythe-like forelimbs on either side of their heads to quickly dig a hole in the ground, bury themselves inside, and then launch an attack from above. As the leader of the lurkers, Zach naturally inherited the ability to dig tunnels. Furthermore, the high-frequency vibrating claws allow it to dig even faster. After digging for more than 10 days, under Chu Fan's command, it dug out dozens of interconnected tunnels along the walls of the underground nest. Remember the battle plan I mentioned a few days ago. In this battle, however many humans come, we will kill them all. I'm going to make all those scum die here. We must not let a single person slip through the net. He gave a cold, inaudible instruction. He then coldly surveyed the 4 leaders. Chu Fan then waved his hand and led Walker, Doran, and a group of Zerglings and booms to the outside. After that, Zana and a dozen or so hydralisks remained in place, still responsible for protecting the entrance to the nest. Zach silently turned and walked toward the largest of the pits. Hundreds of lurking creatures, each the size of a millstone, sensed the leader's command and immediately moved their 4 limbs to follow closely. The remaining 1,000+ jumping insects and several hundred exploding insects, under the will transmitted by the Overlord, surged up like dark red waves, quickly diving into the pits. Chapter 29, Question 29. Is he planning to wage war against us head-on? Amidst the ruins north of the city, soldiers marched slowly in neat rows. The sheer number of people created a long line that stretched as far as the eye could see. Having learned from the experience of the previous 100-man team, this time they chose routes that were mostly in areas where buildings had been completely destroyed and where the view was open, in order to prevent surprise attacks. Even if some relatively intact buildings cannot be avoided, several drones will be sent to fly into the buildings to check them carefully. Only after confirming that there are no enemies or dangers hiding inside will the troops in the rear be notified. Along the way, sometimes we would take a detour to avoid those densely packed buildings. They would occasionally stop to wait for reconnaissance reports from the drone swarm ahead. This situation caused the entire army's advance to be extremely slow. But slow is fine. Safety is the most important thing. Capture the target safely and execute him to complete this adventurous mission into the city. Leading the procession were two commanding officers. One fat and one thin, one tall and one short. They were all in their 40s. Their skin was also dark, a color unique to soldiers. Their facial features are also similarly Western in style. The only difference was their expressions. The short, stout officer looked relaxed and acted with an air of nonchalance, leading his team through the monster-infested city as if they were enjoying a leisurely stroll. The tall, thin officer appeared much more cautious. Since entering the city, his brows had been furrowed, and he kept looking around with a serious expression. Please relax. There's no need to be so tense. The short, stout officer initially didn't want to pay attention, but seeing his colleagues' continued nervousness, he could only say, "We avoided the building complexes and took wide, abandoned roads." There are also a large number of reconnaissance drones hovering overhead. Any enemy or danger will be detected in advance. That cockroach will have no chance of launching another sneak attack. You can rest assured. No, I'm not worried about the cockroach's crawling parts. The tall, thin officer shook his head slightly, frowned, and looked around at the surrounding ruins again. He said, "We brought too many people into the city this time. There are 1,000 regular soldiers, plus various rocket launcher and heavy machine gun squads, totaling 1,500 people. The sound of so many people walking and the long, narrow lines should have made it easy for tiger reptiles to spot us. But after walking for so long, we haven't encountered a single tiger reptile. Isn't that too strange?" The more I talked about it, the stranger it seemed. Growing unease made the tall, thin general stop and issue a voice command. "Connect to command center." "Calling command center. Why haven't we encountered the tiger stripe crawler yet? I need more details." Like the previous 100-man team, this time both commanders and all the soldiers were wearing miniature iris communicators. This communication device is extremely convenient. All communication can be controlled via voice recognition. However, unlike last time, in order to ensure the successful completion of the mission this time, in addition to real-time reconnaissance by aerial drones, there is also coordination and cooperation from the rear command center. Less than a minute later, a deep, authoritative voice came from the iris communicators of both officers simultaneously. "I am General Sam. Based on aerial reconnaissance by the drone swarm, all the tiger reptiles in front of your route are automatically moving away. This is probably an order from the mother of the tiger reptile. She possesses intelligence no less than that of humans, and you are aware of this information. This intelligent entity may have learned about the battle between the 100 human soldiers who entered the city last time and that cockroach crawler. Seeing an even larger number of human soldiers entering the city this time, it should have guessed that they are here to continue eliminating that cockroach, which is also its enemy. That's why this clever reptile mother ordered all the tiger reptiles to give way in advance. The goal may be to use us humans to destroy its enemies. Damn cunning bugs. Alright, ignore the tiger stripe reptiles for now and move on." Call ended. Receiving the call personally answered by the general, along with the analytical information he provided, finally put the tall, thin officer at ease and his tightly furrowed brows relaxed. The short, stout officer beside him smirked and said, "I told you. Nothing would happen. I guarantee this mission will be easy. There won't be any danger." He was only halfway through his sentence when another voice suddenly sounded in their iris communicators. "Attention, frontline commander. This is the reconnaissance drone operator above the target's lair. The target has now emerged from the underground lair, accompanied by 2 humanoid carapace monsters and a large swarm of reptiles, including wolfhound reptiles and explosive reptiles. Preliminary estimate suggests that the total number of both types of reptiles is around 1,000. The target and the swarm of reptiles have stopped outside the entrance and have not moved any further, seemingly preparing to wait for your arrival at the entrance. Report complete." The latest intelligence that arrived caused the two officers to exchange a glance instinctively. After a moment of silence, the tall, thin officer frowned again. "What does this cockroach want? Is it planning to start a direct battle with us outside the entrance?" "That should be the case." The short, stout officer nodded in agreement. Without giving it much thought, he led the army forward, laughing as he said, "Even if he's stupid, he should understand one thing. The same sneak attack can't be used twice. If he tries to do what he did last time, first sending a wave of wolfhound reptiles to feed, then feigning a retreat to lure us into the ambush of the exploding reptiles, it's wishful thinking. Given our preparations, it will absolutely not succeed. So what else can he do? He can only engage us in direct combat. But in a direct confrontation, he has absolutely no chance of winning. No, something's not right. The tall, thin officer who followed him glanced around, perhaps suddenly remembering something, and said in a deep voice, "What about his python monsters that can launch spikes from a distance?" It was these monsters that destroyed the dozen or so drones we brought into the underground lair. The riot shields we brought this time were specifically designed to deal with these monsters. Without waiting for the short, stout officer's reply, he immediately issued an order. Connect to command center. Contact the drone operator over the target area. I need to know where the target's python monster has gone. They must find a way to investigate it for me. Command center received. Please wait. The liaison officer at the command center immediately confirmed the communication information. This time, it took a full half hour to get a reply. I'm the liaison officer at the command center. We just controlled 8 drones to attempt to storm the target's underground lair. They were all destroyed before the entrance. None of them succeeded. But we also confirmed some intelligence. There are more than a dozen python monsters guarding the entrance. A dozen days ago, the target only had a few of these monsters. The extra ones must have been bred during this period. According to the analysis of the command center, this monster is relatively large and may have a long growth period, so the probability of it appearing in large numbers is very low. Moreover, all the buildings outside the entrance have collapsed into ruins, leaving no cover for the target's crawlers to hide. A few minutes ago, the command center dispatched more than 20 drones to conduct a thorough low-altitude reconnaissance several times, but found nothing suspicious. Safety confirmed. Please lead your troops forward with confidence. The command center reminds you again, this mission has relaxed some requirements, allowing targets to be wounded from a distance, instead of capturing them alive and intact. But please note that you must never shoot someone directly from a distance or kill them with a rocket. It is essential to ensure that when executing a target at close range, the target is at least still breathing. This is the bottom line for the command center and the higher-ups. Disobeying orders is a capital offense. Chapter 30:30. Later, when I have time, I must give your brain a proper makeover. Underground nest. Outside the entrance. Chu Fan stood at the very front. Behind them to the left and behind are the towering Walker and Doran. On both sides, nearly 1,000 springtails and blister beetles were arranged in layers, stretching far into the distance. After waiting silently for a while, the round and chubby Duolong looked up at the small black dots hovering in the sky, then turned around and looked at the entrance to the nest behind him. Its limited intelligence might make it a little confused about what happened before, but in order to show that it wasn't stupid, it didn't dare to ask. After holding back for a moment, his green eyes flickered, and in the end, his curiosity overcame his question about his intelligence. He could only ask in a muffled voice, "Master, what were the humans trying to do when their drones suddenly swooped down into the nest? To scout? Knowing that we have hydralisks and my symbiotic bioprojectiles, why do they send drones down to try and scout the nest? Aren't they stupid?" Chu Fan's lips twitched, but he swallowed his words back and simply raised his left hand in a gesture. Walker, standing to the left rear, immediately understood the Overlord's meaning. Having already answered questions for Doran several times, he was even more familiar with the Overlord and immediately spoke up. Those 8 drones that landed and tried to rush into the nest through the entrance were not for reconnaissance, but to find out if the hydralisks were inside the nest. Why? Doran pressed on. Walker's crimson eyes flickered. If there were a facial expression, it would definitely be a speechless look. Why didn't the first Overlord make this bug leader a little smarter? Because the human army is worried that I will, like last time, secretly send out hydralisks to launch a sneak attack. Unable to bear it any longer, Chu Fan interjected, explaining, because of the existence of the hydralisks and your ability to fire biological projectiles as their leader, the human army's drones no longer dare to conduct low-altitude surveillance at will. They can only hover in the high sky beyond their firing range for reconnaissance. In the past 10 days or so, you and Walker have taken out about 1,000 hunting Zerglings every day. Now that they see me leading a swarm of over 1,000 Zerglings, but not finding any hydralisks, they sent down a few drones for the safety of the troops that are on their way. Turning around, Chu Fan saw Doran tilting his carapace-covered head, still seemingly not quite understanding. Chu Fan patiently continued, Although these drones were all destroyed by the spines fired by Zana and a dozen Hydralisks stationed at the entrance, it also confirmed that the Hydralisks stayed in the nest and did not leave, so the human army was relieved. Oh, Doran's slow-witted mind finally came to a sudden realization. Perhaps to show that it had brains, it glanced at Chu Fan, then puffed out its round body with an air of seriousness and nodded, adding, just as I thought. Yes, Doran, you are very smart. Chu Fan praised him against his will. Thank you, Lord. Upon hearing this, Doran's green eyes flashed intensely as he exclaimed happily, I'm not stupid. If anyone dares to call me stupid in the future, I'll bomb them with a biological cannonball. But then he thought about it and realized something was wrong. So he quickly said, except for the Overlord can call me stupid, but no one else can. Doran. Chu Fan was really at his wit's end and said helplessly, when the clan develops to a certain extent and there are no external threats, I will have to find a way to properly reform you. Modify what? Doran blinked his green eyes. Your brain. Why? To make you smarter than Walker. Really? Duolong paused, taken aback. Then its green eyes flashed excitedly, and it exclaimed, Thank you, Master. Although I think my IQ is good enough, who would complain about being smarter? Well, this poor child. Chu Fan muttered to himself. In terms of combat power and practicality, this bomb leader is actually a bit stronger than Walker, Zana, and Zack. Its spherical, carapace-like body can break through enemy lines, roll rapidly, and move freely among enemy groups. Its long-range attack methods are also quite formidable. The symbiotic biological acid projectiles are not only area of effect attacks, but can also automatically track targets. Unfortunately, he's not quite smart enough. Perhaps this is what they mean by you can't have everything. When God opens a door for you, he will close a window. It seems that when the first god, the ruler, was transforming the Doran, the leader of the blasting insects, he did not intentionally ignore its intelligence, but rather it was impossible, or after endowing it with an extremely complex and powerful physical structure, it was difficult to add any more genes for intelligence. My lord, the enemy may arrive soon. Walker's red eyes flickered slightly. Compared to Duolong, it is not only intelligent, but also very composed in its actions. All my thoughts and ideas are about the development and continuation of the ethnic group. For example, at this moment, after thinking for a moment, it couldn't help but worry. This time the enemy is carrying a lot of heavy weapons. What if the plan goes wrong, and they manage to break into our lair? The probability is very small. Chu Fan shook his head slightly. Then he changed the subject. Besides, in case we really lose, haven't we arranged an evacuation route? Also, while you and Duolong were out hunting, I hatched dozens of worker bees and transported them to various places in the city to hide them, to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Perhaps the 3 years of survival in the city of Doomsday had instilled in Chu Fan the habit of always having a backup plan in everything he did. Like the first time we dealt with that 100-man team. Despite possessing 3 times the strength, he still had Walker send out a dozen springtails to lurk on the edge of some gregarious monsters. In case of unforeseen circumstances leading to total annihilation, immediately order these springtails to lure the monsters and wipe out the 100-man human force. Whether or not it will be useful, it's never a bad thing to have a backup plan. This time is no different. Worker bees that hatch from larvae are auxiliary insects. They have no fighting ability and can only search for and collect minerals that can be absorbed by the main hive. However, their genes are very primitive and extremely complete, storing the gene sequences of almost all insect species. In addition, they can evolve into an organism called a hatching ground. Hatcheries are equivalent to secondary main hives, allowing worker bees to find minerals and then mutate and evolve into hatcheries nearby, absorbing and converting mineral energy, as well as hatching various war insects. If the main hive is destroyed by accident, any hatchery can evolve into a new main hive as long as the overmind is alive, thus ensuring the continuation of the species and preventing extinction. Therefore, with a large number of worker bees secretly hidden throughout the city, Chu Fan had virtually no worries. If defeated, if things don't work out, we can always start over. Having survived in the apocalyptic city for 3 years, he developed an incredibly resilient character. It took him more than a year to painstakingly dig through the crack in the north of the city with a small steel bar, which honed his extraordinary patience. As long as you don't die, a single spark can ignite a prairie fire. Just as Chu Fan's thoughts were drifting, rows of human soldiers, carrying all sorts of heavy weapons, gradually appeared on the distant horizon opposite. At the same time, a drone descended rapidly from high altitude. A dignified and deep voice then emanated from it. You can't beat him. Last time you only managed to win by luck thanks to the sneak attack of those exploding crawlers. And this time, if we go to war head-on, I don't understand how you're going to win. Don't say you only have 1,000 crawlers now. Even if you have tens of thousands, it won't change the outcome. Under the heavy firepower of a large number of firearms, no matter how many reptilian monsters there are, they will only become lambs to be slaughtered. This is my last piece of advice, and I'm giving you one last chance. Cooperate obediently, and let us carry out the execution by firing squad and complete this damn mission. As the garrison general, I can guarantee that I will let your reptiles go and I won't bother with them. They can continue to live in the city. Otherwise, before you are executed, I will have my men kill every single one of your remaining reptiles, including the queen reptile in the nest. I'll let you watch them all die right before your eyes. In addition, I will have someone find the body of that little girl you buried and dig her up. And then in front of you, his older brother. Whip the corpse. To vent my anger. Chapter 31. What would you do if insects suddenly appeared around you? Desecrating a corpse? Venting anger? Chu Fan took a deep breath. His clenched fist drooped down, veins bulging. He couldn't understand what deep-seated hatred the other party had for him. Or rather, what exactly was the other party's purpose in insisting on sending someone in to execute him? To achieve this goal, they repeatedly threatened and intimidated, even to the point of threatening to dig up his sister's corpse and whip it to vent his anger. I am merely the sole survivor of the apocalyptic city. Do they think that surviving among hundreds of thousands of people in the city is a crime? Do they only feel happy when they kill themselves, the last survivor, and wipe out the entire city? Since that's the case, why bother with a direct execution? I can surrender without resistance. Chu Fan suppressed his anger and hatred and said, but on the condition that you give me a reason why you want to execute me in a direct confrontation. You don't need to know, and you absolutely cannot know, otherwise all of this would lose its meaning. Good. Chu Fan immediately interrupted upon hearing this. If the other party still won't talk, then why bother talking? Alternatively, once I lead the swarm out and break through, I'll eventually figure out the reason. No more words. Under his cold, indirect instruction. Bang! Walker instantly ejected a bone knife from his side. With a swift stroke, he sliced the drone in front of him in two in the blink of an eye. But just as the wreckage of this drone hit the ground, another drone quickly flew down from the sky. What's going on? Is this never going to end? Chu Fan frowned, preparing to order Duolong to destroy it. Another, different voice came from inside the drone in midair. I'm the commander of the army opposite you. Commander? Chu Fan glanced at the soldiers who were urgently lining up in the distance. Then he turned his gaze away and asked, what do you want with me? Are you here to persuade me to surrender again? Otherwise what? A cold laugh came from the drone. Do you really think you can fight us with your trashy crawlers? You should have seen our number of soldiers. As for weapons, I'm not afraid to tell you, in addition to automatic rifles, we have prepared a large number of rockets and heavy machine guns, plus riot shields specifically designed to defend against your python monster. So what do you have to fight us with? Who gave you the courage? The outcome is already decided, so you might as well just give up. Since I'm going to die either way, why don't I take a chance? Death depends on how you die. Surrender, and I can give you a quick death. Resist, and I'll skin you alive, and make you wish you were dead. That's the difference. It's too early to say who will live or die, who will win or lose. Chu Fan didn't want to waste time arguing with him. After saying that, he waved his hand and said, Doran. Fortunately, given his previous experience and Chu Fan's clear meaning, Duolong didn't foolishly ask, what do you want me to do? He quickly raised one arm to raise the cannon barrel, and under the high pressure generated inside his body, he suddenly fired an acidic flying insect projectile. Boom! A loud bang. The drone hovering in the air ahead was instantly blown away, then melted into pieces by the strong acid and fell rapidly. At the end of the opposite line of sight, the short, stout officer immediately flew into a rage and cursed, You damn cockroach. You don't know what's good for you. Once I catch you, I'll torture you severely with hot irons before executing you by firing squad. He cursed, then added sullenly, eliminating the other side's reptiles is easy, but capturing this damn cockroach alive is another story. All right, stop complaining. The tall, thin officer next to him frowned and said, We all know why the higher-ups issued this order. This is the very reason why our garrison exists. I know that, but once the battle starts, bullets have no eyes. We might accidentally kill a cockroach. It doesn't matter if it dies or not. The key is that it will implicate us. Killing a cockroach from a distance is a capital offense. It's alright. We'll shoot and clear out the crawlers when we get closer. The soldiers have all received orders and won't fire indiscriminately. Well, I can only pray that this cockroach is tough and a little smarter and doesn't stand in front like an idiot taking bullets. The short, stout officer sighed and turned to shout behind him, "Hurry up! Get on with it! Stop dawdling!" After that, the long line of soldiers was rapidly assembling and forming ranks. A row of 50 people, extending backwards layer by layer. Once all the soldiers were lined up, the entire formation of soldiers, led by the two officers at the front, began to move slowly forward. In the array, apart from the 500 soldiers carrying rockets, heavy machine guns, and ammunition boxes, the rest were all in the same position. He stood in front of him, holding a riot shield in his left hand. He gripped the automatic rifle tightly in his right hand. The sling was secured around his neck. The butt rested under his armpit to deflect the force, and he held the rifle horizontally with the barrel pointing forward. Furthermore, each of them is spaced 1 meter apart in all directions, leaving ample room for movement. This formation was clearly intended to create a tight network of firepower. Once war breaks out, soldiers in the rear can then move into the gaps and fire forward. After firing all the bullets, return to the original position to change the magazine, leaving the firing space to the row further back. This ensures a continuous and uninterrupted output of firepower, preventing any firepower gaps caused by magazine reloading. During the march, the huge formation of soldiers was neat and orderly, without the slightest disorder. From a distance, it looks like a single, moving military green curtain. All the soldiers, the movements were synchronized and uniform. The steps were steady and powerful. In addition, there were rows of dark gun muzzles. The sense of oppression and the chilling atmosphere it exudes are far beyond what those tiger-striped knife insects, which only know how to hiss and charge chaotically, can achieve. In sight, the two sides are getting closer and closer. The figures of the leaping insects and bursting insects lying on the ground became clearer and clearer. When they were several hundred meters apart, all the reptiles seemed to receive a command and suddenly surged up. The speed is not fast, even as they slowly crawled forward step by step. But this commotion was enough to set the entire army on its toes. Web crawlers are not scary. With firearms, they can easily eliminate targets remotely. But we must never let them charge in. In close combat, no one is a match for these reptilian monsters. Stop. Prepare for battle. Heavy firepower squad, advance. Rocket launcher soldiers, stand by. Heavy machine gunners, prepare to fire. Quick, as the orders were relayed by two officers over the communicator. Within the military formation, hundreds of soldiers quickly broke away and rushed to the front lines. Yes, they carried rocket launchers on their shoulders, ready to fire at any time. Some, however, set up heavy machine guns on the ground, lining them up in rows. Rear, all the soldiers in the formation also had their fingers on the trigger. In a short moment, everything is ready, and we are on high alert. Wait for the crawler to enter firing range. They were also waiting for the commander to give the order to fire. Before the entrance to the nest, nearly 1,000 leaping insects and exploding insects had already crawled in front of Chu Fan and his companions. But just as the human soldiers hundreds of meters away formed ranks and prepared, the entire swarm of insects ceased, all under the command of the Overlord. "My lord, the plan is going smoothly." Walker's crimson eyes flashed as he coldly stared at the distant troop formation. The enemy has been halted within the ambush by the swarm of insects. Shall we make our move? No, that's not enough. Chu Fan shook his head slightly, glanced at Walker beside him, and asked, "If you were the commander of humanity, what would you do if insects suddenly appeared from all directions at this moment?" "It's very simple." Walker didn't hesitate at all and immediately said, "Gather together. Change formation. To form a tight, protective circle." Chapter 32. The battle was over almost as soon as it began. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The screeching of reptiles suddenly erupted violently from all around. The dense, resounding chirping of insects, and the sudden, unexpected disturbance and panic that instantly disrupted the large, orderly formation of human soldiers. Especially the two officers standing at the very front. Their composed expressions immediately turned ashen. Damn it! Where did all these crawlers come from? Are they those tiger-striped reptiles? Isn't their parent organism trying to use us to kill the cockroaches? No, that's not a tiger cricket. Chu Fan gazed at the chaotic human soldier formation in his line of sight, as if he could guess what the opposing commander was thinking. In fact, this is a very reasonable subconscious thought. First, according to the information gathered by the other side, their swarm only numbered in the thousands, or perhaps it had grown to several thousand in the past 10 days. Apart from the nearly 1,000 that followed him out, the rest were probably all guarding their nests inside the entrance and couldn't possibly be hiding outside. The area outside the entrance is flat, with no intact buildings available for ambushes and no trace of reptiles in sight. Therefore, the only possibility is that those tiger-striped reptiles rushed over from a distance. Secondly, tiger reptiles make a hissing sound when they move. It's almost a standard feature of them. The hunting performance of the springtails or blastulas during this period, as well as the battle when they were surrounded by tiger beetles, has remained very quiet. This is the result of reconnaissance by human military drones. The problem is that springtails and voles do make sounds. However, during hunting and fighting, the swarm obeys the commands of the overlord or leader and makes no sound. If needed, they can also produce a chirping sound similar to that of the tiger-striped knife beetle. For example, right now, under the command of the sovereign's will, each of the suddenly appearing war insects was vibrating its vocal cavities with all its might. The piercing cries that emanated from it spread everywhere, sharp and piercing. The sudden turn of events immediately threw the swarm of drones that had been hovering in the air into a flurry of activity, as they scattered in all directions to gather intelligence on the enemy. Compared to the human soldiers on the ground below, they were high in the air at a bird's-eye view with a very wide field of vision. Therefore, almost immediately after the hissing sound broke out, most of the drones located the source of the sound. In the camera's field of view, on the ruins of the city, hundreds of meters away from the human soldiers' formation, to the left, right, and rear, swarms of jumping and exploding insects surged out of underground pits like a black tide, quickly occupying the three outer areas. The information gathered was quickly transmitted to the two commanders via iris communicators. I'm a liaison officer at the command center. Attention, frontline commander. Crawlers have appeared on three sides, several hundred meters to your north, west, and east. But not the tiger-striped crawler, but the target's wolfhound-type crawler and explosive crawler. But don't worry, the number is not large, with only a few hundred estimated in each area. Report complete. Upon hearing this, the short, stout officer's ashen face showed no improvement. Instead, he grew even angrier. Relax? Relax my ass. How could cockroaches possibly be around us? What happened to your preliminary reconnaissance? How did you even conduct it? The tall, thin officer on one side remained relatively calm and immediately asked, Command Center, how did the cockroach crawlers appear? According to drone observations, they all climbed up from underground. Report complete. Dig a hole. The short, stout officer instantly understood, gritting his teeth as he said, Damn cunning cockroaches. He actually dug some underground tunnels around us beforehand. No wonder he chose the battlefield outside the entrance. He's trying to surround us from all sides. At this point, he couldn't help but angrily curse. Those damn cockroaches set up this tunnel trap encirclement. Are you drone operators incompetent? Why didn't you detect it beforehand? The drone investigator did not answer, seemingly speechless and helpless. The target crawlers are digging burrows underground. How could they possibly detect them with drones? Do they have X-ray vision? Besides, who knew these crawlers could also dig holes? But it was not appropriate to contradict him at this point, so he could only remind him again. Please do not panic. Calm down. There are not many crawlers that have crawled out of the pit. Only 1,000 or 2,000 in total. They will not pose a fatal threat to you. Please note that the newly appeared crawlers are now approaching you from 3 directions. Please organize your defense as soon as possible. Report complete. Useless trash. Wait till we get back. I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. The short, stout officer cursed, but they didn't dare to delay any longer. Together with the tall, thin officer, they almost instinctively issued combat orders through the iris communicator. Attention everyone! Regroup! Rocket launcher soldiers and heavy machine gunners, listen to my command. Team 1 and Team 2, 200 men, will defend the front line and keep an eye on the cockroaches and those crawling insects. 3 teams of 100 men move to the left. 4 teams defend the right flank. The 5 teams retreated to the rear. Apart from the front, stand by and fire on the other 3 sides as soon as the swarm of reptiles enters firing range. We absolutely cannot let the crawlers get in. Quick, hurry up, with the command almost roared out. The entire soldier formation immediately began to assemble. The originally extremely spread out formation quickly contracted inward to reduce the area that needed to be defended on all four sides. 500 soldiers, under orders, hurriedly went to the designated outer perimeter of the formation and set up their rocket launchers and heavy machine guns in front of the four sides of the formation. Far away, before the entrance to the nest, Chu Fan coldly stared at the slightly chaotic formation of soldiers in his line of sight. He didn't order the swarm to launch an attack. He simply waited patiently. Wait for the enemy to form a circular defensive circle, waiting for the enemy to regroup. Walker, Doran, did you see that? As this human army came together, they became more closely united, and beneath their feet lay 100 millstone-sized lurking minions led by Zack. Do you know what this means? Chu Fan Mumut. Before the two could answer, he continued. Represents. The battle has just begun. It's already over. Chapter 33. Slaughter them all. Leave no one alive. Snap. Snap. Long, large-caliber bullet chains were rapidly loaded onto heavy machine guns. Soldiers lay prone on the ground, their hands supporting the heavy gun barrels that resembled Gatling guns, their cell phones on the triggers. The thick, dark muzzles of the guns all pointed outwards, lined up in a row, extending in all directions, forming a tight network of heavy firepower. Behind them, soldiers knelt on one knee, each carrying a rocket launcher on their shoulder, arranged in layers, ready to fire. Then came the densely packed, square formation of soldiers that converged and gathered together. Apart from the front, the soldiers on the other three sides quickly and consciously adjusted their positions. The rows on the left, facing left. The rows on the right, facing right. The soldiers behind them all turned around and stared at what was behind them. While carrying riot shields, they all raised their automatic rifles, ready to provide support fire. Having overcome the initial instinctive confusion, with the defensive formation now in place on all four sides, everyone gradually regained their composure, including the two officers in charge of the operation. They remained on the front. Behind them was a square formation of soldiers. In front of him were rocket launcher soldiers and heavy machine gunners. Now, what a laughable idiot. The tension eased, and the short, stout officer felt better. He regained his previous relaxed demeanor and looked at the figure in the distance with disdain. If he had ordered the swarms of reptiles to rush in from all sides while we were in disarray and forming a defensive formation, perhaps some of them could have broken through and caused us some casualties. But he remained still. He's not only an idiot, but also an incompetent piece of trash with no common sense about combat. All right, stop being so dismissive. The tall, thin officer next to him frowned. He glanced around at the swarm of reptiles that had come into view. He then looked at the figure standing before the entrance to the lair and said with concern, "That cockroach isn't stupid. If he were truly an idiot, how could he have survived in the city of Doomsday for so long? And judging from the last battle, it's clear he's not unaware of such basic combat common sense. Logically, he should have ordered the reptiles to rush in, but he squandered this rare opportunity, watching us form a four-sided defensive circle. What is he trying to do? This makes me uneasy. Also, there's something else." The tall, thin officer paused, then continued with deep concern. Since he had set up this ambush on all sides beforehand, why did he make those reptiles crawling out of the pit's hiss? Wouldn't it have been better for them to rush in silently? Before the drones spotted us, the swarm of reptiles could have closed the distance a bit. So, making the reptiles hiss was likely intentional, to remind us that we were surrounded on all sides, and we would definitely immediately tighten our troop formation and build a defensive perimeter, just like we are now. Having analyzed this far, the tall, thin officer suddenly realized something, his expression changing drastically in an instant. He hurriedly looked down at the ground beneath his feet with panicked eyes. Is it possible that he also dug a hole in the ground we're standing on? The reptiles could rush up through the hole. Upon hearing this, the short, stout officer on one side was immediately startled and hurriedly looked around in a panic. But soon, he raised his eyes, rolled them, and said, "Damn it, can you stop scaring yourself?" According to the information that came from the command center not long ago, this area, which is the battlefield, has been carefully inspected by dozens of drones at low altitude several times. Although those drone operators are all good-for-nothings, they're not blind. If there are holes on the ground that can be crawled in and out, they cannot possibly not have found them. What if the tunnel entrance is covered or hidden? If we stand on it, we'll fall into the pit. The short, stout officer interrupted. "Don't worry. There are absolutely no craters in the ground where we're forming up. If there are, they'll only appear near us. But we're all prepared now. If we see any crawling insects emerging from the hidden craters in the ground, rockets and heavy machine guns will tear them to shreds. We'll kill them one by one, and they definitely won't be able to get through. That's true. The tall, thin officer nodded in agreement. The taut strings slowly relaxed. It must be said that the short, stout officer was right. With the soldiers so densely packed together, they would have been discovered long ago if there had been hidden pits under their feet. On the contrary, as long as there are no pits or holes within the defensive perimeter. Therefore, no matter where the crawlers emerge from, they pose no threat to them. 1,000 automatic rifles. 250 heavy machine guns were mounted on the 4 outer perimeters. In addition, there are 250 rocket launchers capable of firing rockets to bombard a large area. Such powerful firepower is enough to extinguish any danger within range. After all this time, he still hasn't ordered the crawler to attack. The tall, thin officer looked again at the figures at the distant entrance. Do they want us to launch an attack? Bang! A sudden noise interrupted him. Before their eyes, a blood-red tentacle spike, a meter or two long, suddenly shot out from the ground, knocking a heavy machine gun mounted on the ground flying and piercing it in two. The soldier, still lying on the ground in the position of holding up the machine gun, was a little confused. The tall, thin officer was also a little confused. The short, stout officer, standing to the side, froze on his face with a slight smile. The soldiers on both sides were also stunned by what they saw. Before anyone could react, another long, sharp tentacle sprang out and pierced the body of the soldier who was still lying on the ground in a daze, causing him to let out a shrill scream. Like a fuse. The next second, within the defensive perimeter, tentacle-like spikes kept popping out of the ground. Accompanying this were piercing screams of pain. Insect. There are crawling insects underground. The tall, thin officer and the short, stout officer were startled and quickly came to their senses. He turned around, trembling, to look back. Within the formation, among the densely packed soldiers, what you see, it was covered with countless sharp, protruding tentacles. Almost every time one shot was fired, it brought out a large patch of scarlet blood. Yes, some had their feet pierced. Yes, their arms were pierced. Some were even pierced through the crotch, with a small section of bone spike covered in white brain matter protruding from the top of their heads. The brutal scene. A bloody scene. In addition, the incident happened suddenly and caught us off guard. This left the two officers completely blank. After a moment of stunned silence, the tall, thin officer was the first to react. His face pale, he frantically ran outside, shouting into his iris communicator. Spread. Scatter. This is a trap. Get out of this damn trap. In front of the entrance, looking at the defensive perimeter that had instantly descended into chaos. Looking at the bloody scene inside, with screams and flesh flying everywhere and the panicked figures of some soldiers starting to scatter and flee. With a cold gaze, Chu Fan transmitted a brief command to all the Zerglings and bombers within the Zergling Swarm's consciousness network. Attack. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Chapter 34, Slaughter. Harvest. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In the distance, nearly 1,000 springtails and blasting insects, including those in the entrance area. Upon sensing the commands conveyed by the Overmind within the Swarm's consciousness network, all the war bugs instantly surged up from the ground where they were lying prone. Amidst the hissing sounds emanating from the strained vocal tract, one by one, the jumping insects bared their teeth, revealing mouthfuls of sharp fangs, and lunged wildly at the human soldiers who were scattering and fleeing in the center. The exploding insects, their mouths bulging with fangs, huddled together and rolled forward amidst a series of thuds. Their extremely high speed allowed them to gradually overtake the jumping insects and roll towards their target ahead of them. The insect swarm is not large. All the Zerglings and booms in the 4 surrounding areas totaled 3,000, only twice the number of human soldiers. If they had launched an attack earlier, they would not have been able to break through the powerful firepower network formed by the 4-sided defensive perimeter constructed by the human soldiers. But now, the sudden appearance of dense tentacles and spikes within the human soldiers' defensive perimeter caused heavy casualties. Most importantly, they disrupted their formation. Their heavy weapons were destroyed. This further shattered their psychological defenses, plunging them into a chaotic and defeated situation where they could only flee in all directions. In addition, the collective hissing of the swarm during their charge resounded everywhere, bursting across the sky and getting closer and closer, further impacting their already fragile hearts and spirits. The soldiers who had narrowly escaped the trap area suddenly stopped in their tracks, looking at the dark mass of crawling insects rushing towards them in their line of sight. Hearing the piercing, sharp screech that echoed from the sky, they stood there, their faces filled with terror, almost completely lost and panicked. Yes, I instinctively turned around and ran away. But after running only a few steps, they saw blood-stained tentacles still popping out from within the defensive perimeter and some figures who were trying to escape being pierced and screaming as they died. So they all stopped. Some, however, instinctively run in another direction. But upon seeing the dense swarm of crawling insects rushing in from the same direction, his running steps suddenly came to a halt. Cannot enter. We absolutely cannot back down. The other directions are all surrounded by enemies. Surrounded on all sides, they were driven to despair. In addition, there were insect chirps and screams everywhere. The extreme panic and fear of impending death caused all the surviving soldiers to tremble in place, even forgetting that they were still carrying guns and weapons. Fortunately, the tall, thin officer who was the first to escape, in his panic, finally remembered his duty, and his chattering voice came through the communicator. Attention everyone, let's get closer to each other. Fire freely. Shoot the reptiles. The soldiers scattered and fled to various outlying areas. Although she was still terrified inside and looked completely lost, upon hearing the voice from the communicator, they did not hesitate for a moment and quickly gathered together. This is like finding a pillar of support in the midst of chaos. Not to mention the orders from the commander. Even the words of an ordinary soldier would be obeyed subconsciously at this time. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Chaotic gunfire began to echo across the battlefield. Soon, as more and more surviving soldiers gathered, the gunfire became increasingly intense. Bang, bang, bang. Far away, the rolling swarm of exploding insects was blown up one by the incoming bullets. Patches of dark green, highly acidic liquid bloomed and splashed across the ground and into the air. Hold on. Don't panic. Alternate fire. Watch out for enemies in the rear and flanks. The tall, thin officer, who had barely managed to calm down, paced back and forth behind the assembled formation, constantly shouting into his communicator. In this situation, he was clearly aware of his role and the value he could bring. It's not about shooting the enemy. Instead, he directed the battle and stabilized the panicked morale of the remaining soldiers. As long as you suppress your fear, you can keep firing and killing the enemy. Even if you can't turn the tide of battle, at least you can put up a fight. The effect is obvious. Spirals of fire erupted from the barrels of the guns. A barrage of bullets landed on the swarm of exploding insects rolling in from a distance, blasting them apart one after another and temporarily halting their advance. As more and more soldiers escaped from the tentacle traps at the rear and joined in, the entire formation grew larger and larger, and the firepower output became stronger and stronger. Even if all the survivors in the final gathering numbered only a few hundred. But at least it can withstand the first wave of swarming, suicide attacks from exploding insects. Withstand. We're in dire straits. A desperate battle. It's either the crawlers die, or we die. The tall, thin officer continued his deep, resonant shouts, providing morale support to the soldiers. But soon, the sound stopped abruptly. Rear. The tentacle trap is not far from ground. Boom! With a loud boom, a powerful, scarlet, armored figure nearly 3 meters tall suddenly burst from the ground, leaping into the air and kicking up large amounts of soil and gravel. Before it even hit the ground, its right bony claw shot out. A sound piercing through the air, the sharp claws pierced through the tall, thin officer's chest in an instant. Suddenly, a violent jolt shook him, and the high-frequency vibrations instantly shattered his chest. With a final pull, the retracted claws instantly tore the tall, thin officer to pieces. Large amounts of blood, mixed with fragments of meat. It immediately splashed and sprayed in all directions. At the same time, the imposing, carapace-like figure landed. Without pausing for a moment, he sprang into action and charged straight into the ranks of the remaining, stubbornly resisting soldiers. Tall stature, combined with a thick carapace. Let it be like a tiger among sheep. With a swing of its sharp claws, blood splattered everywhere, and severed limbs flew about. The bullets fired by the surrounding soldiers in their panic were all deflected by its armor. The already dire situation was further extinguished by the strong acid from the exploding blasting insects and the ferocious onslaught of countless leaping insects, which completely destroyed any remaining resistance they had, like a tiny flame that had just been ignited, only to be instantly extinguished by a bucket of cold water, leaving only slaughter, harvest, command center, intelligence operations room. Watching the giant screen display the scene of the surviving soldiers being slaughtered by the crawlers, the blood splattered everywhere and piles of severed limbs, I felt a chill run down my spine. The room was so large you could hear a pin drop. It was deathly silent. Groups of staff and officers stood there, their expressions blank and their faces frozen, like statues. The silence lasted for a long time. Until, bang! General Sam slammed his fist hard on the table. Extreme anger made the scar on his face even more hideous, even somewhat distorted. Damn cockroaches. Damn crawler. They wiped out 100 of my Special Forces soldiers. They slaughtered another 1,500 of my soldiers. It seems that conventional combat methods are no longer effective against you. Good. Very good. Next time, I'll lead the team myself. Mobilize the entire force. Tanks clear the way. Armored vehicles carrying troops. Recoordinate with fighter jets, bombers, and attack helicopters. Let's see if you live or die. Chapter 35. You are the designated survivor. Before the entrance to the nest, Walker and Doran stood side by side in front of Chu Fan. The moment the gunshot rang out, they quickly stepped forward, using their bodies to shield Chu Fan from any stray bullets that might be fired. Protecting the Overlord is an instinct for all swarm leaders. However, through the narrow gap between the two, Chu Fan could barely see the situation of the battlefield in the distance. In sight, the last few hundred soldiers were overwhelmed by the swarm of leaping insects. This also indicates that the battle has basically come to an end. In fact, when human soldiers formed a tight defensive circle on all four sides, as Chu Fan said, it already signified the end of the battle. In the 10 days or so leading up to the battle, he had Zack dig holes outwards along the walls of the lair. The most important of these is the battlefield outside the entrance. About 1 meter below the ground level of the battlefield, numerous tunnels were dug out. However, it was not hollowed out, otherwise it would have collapsed. It was just 100 pits dug to accommodate the lurking war insects. The tentacles on the back of the lurker can extend 2 to 3 meters. Being 1 meter underground allows you to effectively kill enemies on the ground. The ambush was set up. All that's left is to wait for the enemy to fall into the trap. The most difficult and unexpected aspect is obviously the enemy's formation. There are only 100 lurkers underground. Even if each one is the size of a millstone, it is still not enough to completely cover the 1,000 or 2,000 human soldiers above them. If the soldiers' formation is too dispersed, the effectiveness and power of the infiltrators will be greatly reduced, or even negligible. If this happens, the final result was predictable. Human soldiers preserved the vast majority of their strength. On their side, they could only muster 3,000 Zerglings and Banlings, along with a few leaders, in a desperate, all-or-nothing battle. However, the chances of defeating an enemy equipped with more than 200 heavy machine guns, more than 200 rocket launchers, and 1,000 automatic rifles are slim. Even if it could be destroyed, the swarm would be wiped out. Fortunately, this worst-case scenario did not materialize, and the plan proceeded smoothly. As the approaching human soldiers entered the ambush area, he ordered his nearly 1,000 Zerglings and Banlings to advance and feign an attack, successfully forcing them to stop. Next, the remaining swarm crawled from the nest tunnels to the other 3 areas of the battlefield, unleashing a deafening roar that created a situation of being surrounded on all sides, successfully causing the enemy to gather and form a tight defensive circle. Once they gather together and are covered by the lurking creatures underground, they are instantly trapped in a deadly situation. Therefore, victory or defeat becomes a matter of course. Far away, the screams gradually subsided, until it became utterly silent. Chu Fan separated Walker and Doran, and as he walked over, he issued the order to clear the battlefield in the swarm's consciousness network. Hundreds of meters away, the remaining swarm of exploding insects immediately rolled and converged at the edge. All the springtails scattered quickly, rushing to the human corpses, and regardless of whether they were dead or alive, they stabbed them a few times with their fighting forelimbs. The nearly 3-meter-tall Zack, resembling a scarlet iron tower, was even more brutal, raising its massive carapace feet and stomping the heads of the corpses one by one until they were crushed. It's not that Chu Fan is a pervert or cruel person who kills people and then whips their corpses. This was done simply to prevent anyone from faking their death. After all, there are so many people, so many corpses, and most of them were killed by the tentacles of the lurkers, leaving their bodies relatively intact. If someone is hiding under a corpse, it's easy for them to escape if the area isn't thoroughly cleaned. The effect was immediate. Almost as soon as Chu Fan arrived at the edge of the battlefield, he saw a short, stout figure covered in blood frantically push aside the corpses on top of him, shakily and hastily get to his feet. He stared in horror at the towering, humanoid, armored monster before him, and retreated hastily while raising his hands. Please don't kill me. Without Chu Fan's command, Zack pounced on him without saying a word. Now that the ruler has arrived on the battlefield, safety is of paramount importance. How could he possibly allow a living enemy to move freely? Whoosh! Zack arrived in an instant. Imagine the intense visual impact and psychological pressure a fat man who is only a little over 1.6 meters tall would experience when facing a 3-meter-tall humanoid monster covered in thick armor. It even prevented him from having the slightest thought of resistance, nor did it empower him to resist. Smack! Zack's shell-like hand, as large as a fan, grabbed the other person's neck. Having subdued the enemy, it turned its head and shouted at Chu Fan in its uniquely deep and resonant voice. Master, have you killed him? With that, Zack picked up the short, fat human in his hand like a chick. One hand was gripping his neck. With his other hand, he gripped her waist tightly. The attitude is self-evident. Whenever it sees the ruler nod, it will not hesitate to tear its head off. Cruel? For insectoid creatures, the word cruel doesn't exist. Yes, it's just a more convenient and direct way to kill the enemy. However, this terrified the short, stout human who was being held, and he almost fainted. They were so scared they peed their pants. Urine quickly flowed out from the hem of his trousers. But he couldn't care less about that, and hurriedly shouted in a trembling voice, Don't kill me, cockroach. Chu Fan, didn't you want to know why we're executing you? I can tell you everything. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan immediately went over. He gestured for Zack to put him down, then looked at the short, fat man who was slumped on the ground, pale-faced. He thought for a moment, then frowned and asked, Your voice sounds familiar. Are you the commander who tried to persuade me to surrender via drone before the war started? It's me. The short, stout officer looked up at Chu Fan, trembling. He immediately lowered his head in a panic, appearing timid and submissive, his previous arrogance completely gone. When the enemy charged, you were both commanders. One of you rallied the remaining soldiers to lead the battle, while you hid in a pile of corpses, feigning death, hoping to escape. Chu Fan looked down at the cowardly figure before him, a hint of disdain inevitably appearing in his eyes. He had seen the scene where the tall, thin commander gathered the remaining soldiers and shot down the exploding insects. It was under his orders that Zack emerged from the ground to kill him, crushing this last force of resistance. Otherwise, the insect swarm will suffer some losses. But thinking that this short, stout officer was an enemy, Chu Fan nodded and said, If all the human officers outside were as cowardly as you, that would be great. He muttered something under his breath, then stopped wasting words and asked directly, Tell me, why do you want to execute me in public? You survived for 3 years in a monster-infested, sealed-off, post-apocalyptic city. Do you really think it's because you have exceptional survival skills? Or just incredible luck? The short, stout officer retorted. He paused, hesitated for a moment, and then continued. More than 100,000 people in the city died, and you were the only one who survived. Don't you find it strange? There's no denying that you are very capable. But that's not the most important factor. Without us, you would have died long ago. For example, one night, a small venomous insect with a very sensitive sense of smell caught the scent of humans and prepared to fly in through the narrow entrance of the underground parking lot. Then, you and your sister will be silently bitten to death or poisoned to death while you are asleep. But it was eventually driven away by drone. In these 3 years, this kind of thing has happened at least 10 times. So, your survival is not only due to your own abilities, but also largely due to our help. In other words, you are the designated survivor. Chapter 36. In the next battle, I will fight my way out. Designated survivor. Chu Fan stared expressionlessly at the short, stout officer. His eyes darted around for a moment. Then he asked, An experimental subject? No, it's definitely not a test subject. I guarantee it with my life, the short, stout officer hurriedly said. Then what was it all for? Chu Fan frowned. If what you're saying is true, and I am a designated survivor, not a test subject, then why did you indirectly help me survive these 3 years, yet forbid me from escaping? Why did you force me to retreat back into the city and repeatedly send people to execute me? Because, the short, stout officer's lips trembled, his pale, panicked expression tinged with a deep despair. The entire force of over 1,000 troops that entered the city was wiped out. He pretended to be dead in an attempt to get away with it, but was forced to get up by the other party. It fell into the hands of the other party. If he doesn't speak, he will die, and he will die a horrible death, torn to pieces by this cockroach-like humanoid carapace monster. He said he would die too. We've already said enough. If they continue talking, or if they can't continue talking at all, the miniature bomb implanted in their ear will be detonated by the company. No matter which option you choose, you're doomed. The only choice is which way to die, to make it as comfortable as possible without too much pain. Thinking of this, the short, stout officer slowly raised his head. Driven by the despair of certain death, he became somewhat hysterical, which fueled a deep-seated resentment. His eyes turned red as he stared intently at Chu Fan, his gaze filled with venom. Cockroach, you're pathetic, you know that. You're just a pathetic clown. You can't resist, and you simply can't resist. In the end, the only option is for us to execute them face to face. You'll never know what kind of thing you really are until you die. Huh, I'll be waiting for you in hell. Having said that, he suddenly looked up at the sky. Come on. Bang. A soft sound. The short, stout officer collapsed instantly. A trickle of blood flowed from inside his ear. Rather than being torn apart and tortured to death by a monster, he ultimately chose this painless way to die. Ahead, Chu Fan stood still. Looking at the short, stout officer who had been killed by a bomb implanted in his ear, there was not a trace of regret on his face for not having asked the question. For the time being, he has no way to counter the other party's methods of preventing leaks. So if this was expected, then what is there to regret? Before coming here, he didn't really have much hope. In short, no matter what the other side is up to, once he leads his swarm out and breaks through, everything will naturally become clear. In the air, a drone then flew down. That familiar, deep, and authoritative voice followed. His tone wasn't as furious as I'd imagined. Or perhaps, after so much time, they have calmed down. He was able to say those things just now because we deliberately gave him time to speak. But does learning that you are a so-called designated survivor make you even more confused? We'll help you survive. But now I want to kill you. You must be executed in person. Why? I'm not telling you. I love seeing you full of doubt, yet helpless. He's right. You'll never know the reason behind it until you die. Oh, right. You've won 2 battles in a row and slaughtered so many of my soldiers. Are you feeling quite smug now? Do you think you can fight us with your filthy reptiles and make us lose as many as we want? They might even be delusional, thinking that they can find out everything by fighting their way out. Joe, you'll never have a chance to fight your way out. I'm not afraid to tell you that just a few minutes ago, I submitted a proposal to the higher authorities to send the entire army into battle. The higher-ups have approved it. Next time, you will be facing nearly 50,000 soldiers, more than 4,000 armored vehicles, 2,000 tanks, thousands of fighter jets and bombers, and armed helicopters, led by me personally. I will start from the north of the city and level it inch by inch. Whether it's the tiger-striped reptile, your reptile, or any reptile monster in the entire city, they will all be wiped out. You're going to die. Cherish your last month of life. After saying that, the drone took off and left directly. Chu Fan watched coldly, unlike before when he would let Duo Long destroy it. Whether one more or one less plane is of little consequence to the other side. As it flew down, the other side was prepared to be damaged. My lord, I know when the human army outside will launch its next attack. As soon as the drone flew away, Duo Long, who was standing next to him, spoke up, his emerald green eyes flashing rapidly, as if to show off its intelligence. It didn't wait for Chu Fan's response, and preemptively said, as if to claim credit, the time is 1 month from now. Doran, you're so smart. Chu Fan glanced at it. Isn't it obvious? Do you really need to repeat it? The question is, why do humans tell us about time? Walker was much smarter, accurately identifying the key point. His scarlet eyes gleamed slightly as he said, they not only told us the time, but also gave us a detailed account of the number of soldiers and their weapons and equipment. Why? To create a diversion? To lie and deceive? And then suddenly launch an attack ahead of schedule? No, it's not some deliberate attempt to create a smokescreen. Chu Fan shook his head and said, the human army outside the city is ready to act at any time. Why bother sending a drone down to relay the message? Then why do humans do this? Have no idea. Chu Fan frowned and shook his head again. The other party's actions were as bizarre as ever. They were never normal. He initially shot his own sister to force himself to back down. Then they send in a special forces team to kill them, demanding a clean and safe execution. Then, 2 more and more groups of soldiers were sent, still insisting on executing him head-on. Having just learned that I am a designated survivor, I was able to survive in the post-apocalyptic city partly thanks to the covert assistance of the outside military. But since you managed to survive, why was he so determined to kill himself? This is completely contradictory. Now that the other side has accurately informed us of the attack time, troop strength, and weapons, what is their purpose? Furthermore, if so much power is being used, why not simply use missiles or nuclear bombs for long-range bombing? Even without missiles and nuclear bombs, it would be very convenient to simply send out all the bombers to drop bombs in the air. My lord, why are you thinking so much? On the other side, Zack, tilting his carapace, couldn't help but speak up. No matter what humans want to do, let's focus on developing and expanding our race first, right? Good. Chu Fan glanced at Zack. The leader of this infiltrator has a personality very similar to that of Doran. But not like Duo Long, who is brainless yet insists on proving himself to be smart. Rather, he doesn't overthink things. In short, it does whatever the master tells it to do, working diligently and conscientiously. It was like digging a pit before a battle. They dug for more than 10 days, but not a single pit was dug. Zack makes a good point. Regardless of humanity's goals, strength is the foundation of confidence. However, Chu Fan glanced at the 3 leaders in front of him. However, I don't want to passively endure human attacks anymore. Once or twice, but not a 3rd time. In the next battle, it will be our turn to take the initiative. Charge out. What the general just said about attacking in a month must be true. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered to tell us. That means we have a 1-month development period. Within 1 month, we must develop a race capable of annihilating all the human armies outside. The prerequisite for development is energy. But if we maintain the same hunting efficiency as before, it might be too late. Chu Fan paused for a moment. After pondering for a moment, he looked up towards the northeast. Let's start with the tiger reptile. Slaughter this entire race. Destroy their reproductive parent. Chapter 37. Only by fighting our way out can we turn defeat into victory. Squeak. Squeak, squeak. Beside the ruins piled up like mountains, more than 100 patrolling tiger-striped crickets suddenly stopped, emitting a piercing hiss. The screech was not only piercing and intense, but also clearly carried a slight tremor, containing a series of signals such as enemy attack, early warning, and requests for help. Because within their line of sight, countless springtails were sweeping in like a tidal wave. Squeak, squeak, squeak. After issuing the warning and requesting assistance, more than 100 tiger-striped crickets suddenly erupted in sharp, aggressive hissing. Faced with a massive enemy force, they did not turn and flee, but instead charged forward en masse. The tiger-striped cricket, a swarming insectoid monster, is actually quite similar to the Zerg, as individuals do not possess the thoughts or emotions of fear or dread. If an enemy intrudes into the territory, unless ordered by the mother, regardless of their strength or number, they will rush forward without hesitation, even if it means being like a moth drawn to a flame. Not to mention, the area patrolled by these hundreds of tiger-striped knife insects is still the core area of the territory, where the parent group of the species is located. Although they're only on the periphery of the core, the mother body is already threatened by enemies, and even if they have consciousness, they will never run away. Bang, bang, bang! Bang, bang, bang! Amid a series of violent impacts, hundreds of tiger-striped knife beetles and a dense swarm of springtails clashed violently together. But no matter how fearless they are, they cannot change their destined fate. Behind the battle line, the jumping insects, taking advantage of their small, wolfhound-like bodies, leaped up and pounced on the tiger-striped knife insect's body one after another. Almost in the blink of an eye, more than 100 tiger-striped crickets were completely submerged. As they dispersed, the ground was littered with the corpses of tiger-striped worms, their bodies riddled with puncture holes, their dark green blood flowing freely. Rear! Chu Fan was leading 3 leaders as they slowly approached. Behind them followed a group of slow-moving, millstone-like lurkers, passing through the passage cleared by the swarm of jumping insects. After passing over 100 more tiger-striped knife beetle corpses, standing before the swarm of insects, Chu Fan looked around and went straight to the ruins that resembled a mountain. At the center of this ruin, the main structure of a building that is more than 2 stories high still stands. On the dilapidated signboard, half buried and covered with plants, the words XXX building can be faintly seen. This is it. This collapsed building was located on the edge of the tiger-striped bladebug's core territory. Those tiger-striped knife worms just now should be patrolling soldiers from the core territory. The distress call has been sent out, and it shouldn't be long before a large number of tiger-striped knife insect reinforcements arrive. Zax. As he spoke, Chu Fan pointed to the narrow opening beneath the buried plaque and waved to Zack. Dig from here. It leads to the building's underground parking garage. Yes, Lord. Zack immediately stepped forward, raised his massive carapace hands, and unleashed 5 bony claws. Buzz! A tremor and a buzzing sound. With a violent tremor, Zack plunged his 2 sharp claws directly into the ruins beneath the plaque. In an instant, smoke and dust rose everywhere. Pieces of brick and stone were shattered by Zack's claws. As it rapidly plows, dust spills from both sides, kicking up clouds of dirt. After that, Chu Fan retreated a distance. After surveying the dense swarm of insects waiting around, he opened the system's information interface. Zerg race. Evolutionary stage. Initial. Nest construction. Primitive main nest. 2 split pools. 1 hydra den. Swarm leaders. For Zergling leader Walker. Baneling leader Doran. Hydralisk leader Zana. Lurker leader Zack. Swarm size. 2,577. 1977 springtails, 481 blastwings, 16 hydralisks, 100 lurkers, 3 larvae. Nest energy, 185. Energy chamber storage limit, 10,000. Dozens of springtails died. Half of the exploding insects were lost. Chu Fan glanced at it briefly. After eliminating the human soldiers and deciding to exterminate the tiger-striped bladebug swarm to quickly obtain the energy needed for development, he immediately led several leaders and the swarm here. These were all lost in a war against humanity. More than 500 exploding insects were all destroyed remotely by the last few hundred surviving soldiers. More than 20 springtails died in the chaos of being shot at as they charged into the ranks of soldiers. Apart from that, the hydralisks and lurkers were unharmed. In this battle, more than 1,000 human soldiers carrying a large number of heavy weapons were killed. The cost, however, was only a few hundred war insects. Most of them were poppy larvae. 1 springtail can mutate and hatch 10, which is equivalent to a slight loss of dozens of springtails. Winning is getting easier and easier. The casualty ratio is getting smaller and smaller. But the pressure is only increasing. The troops outside are no longer engaging in small-scale skirmishes. They are preparing to mobilize their entire forces. 50,000 soldiers, several thousand tanks and armored vehicles, as well as fighter jets, bombers, and attack helicopters. Chu Fan's eye twitched. He had previously told several leaders that he no longer wanted to passively endure attacks from human armies. In reality, it is not possible. Faced with such immense power, if he remains passive, only death awaits him, with absolutely no possibility of victory. Imagine this. Armored vehicles and tanks rolled in on the ground, combined with fighter jets, bombers, and attack helicopters in the sky. Indeed, as the general said, once inside the city, they would forcefully flatten it inch by inch, turning everything in their path into scorched earth. Therefore, only by taking the initiative to fight our way out, only by catching the human army outside the city off guard, they must be destroyed before those tanks and planes can be launched. Only then can this battle be turned into a victory. Without tanks and aircraft, without these modern war machines, relying solely on physically weak soldiers, no matter how many people there are, they're nothing more than food for the insect swarm. My lord, we've made it through. Just then, Zack's loud voice came from ahead. The small hole under the dilapidated signboard has now been dug out into a dark, deep hole. Zack's voice came from inside the cave. Close the system interface. Chu Fan walked into the cave. He wasn't exactly familiar with the building's underground parking garage, but it wasn't unfamiliar either, because this was one of his hiding places. I survived in this city for 3 years, surrounded by man-eating monsters. If he hadn't prepared enough shelters to hide in at any time, he would probably have died long ago, and no amount of secret assistance from the human armies outside could have helped him. Only, the previous entrance was narrow and extremely well hidden, barely allowing one to crawl in. He now had Zack widen the hole to a length and width of 1 or 2 meters to facilitate entry and exit. Inside the cave entrance, there was still a downward slope. After all underground parking lots are pretty much the same. After descending the slope, not long after leading Zack deeper inside, a rustling sound came from nearby. Accompanying this was a reptile that gradually appeared in the dim light. The body is like a worm. It is covered with a layer of armor. Beneath its head, with its sharp teeth and claws, are 2 pincer-like limbs. On either side of its body, there's a pair of bat-like wings. The bat's wings curve downwards, covered with numerous bones that extend to the edges, protruding with sharp tentacles. Their mode of locomotion involves using the bony, sharp antennae of their wings to crawl quickly across the ground, much like a spider. Worker bees. This reptile is a worker bee of the Zerg insectoid race, and one of the many worker bees that Chu Fan hid in various areas of the city before the battle as a precaution. They brought this swarm of insects here. The goal is very simple. The core territory of the tiger-striped bladebugs here is too far from the nest, making it extremely troublesome to either send swarms to fight it or to transport the corpses. So, they transformed the worker bees in the area into a hatchery. With the incubator, it can replace the main nest in absorbing and transforming corpses. They can continuously hatch war bugs to join a battle. In other words, they place their secondary nests right outside the tiger cricket's doorstep. Before their lair lay the battlefield. Step by step, they gradually eroded it. Proceed step by step, until all the tiger-striped crickets are completely wiped out. This transforms the entire tiger-striped worm population into nutrients for the Zerg worm race's development in a short period of time. Chapter 38. Your lair will soon be destroyed. Inside the garage, in the command of the Sovereign's will, all the springtails swarmed in. Others were dragging along the corpses of tiger-striped crickets. Deep inside the garage, worker bees are rapidly devouring the ever-growing pile of food in front of them. With continuous eating, the worker bee's tails also grew larger and larger. It contains energy and nutrients that have been decomposed, transformed, and stored. Once sufficient reserves are accumulated, worker bees will immediately activate the mutated gene sequences within their bodies, spin cocoons, evolve, and eventually grow into a hatchery-like biological nest. After observing for a while, Chu Fan then led Zack out. The will of the dominant being has been given, and the worker bees have automatically evolved after feeding and accumulating enough energy without needing his supervision. Moreover, the tiger-striped knife worms are coming soon, so he can't stay here. Outside the entrance, besides Walker and Doran, there were also 100 lurkers brought along. Master, should we build a few lines of defense inside the entrance to guard against any accidents? Walker immediately turned around and asked upon seeing Chu Fan. No need, we do. Chu Fan shook his head. Before he could finish speaking, Doran said with a hint of disdain, That's right, Walker. You're too stupid. With my size, I can block the entrance passage completely. What need is there for a defense line? Chu Fan glanced at Duolong, but he didn't say anything to discourage the silly guy. He just silently turned his gaze to the lurking creatures lying on the ground in front of him. Under its conveyed will, all the lurkers immediately scattered, forming a semicircular, multi-layered protective circle in front of the entrance. Then, they raised their 2 huge forelimbs and began to dig holes rapidly. At first glance, soil flew up, spreading everywhere. The scene was spectacular. In no time, 100 lurkers had burrowed underground. Before entering, they used their long hind legs to hook up piles of soil they had dug out and seal the entrance to the hole. In the blink of an eye, the space in front of me suddenly became empty. Doran blinked his green eyes and finally realized the implication of what the Overlord had just said. There was no need to build a defensive line inside the entrance. It didn't mean blocking the entrance from the beginning. Or are they these lurking agents? With the remaining 2-story buildings blocking their way, as long as the infiltrators can defend the front area, it will be equivalent to blocking the enemy's attack route. Doran, you're so stupid. Zack suddenly spoke in a deep, muffled voice. His serious tone, coupled with his loud voice, sounded particularly jarring, even making Doran a little angry. You're talking nonsense. That's exactly what I meant. Have your lurkers lie in ambush outside the entrance, and then I'll block the entrance. That will guarantee absolute safety. No matter how many tiger-striped knife worms come, it won't make a difference. And you dare to say I'm stupid? Believe me, I'll blow you up with a cannonball. You can't beat me. Zack raised his massive, basketball-sized, armored fist. His tone remained serious, and even his crimson eyes, which looked over, were calm, as if he were stating a fact, which was indeed the fact. With its imposing, nearly 3-meter-tall frame, Duolong could never knock it over. Even though both are protective shells cultivated in the main nest, Doran's acid shells are destined to be ineffective. In a one-on-one fight, Doran couldn't gain any advantage. With the Sovereign here, I won't stoop to your level. Duolong wisely turned his head away sullenly. Finally, he muttered, Zax, don't call me stupid anymore. Besides, I'm smart enough compared to you. Ahead, a slight smile appeared on Chu Fan's lips. He didn't try to stop the argument between the two leaders. With wisdom comes the inevitable development of emotions. As long as things don't get too out of hand, he's too lazy to care, and he doesn't want to care. The noise and commotion would at least make him, as a human, feel a little humanity, preventing the place from becoming cold and lifeless. In front of the entrance, Chu Fan and the three leaders stood there silently waiting. But it didn't take long. Soon, swish, 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 accompanied by the faint sound of rapid, heavy footsteps. Patches of tiger-striped crickets gradually appeared at the edge of the horizon. The number is increasing. The distance is getting closer and closer, seeing the four figures standing tall in front of the entrance. Without the slightest pause, the tiger-striped crickets surged forth in a torrent. But the instant you step into the infiltrators' ambush zone, tentacle spikes suddenly shot out from the ground, instantly piercing through the tiger-striped crickets on it. The approaching carapace-like figures crashed to the ground in droves. But as one group died, another group, fearless of death, continued to charge forward. One after another, they went to great lengths, one group after another. For a creature without thought and without fear, it is impossible for it to be deterred and stop moving forward by the death of its own kind. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The shrieks of attack echoed shrilly across the battlefield. The swarms of tiger-striped crickets surged forward like layers of ocean waves. Its fierce momentum is enough to inspire awe. The previous batch died from being stabbed. The next group continued their charge, stepping over the corpses scattered on the ground. The next batch was pierced by the spiked tentacles and fell to the ground, only to be trampled over by the tiger-striped, knife-like insects that followed. But this death charge was not without effect. At least, it forced the subsequent tiger-striped knife worms to force their way into the ambush area, which was within a range of more than 10 meters. The lurkers underground, having dug their own tunnels, do not burrow very deep, usually less than half a meter. In other words, the 2 to 3 meter long tentacles on its back can propel it more than 2 meters above the ground. The corpses of the tiger-striped knife worms were piled up to a height of more than 2 meters, making the tiger-striped knife worms climbing on the pile of corpses beyond their attack range. If this continues, paved with countless corpses, then the tiger-striped crickets behind will definitely be able to rush to the entrance smoothly. Chu Fan had anticipated this and was prepared for it. Move it! Under the command of Will, a stream of springtails immediately crawled out of the entrance. They then dispersed from around Chu Fan and the three leaders, flowing like two long, scarlet tides towards the battlefield ahead. He rushed to the pile of corpses. They grabbed onto the corpses and quickly dragged them backward. Just like the dramatic scene of the battle at the lair, it happened again. The difference is, one side charged forward to their death. The other side dragged the bodies backward, clearing the road paved with corpses. This situation lasted for more than half an hour, perhaps due to an order from the mother tiger-striped beetle, which stopped the futile, suicidal charge of the swarm. If the other party's mother hadn't given birth to intelligence, perhaps we don't need to intervene. These mindless web crawlers can exhaust themselves on their own. Chu Fan gazed at the vast swarm of tiger-striped insects surrounding the ambush area of the lurkers, a hint of regret creeping into his expression. There were regrets, but not many. His original purpose was to eliminate the tiger-striped knife worm. The temporary defense was merely a prelude to waiting for the worker bees in the underground parking garage behind them to complete their mutation and evolution. With the hatchery in hand and the evolution of a split pool, he can sustainably hatch zerglings. With this backup force, it's time for him to launch a full-scale counterattack. It seems they have no intention of attacking. You guys stay here and keep watch. I'll go down and take a look. Chu Fan glanced around, gave the three leaders some instructions, and then prepared to return to the underground parking garage. However, just then, a sudden commotion broke out among the tiger-striped crickets swarm in the distance. Then they quickly parted to the sides, making way for a passage. Inside the passage, a tiger-striped cricket with golden stripes slowly crawled out. At the same time, a voice that was as loud as a bell, yet extremely ethereal, suddenly rang out. Last time, I let you go and tacitly granted you the right to live in my territory. But why do you once again venture deep into our territory to provoke us? You are courting death, and you have given me the opportunity to eliminate you. Just now, I sent out another group. Their target is your nest. Without your protection, that nest will soon be destroyed by my people. Chapter 39. I was stealing from your house, but you asked me why I can speak human language? A talking bug? Chu Fan stared at the striking golden-spotted knife worm in his line of sight, which stood out like a crane among chickens. Compared to the other party's threats, his ability to speak was clearly more surprising and astonishing to him. It sounds almost identical to a human. Out of curiosity, Chu Fan subconsciously asked, "Why can you speak human language?" The golden-spotted cricket tilted its large pincers. This instinctive body language probably indicates a bit of confusion or a mental lapse. "No, I'm stealing from your house. They're stealing from your house. This is the key point. And you, ignoring everything, showing no concern or tension. They instead asked me why I could speak human language. If it didn't know that this human was smarter and more cunning than itself, having wiped out 2 groups of human soldiers in succession, it would probably have thought that this human was a fool. After realizing what was happening, the golden-spotted blade bug straightened its large pincers, paused for a moment, and then, as if feeling it was necessary to communicate with its enemy, replied, "I have devoured a large number of human corpses and undergone some kind of evolution." "Oh." Chu Fan nodded as if he understood. Humans speak by vibrating their vocal cords. The mother of the tiger-striped knife worm probably evolved a similar vocal cavity by eating human corpses. Just like Walker, Doran, and Zach who were around him could speak, that's the case. The difference is that the main hive became bound to his human consciousness, acquired the human body structure, and cultivated this relatively simple, low-level organ. Alternatively, it is possible that the main nest's gene pool already contains a complete human genome sequence map. After all, the Zerg are an extremely sophisticated race that has wiped out countless species in the process of their development. The information about the Zerg that was passed down back then, including endless swarms of Zerg, and even a colossal space-dwelling Zerg called Leviathan that could travel through the universe like a spaceship, is the best proof of this. In other words, his current development is based on a mature racial system. Tiger-striped crickets, on the other hand, truly started from scratch. This is just like a newborn baby, growing up little by little. For example, the evolution of vocal cavities is a manifestation of development during the accumulation process. As for the source of the human corpses obtained by the other party, without a doubt, it must be that same 100-person squad from last time. When they were killed, all the corpses were left on the spot, presumably dragged back to their nest by the tiger-striped crickets and fed to their mothers. Thinking of the mother, Chu Fan then carefully examined the golden-spotted knife worm in the distance from head to toe. Besides the golden stripes on its carapace that distinguish it from ordinary tiger beetles, it is also much larger in size. Judging by appearance, it is at least 2 meters high. The several segmented limbs supporting the body are also much thicker and stronger than those of ordinary tiger beetles, making them look majestic and powerful. Otherwise, nothing has changed. Looking away, Chu Fan asked again, "You're not the mother body, are you?" It appears to be a question, but in reality, it's an unequivocal confirmation. The golden-spotted blade bug's body structure, like the tiger-spotted blade bug, clearly belongs to the combat type. Moreover, how does a creature with a large pincer-like head on its 4 limbs and a spindle-shaped body lay eggs and reproduce? Therefore, the golden-spotted cricket is very likely a new type of war cricket bred by the mother after evolving by devouring human corpses, with the addition of a humanoid vocal cavity. As expected, the sound that came through confirmed this fact. The mother will not be on the battlefield in person. Every word I say, including now, is an immediate transmission of the mother's thoughts and ideas. After saying that, it seemed puzzled. To be precise, the mother entity behind it was very puzzled and continued to ask curiously, "My clan is on its way to attack your nest. You and your clan are trapped here and cannot leave to go to the rescue, but you don't seem worried. Do I need to worry?" Chu Fan asked in return. "Don't you need it?" Do you need it? The mother tiger-striped cricket fell silent. After a long pause, he finally spoke. You may have left a portion of your tribe in the nest, but based on my observations of your battles with humans, the vast majority of your race is here, especially those humanoid race members behind you. Our race's last attack failed mainly because of their presence. Their shells were highly defensive, blocking the entrance to their nests, causing heavy losses to our tribe and forcing us to retreat. Now that they're gone, how will your lair withstand our clan's attack? Perhaps you are trying to appear calm and deceive me with your composure. Humans are a very cruel and cunning species. Furthermore, why do you, a human, have a group of insects that are not human? That seems impossible. Never mind. I'll find the answer after I've wiped out you and your clan and absorbed your genetic information. Your genes are also what I need. These genes will allow my race to evolve several levels again, enabling rapid development and thus destroying this prison set up by humans. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden-spotted cricket then turned and left. Before entering, Chu Fan looked at the insect's back and felt a pang of sympathy. The mother of the tiger-striped knife beetle developed intelligence and realized that she and her species were caged birds imprisoned by humans. And what about myself? After being trapped in this city for 3 years, I finally managed to escape. He thought that seeing the light of day again would allow him to return to the safety of human society. But in the end, he was not only forced back, but his sister also died as a result. To the human army outside, they as fellow humans might be no different from the monsters and tiger-striped worms in the city. Therefore, he and the tiger-striped cricket share a common enemy. Certainly, this was just an instinctive feeling of emotion. The plan still needs to be carried out. The idea of eradicating the tiger-striped knife beetle remained unwavering. Just as the mother of the tiger bladebug had planned, she wanted to destroy her own Zerg race, allowing the tiger bladebug to evolve rapidly and finally escape from this huge cage. The same applies to ourselves. Only by eliminating them and transforming them into energy for development can we quickly hatch enough swarms of various types of insects to actively break out and wipe out the human armies outside, for their own survival, and also to avenge his murdered sister. Hold the line. He glanced at the 3 leaders. Chu Fan immediately turned around and entered the underground parking garage. Deep inside the garage, the worker bees had disappeared. Instead, a blood-red cocoon began to grow, wriggling slightly. Chu Fan found a place to sit down and immediately closed his eyes. Within the submerged consciousness, the swarm of insect consciousness network, composed of white specks of consciousness, quickly surfaced in the sight. Compared to the beginning, the number of light spots has increased significantly, forming a dense, large area. Move the viewpoint southwest. Find the other spot of light where the main nest is located. As Chu Fan merged into one of the points of light to possess it with his consciousness, he simultaneously transmitted a command of will. Zana, tiger-striped crickets are about to attack the nest. Gather the remaining swarms and prepare for defense. Chapter 40. When the tide turns, the offense and defense will be reversed, and we can destroy them in just a few days. An underground lair in the city center. Below the entrance ramp, the several layers of defenses made up of abandoned cars have not been removed and remain in their original structure. Inside the gaps and passages behind the first line of defense, 16 hydralisks lined up in a row, their massive triangular heads raised high. The python, which was more than 10 meters long, stood upright with its forequarters raised, allowing its head to leap over the defense line. With its pairs of cold compound eyes, it stared at the entrance, performing its task of guarding the nest. And at the top of the car defense line sat their leader. 2 slender, long legs were dangling idly outside, combined with the magnificent waves on her chest. From a distance, she was a hot girl wearing a black tight leather outfit. Especially with her face covered by a black mask, only her large, bright eyes are visible, which makes people imagine her stunning beauty. However, some things are best admired from afar. If you get closer and see the layers of fine scales covering its body and the thick, bushy hair on its head that sometimes wriggles like Medusa's, all the beauty and fantasy will shatter in an instant, leaving only fear and tingling. I'm so bored. They won't let me go to fight humans. Are you going to hunt tiger-striped crickets or not take me with you? We guard our lair every day, but we don't see a single enemy. We used to be able to shoot down human drones, but now even drones aren't coming. My lord, I'm about to suffocate. You know that? A clear, melodious voice, like that of a nightingale, echoed inside the mouth. His tone was full of resentment. But soon, as if sensing something, Zana, who was sitting listlessly at the top of the defensive line, swinging her long legs, suddenly froze. Tiger-striped knife beetle? Attack the nest? The next moment, an irrepressible excitement immediately welled up in Zana's eyes. Finally, something to do? But after the initial excitement, Zana quickly regained the composure befitting a swarm leader and abandoned her lazy demeanor. He rolled over and got up. Turn around. He tightened his cold, brooding gaze. Assemble. Under the commands transmitted by the Swarm Consciousness Network. Deep within the nest, swarms of exploding insects rolled in rapidly. In the Zerg system, the ruler is undoubtedly at the very top of the pyramid. Below them are the leaders of the various branch tribes. All swarms will first and foremost obey the absolute will of the Overlord, and only secondarily the various leaders. If the Overmind and the leaders of the branch groups leave, the swarm's collective consciousness will automatically focus on the nearest leader, thus ensuring command and control and preventing it from falling apart. Just like now, Chu Fan is not here. The leader of the exploding insects, Doran, was also absent. The nearly 500 blast bugs in the nest will obey the commands of Zana, the Hydralisk leader. Having just assembled, perhaps sensing the arrival of the Dominator's will, Zana quickly jumped down. He quickly approached a Hydralisk and lowered his head. Dominate. Chu Fan responded in his mind. Then, the deck-headed creature controlling the Hydra looked around. The world of the Hydralisk, like that of the Zerglings, is bleak and colorless. The difference is that the visual organs are extremely well developed, enabling them to focus on images within the field of vision. In other words, it's similar to a gun scope, capable of magnifying distant targets several times in the field of view. Furthermore, after focusing and magnifying the imaging, the extremely fast neural transmission speed and ultra-high visual capture frame rate activated simultaneously can make the movements of organisms in sight very slow. Perhaps this visual system evolved to match the Hydralisk's ranged attack methods, preventing shots from missing their mark. A very good visual organ. When a main hive evolves again after a while and modifies its own body. In addition to Zana's finger gun, let the main hive incorporate the Hydralisk's visual system as well. When the two are combined, that's a true sharpshooter with every shot hitting its mark, and the bullets are also extremely poisonous. Chu Fan thought to himself, compared to humans, the various bodily organs evolved by insect swarms are far more developed and practical. After a short while, Chu Fan then controlled the possessed serpent to swim away. Zana followed closely behind. As soon as we arrived at the entrance, we could faintly hear a series of hissing sounds. The sound grew louder and louder, and they are becoming increasingly dense. Not long after, within sight, the dense swarms of tiger-striped crickets resembled a wildly surging tsunami. Is this the species that the mother tiger-striped knife were mentioned? I estimate they've sent over half of the tiger-striped knife bugs from the entire territory. But they were smart enough to know to divide their forces and launch a surprise attack on our base. Chu Fan scanned the overwhelming scene in the distance through the compound eyes of the Hydralisk. Then, with the focus of vision suddenly focused, the magnified perspective instantly revealed a scene that seemed almost within reach, where one could even clearly see a golden-spotted cricket racing at the very front. At the same time, the golden-spotted knife beetle and all the tiger-spotted knife beetles that followed slowed down their rapidly moving limbs and knife-like legs in an instant, as if playing in slow motion frame by frame. But this is only a visual perception. In reality, the speed of these crawlers has not decreased as a result. After testing the Hydralisk's visual system, Chu Fan didn't delay any longer and immediately led Zana back into the lair. After arriving at the defensive line, he controlled the Hydralisk and raised one of its forelimbs. Defend according to plan. Yes, Lord. Zana possessed him and accepted the order. Then, he turned his gaze to the swarm of exploding insects behind him. Under its conscious command, dozens of the exploding insects quickly broke free, rolled up the passage, and came to a stop on the top of the slope. Soon, with the rapid stomping of its bladed legs as it lunged towards the entrance. Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! A violente explosion. A horrific scream. The sound of corrosion. It erupted instantly at every point in front of the entrance. The corpses of tiger-striped knife insects, their bodies emitting corrosive blue smoke, mixed with large swaths of strong acid liquid, rolled and flowed down the entrance slope. Almost instantly, the ground in front of the first line of defense was covered with a layer of acid. The rapidly melting corpses filled the narrow space inside the entrance and even spread upwards. Outside the entrance, the blocked swarm of tiger-striped crickets instinctively prepared to clear the obstruction of corpses, just as they had done in the last battle. But as soon as the large pincers bit into the corrosive corpse covered in strong acid, the acid melted and pitted the flesh. Some are even gradually melted away. In this situation, cleanup becomes meaningless. In front of the entrance, the swarms of tiger-striped crickets that had rushed towards them all stopped in their tracks. The endless swarms of insects that stretched out behind them, resembling a vast ocean, were also forced to cease their surge. The corroded corpses piled up in the narrow entrance before them were like an insurmountable barrier, preventing them from advancing an inch. Squeak! Seeing this scene, the lead golden-spotted cricket looked up and let out a sharp screech. His voice was filled with anger, resentment, deep helplessness, and intense frustration. Are you furious? After laying out the lines inside the entrance. Hearing the deafening roar, Chu Fan sneered. The mother tiger-striped cricket's attack on the swarming nest failed, and she was blocked by the lurkers. She had a flash of inspiration and sent out a large number of small soldiers to raid the nest. And what was the result? They were blocked outside by a swarm of exploding insects. Similar to the last battle, I had no way to use my strength. I was extremely frustrated and angry, and I had nowhere to vent my anger. I glanced at the entrance. Chu Fan then turned the hydralisk towards Zana beside him and instructed her in his mind. The acid from dozens of exploding insects takes several hours to evaporate naturally. Every few hours, a batch of exploding insects are sent up to self-destruct. The nearly 500 remaining in the nest are more than enough to hold out for a day or two. Remember, during this period, only defense is permitted. No offensive attacks are allowed. Once the hatchery at the edge of the tiger blade bug's core territory has evolved, we will evolve a few more split pools to ensure the swarm's continued hatching and combat engagement. At that time, a reversal of offense and defense. We can completely annihilate them within a few days. He paused for a moment. Chu Fan couldn't help but turn his gaze to the northeast. What kind of organism was the mother of the tiger-striped knife beetle that gave birth to intelligence? A Zerg-like nexus? Or is it a huge, fat queen that only lays eggs like a maggot? Chapter 41. Any carbon-based life form is utterly vulnerable to thermal weapons. Late at night, inside the building's underground parking garage, Chu Fan leaned against a load-bearing pillar, resting with his eyes closed. There's no security room like the one on the main hive, so I just have to find a place to sleep. Not far from him, the blood-red cocoon formed by the worker had grown into a colossal creature covering several meters in size over a day. The outer surface of the cocoon is still slightly twitching. Several hours later, the wriggling growth gradually stopped. At the same time, a sense of unease suddenly jolted Chu Fan awake, and he turned his gaze to the enormous cocoon. Right under his gaze, the blood-red membrane on the cocoon slowly ruptured and fell off. A moment later, a scarlet creature emerged from the cocoon. Like the main nest, it has a tower-like structure with slow-moving, protruding fleshy growths everywhere. 3 reproductive cavities also extend from its bottom. The ground around them was also covered with a black, mycelium-like fungal carpet, along with 3 larvae that had just been expelled from the reproductive chamber. At first glance, the only difference from the main nest is that there are only 3 thick, bony spikes standing upside down like giant scimitars around it, instead of 4. It also looks much smaller, not as tall and menacing as the main nest. In addition, in the lower middle part of it, there is a very prominent tubular tentacle, as thick as a thigh and more than a meter long. But unlike ordinary tentacles, the tip of this tubular tentacle resembles a split mouth, covered with rows of spiral-shaped sharp teeth. The hatchery has finally evolved. Chu Fan looked him over and quickly got up. As soon as I arrived at the incubator, the system's voice echoed in my mind. The system detected that the host had evolved a Zerg biological hatchery. Please name the incubator. After naming, the system information interface will be regenerated. Name. Chu Fan was puzzled at first, but I soon understood. The hatchery can evolve into various branched insect reproductive cavities. It was named to distinguish it from the main nest. Moreover, there is no limit to the number of hatcheries. There is only one now, but if there are more in the future, the lack of distinguishing names will cause confusion. After thinking it over, Chu Fan didn't waste too much time on the name. It was just a name to distinguish the 2 people, so it didn't matter what it was called. Incubator número uno. Please confirm that the original biological incubation site is named Incubation Site Number 1. Confirm. Successful confirmation. The system information interface has been regenerated. Generating. Generation complete. The system voice finished speaking. The information interface then automatically unfolded in front of Chu Fan. Zerg race. Evolutionary stage. Initial. Main nest construction. Primal main nest. 2 splitting pools. 1 hydroless burrow. Split nest construction. Primitive biological hatchery number 1. Swarm leaders. For Zerglings, Walker. Banlings, Doran. Hydralisks, Zana. Lurkers, Zax. Swarm size. 2,394. 1977 springtails. 295 blastwings. 16 hydralisks. 100 lurkers. 6 larvae. Main nest energy. 185. Energy chamber storage capacity. 10,000. Split nest energy. 0 first primitive biological hatchery. Energy chamber storage limit 5,000. There is now more information displayed about the incubator. Other changes are minor. Chu Fan glanced at it briefly and then closed the interface. Then, walk up to the tubular tentacle in the hatchery with its mouth full of sharp teeth. According to the Zerg's heritage information, this tentacle is an energy transmission conduit for the hatchery. It grows by consuming energy, then burrows underground and automatically connects to the main nest or other hatcheries. This is equivalent to connecting all the biological nests together to build an underground energy transmission network, thereby allowing them to transfer energy and nutrients to each other. In principle, there are no distance restrictions on energy transmission pipelines. Even if the 2 nests are thousands of miles apart, as long as there is enough energy to supply the growth of the pipes, they can extend thousands of miles underground. According to the inherited Zerg memory information, after the hatchery has evolved, the first thing to cultivate is the energy transport pipeline to ensure the energy supply between the various nests. For example, the main nest lacks the energy to hatch war bugs. If hatchery number 1 has sufficient energy, it can be transported there through the connected biological pipeline. That's indeed the case right now. The main hive only has a little over 100 units of energy left. Not far from the newly evolved hatchery number 1, there were piles of tiger-striped knife beetle corpses. These corpses were all killed by the lurkers when the tiger-striped blade bugs attacked from outside, and then dragged in by the jumping bugs. The mass suicide attack lasted for more than half an hour, and the sheer number of casualties was enormous. If the hatchery were to decompose at all, it could yield at least several thousand units of energy nutrients. Devour the corpse. Convert energy. Evolutionary split. Pool. Reproduction chamber. Chu Fan looked at the incubation site and issued several commands in succession. He didn't follow the conventional path of cultivating energy transport pipelines. The main hive does not require energy for the time being. The most important task at present is obviously to evolve several splitting pools for breeding chambers and hatch large numbers of jumping worms. With enough springtails, we can wage a full-scale war against tiger crickets. As soon as the war broke out, the core territory where the tiger-striped blade bug mother was located was attacked. The situation where the main nest was besieged by tiger-striped crickets resolved itself. The next day, command center outside the city, inside the intelligence gathering room. In front of each computer screen, staff members still sit, remotely controlling drones scattered throughout the city to carry out reconnaissance work 24 hours a day without interruption. A large number of people, rows upon rows stretching far into the distance. They were arranged neatly, layer upon layer. At the front, 2 officers are watching a live feed displayed on a giant screen on the wall. The screen is split in 2. The left side shows the building's underground parking garage. Dozens of meters away from the garage entrance, countless tiger-striped knife insects swarmed around it in a semicircle, forming layers of encirclement. The large area of ground between them seemed empty, but the dark green insect blood and scattered carapace fragments told the story of a battle, or rather a massacre, that had taken place here. The image on the right shows the underground parking lot near the city center. Similarly, the entrance was also crowded with swarms of tiger-striped crickets. The only difference was that the tiger-striped knife beetle swarm was right next to the entrance. Inside the entrance, thick, corrosive fumes billowed outwards in visible plumes. Even through the screen, you could almost smell the pungent corrosive odor. Apart from that, the 2 images are almost identical. Countless tiger-striped knife insects gathered there. They were all stopped at the entrance and could not move forward an inch. Seeing this scene, which had been going on for more than a day, made the two officers feel somewhat aggrieved. Useless tiger reptiles. How could such a large number of them be blocked? More than just useless, they're downright stupid. If it were me, I would have 100 ways to rush in. Exactly. If there are crawling insects lurking underground that can shoot out tentacles and spikes, how can they hide underground if we bombard them with rockets and shred several layers of the ground? The other side is simpler. The corpses are covered in strong acid and can't be touched, but we can just find some tools to drag the corroded corpses out of the entrance, right? The two officers couldn't help but complain. However, the solutions they proposed were based on their own experiences. How can tiger crickets bombard and clean up the ground without rockets? All they could do was pave the way with corpses to deflect the tentacled attacks of the underground lurkers. But the enemy will clear the corpses from the inside, and they die even faster than the enemy can clear them. The tiger-striped cricket is even more helpless when dealing with corpses contaminated with strong acid. They don't have human hands and can't use tools. They can only move and drag things using their large pincers and mouths. The highly corrosive acid on the carcass made it impossible for them to bite. So, aside from blocking the two entrances, the tiger-striped crickets could do nothing else. In reality, the two officers understood these principles. Their complaints were merely an outlet for their frustrations. Cockroaches are their enemies. Not counting the first 5-man special operations team, they have already lost 1,600 men. Especially last time, despite being well prepared and carrying various heavy weapons, they were still completely wiped out, even being easily eliminated by cockroaches. How can we not make them angry? How can we prevent them from getting angry? Therefore, after discovering that the tiger crickets had split up to attack 2 cockroach nests, they naturally hoped that the tiger crickets could destroy them. But ultimately, both tiger-striped reptiles were blocked outside the nest entrance. Despite having such a large number of them, they were completely unable to take down the 2 nests. This did not lessen their anger in the slightest. Instead, it aroused a sense of frustration. However frustrated they were, the 2 officers did not leave in a fit of anger. Instead, they remained in front of the screen, watching the scene of tiger-striped crickets besieging 2 nests with burning resentment. Because they're the ones on duty these days. The general and other officers were preparing for the attack a month later. For example, preparing equipment for nearly 50,000 soldiers. Alternatively, it could be used to refuel tanks, armored vehicles, and aircraft. Of course, these logistical tasks will not take that long. The decision to take action a month later was mainly based on orders from above. As for the reason, everyone, including the 2 officers, knew the inside story. It was no secret, and there was no way to hide it from people outside the city. In front of the screen, there was no further movement in either of the 2 scenes shown in the video. The 2 officers decided to stop paying attention and sat down on the chairs nearby. After a moment of silence, one of the young officers spoke with a hint of worry. The female reptiles in the cockroach nest reproduce very quickly and can continuously breed entirely new species. Both of our attacks failed because of this. We lacked sufficient reconnaissance and were completely unprepared, caught off guard by the cockroaches. The first 100 men died in the ambush traps set by the exploding reptiles, and the second 1,500 men were almost entirely killed by those reptiles that can burrow underground and attack with their tentacles. If, in the next month, the cockroaches breed some unfamiliar reptile species that we've never seen before, will our final assault also result in total annihilation? What are you thinking about? Another middle-aged officer immediately interrupted, rolling his eyes and chuckling. The first 2 times were individual operations, but next time it's a mechanized force of 50,000. No matter what type of reptiles the cockroach mother spawns, or how many there are, they will be completely wiped out. The cockroaches have absolutely no chance of winning. At this point, perhaps remembering something, he smiled and changed the subject, asking, "You must have seen some old sci-fi movies about monster disasters, right?" "I've seen it, so what?" "Have you noticed that these movies all have one thing in common?" "What do they have in common?" "The characters in these movies are all scattered soldiers. There are never any organized mechanized units, not even when the entire country is ravaged and overrun by monsters. Do you know why?" "Why?" "Because once mechanized troops appear, all the monsters will be quickly wiped out, so directors who make these kinds of movies deliberately avoid showing mechanized troops and blur them out, otherwise the movie can't be made." The middle-aged officer smiled and continued. "One movie left a deep impression on me. I remember the plot was that a city was shrouded in white fog, from which all sorts of huge and ferocious monsters roamed. There were many of them. The citizens of the city struggled to survive. In the end, the protagonist and his family of 5 were cornered by the monsters during their escape. In order to prevent his family from being eaten and dying painfully by the monsters, the protagonist gave his last 4 bullets to his wife and 3 children. After his wife and children took their own lives, the protagonist was about to face the monster's gaping maws when the white fog began to dissipate. A mechanized army slowly entered the city, and the terrifying, towering monsters were burning and falling to the ground one by one under the fire of artillery shells. The movie ended there. After explaining, the middle-aged officer continued, "The ending of this movie seems extremely ironic, shocking, and cruel, even unacceptable. Just 1 or 2 minutes before the rescue team entered the city, his wife and children committed suicide, and the protagonist, who was prepared to endure the agonizing pain of being torn apart by the monster, miraculously survived. From now on, he will inevitably live in endless guilt and deep despair and self-blame." But let's look at this ending from the perspective of us soldiers. What do you find? What? Mechanized troops enter the city. Movie ends. The middle-aged officer shrugged. The deployment of mechanized forces heralds the end of the monsters ravaging the city. In short, any carbon-based life form is utterly vulnerable to firearms. Just like the previous 2 times, if the cockroach swarms had engaged us in direct combat, how much of a chance do you think they would have had? But next time, with the mechanized forces allowed to participate, thousands of tanks and armored vehicles, along with fighter jets, bombers, and armed helicopters, they will coordinate their air and ground operations, pushing forward bit by bit. No matter how many schemes or tricks the cockroaches have, no matter how many reptiles they have, they are destined to be reduced to dust under the guns and cannons of this advance. That's true. The young officer nodded. His worried expression gradually relaxed. But then, the young officer felt a pang of regret and sighed. This cockroach is quite special. It somehow managed to obtain a female reptile that it could control and reproduce so many reptiles. If it dies like this, to be honest, if we don't consider my military status, I'd really feel a bit sorry for it. Really? The middle-aged officer agreed, saying, "When we first discovered the cockroach-controlled humanoid shell monster and dozens of reptiles in that underground parking lot, it was more of a pleasant surprise than an astonishment. Especially for those above, they were probably ecstatic. Our 2 consecutive failed attacks probably made them even more excited. Yes, I don't know what the higher-ups were thinking this time, that they actually agreed to the general's plan for a general offensive," the young officer said. "Perhaps we had no choice but to do it." The middle-aged officer sighed. He then glanced at the nest image on the screen and said, "The decision-making power for these kinds of things isn't in the hands of those at the top. Just like the sister who shot and killed the cockroach, it wasn't a decision made by us or those above us. In the end, we and those above us are just tools in a certain sense, only responsible for carrying out the orders. It's such a pity about the cockroaches this time. I wonder if the next cockroach will still have this ability to control its crawling insects. If not, then those above and those of us stationed here may lose our value and meaning of existence." Chapter 42. Fire your shells and blow it to bits. Early morning of the 3rd day. Deep inside the building's underground parking garage, an evolutionary tentacle, resembling a python, extended from the hatchery and connected to a giant, continuously writhing mass of tentacles several meters away. Beside this tentacled mass in the process of evolution, 2 other split pools, which had already completed their evolution, stood side by side. Within the dark green slime in the pool, 6 clusters of hatched springtail cocoons could be vaguely seen. Not far away, just like the previous 2 days, Chu Fan leaned against the load-bearing pillar and closed his eyes to rest. As the giant tentacle mass gradually slowed its wriggling, a system notification quickly sounded in his mind. "Host, please take note. The 3rd Zerg split pool breeding chamber, which evolved in Hatchery 1, will complete its evolution in 3 minutes. Is it almost ready to evolve?" Chu Fan woke up upon hearing the sound. Yesterday, after the worker bee's mutated hatchery completed its evolution, he immediately issued the order to devour corpses, convert them into energy, and then evolve the split pool. Furthermore, 3 of them evolved in succession. Each splitting pool takes 8 hours, so 3 pools would take 24 hours. According to the timeline, the 3rd split pool will finish evolving in the early hours of this morning. So he had the system set a reminder alarm in advance. He got up and went to the group of tentacles that had gradually come to a stop. After waiting silently for a short while, the intertwined tentacles began to slowly withdraw and return to the hatchery. Inside, The body of a creature filled with green slime slowly emerges. I glanced at it. Chu Fan then turned to look at the larvae lying on the black fungal carpet. Then they moved on to the hatchery, which was like the main nest, with several instructions issued in succession. Driven by the swaying of the mycelium on the fungal carpet, the 3 larvae quickly crawled towards the third splitting pool and jumped in. The hatchery evolution tentacles that had just retracted stretched out again, rapidly splitting into smaller, denser tentacles on an open space, which then intertwined to form a wriggling, expanding tentacles. Inside the tentacle clan, the hydralisk reproductive chamber embryos, transported from the hatchery, began to grow gradually under the nourishment of synchronously supplied energy. At the same time, the energy transmission pipe outside the incubation site suddenly seemed to come alive, arching upwards. The next moment, bang! The pipe suddenly plunged into the ground below. Its sharp fangs at the top easily broke through the soil and burrowed inside. Streams of energy and nutrients flowed slowly through the pipes, creating bulges that propelled the pipe's continuous growth. After doing all this, Chu Fan then opened the system information interface. Zerg race. Evolutionary stage. Initial. Main nest construction. Primal main nest. 2 splitting pools. 1 hydralisk burrow. Split nest construction. Primitive hatchery number 1. Energy transport pipeline in progress. Splitting pool 3. Swarm leaders. For Zergling leader Walker. Baneling leader Doran. Hydralisk leader Zana. Lurker leader Zach. Swarm size. 2,279. 2,120 springtails, 37 blastwings, 16 hydralisks, 100 lurkers, 6 larvae. Main nest energy, 185. Energy chamber storage capacity, 10,000. Split nest energy, 4010 original hatchery number 1. Energy chamber storage limit 5,000. The tiger-striped cricket corpses that were decomposed at the hatchery yesterday still have more than 4,000 units of energy remaining after conversion. Once the energy transmission pipeline of the hatchery is connected to the main nest, some energy will be transferred over. Evolve another split pool, and 2 more hydralisk dens in the main hive. 3 more hydra dens will be evolved here at the hatchery. At that time, 6 splitting pools can hatch 864 springtails a day. 6 hydra dens can hatch 216 hydra per day. After fighting the tiger-striped knife insects, the energy obtained from their corpses, besides being used to continuously hatch war insects, should have a surplus. Either store them up, prepare to evolve the main hive, strengthen and modify yourself, and unlock more types of war bugs. Either we find a place to consume some worker bees and evolve a few more hatcheries, open up more branch hives, and continue to increase the reproduction rate of the 2 types of war bugs. Or do it simultaneously. How things develop will depend on the actual battle situation with the tiger-striped knife worms. Chu Fan silently calculated as he looked at the information interface. The Zerg's primitive-level biological nest, or hatchery, can evolve into 2 reproductive chambers, the splitter pool and the hydralisk burrow. Each type of breeding chamber can only evolve 3 chambers. Of course, it's not that it can't evolve further. If Chu Fan, the ruler, were willing, he could command thousands upon thousands of main nests and hatcheries to evolve without any problem. However, if too many larvae evolve, the larvae bred in the main nest and hatchery will not be able to keep up with such a huge consumption. Larvae don't appear out of thin air. They require energy to cultivate. Each time the main nest and hatchery consume and decompose corpses, a small portion of the energy and nutrients they generate are automatically left behind. For example, a tiger cricket can convert 10 points of energy. 9 of these points will be transported from the main nest and hatchery into the storage chamber for safekeeping. The other point is used to sustain its own life and to nurture the larval embryos within its body. Based on system analysis and calculations, the main nest and hatchery are located inside the body, where a batch of larvae are raised at once. A maximum of 14 per batch. It took 1 hour. Once the cultivation is complete, it will be stored in the body and can be excreted and used at any time. The 3 splitting pools require 9 larvae per hour and 18 larvae per 2 hours. 3 thorny snake dens, 2 hours of incubation time, and 9 larvae are required. Together, the 2 processes consume 28 larvae in 2 hours, averaging 14 larvae per hour. In other words, the 3 splitting pools and 3 hydra dens enable continuous hatching. If there are too many, the larvae bred in the main nest and hatchery will not be able to keep up with the required number, and the larvae that evolve will be idle, which is a pure waste. But this is hardly a restriction, and it won't affect the Zerg development. There are two solutions. Firstly, it evolves into more hatcheries. Secondly, by evolving the original biological nest and the original biological hatchery, the speed of larval cultivation can be greatly increased. In short, both require sufficient energy. Currently, the only energy source is obtained through inefficient hunting of carcasses. In the future, worker bees can be tasked with finding energy mines with higher conversion efficiency. By then, the energy will be inexhaustible. The swarm's growth rate will also expand in an endless, frenzied manner. Gathering my thoughts to transmit subsequent evolutionary instructions to the hatchery. Chu Fan then turned and walked towards the entrance of the parking garage. Below the entrance, more than 2,000 springtails lay prostrate on the ground. At first glance, the sheer number of dark, densely packed structures spread out in layers, stretching far into the distance, almost completely filling the already enormous underground parking garage. In front of the entrance, Walker, Doran, and Zach were standing there. The three leaders have been guarding this place for 2 days and 2 nights. Dozens of meters away opposite them, a dense swarm of tiger-striped knife insects remained, not moving an inch. The idea of the mother tiger-striped cricket might be quite simple. They can break through. Then we'll trap the enemy inside. Dominate! 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 Upon seeing Chu Fan emerge, Walker and the other two lowered their heads. The tiger-striped crickets on the opposite side immediately became agitated. Perhaps finally seeing Chu Fan reappear, the golden-spotted knife worm quickly crawled out from the separated swarm. A human-like voice followed. It's been 3 days. Without food. How many more days can you and your tribe last? You'll starve to death sooner or later. I can spare your life and evacuate my entire tribe, but you must agree to 2 conditions. First, voluntarily surrender half of your tribe. I need their genes. Second, get out of my territory and never set foot here again, or else. Doran, Chu Fan ignored the other party's threat. He simply turned to Duo Long behind him, pointing at the golden-spotted worm. Fire your biological cannonballs. Blow it up. After speaking, the will of the Overlord instantly swept through the consciousness of the swarm network. The command is very simple. Only one word. Kill. Chapter 43. Reap the benefits and annihilate them in one fell swoop. Whoosh. Having received Chu Fan's orders, Doran immediately raised one arm of the cannon barrel. A dark green, acid-laden flying insect shot out in an instant. Under high pressure and acceleration, a distance of only a few dozen meters is covered in the blink of an eye. The golden-spotted cricket opposite was still vibrating its vocal cavities, conveying the conditions and threats issued by the mother insect, and had no time to react or respond. Boom! A violente explosion. The acid-flying insect accurately hit the head of the golden-spotted cricket. The burst of strong acid melted and broke off its large pincers at a speed visible to the naked eye. The sharp screech emitted by instinct quickly subsided and ceased under the corrosive influence, completely losing its vitality, and the upright body, 1 or 2 meters tall, collapsed with a crash. At the same time, whoosh, buzz, 2 gleaming bone knives sprang from Walker's hands, and he pounced forward first. Zach, his 2 sharp claws trembling, followed closely behind. His imposing 3-meter-tall armored body sprinted across the ground with a series of dull thuds. Whoosh, 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 accompanied by a series of rapid ejection sounds. One after another, acidic flying insect shells formed a straight line in the air ahead. Only after defeating all the symbiotes stored in his body in one go did Doran retract his arms, quickly shrink his head, hands, and feet, and roll out with a rumbling sound. After that, more than 2,000 springtails poured out of the mouth like a flood bursting its banks. Obey the will of the sovereign. They frantically moved their limbs. They violently swung their fighting forelimbs on their backs. One by one, their scarlet, ferocious eyes flashed like those of madmen as they charged fiercely toward the enemies ahead. Squeak! Squeak, squeak, squeak. Fighting. It erupted in an instant. The shrill, chaotic chirping of insects instantly echoed everywhere. With the boost from the airflow emanating from his carapace, Walker charged into the swarm of tiger-striped crickets almost as if he were teleporting. With a swing of his 2 bone knives, one on each side, he swiftly sliced off the heads of 2 tiger-striped knife worms. And its momentum continued unabated as it lunged forward. Wherever it passed, the spotted worms on both sides fell to the ground one by one, like tarot cards. Without exception, Their large pincer heads were all severed. The wound was smooth and neat. Zack, who followed closely behind, was equally impressive. Relying on its powerful carapace and the high-frequency vibrations of its claws, it shredded the tiger-striped knife beetles one by one. Keep moving forward. Shell fragments flew everywhere along the way. Doran, slightly slower, was even more ferocious, rampaging through the swarm of tiger-striped crickets. They smashed open empty passages. They left behind the crushed remains of tiger-striped crickets. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. After the 3 leaders, the swarming, jumping insects leaped up amidst a burst of hissing, one after another pouncing on a row of tiger-striped knife insects at the front line. Like surging ocean waves, layer upon layer, it swept through layer by layer. In a short while, the tiger stripes on the front line were completely submerged by the dark red armor, and it continues to surge and cover forward, completely crushing, unstoppable momentum. That's the difference between having a leader and not having one. Before entering, Chu Fan gazed at the almost overwhelming battle situation in his line of sight. If only springtails are used, they may not be able to fight off the much larger number of tiger crickets. However, with a leader whose individual combat power is formidable and whose armor is extremely strong, making them like a tiger among sheep, it is enough to rewrite the course of the battle. The tiger-striped knife beetle has the advantage of being able to develop into a huge population in just a few years. However, its weakness is also obvious. Its individual combat power is very weak. Perhaps the mother insect was aware of this, and breeding stronger golden-spotted worms might be its attempt to compensate for this deficiency. Unfortunately, it's only the beginning of trying this out. The evolved golden-spotted cricket is indeed stronger than the tiger-spotted cricket, but not by much. Facing the Zerg leaders, they were utterly vulnerable, as fragile as pigs and dogs. Not to mention the 3 melee-type leaders in front of them. Even if Zana didn't fire her spines, she could easily kill them in a head-on, one-on-one fight. In other words, a new group in the exploratory stage. How could it possibly compare to a well-established ethnic group? If both were given the same amount of time, allowing the Zerg to develop for 3 years as well, the outcome would be predictable. An energy mine has been found. Elevate the collective defense of the carapace to a higher level. It is estimated that a few hundred or even 1,000 springtails could wipe out all the tiger crickets. Duolong is a bit simple-minded, a bit silly, but his fighting spirit as a leader is by no means lacking. Chu Fan looked up at the acidic flying insects scattered in the distant sky. These biological projectiles, which were previously launched by Doran in one go, may not have been randomly bombarded indiscriminately under its command. Instead, they flew over the tiger-striped crickets behind them and lined up neatly in rows. Several tens of meters of space were reserved between each row. Then, boom! Boom, boom, boom. Rows of strong acid sprayed into the air. The swarms of tiger-striped knife insects that fell beneath it melted and killed them, while also creating insurmountable barriers of strong acid on the ground. Equivalent to, this separates the entire massive tiger-striped cricket colony. Thus, the enemy's numerical advantage vanished, and they were unable to provide mutual support and reinforcements. They could only be ruthlessly slaughtered by the 3 rapidly advancing leaders and their swarms of zebras. Command center outside the city. Intelligence gathering room. Has war broken out? A fight broke out? A cockroach actually went to war with a tiger-striped reptile? Is he crazy? Is he courting death? Are you tired of living? One by one, officers who had just received the news opened the door of the intelligence room and rushed in. Even General Sam put aside his military duties and rushed here urgently. But seeing the one-sided battle scene on the giant screen silenced the noisy officers who had come to investigate. The atmosphere gradually quieted down. I don't know how much time passed. The silence was broken only when the remaining tiger-striped crickets in the scene began to retreat in full force. Trash web crawler. How could so many of them be driven away? There's no other way. Retreating is the best course of action. Yes, the tiger reptiles were torn apart by the strong acid. If we continue to attack them, the losses will only be greater. But only the last part could escape. The rest were isolated by strong acid and had no way to get out. Sigh, the cockroach has won again. With so much corpse food, it'll be enough for his reptiles to eat for a long time. The main problem is that tiger reptiles are too useless. Trash bugs. There's only one type. Look at cockroaches. They have several kinds of reptiles under their command, each with its own fighting characteristics. Not bad. especially those humanoid armored monsters. They're incredibly powerful. Wait, look! The swarm of cockroaches has started chasing us down. Didn't he lead the swarm out to break the siege? Are they really planning to fight the tiger reptiles to the death? A group of officers stared in astonishment at the screen. One of the officers glanced around, then hesitated for a moment. Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer and went to General Sam, who was standing in front, to ask for instructions. General, why don't you ask your superiors for permission to take action ahead of schedule? What if a cockroach and a tiger reptile were to fight to the death? We can simply sit back and watch them fight it out like dogs biting each other. Then, while they are both exhausted, send an army into the city. Go and reap the benefits. Go clean up the mess. We will wipe out all the remaining cockroaches and reptiles in one fell swoop. This way, we can easily catch the cockroach alive and execute it face-to-face without having to make a big fuss. Chapter 44. The swarm of insects will eventually sweep over the entire human world. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Underground parking lot in the city center. Sensing the leader's command, the more than 30 exploding insects quickly rolled up the passage and detonated their bodies before the entrance, sacrificing their humble and short lives to spray out patches of acid, forming a strong acid defense line that the enemy outside could not cross. This is the last batch of exploding bugs in the nest. After a few hours, the strong acid on the ground will dry out and lose its effect, and then the tiger-striped knife beetle can come in. There are too many enemies, and a dozen or so hydralisks can't hold them off with ranged attacks. So, then let's fight in close combat. Down the entrance slope, Zana, with her slender and alluring carapace-scaled figure, stood in the narrow passage in the middle of the first line of defense, her pair of bright and beautiful eyes silently watching the entrance before her. When it said this, its clear, warbling voice and eyes showed no fear of being outnumbered. Instead, they were filled with intense excitement and exhilaration. The Zergs are an extremely aggressive species. All evolved war insect species are born for war, especially the leaders among them, whose brutality is completely ingrained in their genes. Fighting, slaughter, that's what they crave. But the Zerg have been in this world for over 10 days. As leaders of their respective tribes, Walker and Doran followed the Overlord in several battles. Let's leave those two leaders aside, since they were the first to emerge. But even Zack, the last to hatch, has tasted the bitterness of battle and is currently on the front lines. Only he, as the leader of the Hydralisks, was assigned by the Overmind to defend the entrance to the lair since his birth, due to his ranged attack capabilities. Aside from destroying a wave of human drones, there was nothing else to do. Therefore, one can imagine how bored Zana must have felt, how depressed she must have been, and how much she must have felt that her comfort was a desecration of the swarm leader. It needs the nourishment of fresh blood. They need the solace of killing even more. But now, the opportunity has arrived. Without the blizzards, it can then personally go into battle and kill the enemies outside. As for whether they can hold on, Zana isn't worried at all. Although it is weak in melee combat, this is only relative to the other 3 melee bosses. For the tiger-striped blade bug, it is absolutely invincible. At the very least, these low-level evolved creatures cannot break through its scales and shell defenses. The leader's carapace is unlike that of ordinary springtails or other common species. It is a super-enhanced version of the main hive. Therefore, Zana is fully confident that, like Walker and Dorn in the past, she can block the passage in the shared information of the Swarm Consciousness Network, and firmly block all the tiger-striped worms with the posture of a single woman guarding the pass, ensuring the safety of the main nest behind her. Time flies. As the acid on the ground gradually dried up, Zana's curvaceous body slowly arched upwards. But at that moment, squeak, 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 amidst a rousing screech and the ensuing burst of insect chirping, the sound of heavy, rapid footsteps suddenly rose and fell, growing fainter and fainter as they went further away. What happened? The Overlords have started a war. Zana was stunned. He then abandoned his fighting stance, lifted his long legs, and walked through the acid and melted limbs scattered on the ground, up the slope. In sight, after being besieged for more than 2 days, the massive swarm of tiger-striped crickets surged and retreated urgently, like waves crashing one after another. The direction is northeast. That is the location of the race led by the Overlord and the core territory of the tiger-striped blade insects. Has war really broken out? But Zana stared with her large, bright eyes, which were almost human-like, looking a little bewildered and even a little dumbfounded. I didn't know whether to be happy or regretful, or a combination of both. The Overlord led its clan into battle against the Tiger Blade Bugs, and the Tiger Blade Bugs from this side rushed to its aid, completely eliminating the threat to the main nest. But the key point is that he finally had a chance to kill to his heart's content, and it was gone in the blink of an eye. Don't rush, Zana. This is just the beginning. It might not be long before you need to lead the hatched swarm of hydralisks in a battle. For example, after eliminating the tiger-striped worms, will you deal with those flying insect monsters in the south of the city? After the swarm takes over Doomsday City, there will be human soldiers outside, and even more human troops that may come to support us, or we may even launch a war against all of humanity in the world. But right now, you're needed to guard the nest in the rear. Among the leaders, only you are suitable for the defensive mission. Dominate? Sensing the voice that suddenly came from my consciousness, Zana was immediately taken aback, the regret in her eyes quickly disappearing as she hurriedly lowered her head. Yes, Lord. Zana did not complain. The Lord's will is everything to Zana. Where the Lord's gaze points, that is where Zana's goal lies. Respond seriously in your mind. After thinking for a moment, Zana cautiously asked again, Dominator, is it true? To wage war against humanity? To have countless opportunities to fight? Yes, the swarm will eventually sweep across the entire human world. Before the entrance to the broodstock, Chu Fan broke away from the swarm's consciousness network. Everything unfolded exactly as he had predicted. Once the battle began, they successfully forced back the tiger-striped crickets from the main nest. They would have no choice but to retreat unless they disregarded the fate of the mother within the core territory. But is that even possible? Raise your head. Chu Fan looked up at the sky. High in the sky, you can vaguely see scattered small black dots. Those are drones from the human army outside the city. Wherever you go, the drones will appear. Or perhaps these human reconnaissance machines were simply scattered throughout the post-apocalyptic city, filling the air everywhere. What are you thinking now? Do you want to be the one who reaps the rewards? Send troops into the city in advance to clean up the mess? Chu Fan Mumut. This is a very simple principle. He had anticipated this human intention when the mother tiger cricket first attacked the nest. He currently has two enemies, the tiger-striped knife bugs and the human army. The tiger-striped cricket has repeatedly fallen victim to its own actions. Human armies have also suffered repeated defeats at their own hands. Both sides suffered some losses. Seeing themselves at war with the tiger-striped crickets again, it's only natural that the human army would want to profit from the conflict between the two sides. He had actually used this method before. The example of luring a giant monster to fight the giant beetle in the north of the city, which eventually created a crack in the wall, is a classic case of the fisherman reaping the benefits. However, having anticipated human intentions, Chu Fan was prepared and not worried at all about being taken advantage of by humans and easily annihilated. I want to be a fisherman. The humans outside the city wouldn't mobilize their entire army, nor would they use mechanical vehicles. There would be no need for them to clean up the mess. At most, we'll send a single troop of soldiers, just like last time. But unless it's a large-scale armored force, coming in is pure suicide. The breeding chambers and the hatchery are evolving. Once the energy transport pipeline has finished developing and some energy has been transferred, the main nest will also begin to evolve its breeding chamber. Once evolution is complete, the daily hatching rate of the war bugs can reach thousands. In the north of the city, a dozen or so monitoring spring bugs remained motionless, lurking in the ruins, constantly watching the crack passage. If he discovers a human army, he can receive the news immediately and have enough time to mobilize the swarm of insects to eliminate them. Look away. Chu Fan looked at the ground in the distance. Under its will, the outermost patch of ground covered in green insect blood instantly rose upwards. Soon, several lurking creatures emerged from the ground, their thick limbs swaying as they swiftly crawled over, their 3-meter-long, millstone-sized carapaces undulating. Station, with Chu Fan issuing another order. The few lurking creatures that had climbed to the entrance immediately turned around. The pair of compound eyes on its ferocious head stared intently ahead. The purpose of deploying a few lurking creatures to block the entrance is not to deal with any stray tiger-striped worms that might break in, but to prevent drones from flying overhead. Who knows if human armies might have a mental breakdown and send down more drones in an attempt to conduct reconnaissance. There are spies stationed there. The tentacled spikes launched from its back can destroy it instantly. Several hours later, deep inside the underground parking lot in the city center, under the watchful gaze of Zana, who had just arrived here. Puff! A tentacle covered in fangs and mud suddenly burst forth from the ground. At the same time, near the energy storage chamber at the bottom of the main nest, a tentacle quickly extended out. Like a python raising its head, the two tentacles stared at each other from a distance. Then, bang! A crash was heard. The fang tentacle bit down hard on the main nest tentacle. The large amount of mucus secreted from the mouth quickly sealed the opening. Once they were completely merged into one, the entire tentacle slowly drooped down. Not long after, streams of energy and nutrients flowed from inside the tentacle pipes. The evolutionary tentacles of the main nest then burst out, extending to the two split pools, where they began to split, intertwine, and form cocoons. According to the will conveyed by the Overlord, the third splitting pool evolved. At the same time, with a continuous supply of energy. The other two split pools and one hydra den have also resumed continuous hatching. Chapter 45. Either I storm in, or you get out here. Under the dark night sky, a bone knife struck like lightning, instantly piercing the head of a tiger-striped knifeworm. Stepping over the fallen corpses, Walker's crimson eyes flashed. He shook the blood off his bone knife, pushed off with his feet, and pounced once again on a swarm of tiger-striped knife insects. Not far away, the rumbling, rolling, and crashing sounds were almost incessant. Doran, shrunk into a giant, carapace-like sphere, crashed and crushed over a dozen tiger-striped knife-like insects. A few meters away, Zack's massive, armored body plunged directly into a swarm of tiger-striped crickets. With a buzzing vibration, in an instant, shattered carapaces flew everywhere, and dark green insect blood splattered all over the sky. In less than a minute, the shattered corpses of tiger-striped crickets lay scattered all over the ground. After dealing with them, Zack didn't linger and immediately charged fiercely towards another group of enemies. On either side of the three leaders, swarms of springtails surged forward, one after another, like a sweeping wave. Some of them rushed to the wounded but not yet dead tiger-striped knife beetles and stabbed off their fighting forelimbs to finish them off. Some of them would bite the corpse of a tiger-striped knife beetle or a dead jumping beetle on the ground and drag it back quickly. But many more followed closely behind their leaders, rushing forward and fiercely attacking the bodies of the tiger-striped knife insects. Ignoring the attack coming from the other side, even disregarding their own injury and death. It simply unleashed its scythe-like forelimbs upon the enemy with frenzied fury. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In the vast northern part of the city, chaotic battles and screams erupted everywhere. It lasted from night into day. It stretched from daytime into night. Day and night alternate. Repeatedly. It didn't stop for a moment. The metabolism of all Zerg warbug species has evolved to its extreme. The body's endurance has also evolved to its limit. They are tireless and fearless. Once war begins, unless the will of the sovereign is obtained, they will fight without rest until all enemies before them are completely annihilated. Command center outside the city. Inside the intelligence gathering room, almost all the officers gathered in front of the screen, which was filled with images of all sizes. Yes, his eyes were bloodshot. Clearly he had been staring at this place for a very long time. Some looked blank and almost numb. In a series of live-playing images. Without exception, they were all scenes of two groups of crawlers fighting and killing each other. One can only imagine how brutal and bloody the close combat between insects is. As far as the eye can see, all that could be heard were sharp, piercing cries. It was also covered in splattered green blood. But after so many days of fighting, the outcome is already clear. In dozens of scenes, tiger-striped beetles are becoming increasingly rare. The dark red figures, however, increased in number. In the past few days, groups of python monsters have even begun to appear, slithering behind the battle lines and launching their spikes in a deluge, like a rain of arrows covering the sky. Ultimately, war is a battle of attrition. For every tiger-striped cricket that dies, there is one less. The rate of reproduction simply cannot keep up with the rate of death. The Zerg, with their terrifying hatching efficiency, completely outpaced their battle losses and would only grow stronger with each battle. That guy, General Sam, standing at the very front of the screen, slowly snapped out of his reverie. As if he had just thought of something, he glared with bloodshot, red eyes, scanning the group of officers behind him. Who suggested reaping the benefits without contributing anything? He pointed at the screen with his finger and said angrily, "The more you kill cockroaches, the more they multiply. Look, it's only been a few days, and they've almost taken over the north of the city. Tiger reptiles are almost extinct. So, we wait until they're both severely weakened before cleaning up the mess? Come on, you brilliant strategist who suggested sitting back and reaping the benefits. I'll give you 2,000 men, plenty of guns. If you got the guts, lead them yourself and get into the city to clean up this mess." Underground parking lot in the city center. Every hour, a swarm of springtails would rush out of the entrance. Every 2 hours, a group of spiked snakes would swim away. Without exception, they all rushed to the battlefield in the north of the city. The underground parking garage in the north of the city is even busier. Streams of springtails and hydralisks poured out of the entrance, almost continuously. Outside, swarms of leaping insects dragging corpses back formed long lines that stretched to the horizon. A huge number of people are coming and going. Even though the entrance has been widened more than a dozen times, reaching several tens of meters in length, it still cannot meet the demand for entry and exit, and sometimes there are even congestion and queues. Deep within the nest, around the hatchery, 6 split pools and serpent burrows are distributed around it. Piles of corpses were laid out on the ground in front of them, like small mountains. Several tentacles were lifting up corpses and continuously feeding them into the spiral-shaped, tooth-like cavity that had split open at the top of the hatchery. The decomposition and transformation speed in the hatchery is extremely fast, no less than that of the main nest. However, by this time, they were already struggling to keep up with the pace of the large number of corpses being delivered, and they gradually piled up. Supply exceeds demand. It's time to establish a new swarm. At the same time, suspend the incubation of the main hive and evolve it into a more advanced hive. Based on the inherited Zerg information, in addition to modifying and strengthening itself, the hive can also unlock 4 types of reproductive chambers. A cockroach greenhouse for hatching cockroaches. The spire of the wyverns, where dragons are bred. A worm burrow for cultivating tunnel worms. And the most important one is the genetic hub that nurtures the Zerg queen. Either one will allow the overall strength of the swarm to increase dramatically. Chu Fan stood amidst the pile of tiger-striped knife worm corpses. His expression inevitably stirred. But the top priority is clearly to establish a second branch nest. When the main hive evolves, it will stop breeding larvae, and without larvae, it will be unable to continue hatching springtails and hydralisks. With enough energy, and given the temporary loss of one nest, a new one must be added to ensure the hatching speed of the war bugs is not interrupted. After all, besides the tiger-striped knife worms, we also need to clear out the insect monsters in the other 3 areas. As for the location of the second branch nest, Chu Fan had already decided. Turning around, they left the nest. Outside the entrance, thousands of springtails and hydralisks had already gathered and were waiting. As soon as Chu Fan appeared, they all swarmed around him, surrounding him and heading north in a grand procession. 1 hour later, within sight, the dense swarm of insects completely surrounded an area. Inside, there was a dense swarm of springtails. On the periphery, there was a dense swarm of serpents with their triangular decks raised. Inside the encirclement were a few golden-spotted knife beetles and the last few hundred tiger-spotted knife beetles. Behind them, defending against a wall, was a large rubble piled up over 10 meters high. Under the ruins, a huge hole is clearly visible. Upon seeing the arrival of the sovereign, the swarm of insects quickly parted to make way for them. Walker, Doran, and Zach, who were at the forefront and whose carapaces were covered in green insect blood, immediately came forward to meet them. "Dominate! Dominate! Dominate! Chu Fan nodded slightly. Just as I arrived in front of the swarm, a golden-spotted cricket immediately stepped forward. "Humans, you and I, we all have a common enemy. We can cooperate, together destroy the walls of this city, and fight our way out." The voice that came through trembled noticeably. But it wasn't the golden-spotted cricket that was afraid. Rather, it was the intelligent mother behind it. The killings during this period. Its population was almost wiped out. Therefore, it was afraid and dreadful. If it hadn't been unable to see Chu Fan, the ruler, and if the 3 leaders hadn't ignored it, it probably would have already begged for a ceasefire. Cooperate. Chu Fan coldly stared at the golden-spotted blade worm. Then, he raised his gaze and looked at the cave entrance guarded behind the swarm of tiger-striped crickets. "You gave me 2 conditions back then. Now, I'm giving you two choices. Either my people charge in. Either you come out here yourself. Chapter 46. The Swarm. It doesn't need allies. Command Center outside the city. Intelligence Gathering Room. A reconnaissance scene was extracted from the wall screen, and it was set to its maximum size, completely occupying an entire giant screen area. The scene playing in real time is a group of cockroaches, wolfhounds, and python monsters surrounding the remaining hundreds of tiger-striped knife insects. The implications of this scene are self-evident. The officers who had received advance notice had all arrived here without exception, as no one wanted to miss this final moment. In front of the screen, a dense, dark mass of people. They were all dressed in military officer uniforms and stood ramrod straight. All eyes were drawn to the only human who had just arrived in the scene, each with a different expression. But what was more evident in his expression was a deep sense of Gankai, a complex emotion encompassing both emotion and reflection. This human survivor, whom they jokingly called Cockroach, was originally just a pitiful creature struggling to survive in the city, hiding from monsters and living a precarious existence. After spending more than a year digging through a crack in the wall and barely managing to escape back, they were forced back by them. As a result, her younger sister, who depended on her for survival, also died at their hands. At that time, in their eyes, this cockroach was no more than an ant, even more lowly and weak than the crawling insects in the city. Even a soldier with a pistol could easily kill him. But what about now? Starting from when they were forced back to the city of Doomsday. The entire process, including everything, took only about a month. But this poor worm has transformed into the controller of a group of reptiles. Furthermore, he is about to become the ruler who occupies the entire northern part of the city. At this moment, this so-called pitiful wretch. Behind them stood three blood-soaked, burly, and visually striking humanoid armored monsters. All around, there were countless wolfhound-like reptiles spread out in a wide distance, as well as swarms of thick-bodied python monsters with their triangular heads raised. Now if we want to kill it again, let alone a single soldier, even tens of thousands of soldiers would be given away for nothing. Only by going all out and utilizing all the mechanized forces outside the city, along with air-to-ground coordinated operations by fighter jets, can we crush this once pitiful creature. Therefore, how can such a huge psychological gap not evoke feelings in people? They would never have believed such nonsense if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. I watched silently for a while. Everyone involuntarily turned their gaze to the small patch of tiger-striped reptiles trapped in the center and the dark entrance behind them. The look of Gankat gradually disappeared. Instead, there were extremely complex expectations, hoping for a miracle that would turn the tide, and even instinctively putting their hearts in their throats. Under this mindset, some people unconsciously mutter to themselves. Back then, the tiger-striped reptiles launched a large-scale attack on the cockroach nest twice, but were firmly blocked outside by the cockroach reptiles and returned empty-handed. Yes, the two groups of reptiles have been fighting for more than 10 days now. Finally, the tiger-striped reptiles have been besieged in their nest. Could the mother tiger-striped reptile, like the cockroaches, also be able to overcome their current predicament? It should be possible, right? There must be a way. After a few murmurs, the vast scene returned to silence. After watching for a moment, when they saw a giant brown, fleshy ball slowly emerging from the cave entrance, the hope in everyone's eyes instantly turned into disappointment and even despair. A miracle, in the end, was just a miracle. It didn't happen. Cockroaches can fend off attacks from tiger reptiles, treating their sheer numbers as nothing. But the mother tiger reptile is powerless to help. Surrounded by cockroaches and threatened by their nest, they were forced to reveal themselves in order to survive. As the huge brown ball of flesh gradually appeared on the screen, the officer showed no surprise whatsoever. The only thing on his face was a hint of regret. Over 3 years, their drones, large and small, were spread throughout the city, monitoring all the monster information in the apocalyptic city. This naturally includes the mother of the tiger reptile. From its very beginning, this clever little ball of flesh, no bigger than a fist, evaded all sorts of ferocious monsters, hid in secret places, grew rapidly, and multiplied quickly. The first tiger reptiles were born and went out to hunt. As the number of tiger-striped reptiles increased, under the command of the intelligent mother, they surrounded and killed the stronger monsters, gradually expanding their territory. Finally, they successfully killed most of the monsters in the north of the city and occupied the entire north area. In other words, the tiger-striped reptile parent, and this reptile population grew and expanded little by little under the witness of all the officers. Even though it's a web crawler, after watching it for so long, I've developed a certain fondness for it. At least, this reptile species that they watched grow up with intelligent mothers is much more pleasing to the eye than cockroaches. But now, the tiger reptile is at its wit's end. While it was a pity, it also left all the officers with a sense of regret. North of the city, before the vast, towering ruins against the wall, Chu Fan frowned as he examined the tiger-striped knife where a mother that had crawled out. To be precise, it wasn't crawling but being carried by a large group of beetles the size of crabs and wash basins beneath it. The mother body on top, if viewed from the front, looks like a huge brown fleshy ball that is more than 1 or 2 meters tall. But behind it, there was a long tail. The end of the tail is probably the reproductive cavity where tiger crickets are produced. On either side of its body are pairs of tentacled limbs. However, its bulky and fat body made it unable to support itself by crawling on its own limbs, and it could only move by relying on beetles. There's a vertical slit on the front of its head, covered with fangs, which may be its mouth. On either side of the mouth, there's a dense row of black compound eyes. It should be the eyes? Chu Fan's furrowed brows tightened even more. Overall, this mother body is simply indescribable. Just like one of the scenarios he had initially guessed, it was like a giant maggot. In short, the gap between it and the Zerg's main hive is not small. The main hive has evolved into a high-level form that is half architecture and half biology, capable of evolving various branching breeding chambers to hatch different types of warbugs. The tiger-striped cricket mother in front of us is clearly still in the primitive stage of reproduction, like ordinary organisms. Tiger-striped knife insect mother. Human, please don't kill me. As the plump mother was carried to Chu Fan by a group of beetles, that familiar, resonant, ethereal voice then rang out. Although I don't know why you, a human, possess a race of insects, that doesn't negate our shared predicament. You should understand that we are all tragic species imprisoned in this cage by humanity, and we share the same goal, to destroy the cage and break the shackles binding us. For this common goal, we can cooperate, fight our way out together, and after gaining our freedom, we can part ways amicably. You can do whatever you want, and I will go find my other races and grovel at the feet of my race's insect god. Cooperate. Chu Fan interrupted, repeating the ridiculous phrase again, and coldly looked at the tiger-striped knife for a mother. If you were in my position, facing my humble request for cooperation, what would you choose? After saying that, Chu Fan continued, just like you said last time, you would choose to kill me immediately without the slightest hesitation. Now that you are in dire straits, how sincere is your so-called cooperation with me? It's just that you're forced to lower yourself and compromise because you're helpless. So, do you think I would cooperate with you? He paused for a moment. Chu Fan then added coldly, moreover, cooperation is based on a balance of power. Now that I've almost wiped out your tiger reptiles, and with such a low-level, primitive method of reproduction, your individual growth is too slow. Why do you have to talk to me about cooperation? Or, for you, it's about cooperation. But for me, it's just a burden. Furthermore, the Zerg swarm has never needed allies. After speaking, a command will instantly resounded within the swarm's consciousness network. Kill them all. Slaughter them all. Chapter 47.47. Why don't you, Your Majesty, do it yourself if you're so capable? That guy. Intelligence room of the command center outside the city. General Sam, standing at the very front, turned around and glanced at the group of officers. He then looked at one of them and instructed, the cockroaches seem to be talking to the tiger reptile mother. Have the operator land some drones and listen to what they're saying. Well, the officer in charge of the intelligence office was taken aback. After realizing what was happening, he pointed to the swarm of python monsters behind the wolfhound reptiles in the image, his face full of difficulty. General, are you sure you want to send drones down to deliver them? The meaning is obvious. With so many python monsters that can launch spikes from a distance, should we just drop down and let them be destroyed by the enemy? Even if there are a lot of drones, you can't build them like this. Nonsense. General Sam's eyes widened upon hearing this. That was just a subconscious action. Only after being reminded by the intelligence officer did they realize that the drone had long lost its ability to monitor cockroaches up close. No matter how many land, or even just a little lower in the air, they will be completely destroyed by a barrage of incoming spikes. Frustrated, General Sam could only wave his hand and cancel the order. Turn around. He had just looked at the screen. Squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A deafening, rousing chirping of insects erupted in an instant. In the scene, countless wolves and reptiles suddenly swarmed forward. Almost in the blink of an eye, it submerged hundreds of tiger reptiles along with their mothers, turning them into a violently surging ocean of dark red carapace. A little while later, the swarm dispersed. The ground in front of the cave entrance in the ruins was covered with the corpses of tiger reptiles, and the mangled remains of the mother body, a fleshy mass riddled with holes and slowly oozing viscous fluid. Upon seeing this scene, the intelligence room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The last remaining tiger reptiles were completely wiped out. The mother was also killed. This means that the insectoid race that had dominated the north of the city for 3 whole years has been completely wiped out in the city of Doomsday, and has come to an end forever. The atmosphere remained silent for a long time. Only then did some sounds gradually emerge. Now that the tiger reptiles had been wiped out, the group of officers, having finished their lamentations, didn't dwell on it any longer and instead focused their attention on the human figure in the image. Cockroaches have evolved their crawling mechanisms far too quickly. Indeed, it gave me a bit of a heart attack. I feel the same way. Just over 10 days ago, the cockroach and its reptiles were trapped in their nest by the tiger reptiles. But just over 10 days later, they wiped out all the tiger reptiles. Won't things get out of control if they continue like this? Don't worry, it won't happen. No matter how many crawlers he has, it's useless if he can't get out. That's right, there are 4 high walls blocking it, and there's a layer of super alloy plate inside the walls. If we hadn't deliberately opened the alloy plate inside that crack, the cockroaches wouldn't have been able to dig through. That's right, you're overthinking it. It's surrounded by walls on all sides, and there are defenses both above and below. Even if he has extraordinary abilities, he can't break through. Just wait, there's still more than half a month before we can make our move. Sigh, even if we wanted to act now to prevent things from getting out of control, who would dare to do it without orders from above? Would they want to die? Yes, don't forget, we were all implanted with nanobombs not long ago. Alright, the nanobombs are just a precaution. As long as we follow the orders from above, we're absolutely safe. As for the cockroaches, when the mechanized forces enter the city, they can wipe out all of his reptiles. North of the city, in front of the ruins against the wall, Chu Fan stared at the dead mother tiger-striped knife worn before him. Like those officers, I felt a bit emotional. Although the tiger blade bugs are currently at a very low level of evolution, it must be said that they are very similar to the Zerg. There are tiger-striped crickets that are cannon fodder, like springtails. There are also auxiliary beetles that resemble worker bees and are responsible for carrying the mother bee. Even the golden-spotted knife beetle, which resembles a leader, is beginning to take shape. Of course, most importantly, intelligence was born from the mother. The fact that the tiger-striped knife worm was able to occupy the northern territory was not only due to its faster reproduction rate compared to other reptilian monsters in the city, but also largely due to the intelligence of the mother. If it continues to develop and evolve in this way, the result is not hard to imagine. They will inevitably kill all the monsters in the entire Doomsday City, acquire various genes, and evolve step by step. Ultimately, they will most likely destroy the walls of the Doomsday City and break out. Unfortunately, they encounter themselves and the Zerg they controlled, causing their evolutionary path to be cut off and their embryonic development to be cut short. Gathering my thoughts, Chu Fan stepped towards the entrance of the ruins ahead. Walker and Doran immediately led a group of springtails to rush in and clear out any remaining tiger-striped knife bugs and other dangers. Zack's imposing, tall, and armored body followed closely, protecting him closely. Behind them were swarms of jumping insects dragging corpses. In addition, a worker bee that was brought along specifically was also present in the swarm. Inside the cave entrance, a faint chirping of insects fighting could be heard, but it had already stopped quickly before Chu Fan went in. The space inside was enormous, with broken limbs scattered everywhere on the ground. Traces of architectural ruins could also be seen around, suggesting it was a building that stood against the wall within the city. It may have been chosen as a nest by the mother tiger-striped knife insect, who then brought a large number of brick and stone fragments to pile on top, eventually forming the massive ruins seen from the outside. A moment later, after arranging the worker bees' feeding and energy storage, as well as the instructions for the subsequent mutation and evolution incubation site, Chu Fan stepped out. At the same time, he said to the 3 leaders following him, "From this moment forward, lead all the insect swarms and advance little by little from the north of the city to the east and west. wherever they went, except for a few individually powerful types. All the reptile monsters were wiped out without exception. The south side of the city will be dealt with last. That's the territory of the flying insects. Also, don't touch the giant beetle at the entrance of the rift passage in the north of the city for now. It can't die yet. It'll be useful if we keep it alive. Underground parking lot in the city center. Chu Fan, who had just returned, walked deeper into the parking lot while opening the system information interface. Zerg race. Evolutionary stage. Initial. Main nest construction. Primal main nest. 3 splitting pools. 3 hydralisk burrows. Split nest construction. Primitive hatchery number 1. Main nest with energy transfer pipeline. Split pools number 3. Spikeweed dens number 3. Swarm leaders. For Zergling leader Walker. Baneling leader Doran. Hydralisk leader Zana. Lurker leader Zach. Swarm size. 7,442. 5,376 springtails. 1960 hydralisks. 100 lurkers. 6 larvae. Main nest energy. 8690. Energy chamber storage capacity. 10,000. Spawning energy. 5,000 first primitive biological hatchery. Energy chamber storage limit 5,000. During this period, more than 10,000 springtails have hatched. We lost most of our troops in the battle against the tiger-striped crickets. However, the corpses of those who died in battle can be recycled and converted back into energy, so there is no loss. In addition, there is the ample energy and nutrients currently accumulated, as well as the evolving third hatchery branch nest. Before long, the hatching rate of springtails will reach nearly 1,300 per day, and the hatching rate of hydralisks will be more than 300 per day. Once the main nest has evolved, 4 more new breeding chambers can be added. Chu Fan looked at the information interface in front of him. As he watched, the energy reserves of the main hive continued to soar. Conversely, the full energy reserve of hatchery number 1 is rapidly decreasing. But perhaps as it devours, decomposes, and transforms corpses, the depleted energy is quickly replenished. Interconnected underground energy pipelines allow for a perfect energy supply and complement between the 2 nests. Arriving at the main nest deep inside the parking lot. Upon seeing that the energy reserves had reached the maximum limit of 10,000, Chu Fan immediately transmitted an evolutionary will command. Then he silently thought. Once the main hive evolves into a beehive, when modifying oneself, the visual organs of the hydralisk and Zana's finger gun are essential components. Zach's defensive shell is very strong, plus, Walker's 2-handed bone knives are also quite good, so add them on. And then there's Doran's symbiotic bioprojectiles, too. The lurker's attack method of launching tentacle spikes seems quite powerful, plus, fleas are out of the question. And that's about it. Once all the modifications are done, it shouldn't be too difficult for the hive after its main hive has evolved. In the future, when the hive evolves into a high-level mother hive, it can be modified and strengthened once again. Ahead, as the main nest of the biological layers, it is preparing to consume all its reserve energy to evolve itself in accordance with the Overlord's command. However, perhaps sensing Chu Fan's thoughts at this moment, the consciousness within the swarm's consciousness network suddenly trembled noticeably. The meaning conveyed. It seems to be saying, it's not difficult for a fragile human body to suddenly contain so many messy biological cavities. Or, dominate. If you're so capable, why don't you do it? Chapter 48. Is the beehive really that solid? Did it really mold me into a monster? Roar. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Inside the Doomsday City, the screeching and roaring sounds still echoed everywhere. But compared to the sparse sounds made by predators in the past few days, the noises have become more chaotic and intense, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured into a boiling oil pan. The roars have been incessant and continuous, without ever stopping. East of the city, a giant rhinoceros beetle, several meters long, flung away the corpse of a springtail hanging from its head. But killing the last enemy left it somewhat shaky, its carapace riddled with puncture holes of all sizes, and the insect blood flowing out dripped continuously down its shell. He shook his rhinoceros horn head, passing through the ground littered with the remains of springtails. The rhinoceros beetle wobbled over to the corpse of another of its kind. This was the female mate it had finally found today, but unfortunately, before it could mate, it was interrupted and killed by a swarm of springtails. He tilted his head and stared at his deceased spouse. The rhinoceros beetle suddenly lowered its head and began to tear and gnaw on its mate's corpse. Insect monsters have no emotions. In nature, There are countless examples of couples cannibalizing each other after having sex. Moreover, it is currently seriously injured and needs to eat. Compared to the surrounding springtail carcasses, the mate was clearly more delicious and nutritious. But I had only eaten half of it. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Accompanied by the rousing chirping of insects. In the distance, a massive swarm of dark springtails surged and swept in. Walker, racing at the very front, resembled a scarlet hurricane, amplified by the airflow emanating from the gaps in his back shell. West of the city, hundreds of gregarious mantises, each the size of a motorcycle, were frantically moving their limbs as they fled forward. Behind them, boom! Bang, bang, bang! The violent rolling sound mixed with the heavy thud of footsteps. Doran's round, armored body and Zack's burly, armored form quickly came into view. Further behind, there were swarms of jumping insects, surging and sweeping like ocean waves. Underground parking lot in the city center. At the entrance, the bustling scene resembled a swarm of ants searching for food. Swarms of springtails emerged one after another, some turning west of the city, others turning east, all rushing to the battlefield. Other groups of returning leaping insects entered the nest, piling up the corpses of various monsters and fallen leaping insects they had been carrying in front of the main nest, which had spun into a giant cocoon, forming ever-growing mountains of corpses. Between the mountains of corpses, Chu Fan leaned against the load-bearing pillar. Before me is the newly opened system information interface. Zerg race. Evolutionary stage. Initial. Main nest construction. Primitive creature. Main nest evolution in progress, with 3 split pools and 3 hydra dens. Split nest construction. Primitive hatchery number 1. Main nest with energy transfer pipeline. Split pools number 3. Spikeweed dens number 3. Split nest construction. Primitive hatchery number 2. Main nest with energy transfer pipeline. Primitive hatchery number 1. Split pools number 3. Spikeweed dens number 3. Swarm leaders. For Zergling leader Walker. Baneling leader Doran. Hydralisk leader Zana. Lurker leader Zack. Swarm size. 10,426. 5,734 springtails. 2,000 blastwings. 1,683 hydralisks. 1,000 lurkers. 9 larvae. Main nest energy. 0. Energy chamber storage limit. 10,000. Split nest energy. 4770 first primitive biological hatchery. Energy chamber storage limit 5,000. Split nest energy. 4,970 number 2 primitive biological hatchery. Energy chamber storage limit 5,000. Within a few days, the second branch nest had already evolved. Various breeding chambers also began to hatch 2 types of war bugs after evolution, filling the gaps in reproduction that were suspended during the evolution of the main nest. However, after a few days, the number of insects did not increase much, only by about 3,000. As the main force of hunting, springtails are killed one or a group of them every moment. Fortunately, the breeding rate of the 6 split nests in the 2 locations exceeded the battle losses. Compared to the sweep of the east and west of the city 3 days ago, the overall rate has not decreased, but rather increased by several hundred. Although the growth rate was somewhat slow due to battle losses, Chu Fan was not worried at all. Nothing else. These cannon fodder level war insects reproduce extremely quickly. Once the main nest has evolved and hatched along with the other 2 branch nests, and with most of the monsters in the city killed off, the number of Zerglings will quickly skyrocket. The 2,000 exploding insects were hatched from 200 mutated leaping insects he had consumed over the past few days and replaced in 2 branch nests for future use. The number of hydralisks remaining in the nest has decreased rather than increased. Originally, more than 2,500 chicks were hatched, but he ordered 900 of them to mutate into lurkers, making up the total of 1,000. In a few days, they will wipe out all the monsters in the city. The number of exploding insects must continue to increase. Increase to 10,000? Or how about 100,000? Chu Fan pondered as he looked at the information interface. These suicidal warbugs are useless for hunting eggs, since it's necessary to preserve the corpses as intact as possible. However, its lethality is undeniable, and its practicality is also undeniable, especially effective against human soldiers and various vehicles and aircraft outside the city. A burst of strong acid could kill a large number of human soldiers or melt and damage a large number of vehicles and aircraft parts that have not yet taken off, turning them into a pile of scrap metal. Therefore, the more the better. Host, please take note. The main nest will complete its evolution in 3 minutes. In my mind, the system reminder alarm suddenly went off at that moment. Finally, Chu Fan immediately rolled over and got up. Under its gaze, the giant cocoon before it slowly cracked open. Soon, the evolved version of the main hive, the honeycomb, gradually came into view. At first glance, it's much bigger now. The original main nest used to occupy several meters. At this moment, the beehive is a colossal structure that occupies a full 10 meters. 5 thick, curved bone spikes standing upside down were scattered around the nest, one more than the main nest. In addition, the reproductive cavity at the bottom has disappeared, but the trunk above it is covered with a dense array of holes of all sizes. Inside the hole, tentacles were clearly visible. It seems that all the tentacle cavities are concentrated here. Yes, perhaps they are reproductive tentacles used to reproduce larvae. Yes, it could be an evolved tentacle from the reproductive cavity, an evolutionary branch. Others are probably auxiliary tentacles used to drag corpses into the decomposition chamber. After a quick glance, Chu Fan couldn't wait to issue a command. The next moment, tentacles immediately extended from the holes in the honeycomb's body, quickly lifting corpses from the nearby piles of corpses and sending them into the spiral-shaped oral cavity at the top. 2 energy-transmitting biological conduits connected to the body also wriggle rapidly at the same time, supplying energy to it. Transforming the dominant body naturally requires energy and nourishment. Moreover, the demand is huge. In the current system information interface, the energy storage limit of the evolved hive has been expanded to 100,000. The original storage of 0 began to gradually increase as the beehive frantically devoured the contents, and the other 2 hatcheries simultaneously devoured, transformed, and transported the contents. The speed of this increase accelerated. 100, 500, 2,000, 10,000. The hive stopped consuming and converting energy only after it surged to a full 50,000 units, and the energy transmission through the pipelines gradually slowed down. Several evolved tentacles then shot out, extending in front of Chu Fan, intertwining and quickly entangled to form a long, flat tentacle bed. During the transformation, priority will be given to evolving the alien spire to hatch Zerg wyverns, followed by the worm burrow, the roach greenhouse, and the gene center. As for how to modify it, you can decide. Add as many biological cavities as possible. Chu Fan looked at the beehive and gave instructions. A few days ago, while he was thinking about modifying himself to add various abilities, he sensed the consciousness tremors emanating from the still unevolved main hive within the swarm's consciousness network. Upon further reflection, it did seem a bit unrealistic. After all, their own human bodies are too fragile. Therefore, he left the modification to the hive, believing that the hive would modify and strengthen his body to the greatest extent possible. Besides, the redesigned exterior. Unleash your potential. Don't worry about anything, whether you're a human being or not doesn't matter. He added another sentence. Chu Fan then stepped forward and laid down on the densely intertwined tentacles. The next second, rapidly splitting tiny tentacles covered and tightly enveloped it layer by layer. A slight stinging sensation followed. As if injected with an anesthetic, my whole body gradually lost sensation, and my consciousness slowly faded into silence. But before losing consciousness, Chu Fan felt as if the blood in his body was being rapidly drawn out and replaced by another surge of liquid. The skin and flesh on my body felt like they were being torn apart, as if they were being sliced off layer by layer, piece by piece. Consciousness. It fell into complete silence. But the renovation did not stop there. Gene recombination, flesh and blood separation, cortical regeneration, organ reconstruction. I don't know how much time has passed. As his consciousness returned, Chu Fan gradually awoke. Before my eyes, everything was crimson, yet strangely bright. The once dark underground parking lot was now as bright as day, with everything clearly visible. Get off the tentacle bed. Chu Fan stretched out his hands, looking at the dark black armor covering them. He didn't bother to ask how much time had passed since then, and when he passed by Zana, who was guarding the entrance, he ignored her bowing and greeting. He hurried outside. After searching around, they found a slightly larger piece of glass in the ruins, wiped it clean, and stood it upright. Then, stand in front. But when Chu Fan saw his own reflection in the glass, he was instantly stunned. Is a beehive really that practical? Did you really turn me into a monster? The next chapter will feature images of the protagonist in his modified form. Chapter 49. Do you think the army outside the city has set up some kind of defensive measures in the air? In front of the glass lens? After recovering from his shock, Chu Fan carefully examined his body again, looking it over from head to toe. Its entire body seemed to be covered with a layer of jet black armor. But unlike the large, complete insect carapaces of Walker, Doran, and Zack, it has absolutely nothing to do with Zana's scaly carapace. It looks like it's more like a biological armor than a carapace. Perhaps for the sake of flexibility, there are many gaps in the carapace. In other words, in many places, the shells grow out individually in small pieces. On both sides of the shoulders, there are several distinctive insect-like barbs. Head, the biggest change. It was as if he was wearing a sealed helmet. Several sharp spikes grow at the top. The eyes are slightly tilted downwards, appearing to turn inwards. Inside, it was a sea of blood. The protagonist's form has been transformed for the first time, and will change again in the future. Completely lost all human form. However, overall it's not bad. Chu Fan Mumu. In truth, he felt no dissatisfaction whatsoever. What he wanted was the strength and capabilities of his new body. Just as he said before his transformation, it didn't matter whether he was human or not. The human body is too weak. It takes time to eat, drink, and relieve itself all day, and it can be easily killed by enemies or bullets. Even if it were perfect, what use would it be? After death, it's nothing more than a pile of rotten flesh and nourishment. Moreover, after the hive evolves into a mother hive, it can be modified and strengthened again, and can even be reshaped according to its specified requirements. Even if I were to become human again, there would be no problem. After all, the Zerg are a species that evolves through genetics. In other words, it's all about genes. The form of a living organism's body is an external continuation of its genes. The visual transformation is very good. It not only possesses the visual organs of a hydralisk, but also has night vision capabilities. Chu Fan turned his head and looked around. Despite their seemingly scarlet eyes, their vision remained unaffected. Previously, in the pitch-black underground nest, they could see clearly. Now that it's outside, it probably sensed the change in light and automatically switched back to its normal form, which is almost indistinguishable from human vision. Moreover, it perfectly integrates the optic nerve of the hydralisk. Within the focus field of vision, distant objects are magnified several times in an instant, and with the combined effect of extremely fast neural transmission speed and ultra-high visual capture frame rate, everything gradually slows down and becomes sluggish. For example, that insect-like monster flying in from high above. In its vision, it appeared as if it were flapping its wings in slow motion. Don't move. Go back, all of you. Let me try. Chu Fan gazed at the flying insects in the air, at its prompting, and in the commands conveyed within the swarm consciousness network. Zana, who was walking over and raising her finger to shoot, immediately stopped and turned back to the entrance. The swarms of springtails and hydralisks guarding the outside quickly turned around and rushed into the nest. In the blink of an eye, Chu Fan was the only one left outside the entrance. The monster in the sky was getting closer and closer. This is a monster from the south of the city called Flying Mosquito, which looks like a mosquito magnified countless times. They usually appear in groups, so this could only mean that they got separated from their group and went out to find food because they were hungry. Upon seeing Chu Fan, its lone prey, on the ground, it immediately turned around and quickly landed. Its slender forelimbs resemble sharp thorns. Flying mosquitoes. Whoosh! Chu Fan raised his left hand. A jet black bone knife sprang out from under the wrist armor in an instant. At the same time, the raised right hand slowly clenched, and a small shell opened at the tip of the extended index finger, revealing the muzzle inside. But Chu Fan didn't rush to fire. He just stood there motionless. Whoosh! Bang bang bang! The swooping mosquitoes fiercely extended several sharp limbs, attempting to scratch their prey. The venom secreted by its limbs can paralyze it in a very short time, leaving it helpless to be sucked into its body by its mouth parts until it dies. Unfortunately, what came through was a series of metallic clanging sounds. Its defense is very strong. Chu Fan glanced at the arm used for blocking. The bio-armor on it didn't even leave a trace. If it were a human arm from the past, it would have been pierced and torn apart. Seeing the flying mosquito swoop down again after missing its target, Chu Fan simply raised his hand and swept it with his sword. Several severed limbs fell from the sky in an instant. The flying mosquito hissed and instinctively flapped its wings, dragging its broken limbs as it quickly ascended into the air. Its extremely fast flight speed allowed it to fly hundreds of meters away in the blink of an eye. Below, Chu Fan raised his finger gun, with the aid of highly developed visual organs. Whoosh! Accompanied by the firing of a spinal needle. The flying mosquitoes, which were still climbing rapidly, suddenly fell from the sky without even being able to let out a scream. Upon landing, a stream of purple liquid was flowing from the tiny part of its head that had been completely pierced by the bullet. A perfect hit. One shot, instant kill. What a pity. Doran's symbiotic bioprojectiles failed to be integrated into his body, and the projectile tentacle spikes of the lurkers also failed to integrate. Chu Fan put away the bone knife and finger gun. But the thought of harboring a creature that stores strong acids within my body makes me feel somewhat uneasy. Moreover, since they are gestating symbiotes, they inevitably need to enlarge their bodies like Doran. The larger the body surface area, the larger the area covered by the outside, which may multiply the difficulty of modifying this bioarmor. As for the lurker's projectile tentacles, it's probably because each of the two arms can only be modified into one type of weapon, and there simply isn't enough room for them. The dragon has hatched, sensing a strange consciousness suddenly appearing in the swarm's consciousness network. Chu Fan immediately turned his gaze toward the entrance of the nest. It is possible that during his modification, the hive evolved into a dragon spire, and under his prior instructions, it automatically drove the larvae to hatch into dragons. But I hadn't paid much attention before because I was in a hurry to come out and check on my new body. Outside the entrance, Zana, who had just come out, saw Chu Fan approaching and quickly stepped aside, bowing her head to make way for him. Only after they had passed did I follow closely behind. But they had only taken a few steps. Chu Fan suddenly stopped again, raising his scarlet eyes to look at the sky. "Master, what's wrong?" Zana asked, following Chu Fan's gaze. "Do you think the army outside the city has set up some kind of defensive measure in the air?" Chu Fan surveyed the clear blue sky. Then, as he turned and entered the nest, he said, "The dragon has hatched. Let's fly up and take a look later. Let's verify my guess." Chapter 50, Section 50, Development Planning, Swarm of Mutalisks. System. How much time has passed since the renovation began? Inside the nest, Chu Fan walked around while asking himself the same question in his mind. 28 hours, 1 minute, and 12 seconds. More than a day? Chu Fan was slightly surprised. In reality, it felt to him as if several minutes had passed. But it's just like sleeping. The moment you open and close your eyes, time slips away unnoticed. However, just over a day was enough for the hive to evolve into a dragon spire and hatch its first batch of dragons. During the evolution of the hive from the main hive, he had inquired about this with the system. According to the system's analysis and calculations, evolving the alien spire's breeding chamber requires 5,000 energy in 24 hours. Hatching a dragon costs 800 energy and takes 4 hours. The dragon leader costs 4,000 energy, and the time required is still unknown. Like other breeding chambers, the mythical spire consumes 3 larvae to hatch 3 wyverns each time, besides the leader who took a position during the first incubation. In 28 hours, the remaining 2 ordinary dragons successfully hatched and were born. Open the system interface. As expected, 2 more dragon information entries have been added above. Zerg race. Evolutionary stage. Primary. Hive construction. Primary biome hive. 3 splitting pools. 3 hydroless burrows. 1 alien spire. Worm burrow evolving. Split nest construction. Primary biological hatchery number 1. Energy transfer. Pipeline hive. Split pool 3. Spikeweed den 3. Split nest construction. Primary biological hatchery number 2. Energy transfer. Pipeline hive. Primary biological hatchery number 1. Split pool 3. Spikeweed den 3. Swarm leaders. For Zergling leader Walker. Baneling leader Doran. Hydralisk leader Zana. Lurker leader Zach. Swarm size. 10494. 5,716 Zerglings. 2,000 Banlings. 1,767 Hydralisks. 1,000 Lurkers. 2 Mutalisks. 9 larvae. Main nest energy. 47561. Energy chamber storage limit. 100,000. Split nest energy. 537 first primary biological hatchery. Energy chamber storage limit 50,000. Split nest energy. 585 primary biological hatchery number 2. Energy chamber storage limit 50,000. During the renovation, not only has the hive evolved a dragon spire, but the hatcheries of the other 2 branch hives have also been fully evolved. Chu Fan scanned the information interface. It took more than 3 days for the main hive to evolve into a beehive. After its evolution, it will automatically start evolving when there is enough energy, serving as a hatchery for the secondary main hive, in order to keep in sync with the main hive and unlock more advanced warbug breeding chambers. However, the time it took was obviously shorter than that of the main nest, about a day or so, and it is estimated that the evolution was completed shortly before the awakening. With their energy reserves depleted, the hatcheries in the 2 branch nests are currently likely devouring, decomposing, and transforming corpses, and their energy reserves are rapidly increasing by several hundred points. The number of insect swarms is about the same as before the modification. The number of springtails hunted has decreased by several dozen. Dozens more hydralisks have been added to the nest. The overall number has increased slightly. Upon seeing this, Chu Fan suddenly realized something, gradually stopped walking, and his scarlet eyes flickered involuntarily. During this period of more than a day, both branch nests ceased reproduction due to the evolution of the hatchery, with only the original nest continuing to incubate. Meanwhile, Walker, Doran, and Zach were leading their swarms of leaping insects to hunt down and clear monsters from the east and west sides of the city. In short, the 3 split pools of the hive alone, with more than 400 springtails hatching every day, almost equaled the battle losses from hunting springtails. This means that the monsters in the east and west of the city have been almost completely wiped out. The battles are not as fierce as they were a few days ago, and the deaths are not as numerous. But this will inevitably lead to a gradual decrease in the number of monster corpses hunted. Even though there are still swarms of flying insects in the south of the city that haven't been cleared. Even in front of the hive and the 2 branch hatcheries, the corpses were still piled up like mountains. However, the number of monsters in the city is limited, and the amount of energy that can be converted also has a corresponding upper limit. Energy has an upper limit, and the number of war insects that can be hatched must also have an upper limit. So, he really needs to plan his development in advance. For example, the number of reproductive cavities that evolved in each nest. The hive has unlocked 4 types of reproductive chambers. The tunnel worms that hatch from worm burrows are auxiliary worms. They are extremely large and do not need to be hatched in large numbers. The number of larvae required is negligible. The Zerg queen, hatched from the gene center, is unique. It means that there are only 2 types of war bugs, the cockroach greenhouse and the alien dragon spire, which require a large number of larvae to hatch. After thinking about it for a while, Chu Fan immediately asked in his mind, System, were the energy consumption and time consumption for the evolutionary cockroach greenhouse breeding chamber and the hatching of cockroaches? According to system analysis, evolving the cockroach greenhouse requires 3,000 units of energy and is expected to take 20 hours. The cockroach leader, having incorporated intelligent genes, consumes a huge amount of energy, requiring 2,000 energy points. The time required is variable and cannot be calculated. It is currently unknown. The genetic code and body structure of ordinary cockroaches are extremely complex, and they are large insects. Each larva requires 500 energy points to hatch, and the hatching process is expected to take 3 hours. 3 hours of incubation time. A batch can hatch 3 offspring, consuming 3 larvae. A cockroach greenhouse requires 24 larvae per day. With a 4-hour hatching interval between the flying dragons, each day a dragon spire contains 18 larvae, and springtails and hydralisks. Based on the inherited Zerg information, the number of larvae raised after the evolution of the hive and primary hatchery has increased from 14 per hour to 30 per hour, a maximum of 720 larvae per day. After pondering for a long time, Chu Fan's violently flashing eyes gradually calmed down. The number of reproductive cavities evolved in each nest. 6 splitting pools consume 432 larvae per day. 5 snake dens, 180 larvae a day. 3 cockroach greenhouses, 72 larvae a day. 2 alien dragon towers, 36 larvae a day. In total, all 720 larvae were distributed. This planning, besides perfectly allocating the number of larvae and minimizing waste, primarily focuses on energy consumption. Each cockroach requires up to 500 units of energy to hatch. Each dragon has a strength of up to 800. With so much energy, more hydralisks and springtails can be hatched. Furthermore, evolving the breeding chambers of these 2 war bugs takes far too long. Just like the spire of the dragon, it takes a whole day. Within 24 hours, it can evolve 3 split pools, or 2 hydra burrows. With only half a month left before the final human offensive outside the city, and possibly even earlier, he must hatch as many war insects as possible before the battle, rather than focusing on their quality. Once the entire evolution is complete, 3 nests with 18 splitting pools can hatch 2,592 springtails per day. 15 snake dens, 540 snakes a day. 9 cockroach greenhouses, 216 cockroaches a day. 6 dragon-shaped towers, 108 flying dragons a day. More than half a month later, the number of insects could reach more than 50,000. If another 10,000 zerglings are used to mutate into 100,000 blast bugs, that would be over 100,000. And the exploding bugs will be the main force in this battle. If we launch a surprise attack, 100,000 troops would be enough to wipe out the 50,000 soldiers outside the city, as well as all the machinery, vehicles, and aircraft. No more indecisiveness. Chu Fan immediately immersed his consciousness into the swarm's consciousness network. After conveying a series of evolutionary and reproductive hatching instructions to the hive and the 2 hatcheries, it then continued its journey deeper into the nest. His infrared vision system, which resembled night vision goggles, allowed him to spot the unusually conspicuous organism located between the split pool and the serpent's den from a great distance. The whole thing looks like a balloon covered in spikes. The lower part consists of limbs connected by several biological tubes. Above is a huge biosphere, which is also the main chamber for hatching dragons. Dragon Spire. And in the air above this dragon-spirited tower, 2 large, dark red creatures with wingspans of about 10 meters were hovering in the air. Its wings are like those of a bat. Its head is also quite similar to that of a bat. The only notable difference is its thick, cylindrical tail. The upper part of both sides of the tail has a row of active biological air sacs that can expel airflow. By adjusting the up, down, left, and right directions, the body can keep floating or accelerate in conjunction with the wings. The tail is covered with a dense array of menacing spikes. Inside is a hollow launch chamber, capable of launching the symbiotic organism nurtured within, the blade worm. The first generation of flying dragons will evolve, become stronger, and change form later. See image. Blade bugs are extremely violent symbiotes. Once launched, it can actively seek out targets, much like Doran's biological cannonballs. Furthermore, its unique multi-segmented body, which stores highly corrosive chemicals, can explode segment by segment in sequence to launch a continuous barrage of attacks on a large area of targets. It's huge. It's ridiculously big. Arriving before the 2 newly hatched dragons, Chu Fan looked up in amazement and examined them for a few moments before giving one of them the order to take off. At the same time, close your scarlet eyes. Entering the swarm consciousness network, find the point of consciousness representing this dragon. Then, integration. Possessed. Chapter 51. Is this some kind of wishful thinking to fly out? What a pipe dream. Command center outside the city. Inside the intelligence gathering room. In front of the big screen, General Sam and a large group of officers stared blankly at the screen. The frozen frame shows a humanoid monster about to enter the parking lot entrance. It is about 2 meters tall, and its entire body is covered with a set of jet black armor. Combined with his imposing physique and those scarlet eyes raised to gaze at the sky, he has a striking visual impact. Beside him stood a woman dressed in a black leather jacket. Or, to put it another way, like a woman. But they have already investigated this monster with an extremely hot figure that looks like a woman in the past few days. At the very least, the drone captured some complete images, confirming the scaly armor on the other side, which resembled a tight-fitting leather suit. So, at this moment, all eyes were not on the woman, but on the armored humanoid monster to the side. The silence lasted for a moment before some incredulous sounds broke the silence. Another new humanoid armored monster? Including this one, there are 5 in total, right? Damn cockroaches, where do you get so many of these things from? Do they reproduce from the mother in the nest? The key question is whether the reptilian mother can reproduce humanoid monsters. Who knows? This is fucking weird. I can't figure out how these humanoid shell monsters came to be. By the way, where's the cockroach? I haven't seen him for days. He's probably still in his nest. I haven't seen him come out since we wiped out the tiger reptiles and went back. Hey, do you guys think this newly appeared humanoid monster might actually be a cockroach? How is this possible? How could a human like him turn into such a monster? No, didn't you guys notice that this humanoid monster is very different from the other 4? Indeed, its carapace is quite special, or rather, it doesn't resemble a carapace at all, but rather a kind of biological armor. Indeed, it is more ferocious and aggressive than the other four, and it even looks like it gives people a strong sense of oppression. Also, have you noticed something? That female humanoid monster seems to treat it with great respect, like it would treat a cockroach. That's impossible. Humans would never turn into such monsters. Perhaps it's a more advanced monster created by cockroaches, which is why the female monsters are so respectful. Hey, look, what's that? Flying monster? Wow, it's so big. Amid a gasp, the noisy argument immediately stopped. Pairs of eyes fixed on the screen quickly revealed expressions of astonishment, even a hint of bewilderment. In another real-time image from a high-altitude drone reconnaissance, from an overhead perspective, a gigantic flying monster suddenly emerged from the entrance to its lair in the underground parking lot. Its outstretched wingspan is estimated to be around 10 meters. Its body is over 10 meters long, and that's what left everyone bewildered. It's worth noting that the wingspan of a fighter jet is only a dozen meters or nearly 20 meters long. In other words, this monster is equivalent to a small fighter jet. In the City of the Apocalypse, there were some giant reptiles, but this was the first time they had ever seen a flying monster of such a large size. Is this a cockroach flying insect? Nonsense. Didn't you see it flew out of his underground lair? But isn't this a bit too big? How do you get the reptile mother to reproduce? That's not the point. The point is, when will that damned reptile parent system ever stop? How many reptile species are there already? And each one is bigger than the last. The sounds, rising and falling, gradually subsided. Because in the scene, a large swarm of flying mosquitoes appeared in front of the flying monster that looked like a fighter jet high in the sky. A bloodbath is inevitable. Almost immediately, a swarm of flying mosquitoes rushed towards it like a dark cloud. Although they are small, only about half a meter long, they are numerous and rely on their group advantage to hunt. In addition, they have a strong paralyzing toxin, so they are not afraid even when they encounter large prey. At the same time, the giant, dark red flying monster slowly hovered. Its thick tail then bends down to its body, aiming at a swarm of flying mosquitoes that are attacking it. Whoosh! A sphere the size of a wash basin was launched from its tail in an instant. As it sped along, the curled-up sphere quickly expanded, transforming into a half-meter-long worm with a multi-segmented, bulging body. In the air, not far away, faced with the flying multi-segmented insects, at the very front, a flying mosquito unhesitatingly stretched out its sharp limbs. The next second, bang! The moment it was touched, the front segment of the multi-segmented insect's round, bulging body suddenly burst open. It sprayed out a large patch of dark green liquid, immediately covering the flying mosquitoes. Accompanied by a piercing hiss and corrosive fumes emanating from its body, it caused them to fall straight down. But this is just the beginning. After one section of his body exploded, the remaining intact body of the multi-segmented insect was instantly launched into the swarm of flying mosquitoes that were attacking it from behind. Bang! 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 Each explosion, the multi-segmented insect then launched itself onto the next swarm of flying mosquitoes. After being launched repeatedly, it exploded its last body segment, spraying out a final spray of acid. In the air, a large swarm of flying mosquitoes. It was already completely covered by a dark green corrosive liquid. The melted body, and the wings that were melted through, they were carried by thick, corrosive fumes and fell downwards like raindrops. Seeing this scene, the entire intelligence room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The officers stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded at the hundreds of flying mosquitoes that had been wiped out in a single blow. Then, the group turned around, looking at General Sam at the very front. General, I'm starting to panic. I think it's necessary to ask for permission from higher-ups to take action ahead of schedule. Yes, we can't wait any longer. These giant flying monsters are too powerful. There is still more than 2 weeks left. If the cockroaches multiply to thousands, they will pose a threat to us. Thousands is outrageous. This size will definitely grow very slowly. There's only one so far. In more than half a month, there may be 100 at most, but even 100 is a problem. The main problem is that this is a flying monster, which will definitely interfere with our air superiority. Our greatest reliance in eliminating cockroaches and crawling insects is the air superiority of fighter jets, bombers, and armed helicopters, which we must not lose. He glanced around at the surrounding officers. General Sam, whose expression was slightly grave, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. I can ask my superiors for permission, but I can't guarantee whether they will allow it. After saying that, he then turned to the screen. Seeing the flying monster on the screen begin to climb upwards again, a cold smile crept onto his lips. It depends. Is this flying cockroach trying to fly out? Ah, wishful thinking, daydreaming, high in the air, under the control of Chu Fan, who was possessed by his consciousness. After easily dealing with a swarm of flying mosquitoes, the dragon continued its ascent. Its enormous, constantly flapping wings created whistling sounds, and coupled with the airflow ejected from the air sacs on both sides of its body, it moved at an extremely high speed. The colorless line of sight rose higher and higher. They hadn't been climbing for long when a faint ray of light caused the speed of the flying dragon under Chu Fan's control to suddenly decrease. Until it came to a complete stop. Above the sky, rays of light faintly appeared, intertwined, haphazardly, extending far and wide. It was like an enormous net of light, covering the entire sky. Chu Fan controlled the flying dragon to raise its head and scan the area a few times. In an instant he understood. This is laser weapons? Chapter 52. The methods for breaking out. Aren't they already evolving? As expected, there are defensive measures in place. They used laser weapons to block off the entire airspace of Doomsday City. Through the eyes of the possessed dragon, Chu Fan gazed at the dense network of light extending in all directions above his head. There wasn't the slightest bit of surprise in my heart. Conversely, he would be deeply surprised if it were truly empty and devoid of anything. He had pondered this question while still in the lair, long before he even considered breaking out or much earlier. There are only 3 ways to get out. Firstly, on the ground, destroy the walls. But let's set aside the question of whether our current strength is sufficient to destroy a wall several meters thick. Even if he succeeds in destroying it, he will be met with 50,000 mechanized troops outside, with tanks and aircraft all ready to go. Secondly, they went to the sky and launched a surprise attack from the air. The probability of this is extremely slim. It is highly likely that the airspace has been equipped with some kind of defensive structure by the human army outside the city. The reason is simple. For 3 long years, the flying monsters in the city, such as those flying mosquitoes, have never flown out. Don't they want to be free to roam the sky and leap in the sea? Is it that they don't want to fly away from this relatively small city to forage in a more expansive place? Obviously not. That can only be due to one situation. They can't get out. In the past, he struggled to survive in the city with his younger sister, living a precarious life, only concerned with staying alive, and had no time to think about these things. Thinking about it is useless. He doesn't have wings and can't fly. However, he obtained a Zerg main hive that the system conjured out of thin air, became the supreme ruler of the Zerg, gave birth to a leader, hatched a swarm, and his survival was somewhat guaranteed. He spent most of his time in the hive, and with plenty of time, after a little thought, the result was obvious. The airspace is likely to be blocked. Therefore, the only way to break out is to go underground. I wonder how powerful this laser weapon is. Chu Fan controlled the dragon's body, intending to use one of the spikes on its tail to probe upwards. But after thinking about it, he immediately gave up the idea. The appearance of the dragons has likely deeply disturbed the people outside the city. If it is discovered that laser weapons cannot sever the spikes on the dragon's tail, or can only offer some resistance, it will surely cause a huge uproar and even shock among the humans outside the city. Driven by fear and anxiety, they might launch a full-scale attack prematurely. Moreover, only 2 dragons have hatched so far. Even if they managed to squeeze out of the laser defense network unscathed, it would be useless. They would definitely be bombarded by missiles launched by human fighter jets. As for the origin of these laser weapons, Chu Fan controlled the flying dragon to scan the 4 walls. It is obvious that the lasers were emitted from the numerous laser devices installed at the very top of the 4 walls. Turning his gaze away, Chu Fan did not attempt to send the flying dragon over to destroy it. The reason is the same. Even if the laser device is destroyed and the laser defense network is dismantled, how can 2 flying dragons possibly break through the 50,000 mechanized troops outside? Moreover, laser devices must have robust protective measures, so whether they can be destroyed is still a question. It has been confirmed that the airspace is blocked. Chu Fan then ordered the flying dragon to land and break free from the possessing consciousness. Inside the nest, he opened his blood-red eyes. Chu Fan stepped toward the entrance and entered one of the pits dug by Zack in the wall on one side of the entrance. Zana, who was stationed not far away, tilted her head and pondered for a moment before immediately taking long strides to catch up. Currently, there are hundreds of hydralisks guarding both hatcheries and the entrance to this hive, so it doesn't need to keep a close watch on them all the time. Walk straight for more than 10 meters in the pit. 3 paths appear before us. Chu Fan turned directly into the leftmost tunnel, which was facing north. After walking for a long time, Chu Fan then gradually stopped. At the end of the tunnel ahead, a silver-white metal plate blocked the way. Master, is this the tunnel that Zack dug out a while ago that leads out of the city? Behind her, Zana walked up and looked at the metal plate at the end, asking a question. Yeah, it's a pity it's blocked. Chu Fan looked up and glanced at the top of the tunnel. Under his orders, Zack dug tunnels outwards along the walls on both sides of the entrance to the underground lair for more than 10 days. Besides the tunnels used to ambush and eliminate over 1,000 human soldiers and several other escape tunnels for emergencies, there was this one. Now that they had a leader who was good at digging tunnels, their first priority when trapped in the apocalyptic city was to dig a road underground to the outside of the city. But in the end, they couldn't dig through it. When they dug this far, they found a metal plate. Based on the distance, the location is below the city's northern wall. If this kind of thing exists in the north of the city, it must also exist below the other 3 walls. In essence, humans have also set up a defensive structure underground within the 4 walls to prevent monsters from escaping through tunnels. The city of Doomsday is truly a tightly sealed cage built by humans. The entire area, both above and below ground, was completely sealed off, forming a veritable net that effectively blocked any possibility of escape. Chu Fan sigh. Is this metal plate that hard? Zana took a few steps forward and looked the metal plate up and down. Even Zack's claws couldn't dig through it? It's not that it couldn't dig through, but after receiving the report, I ordered it to retreat immediately and didn't try. Chu Fan walked to Zana's side, also looking at the metal plate in front of him, which was made of some unknown material, because humans may have installed some kind of detection and monitoring device inside the metal plate. If it is damaged, or even if there is some vibration, it may receive an alarm, thus letting them know that something is trying to dig out from underground. At that time, I was worried that Zack, who dug here, might have already triggered the monitoring system of the metal plate. At this point, Chu Fan chuckled. Fortunately, the more than 1,000 human soldiers were successfully ambushed by the lurkers, which indirectly proves that the metal plate surveillance system was not triggered. Otherwise, they would have been on guard and guessed that there was a network of tunnels underground, and those more than 1,000 soldiers would not have fallen into the ambush so easily. But my lord, Zana rolled her big eyes and said worriedly, now the sky is blocked, there are walls on all sides, and metal plates blocking the ground. How are we supposed to fight our way out? I just said that the possibility of humans going out has been basically blocked, not that they're completely locked down. The way to go out is also very simple. Chu Fan raised his dark armored arm, extended a finger, and pointed to his feet. Underground? Yes, underground. Chu Fan nodded and added, to be precise, it's deeper underground. How big and how deep can this metal plate that humans have set up be? As long as it doesn't penetrate the entire planet, it can definitely be dug out. That's true. Zana suddenly realized, blinking her eyes, have Zack dig deeper underground first, then move straight forward, avoiding the bottom edge of the metal plate, and finally dig a tunnel upwards to the surface outside the city. No. Chu Fan raised his hand to interrupt. Although Zack can dig tunnels very quickly, what if the metal plate is very, very deep? Moreover, it is simply unrealistic and dangerous to dig a tunnel that can allow hundreds of thousands of insect swarms to quickly enter and exit by avoiding the bottom of the metal plate in a short period of time. Once the humans discover it, they can deploy a large amount of heavy firepower at the entrance and seal off the fixed tunnel exit. They can kill one insect swarm after another. No matter how many insect swarms there are, they will just be sent to their deaths. Then what should we do? What to do? Chu Fan's red eyes turned to Zana. Then, pointing back at the nest behind the tunnel. A way to fight our way out. Isn't it already evolving? Chapter 53. Quick! Zana's gone mad. You two, hold her down. Zana, come on. My lord, is this really a good idea? What's wrong with it? But I'm scared. What's there to be afraid of? It's just a pain point, and besides, you might not even feel the pain. But I still feel it's not quite right. Alright, stop talking nonsense and hurry up. Very well. Master, are you ready? Inside the nest, Zana stood tall with her proud, curvaceous body and hesitantly raised her hand. clench the bottom 3 fingers, and extend the index finger to make a finger gun gesture. Then, he pointed the gun barrel at Chu Fan, who was a few meters away. First, it pointed to its head. Then it quickly moved down to the chest. Immediately afterwards, it was adjusted to Chu Fan's shoulder. But it quickly moved to target his arm and wrist, finally settling on the back of Chu Fan's hand. He aimed for a while, but just couldn't pull the trigger. Even if the ruler gave the order to give it a slap on the head, it would not hesitate or waver at all, and would carry it out immediately. However, the attack on the dominant force, whether consciously or psychologically, causes it to instinctively and extremely resist. Hurry up. Don't worry, you might not be able to penetrate it. Let alone penetrate it. It's very likely that it won't even be able to break through the defense. Chu Fan on the other side couldn't help but urge them repeatedly. Just then, the 3 members of the Duolong group returned from their hunt. Upon entering the lair and witnessing this scene, Doran's surprised, slightly goofy voice suddenly rang out. "Zana, what are you doing?" Startled by the sudden attack, Zana, who was already on edge, trembled. Whoosh! A spinal needle shot out in an instant. Due to the violent shaking, the bullet hit Chu Fan's chest instead of the back of his hand, which was being aimed at. Clang! A crisp, clinking sound. After a flustered glance, seeing that the Overlord was unharmed, Zana angrily looked towards the entrance. Doran, it always speaks softly and gently to its master, suppressing its will, and dares not show the slightest disrespect. But it showed no kindness to others, including several leaders, and its voice was as cold as ice, fueled by anger and resentment. How dare you attack the Overlord? Gurgle, accompanied by a rapid rolling sound. In the blink of an eye, Doran's huge, spherical body rolled over at lightning speed and stood directly in front of Chu Fan. At the same time, while sticking out his head and raising his arms to aim the cannon at Zana, he anxiously shouted to Walker and Zack in the distance. Quick! Zana has gone mad. She dares to attack the Overmind. You two, quickly pin her down and capture her alive to hand over to the Overmind for disposal. Walker's red eyes flickered upon hearing this, and he walked over at a leisurely pace, showing no intention of rushing toward Zana. Swarm leaders will never rebel against the Overmind. This is genetically determined, unless they are under some form of control by an enemy. But how could there be enemies inside the lair? Furthermore, with Walker's intelligence, he naturally realized that the Overlord, who had just modified his body, was using Zana to test his own defenses. Even the tall and imposing Zack, standing to the side, understood the reason. Although he is physically strong but not very intelligent, it is at least a bit taller than Duolong. Doran. Chu Fan reluctantly walked around the carapace-shaped sphere in front of him. I just wanted Zana to test the strength of my defense. Duolong glanced at Chu Fan in front of him with his green eyes, then looked at Zana opposite him, whose hair was trembling and dancing wildly like little snakes in anger. It hasn't lost its mind? Oh, I thought it had lost its brain. Zana subconsciously raised her hand. If the Overlord hadn't been there, it would have given that brain-dead idiot, Doran, 2 injections. Even if Zana goes crazy and attacks me. Chu Fan pointed to his bioarmor. Do you think Zana's attack can hurt me after modification? And that is indeed the case. As the leader of the Hydralisks, Zana's weapon, the spine needle, is an enhanced version. The fact that a casual shot pierced through a solid concrete load-bearing column in the underground parking lot and penetrated deep into the wall behind it speaks volumes. Just now, the spinal needle that Zana hit bounced off directly. The effect was almost identical to that of the previous flying mosquitoes. Not even a trace was left on the bioarmor covering the chest. However, this is quite normal. It is, after all, a body modified by the Hive using a full 50,000 units of energy, and the focus of the modification is defense. As the master of the swarm, we cannot afford to lose it. Under normal circumstances, they would stay in the rear and rarely participate in frontline combat. Therefore, the modification of the Overlord's body is primarily defensive, with offense being secondary. The vast majority of the 50,000 energy was used to enhance the bioarmor. Of course, the transformation of the Hive is not limited to these, but also includes a series of changes brought about by the complete replacement of various organs and tissues inside and out. For example, they don't need to sleep, and their metabolism is extremely slow. Alternatively, the fungal carpet can provide the necessary nutrients without requiring food. They would no longer need the oxygen that humans depend on for survival, and could adapt to any atmospheric composition like insect swarms. Alright, it's just a misunderstanding. Be more careful in the future. Chu Fan gestured to Duo Long, who had lowered his arms and cannon barrels, without blaming him for his recklessness. After all, Doran was acting in his own best interest for the safety of his master. It was a bit naive, but the intention was good. Glancing at Walker and Zack who were approaching, Chu Fan asked, "Have you cleared out all the monsters in the west and east of the city?" "Yes, Lord." Walker leaned down and said, "Except for a few huge creatures, all the others have been wiped out, and the springtails are carrying away the remaining corpses." "Yes, Zana." Chu Fan waved his hand. "Take your swarm of hydralisks and wipe out the flying monsters in the south of the city inch by inch. Leave 100 hydralisks guarding the entrance to each nest." "Yes, my lord." Zana immediately accepted the order with delight and ignored Duolong. Her fiery and alluring figure vanished in the blink of an eye. "It's been cooped up in a nest for so long, it's really getting restless." "My lord, the dragon has hatched." As soon as Zana left, Walker asked her question. He glanced at a wyvern lying beside the breeding chamber of the alien dragon spire, then looked toward the entrance behind it before turning to Chu Fan with some worry. "Master," he said, "I just saw one outside the entrance. Humans will surely spot it through their drones high in the sky. Wyverns are large aerial combat units and will definitely threaten human air superiority. If humans become concerned because of this, they might launch a surprise attack prematurely. I had already considered this in advance." Chu Fan not that happy. Among the several leaders, Walker, the Zergling leader, is relatively weak in combat, but his intellect is absolutely the best. He is also the most calm and composed. That dragon outside was used by me to scout the sky above the city and verify whether humans had set up any aerial defenses. This is related to the war with humans, so I had to find out as soon as possible. That's why I had to expose the newly hatched dragon. But it's okay. Even if humans launch an attack immediately, with so many people and vehicles, they will need at least a day or two to prepare. Chu Fan turned to look at the giant cocoon evolving beside the breeding chamber of the alien dragon spire. And a day or two is enough for it to complete its evolution. Furthermore, several tunnel worms were successfully hatched. Command center outside the city. War room. The long conference table was filled with officers. The top seat is empty. Indoor. A great deal of discussion arose, buzzing and making a great commotion. But soon, as the conference room door opened, the scene instantly fell silent. Outside the door, General Sam strode in. His slightly relaxed expression made the hideous scar on his face appear much softer. Arriving at the front, General Sam looked around at the assembled officers and began to speak. Because the cockroaches crawling mother-bred flying monsters, which were enormous in size. Based on your joint suggestion, I have requested permission from my superiors to take action ahead of schedule. The higher-ups have approved it. The time frame has been moved up to 10 days from now. Not only did they agree, they also permitted the use of all the missile vehicles. At that time, missile vehicles will work in conjunction with tank groups, armored vehicles, and various fighter jets to conduct joint operations. Furthermore, there's no need to directly exterminate the cockroaches. Just bombard them relentlessly, pile them up with the entire army, and keep the whole city completely leveled, killing every living creature inside. But an order was attached to it. The cockroaches must be informed of the start time of the battle. Chapter 54. That damned female monster, bloodthirsty and brutal, fierce and brainless. Whoosh whoosh, sizzle sizzle sizzle. One by one, finger-length spine needles shot upwards from the ground with a sharp, piercing sound. In the air, flying mosquitoes swarmed in, their bodies tumbling and falling one by one like raindrops. The accuracy of spinal needles is astonishing. The rate of instant kills is also extremely high. The vast majority of them are killed with a single blow. Moreover, the wounds were almost identical, all having pierced the extremely sharp and vital parts of the mosquitoes' heads. Only a very few lucky ones experience slight deviations, managing to suffer minor abrasions but not die immediately. But this did not save them from certain death. As the deadly poison from the spinal needles spread rapidly through their wounds, they quickly lost their lives and fell to the ground along with their slaughtered companions. On the ground, standing there is Zana, the leader of the Hydralisks, a stunningly curvaceous figure, standing tall and proud. Their eyes, like those of human, were filled with a coldness as deep as winter. Behind it, there were hydras with their massive bodies and huge deck heads swimming around. Each hydralisk is spaced about half a meter apart, arranged in a row, stretching endlessly. To the left, it stretches far into the distance, all the way to the east of the city. To the right, it stretches far into the distance, all the way to the western part of the city at the edge of sight. Following the will of the ruler, Zana was earnestly carrying out the sweeping order. The thousands of hydralisks that had been increasing under its command in the past few days were all deployed, forming a long battle line connecting the east and west of the city, advancing inch by inch southward. The progress is slow, but steady as a rock. Wherever they went, not even chickens or dogs were left behind. The few remaining ground-crawling monsters that managed to escape were forced to break free under this encircling, all-encompassing onslaught, only to be killed one after another. Flying mosquitoes, which are the primary target, are following in the footsteps of tiger crickets. However, the tiger-striped cricket has an intelligent mother that understands some tactics. During the initial period of the war, the mother frequently dispatched tiger-striped knife worms from various locations to fight fires and alleviate pressure, or ordered some tiger-striped knife worm swarms that were unable to withstand the attack to retreat tactically. Flying mosquitoes have no intelligence and no parent organism. They have been able to occupy the south of the city for so long. Apart from their reproductive growth rate being only slightly slower than that of the tiger-striped knife beetle, their biggest advantage is that they can fly. In the past, when encountering enemies while hunting, they would swarm forward all at once. The same is true now. They don't know what death is, and relying on their large population, they won't run away. Faced with a line of hydralisks that were gradually penetrating their territory, they flew in large groups. As a result, just like what we see now, they are being slaughtered in droves, as if sent to their deaths. Stop! It seemed to sense something. Zana, who was leading the team forward slowly, suddenly raised her hand and gave an order. The hydralisks that followed, including all those extending east and west beyond the line of sight, collectively stopped their swam. This is what makes the swarm consciousness network so powerful and terrifying. Once the instruction is issued, the intertwined consciousness is instantly transmitted to each other, allowing all hydralisks on the battlefield to receive it immediately, thus ensuring absolute obedience. He glanced at the western front. Zana immediately lifted her long legs, turned around, and ran away. Despite its slender and delicate appearance, its insectoid nervous system is highly developed, allowing it to unleash speeds that are completely inconsistent with its appearance. Not long after, the rapidly speeding figure gradually slowed down. On one front in sight, hundreds of hydralisks were waving their trident-like forelimbs to fend off swarms of flying mosquitoes swarming from the sky. From a distance, it looked like a black fog that blotted out the sky. Clearly, the hydralisks on this front encountered a massive number of flying mosquitoes as they advanced. Long-range shooting was too slow to clear out the enemy, leading to close-quarters combat. Although the hydralisk is a ranged insect, it can also rely on its sharp forelimbs to fight enemies. It's just that it's not as powerful or convenient as the long-range firing spinal needle. After a brief pause, Zana rushed straight over. A hint of surprise and excitement flickered in his otherwise cold eyes. In fact, if too many hydralisks encounter enemies on a certain front, there is no need for the leader to go there personally. It can simply send some hydralisks to provide reinforcements through the swarm's consciousness network. But wisdom gives rise to character. Personality inevitably gives rise to certain peculiar habits. Bang! Rushing towards the swarm of flying mosquitoes. Instead of using her finger gun to fire the spine needles, Zana pushed off with her feet, nimbly leaped into the air, and grabbed a flying mosquito. Before it even hit the ground, it was pulled apart by both hands. Tear! Like tearing strips of cloth. The flying mosquito was instantly torn in two by Zana. Large swaths of green insect blood mixed with internal organs splattered and fell. As soon as she landed, Zana sprang back up, grabbed another flying insect, and brutally tore it to shreds in the same manner. Inside the enormous swarm of insects, her graceful figure fluttered up and down. Pieces of severed limbs and dismembered corpses splattered through the air. With the help of hundreds of hydralisks' trident forelimbs harvesting the insects, the number of tiny flying mosquitoes is decreasing at a rate that is almost visible to the naked eye, until they were completely slaughtered. Comfortable. Landing on the ground, Zana, covered in bits of flesh and blood, raised her equally filthy face, letting the drops of purple blood drifting down from the sky fall onto it. Both his expression and his eyes were filled with an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Even though such scenes have happened many times in the past few days, each time it finishes killing, it feels an extreme pleasure, as if its soul has been purified. But the lingering pleasure after the killing didn't last long. Upon hearing the buzzing sound and seeing the dozen or so drones rapidly descending from the sky, a hint of disgust flashed in Zana's eyes. Here we go again. So annoying. Whoosh. Zana raised her hand without hesitation and fired a shot. At the same time, whoosh whoosh, under the orders it conveyed, the row of hydralisks that were relining up behind them all raised their triangular-spined heads and fired a dense barrage of black spines. Boom, boom, boom. Such a number of attacks. In addition, the Hydra's unique visual organs provide assistance. More than a dozen drones that had just entered the firing range were instantly destroyed, with none surviving. Humans are really sick. Knowing full well that it's impossible to get close, they still send drones down every day. There must have been several hundred aircraft in the last few days, right? Is he trying to convey something? Zana muttered to herself with some suspicion. But I didn't think about it much, let alone ponder it deeply. Zana glanced at the sky and rolled her eyes. I don't care about all this unless the ruler gives the order. Destroy as many as they come. Snort. Smack. Command center outside the city. Inside the intelligence room. General Sam slammed his hand hard on the table. In his anger, the scars on his face twisted together, resembling earthworms crawling on his face. Damn female monster. Bloodthirsty and brutal. Big boobs, no brains. I'll send your master a challenge every day, announcing the time of the battle. You keep destroying things for me every day. That's bad enough, but you even rolled your eyes at me. Fine. Fine. Once I catch you in a few days, I'll skin you alive with my own hands. The roar echoed deafeningly in the room. The officers behind him were terrified and lowered their heads in silence. It's not surprising that the general was so angry. Orders came from above to inform the cockroaches of the start of the war. But after a few days, countless drones were dispatched. Unable to find cockroaches, they attempted to land outside the nest entrance, but were all destroyed from a distance by the hundreds of python monsters guarding it. Out of desperation, they tried to ask the only female humanoid shelled monster out there cleaning up flying mosquitoes to pass on the message. But the result was the same. The drone's voice volume is limited. If the distance is too far, you cannot hear it. The problem is that the other side doesn't give them a chance to close the distance at all. They disappear immediately after landing, even slightly. After 6 days of back and forth, there are only 4 days left. Not long ago, a strict order came from above. The cockroaches must be informed by tomorrow at the latest, or face the death penalty. So you can imagine how angry and anxious General Sam must have been when the female humanoid shell monster destroyed the drones he had sent out again, and even rolled her eyes at him in a mocking and provocative manner. He vented his anger. After a long silence, General Sam could only wave his hand weakly and say, "Drones won't work." Then send a soldier in to deliver the message. If you enter a cockroach nest, you are very likely to die. Make him mentally prepare to be killed. If they cannot be released, 10 times the compensation will be given to their family. Chapter 55. Queen Lilith of the Zerg sends her greetings. The next day, underground parking lot in the city center. The honeycomb at its deepest point is surrounded by numerous reproductive chambers of various shapes and sizes. After several days, the 6 split pools, 5 hydra dens, 3 cockroach greenhouses, and 2 alien dragon towers that Chu Fan had planned had all evolved and entered a continuous incubation phase. However, compared to the 2 branch hives, the hive has 2 additional biological breeding chambers. One is a worm burrow. The other is the gene center. The former doesn't require much. The latter cannot evolve much, and can only exist in one hive. Its uniqueness makes it extremely important, even affecting the future development of the swarm. The shape of the gene center closely resembles a huge, hollow, oval tumor lying on the ground. Inside, the space is very large. The surrounding area, the ground, and the top were all covered with dark red, slightly wriggling biological tissue, with clear veins crawling on it. On the ground in the center, a giant cocoon grows. This is a symbiotic creature conceived by the gene center, the Zerg Queen. This is also why the gene center is so crucial to the development of the Zerg. Chu Fan stood to one side of the cocoon. He's been waiting here ever since the evolution of the gene center was completed. Based on the inherited Zerg information, the Zerg Queen possesses 2 main abilities. Firstly, the hatching produces bacterial eggs, which can form bacterial nodules and then grow into a fungal carpet. Without the restriction of the biological reproductive cavity, it can promote the growth of fungal carpets anywhere. The fungal carpet provides the nutrients needed for the survival of the insect population and determines the upper limit of the population size. With the Zerg queen, the Zerg swarm can reproduce indefinitely as long as there is sufficient energy. Secondly, genetic research, through the gene bank stored in the beehive, and the genes of other organisms obtained, to study and fuse them to create a variety of new insects. The Zerg's biological hive stores only the genetic sequences of a dozen or so native warbugs, with an upper limit on the number of species. The birth of the Zerg queen foreshadows that the evolutionary path of the Zerg will never end. Depending on the enemy encountered, corresponding counter-insects can be created, thereby winning the war. Chu Fan silently recalled the inherited information in his mind. Just as he was lost in thought, the cocoon that had been incubating for several days finally began to tremble slightly before breaking open. Soon, a woman slowly stood up. Yes, women. Unlike Zana, although its body was also covered by a black carapace, it wasn't overly voluptuous. The most important thing is her face. A complete human face, unlike Zana's face, which was covered by a shell mask, revealing delicate features and soft contours. In addition, there was that thick head of black hair. Not as thick as Zana's, but not too thin either. Each one is like a chopstick. And it's very, very long, almost reaching down to the calves. Without a doubt, this hair belongs to a biological cavity, not a real human hair strand. Dominate. Queen Lilith of the Zerg sent her greetings. Emerging from the ruptured cocoon, the long-haired woman approached Chu Fan and immediately lowered her head. Her voice, like her appearance, was exceptionally gentle. As for the name, since the birth of Walker, the leader of the Zerglings, the information that Walker should name himself was shared within the Zergling consciousness network. All subsequent leaders have been very sensible in choosing their own names, without bothering Chu Fan with any more unnecessary trouble. This Zerg Queen is clearly the same. Chu Fan nodded, his scarlet eyes flashing as he examined her, and asked in confusion, "How do you have such obvious human facial features?" The Zerg Queen is a non-combat unit of the swarm and does not participate in combat. Therefore, the appearance of each queen is automatically cultivated by the hive to best match the Overmind's external form, so as to better adapt to the Overmind's communication habits, communicate with the Overmind without obstacles, and cooperate with the Overmind to modify and evolve the entire swarm, Lilith replied. But I've already given up. Now that things have come to this, Chu Fan no longer wants to dwell on the matter of form. As long as the Zerg Queen's abilities remain unchanged, it doesn't matter whether she's human or Zerg. Just as Chu Fan was about to ask Lilith about her specific abilities, his expression suddenly changed. The next second, his consciousness instantly sank into the swarm's consciousness network. Find the consciousness light of a jumping insect located in the north of the city and quickly merge with it. A moment later, in a restored, somber perspective, a human soldier in military uniform shakily emerged from the crack in the wall where the giant beetle was located. It was early morning, and the giant beetle had just gone out to hunt. Standing in front of the crack, the human soldier's trembling body suddenly shook even more violently. In the previous times human troops entered the city, their confidence in victory and their large numbers made them relatively unafraid. Now he is all alone, entering this reptile nest, almost to his death. How can he not be afraid? But remembering his mission, the human soldier didn't hesitate any longer and immediately shouted, trembling, I'm an envoy sent by General Sam from outside the city. I'm looking for Chu Fan. I'm an envoy sent by General Sam from outside the city. I need to find Chu Fan." The human soldiers shouted and yelled at the top of their lungs, repeating the same things over and over. A short while later, a swarm of jumping insects, under the command of the Sovereign, rushed rapidly from afar. Several hours later, the human soldiers were surrounded by a dozen springtails as they approached the entrance to the hive. He was stunned when he saw the figure covered in bio-armor standing in front of the entrance from afar. Even as they got closer, the human soldier didn't react and even instinctively stared and asked, "Oh, you're a cockroach?" Chu Fan's crimson eyes flickered. After a brief silence, he spoke up and asked, "What is it? You and me?" Upon seeing Chu Fan's flashing red eyes, the human soldier snapped out of his daze, shrinking back involuntarily, too afraid to look. He hurriedly said, "The general sent me to tell the cockroach, no, to tell Chu Fan, that we will launch a general offensive at 6 a.m. 3 days from now." "Why? Why what?" Why did you specifically come to deliver this message about launching an attack ahead of schedule? I don't know either. Okay, you can go now. Shall we take a walk? The human soldiers were stunned, almost unable to react. Then, with a hint of disbelief and surprise, she asked, Can I really go now? Yes, go, have a safe journey. Whoosh! The bone knife popped out. It swept forward with lightning speed. Sheath the sword. Turn around. Enter the nest. Behind him, the human soldier froze for a few seconds before a line of blood gradually appeared on his neck. The entire head then slowly slid off. The standing body then slumped softly to the ground. Inside the nest, Chu Fan had only taken a few steps when he sensed the fluctuations in Lilith's consciousness and suddenly stopped. You want human genes? Analysis and research. After thinking for a moment, Chu Fan had an idea. Outside the entrance, a springtail immediately bit into the human soldier's corpse, tearing off a piece of flesh before turning and rushing back into its nest. Not long after, within the gene center, which resembles a tumor, in Lilith's raised palm lay the piece of flesh that had been bitten off the human soldier by the leaping insects. A hair as thick as a chopstick extended from its head, splitting into countless tiny fibers that pierced into the flesh and slowly enveloped it. After a while, Lilith looked at Chu Fan in front of her and said, My lord, according to genetic analysis, it seems that similar genetic information fragments are stored in the hive's gene pool. This means that a former Zerg Overmind encountered humans, killed them, and stored their genes in the gene bank. But the genetic information is incomplete. It is possible that there was no large-scale war, or that they just accidentally obtained a small fragment of human genes. Moreover, I also discovered something very strange. This human soldier's genes are almost perfect. His cell nucleus does not contain any of the diseases or defects that humans should have. Instead, he possesses natural resistance to many viruses and bacteria. Speaking of which, perhaps sensing a slight fluctuation in Chu Fan's consciousness, they expressed a hint of impatience. Lilith then said directly, To sum it up, this human soldier is not a naturally reproduced human. He must be a clone. Chapter 56. Genuine cockroaches. They won't die unless you kill them. Command center outside the city. Inside the intelligence gathering room. In the reconnaissance overhead view displayed on the large screen, in front of the lair in the underground parking lot in the city center, the body of a human soldier lay dismembered on the ground, with large amounts of glaring blood flowing out. Watching the scene, the officers looked indignant. General Sam, standing at the very front, had a cold and stern look in his eyes. Just wait and see. Damn cockroaches. Whether you've been hiding in your lair and haven't come out, or you've truly transformed into this black armored monster. 3 days. 3 days from now, you'd better pray that you die in a bombardment of missiles and artillery shells and don't fall in my hand alive. Otherwise, it won't be so easy for you to die. After gritting his teeth and uttering a few angry words, General Sam left in a huff. A group of officers turned around in unison and followed closely behind. The orders given above have been completed. Next, it will simply be a matter of reorganizing the army and preparing for war. The once bustling intelligence room was quickly emptied, leaving only 2 officers on duty. The images on the large screen also changed simultaneously, switching to 4 24-hour surveillance scenes located high in the sky. The 3 nest entrances and the South City Python monsters clearing of the swarm of flying mosquitoes. The nests were exactly the same, with hundreds of python monsters and hundreds of wolf-dog reptiles scattered outside the entrance. The massacre and sweep in the south of the city is also nearing its end. Besides, the other images from the reconnaissance showed a desolate, empty city with almost no trace of reptiles, a stark contrast to the scene before when all sorts of monsters thronged together and the constant roars and cries of fighting insects echoed all day long. At first glance, the vibrant city is gone. Instead, there is only deathly silence, desolation, and decay, like an abandoned dead city. However, after the cockroaches wiped out the tiger-striped knife worms in the north of the city and slaughtered the monsters in the west and east of the city, they withdrew most of the reptiles back to their 3 nests. Several days have passed, and the footage collected each day is the same. The 2 officers on duty have become accustomed to it. Is that black armored monster actually a cockroach? Staring at the surveillance footage on the screen, one of the officers on duty couldn't help but frown and ask in confusion. Just now, when it faced the soldiers entering the city, it neither admitted nor denied it. But if it wasn't a cockroach, then where has the cockroach been all this time? staying in its nest the whole time. Come on. Another officer on duty nearby chuckled nonchalantly. In the past, we might have needed to investigate this problem thoroughly and find out where the cockroaches were. But now, the orders are that we don't need to execute them directly, so it doesn't matter where they are or whether they've turned into monsters. We'll start the war in 3 days. We'll launch bunker buster missiles to sweep the ground from a distance. Then bombers will do the same, blasting all 3 of the cockroaches' nests to the ground. Finally, tank groups, along with fighter jets and armed helicopters, will enter the city with armored personnel carriers to finish them off, clean up any remaining cockroaches, and exterminate all living things in the city. We'll easily complete the mission assigned to us. Indeed, by the way, how's the military equipment? Preparations are almost complete. All the soldiers, vehicles, and aircraft stationed outside the city in the east, west, and south were mobilized yesterday afternoon and are ready to be deployed at any time. That's good. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. If the enemy were outside like us, all sorts of unexpected things might happen, but the cockroach and his swarm of reptiles are all imprisoned inside the city. They're just turtles locked in a jar. Plus, the higher-ups allow the use of the most powerful missile vehicles. So no matter how many or how strong the monsters are, they're just trash waiting to be harvested and slaughtered by us. Underground parking lot in the city center. Compared to a few days ago, the nest inside has undergone almost complete changes. There were no swarms of fleas resembling wolves. There were no round basketball-shaped poppy bugs either. On the ground, without exception, all that lay there were enormous, grotesque creatures. Near the entrance, there were lurking creatures with their backs covered in spikes resembling millstones, one after another, distributed far to both sides. It extends far into the distance. Above it, flying dragons floated in midair. With wingspans of nearly 10 meters and bodies over 10 meters long, their dark red bodies crowded together, bobbing up and down, making them resemble layers of red waves. Beyond the dense swarms of lurking creatures on the ground lay patches of unfamiliar beings. Its appearance is very similar to that of an infiltrator. It has a turtle shell-like shell covered with sharp spikes. Its head, full of fangs, was tucked inside its shell. On either side of its head are 2 forelimbs that resemble sickles. Below it are 6 sturdy limbs supporting the body. However, unlike the lurker, the spikes on its backplate are much sparser, and it has no telescopic cavity, so it cannot be launched upwards. In addition, the 2 forelimbs of the sickle are larger and sharper, and curve inward, resembling iron hooks. And most importantly, they are 2 or 3 times larger than the 3-meter-long lurkers, each measuring 7 or 8 meters. This creature is the cockroach, another type of insect unlocked besides the wyvern. After the main hive evolves into a beehive. The first generation of cockroaches will evolve, become stronger, and change form later. See image. Although only 2 new combat insect types were added in the hive stage. But it is clear that they are all undeniably large species. Furthermore, the combat methods not only cover land and air, but also all belong to long-range area of effect attacks. The flying dragon is over 10 meters long and launches symbiotic blade insects from its tail. These insects bounce and explode among enemy groups, splashing acidic chemicals. Its power was demonstrated not long ago when it wiped out hundreds of flying mosquitoes in one shot. A cockroach that is 7 or 8 meters long can spray a large amount of strong acid liquid from a special cavity inside its mouth. The included high-pressure airbag allows it to have a long range. Besides its ability to attack remotely with strong acids, cockroaches possess 2 other characteristics that other lurkers do not have. Firstly, their broad, sharp forelimbs, like iron hooks, allow them not only to burrow into the ground, but also to dig tunnels underground to move forward. Secondly, and most importantly, the extremely rapid rate of gene and cell division gives cockroaches a super strong self-healing and regeneration ability. In other words, they're just like real cockroaches, which is where their name comes from. They won't die unless you kill them. All in all, the emergence of 2 large war insects. The combination of features such as flight, swarm attacks, ranged attacks, underground movement, and super regeneration has essentially boosted the overall combat power of the swarm by several levels. Inside the nest. Compared to the Hydralisk's variant lurker, the number of cockroaches hatching has increased during this period. It extends all the way to the deepest part of the hive and a dozen branch breeding chambers. On the patches of black fungal carpet growing on the ground, there are numerous huge cocoons, inside which are exploding insects in the process of mutating and hatching. Walker, who had just returned, squeezed through the narrow gaps between lurking creatures and cockroaches. Upon arriving at the hive and seeing Chu Fan emerging from the gene center, he immediately bowed his head and said, "Master, as you instructed, all the various branch swarms have been categorized and assembled along the underground tunnels dug by Zack. The largest number of poppy larvae clustered together in hatchery number 1 for nesting. The springtails are clustering at hatchery number 2 to form new nests, and a swarm of hydralisks led by Zana will also gather here after they have wiped out the remaining flying mosquitoes in the south of the city. What is gathered in the hive are the remaining lurkers, cockroaches, and swarms of dragons. The other leaders located in the 2 branch nests are on their way and will arrive soon." After reporting, Walker's red eyes flickered as he glanced at Chu Fan before asking, "Master, I just received a message in the Zerg Swarm's consciousness network. A human soldier has entered the city to deliver the start of the war. The enemy has moved ahead of schedule and will launch a general offensive in 3 days. What should we do? We'll also be ahead of schedule." When Chu Fan was silent for a moment, his scarlet eyes flickered slightly. Then, he uttered 2 words. "Tonight. Chapter 57. 57. All I want is for them to die. Isn't tonight too rushed?" Walker asked with concern upon hearing this. But upon seeing Chu Fan's crimson eyes sweep over him, he immediately stopped, bowed his head, and said, "Yes, Master." After thinking for a moment, Walker hesitated, but finally couldn't help asking, "Master, why do the humans outside the city keep telling us when the war will start? They clearly told us the general offensive would begin in a month, but now it's a few days earlier, and it's happening again. They've even gone so far as to notify us if they send a soldier in to die. What are they trying to achieve?" "Have no idea." Chu Fan shook his head. He paused, then hesitated and said, "From the beginning until now, the actions of the humans outside the city have never been normal. But if we consider all the known information, I have a vague idea of the most likely possibility. However, even this seemingly reasonable guess is full of too many unreasonable aspects. But there's no need to think about it too much." Chu Fan raised his head, turning towards the north of the city, his red eyes suddenly turning cold. "Tonight, either the humans outside the city die, or we perish. But if everything goes smoothly, we'll be able to find out the inside story. Besides, what if we don't get an answer? What I want, just them die. Make the 50,000 human soldiers outside the city pay with their lives for that one shot." As they were speaking, 2 figures approached rapidly from a distance. But it wasn't the chubby Doran, nor the burly Zax, nor Zana who hadn't returned from cleaning up mosquitoes outside. Ahead was a man who looked almost identical to Zack. The same dark red, thick carapace. The same sealed, helmet-like carapace head reveals a pair of red eyes. It has the same 5 claws on both hands, but without a long-range ejection chamber. It can only extend its wrist for digging or close combat. In short, from a distance, he looks almost like a twin brother of Zack. The only 2 differences: one is his size. He is 2 meters taller than Zack, who is nearly 3 meters tall, reaching an astonishing 5-meter giant. Another feature is the several thick braids hanging down from the back of his head. Yes, that's its biological cavity. It is also its second weapon besides its 5 claws on both hands, capable of launching long-range high-pressure acid. It's not hard to identify its identity from this weapon. The cockroach leader, Xylian, who was bred several days ago, a name that is completely inconsistent with his massive, heavily armored physique. The person at the back was about the same size as Kieran, around 5 meters tall. The difference is that the carapace-covered body is not the strikingly imposing, bulky type. Conversely, it is relatively slender overall, with a streamlined structure throughout. The eyes inside the carapace were as black as ink. It has a pair of huge, dark red, bat-like wings on its back, with a wingspan of over 10 meters. It also trails a long tail that resembles a cannon barrel, and its shape is similar to the symbiotic launch chamber at the tail of a flying dragon. That's right, it is the leader of the dragons. Its name is even more unusual than that of Kieran, the cockroach leader. When it was first cultivated, Chu Fan even thought he had misheard, because the leader of this dragon was named Dracula. Perhaps a certain Zerg Overlord wiped out a vampire clan, which is why the newly born dragon leader at that time took this name, thus allowing his own dragon leader to continue the name. Of course, there could be other reasons as well. However, Chu Fan was only slightly surprised and did not delve into it further. As I said before, it's just a name, a title. Dominate! Dominate! Arriving in front of Chu Fan, Kieran and Dracula both bowed their giant bodies and humbly lowered their equally enormous heads. Chu Fan nodded slightly. He gestured for the two to wait, then opened the system information interface. Zerg race. Evolutionary stage. Primary. Hive construction. Primary biological hive. 6 splitting pools. 5 hydroless burrows. 3 cockroach greenhouses. 2 alien spires. 1 worm burrow. Gene center. Split nest construction. Primary biological hatchery number 1. Energy transfer pipeline hive. Splitting pools number 6. Spikeweed dens number 5. Cockroach greenhouse number 3. Alien spire number 2. Split nest construction. Primary biological hatchery number 2. Energy transfer pipeline hive. Primary biological hatchery number 1. Splitting pools 6. Spikeweed dens 5. Cockroach greenhouses 3. Alien spire 2. Swarm leaders. 7 Zergling leader Walker. Baneling leader Doran. Hydralisk leader Zana. Lurker leader Zack. Roach leader Xylian. Mutalisk leader Dracula. And Zerg Queen Lilith. Special. Swarm size. 99,518. 16,735 Zerglings. 75,000 blastbugs. 4,827 hydralisks. 1,000 lurkers. 1,312 roaches. 632 hydralisks. 3 netherworms. 9 larvae. Main nest energy. 28759. Energy chamber storage capacity. 100,000. Split nest energy. 8328 number 1 primary biological hatchery. Energy chamber storage limit 50,000. Split nest energy. 6730 primary biological hatchery number 2. Energy chamber storage limit 50,000. The development time is ultimately too short. It's a third short of our initial target of over 100,000, less than 100,000. In particular, the main type of insect, the blister beetle, only hatched more than 70,000. But it's barely enough. Chu Fan looked at the information on the interface in front of him. As long as it can destroy the tanks, planes, and various mechanical vehicles of the humans outside the city. So, the remaining 50,000 human soldiers were nothing more than piles of organic matter. Several hours later, after wiping out the remaining flying mosquitoes, Zana returned to her nest. Standing beside him were 5 leaders: Walker, Doran, Zack, Kieran, and Dracula. Following, there were swarms of cockroaches, flying dragons in the air, and lurking creatures further behind. At this moment, it was as if they sensed the sorrow, anger, and overwhelming hatred permeating the fluctuations of the dominant consciousness. All the leaders, all the cockroach dragons and lurkers, even the springtails, blister beetles, and hydralisks, which were nesting far away in 2 separate locations, were all enveloped by the same emotions, which in turn unleashed their deepest ferocity and the beliefs born from that ferocity. In the cruelest way, using the most painful means, tear the enemy to shreds. Ahead, Chu Fan, whose entire body was encased in pitch-black bioarmor, stood motionless. His blood-red eyes stared silently at his younger sister, Chu Yu, who was being carried out by several tentacles of the beehive. The continuous energy nourishment stored in the energy chamber makes the sister's skin tone lifelike. But the bullet hole between the eyebrows, a lifeless face, and tightly closed eyes, it was so glaring. Chu Fan just stared at his sister, her scarlet eyes empty and lost in thought. Instinctively, many unforgettable memories from the 3 years we spent relying on each other surfaced in my mind. Without his protection, the younger sister would definitely not have survived in the apocalyptic city. But without his sister, he, the older brother, would probably have died long ago. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened. When he acted impulsively and tried to dig through the crack to escape, causing delays and allowing the hunting beetle to return. His sister, who was guarding outside the crack, was then prepared to lure it away so he could escape on his own. 3 years. Such scenes are commonplace. Yes, some survive by sheer luck. Yes, it's a near-death experience. After a long silence, as if he had thought of something, Chu Fan reached out and lifted the sleeve of his sister's tattered clothes. On her small arm, a long, indented scar was a shocking sight. This was left behind accidentally when I was setting a trap to hunt tiger crickets for food. If his sister hadn't pushed him away, he would have been either dead or maimed. But the younger sister also had her arm ripped apart by the sharp forelimbs of the tiger-striped cricket, leaving the bone exposed. Due to a lack of medical care and medicine, coupled with an infection, my sister remained in a coma for several months. Finally, the mutated plant mixed with insect blood that he had searched for everywhere miraculously revived his sister and made her recover. But this also became a source of eternal guilt for him. Little sister, did you see that? My brother isn't afraid of the monsters in the city anymore. Those monsters were all slaughtered by my brother. Tonight, your brother will avenge you. Slowly raising his scarlet eyes, Chu Fan stared blankly at his sister's thin face and the bullet hole in her forehead. Younger sister, even though your brother knows you can't see it, but if you could see, then little sister, just watch carefully. Watch your brother. See how he deals with those scum who killed you. Completely slaughtered. Chapter 58. It's just a baby, only a few dozen kilometers long. Honeycomb, put aside your emotions. Chu Fan's empty, scarlet eyes once again shone with a blood-red sharpness. As it emitted its will, the hive's tentacles immediately retracted, sending the coiled corpse of its sister into its spiral-shaped, sharp-toothed mouth, and then into its internal energy storage cavity to continue nourishing it. Turn around, arriving at a large open space that had been specially reserved nearby. Under the orders it conveyed. Boom! The ground exploded instantly. A worm suddenly burst out of the ground. It looks like an earthworm, but its body is enormous. The mouth at the top alone, when opened, has a terrifying circular diameter of over 10 meters, resembling a bottomless, enormous black hole. The mouth is surrounded by a dense array of sharp teeth, each one resembling a cone-shaped cylinder, both ferocious and terrifying. The body that followed was segment after segment, layer after layer. As soon as they emerged, they almost filled the entire height of their nest in the underground parking lot. Even so, it still stretched out its head, closed its terrifying blood-red maw, and crawled in front of Chu Fan, the little guy. At the same time, it extended a fang thicker than Chu Fan's body and gently touched him, like a well-behaved baby asking for a hug. In fact, is indeed a baby who is only a few days old, and whose body is tens of kilometers long. As an auxiliary troop transport vehicle for the Zerg, the growth of the nidus worm is, in principle, endless. A mere few dozen kilometers is nothing more than a baby. The only drawback is that growth consumes too much energy. It takes 10 energy points to grow 1 meter. Moreover, it is not constant. The larger it is, the more energy it consumes, almost exponentially. Besides the main beehive, he arranged for the other 2 smaller beehives to be placed underground in 2 separate nesting sites. Even raising just 3 animals has consumed nearly 100,000 energy points in this period of time. We simply can't afford to raise anymore. Of course, keeping too many is also useless. The first generation of tunnel worms will evolve, become stronger, and change form later. See image. Tonight, it's all up to you. Chu Fan reached out and gently stroked the teeth of the baby tunnel worm. He felt no fear whatsoever when faced with such a behemoth. Aside from the natural affinity between the Overlord and the swarm, the most important point is that he almost personally witnessed this largest tunnel worm mutate from a larva into a several-meter-long worm, gradually growing into its current form through the stimulation of energy. Do I need to be afraid of a baby I've watched grow up? Withdraw your palm. Chu Fan closed his scarlet eyes. Consciousness sinks into the swarm's consciousness network, finding the large cluster of light representing the tunnel worms. Integration. Possession. Before our eyes, the tunnel worms that had just emerged from the ground didn't move. But its underground tail, or rather, its other head, immediately burrowed northward. With its mouth full of enormous fangs, it was like an excavator, easily breaking through the soil and rocks below and swallowing them directly into its body. It is further broken down into finer, viscous substances under its special acidic conditions, and then completely excreted from the body through the internal tissues. Keep moving forward, devouring all the way, extremely fast. Tunnel worms do not have eyes, and they do not need eyes as they spend a long time underground. However, it evolved a more advanced detector organ capable of emitting a high-frequency biowave that can penetrate the Earth's strata and spread outwards. After reaching a certain distance, the light reflects back, thus forming an outline in the line of sight. Just like Chu Fan, who was possessed at this time. What I saw was a gray, gloomy world. At times, with the reflected sound waves, this gray world would suddenly burst into a bright light, constructing images of objects. The dark haze may be a layer of damp soil. The irregularly shaped objects of various sizes are likely stones of different sizes. They drilled in rapidly for a short while. A sound wave that had just been reflected suddenly revealed a dazzling silver light in a gray world. This silver light, if translated into human visual perception, would clearly be the metal plate extending from the north wall of the city. Arrive. Chu Fan had a thought. He only possessed and observed this enormous creature, unlike when he possessed war insects in the past. The effect was actually not much different. Upon receiving the command, the tunnel worms immediately stopped and instead began to burrow downwards at an angle. The speed has slowed down considerably. Slowly descend. Move with caution. From time to time, the drilling angle was adjusted based on the reflected sound waves and the commands transmitted by Chu Fan. The deeper you go, the harder the soil becomes. In the end, it was completely replaced by an incredibly hard layer of stone slabs. But even the hardest rock is nothing more than crunchy candy under the fangs of the tunnel worm. After all, its evolution was specifically for burrowing underground. They drilled down into the lower layers of stone slabs for an unknown amount of time. Finally, the sound waves that reflected back once again lost their outline of silver light. Move sideways, under Chu Fan's orders. The tunnel worm immediately opened its huge mouth and lunged forward to devour it. After drilling for several dozen meters, it immediately raised its head according to Chu Fan's will and tilted rapidly upwards. This is equivalent to the tunnel worm's enormous body, spanning tens of kilometers, forming a giant V-shape underground. The metal panels extending from the north wall of the city underground are positioned at the center of the V-shape, perfectly and far apart from it. Gurgle. The sound of tunnel worms rapidly devouring the soil, mixed with the rapid rubbing of their massive bodies against the earth, echoed densely. With his consciousness possessing him, Chu Fan stared intently at the hazy sound wave world, ready to relay commands at any moment. Otherwise, the tunnel bug baby wouldn't care about all that and would definitely just poke its head straight out of the ground. Unfamiliar with the area outside the city, even in the urgency, before the battle, he had to find out the distribution of the army, various mechanical vehicles, and aircraft outside the city, so as not to recklessly send the swarm out in complete darkness. Soon, a reflected outline startled Chu Fan. Stop! The order was issued. The tunnel worm's expanding and contracting body suddenly stopped. In a gray world, the sound waves above continued to reflect, gradually constructing a complete overall image in Chu Fan's vision. In the imaging, there were all sorts of boxes, densely packed and neatly arranged, possibly containing tanks and armored vehicles. There were also some much longer boxes with cylindrical objects mounted on them, which were probably missile vehicles. There were also rows of large birds with obvious wings, motionless, which were undoubtedly various human-made fighter jets. In addition, there are the outlines of objects that should be buildings. Adjacent to these buildings, or right next to the building complex, is a towering facade that seems to reach into the clouds. A wall. Is there another wall outside the city? The area where the human soldiers are stationed is located between the two walls. But outside the second wall, the reflected sound waves did not form an image, indicating that it was empty and there were no soldiers or vehicles stationed there. Having roughly figured out the layout outside the city, Chu Fan didn't linger any longer, nor did he explore the area behind the second wall. Who knows if humans will ever have any detection equipment that could discover underground tunnel worms. It's not the possibility of something happening that's scary, but the possibility of something happening 10,000 times over. If an unexpected event occurs, all efforts could be in vain. Following the order, the tunnel worm resumed drilling, albeit at an extremely slow pace. Upon touching the concrete layer poured on the ground, the huge, sharp fangs easily broke and crushed it. Then, it lowers its gaping maw to the ground, opening it as wide as possible to reveal its dark, hollow intestines. At the same time, two smaller tunnel worms began burrowing into the ground from their two separate nests. Bypassing the metal plates underground in the north of the city, they meandered upwards and, at Chu Fan's command, opened their mouths at two other locations on the ground. On the other side, Zack, Kieran, and Dracula inside the hive. Duolong has just arrived at the number 1 hatchery for a branch nest, and Walker and Zana, who rushed to the second hatchery to split their nest. All the leaders, at this moment, they raised their carapace arms together. Their cold, sharp eyes, each a different color, stared at the open mouth of the tunnel worms within the nest before them. Together, they issued a remarkably simple command to their respective subgroups within the swarm network. Kill. Chapter 59. Can sacrificing my sister awaken superpowers? I'd be willing to sacrifice my whole family. Late at night, outside the city, everything was almost identical to what Chu Fan had discovered using the sonic waves of the tunnel worms. On the ground, rows of tanks were neatly parked, densely packed together, forming a massive tank cluster. Following that were rows of armored personnel carriers, laid out in sections. Following that were dozens of land-based missile vehicles, each carrying a massive missile, exuding a highly intimidating aura. On the west side, a large area is marked by several long-running tracks that stretch far into the distance. Behind the runway, in addition to fighter jets and bombers, there were even more armed helicopters. At the very back of all the mechanical vehicles and aircraft, just as Chu Fan had discovered, a cluster of buildings integrating all facilities such as soldiers' dormitories, living and leisure, intelligence gathering, and combat command, stood against the wall, resembling rows of high-rise buildings, extremely spectacular. Large searchlights were installed, projecting their beams down from the top of the building. With some of them constantly moving around and firing, the entire base was illuminated as if it were daytime, even in the darkness. Inside the base's monitoring room, on a large screen, numerous monitoring feeds from the base were displayed. In the dead of night, exhausted and with no problems ever occurring at the base, the soldiers on duty slumped back in their chairs, listless and sleepy. However, the strict military discipline meant that they didn't actually fall asleep. Instead, they forced themselves to stay awake and chatted idly. It will be over in 3 days. Yeah, then we could get away from this damn place. I've been here for 3 years, and I've been holding back for 3 years. Why get back this time? I'm going to find a few women and let off some steam. Sigh, I miss my Linda. 3 years have passed. I wonder if she's married yet. I'm not married yet, but I can guarantee you'll become a father when you go back. Ha ha ha. Get out of here. You can't expect anything good to come out of a dog's mouth. Actually, I've gotten used to this place, and suddenly leaving leaves me feeling a bit empty. Indeed, this time it wasn't as boring as before. That cockroach in the city always brings us a bit of excitement and surprise. Come on, if it weren't for this logistics position, and you were assigned to be a field soldier, you could be sent into the city at any time. That wouldn't be a pleasant surprise, it would be a shock. That's right. Which of those people who entered the city last time didn't die a horrible death? Yeah, I've heard that not a single one of the corpses is intact. If you die at the hands of a crawler, how can you expect to be whole? You're lucky if you're not eaten by the crawler. I just find it strange. Why don't cockroaches eat corpses? Don't they like human meat? Nonsense. Cockroach is a human, and he's very smart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived this long to become a selected survivor. He's clearly worried that the soldiers have implanted bombs inside them. By the way, it is said that during the first attack, General Sam secretly had nano-reconnaissance devices implanted in some soldiers, thinking that if they died unexpectedly and were dragged into the nest by cockroach crawlers, the devices would be able to detect what was happening in the nest. Not only do they have reconnaissance equipment, but in the second large-scale attack, they also have some implanted human bombs with tremendous power. They intend to blow up the cockroach nest's reproductive mother in one fell swoop and eliminate all. I've heard about it too. But unfortunately, the cunning cockroaches didn't fall for it. They didn't even touch the corpses of ordinary people, let alone the corpses of those special soldiers. So, reptiles shouldn't have intelligence, or rather, they shouldn't have human intelligence. Otherwise, they'd be too difficult to deal with. Take the mother of the tiger-striped reptile, for example. Although she has intelligence, she doesn't really understand us humans. She ate all 100 cockroach corpses that they didn't want. The implanted reconnaissance equipment with a shameful waste. There's one thing I just can't figure out. Where do cockroaches' crawling parts come from? Do they reproduce from the mother? But that's too fast. It's not normal at all. That's just nonsense. Who isn't curious? Rumors have been flying everywhere lately, with all sorts of claims, including one outrageous one that says killing the cockroach's sister triggered the cockroach's superpowers, which is why it can summon reptiles. Sacrificing my sister to the heavens will awaken my superpowers? Oh God, please give me a chance. Please give me a chance. I'll offer anything, even my old, immortal mother. You two heartless idiots. For superpowers, you'd sacrifice your own sister and mother. God, I'm willing to give up my whole family. What a lucky bastard cockroach. He got superpowers just because his stupid sister died. I'm so envious. Haha. But then again, I also tend to believe it was summoned. That's the only explanation that makes sense. That's right. Putting aside the various giant reptiles, those few humanoid shelled monsters alone don't make sense. Summoning is the most reasonable explanation. Summoning? It was just a joke. You actually took it seriously? That's so outrageous. Why don't you just say he conjured it up directly? Then tell me, Where did his reptiles and humanoid monsters come from? How would I know? We'll find out when we raid the city in 3 days. What do you know? They bombed and razed the entire city to the ground. How are we supposed to find any clues then? You can always find some clues in the ruins after a bombing, and even if you don't, so what? Does it matter? That's right, getting rid of the cockroaches and going back to hug a woman is the most important thing. Oh my dear Linda, haha. Get lost. That's my woman. If you want a woman, go find a prostitute. Alright, don't get too excited yet. I heard a rumor that because this cockroach is special, if the next cockroach doesn't have this ability to reproduce and crawl, this base, and we will lose our value. In other words, we will all be fired and lose our high-paying jobs. It doesn't matter, I've made enough money anyway. I'll live a carefree life in my next life. Haha, right, when I get back, I'm gonna marry 6 women, sleep with 1 every day, 6 a week, and go out on Sundays to have some fun. TSK, just thinking about it is fucking exciting. The soldiers on duty became more and more excited as they talked. I felt more and more energetic and no longer sleepy. As a soldier was chatting and laughing, his gaze inadvertently swept across the surveillance screen in front of him, and he seemed to catch a glimpse of something that made him pause in surprise. He quickly turned his head to look. The next moment, the smile on his face froze instantly. What is that? What are those things that popped up in the other 2 places? In one of the surveillance images, round, rolling objects were surging out of the ground like a tidal wave bursting its banks. Another scene, packs of wolves and dogs, mixed with pythons, poured rapidly from the ground. The last picture, huge creatures, each several meters long, surged out from beneath the ground. Upon seeing this scene, the entire monitoring room fell into a deathly silence. The soldiers were stunned for a long while before they suddenly realized what was happening. Their faces pale and trembling, they anxiously cried out, "It's a web crawler. The crawler has appeared. Quick, sound the alarm." Chapter 60. At the very least, I, as the older brother, must have some of my enemy's blood on my hands. Wah, dash. Wah, dash. The piercing alarm blared instantly. Sharp, rapid, and continuous. As it pierced the dark night sky above the base, it also startled all the soldiers who were resting. What happened? Did they take the wrong medicine? Why are they sounding the alarm in the middle of the night? Wasn't the attack supposed to be in 3 days? Why has it been brought forward? That damn bastard who sounded the alarm. He's disturbing my sweet dream. Inside the dormitory buildings built against the wall, the soldiers, who had been woken up, continued to curse and shout in bewilderment. Despite the scolding, they didn't slow down. Despite the military disciplinary punishment, they dared not slack off and quickly dressed and ran outside. Inside the officers' quarters above, General Sam also got out of bed with a furrowed brow. I got out of bed and quickly went to the window. The moment he saw the scene inside the base outside, the sudden turn of events made him feel no better off than the soldiers on duty. The corner of his eye twitched violently for a moment. Even his strong physique, revealed by his vest, swayed noticeably. His thick lips began to tremble uncontrollably. His breathing became erratic in an instant, and a look of fear and even panic appeared on his face. Damn it! How is this possible? How could a crawler possibly drill through an alloy plate? Why wasn't the warning system triggered? At this point, as if realizing something, General Sam's face turned ashen. Deeper underground? Bypassing the alloy plate. But how could a cockroach crawler possibly dig through a layer of rock deep underground that is as hard as an alloy plate? Damn it! Those cunning, treacherous cockroaches. Within the base, on the ground near the missile vehicle, Duolong, who had just emerged from the mouth and intestines of the tunnel worm, stood round and plump in place, his moving green eyes fixed on the dozens of missile vehicles in front of him. On either side, swarms of exploding insects, resembling dark waves, rolled rapidly forward, their bodies huddled like basketballs. Passing through armored vehicles, then another group of tanks rolled past. Under the leader's command, some continued forward, while others stopped in groups between the vehicles. On one side of the runway, Dracula emerged first from the mouth of the largest tunnel worm on the ground, spreading his wings. Then, the flying dragons vibrated their wings and the air sacs on both sides of their bodies, and one after another they soared into the sky. Then, led by their leader Dracula, they rapidly turned and drifted toward the group of planes behind the runway, like plumes of crimson smoke rising from the ground. In front of the buildings against the wall, swarms of springtails resembled a torrent gushing forth from underground. The nimble bodies automatically and quickly dispersed from both sides, silently swarming towards the entrances and exits of the buildings on both sides. After that, Walker followed and jumped. Just as it landed on the ground, the piercing alarm finally sounded, albeit belatedly. Or rather, by the time the tunnel bug emerges from the ground and opens its mouth to transport the war bug, it is already too late. Whoosh! The bone knife popped out instantly. Walker raised his scarlet eyes and glanced at the towering building. He sprang into action, charging through the open doorway and into the group of guards who were fleeing in panic. From behind and to both sides, all the springtails surged together, rushing towards the nearest entrances and killing their way in. At the same time, Doran raised his arms and aimed the cannon barrels at the two missile vehicles. The swarms of exploding insects parked near the armored vehicles and tanks also activated the strong acid stored in their bodies. Distance. Dracula lunges at the ground-based fighter jets, extending his tail. The dragons that followed closely behind immediately bent their tail cavities forward. The next instant, boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Boom 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 boom. A violente explosion, a fièvre collective éruption. The deafening explosions resounded everywhere, continuous and unending. Acid exploded everywhere. Thick, drifting corrosive fumes. And the towering flames caused by the fuse breaking. Everything, accompanied by a piercing alarm, shattered the entire base and the tranquil night sky. Intelligence Operations Room. General Sam, who had just arrived, stared blankly at the images of various bases displayed on the large screen. Following them were officers who rushed to the scene. Yes, they were completely lost and confused. Some I don't understand. Some, in their panic, didn't even put on their uniforms properly. But in the base scene displayed on the screen, there were crawling insects everywhere, explosions everywhere, and large fires burning everywhere. Without exception, everyone's face turned deathly pale instantly, almost as white as a sheet of paper. What do they rely on to deal with web crawlers? Long-range shooting with guns, tank, and aircraft bombardment. But at that very moment, the crawlers silently infiltrated the base. The airport fell. The tank formation was extensively damaged. Armored vehicles crumble like paper under strong acid. The most important missile vehicles, too, were reduced to piles of scrap metal by the acid corrosion, emitting plumes of blue smoke. Even more crawlers were rushing in through the entrances and doors beneath the building, quickly overwhelming the fleeing soldiers who were guarding the way amidst the chaotic gunfire. "General," one of the officers asked, trembling, "what should we do?" General Sam stood frozen in place, his eyes vacant. Faced with such a deteriorating situation, what could he do? But soon, General Sam took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with a cold glint, and he gritted his teeth as he quickly gave the order. "The armory is inside the building and has not been breached yet. Order all soldiers to immediately collect their weapons, form combat formations, and hold every floor and every passageway. Despicable cockroach. Even if we all perish, I'll bite a piece of flesh off you too. Go now, inside the beehive." As thousands of lurkers, cockroaches, and flying dragons successively entered the tunnel worm's mouth, the entire nest gradually became empty. Until only Chu Fan, with his eyes closed and his consciousness possessing him, remained. In addition, there's Lilith, who just emerged from the gene center. After watching for a while, Chu Fan then broke free from the possessed state and stepped towards the tunnel worm's still wide-open mouth. "Dominate." Seeing this, Lilith quickly stepped forward and advised, "Your tribe is dealing with the enemy. You don't need to go yourself. Phoenix." Chu Fan continued walking. "Even human missiles might not be able to kill me in my current state, let alone the fact that their tanks and planes have been basically destroyed, leaving only some guns. I know, but the battlefield is chaotic right now. If we're going, we should at least wait a while, until the leaders have led their tribes to wipe out most of the enemy. If everyone dies, what's the point of me going?" Chu Fan paused for a moment. Turning around, I glanced at the beehive. Today is different from the past. Little sister, she's watching. At the very least, I, as the older brother, must have some of my enemy's blood on my hands. Chapter 61. We're going to die. We'll all die together. Inside the tunnel worm, the entire hollow intestine was pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. But Chu Fan, who was walking inside, had advanced infrared vision and could clearly see everything around him. For example, the dark red intestinal wall of the tunnel worm, or the intestinal tissue covered in mucus, is moving rapidly underfoot. Even if it stands still, its wriggling motion will cause it to move forward rapidly, much like a conveyor belt. This is a key characteristic of tunnel worms as troop carriers, allowing swarms within them to move more quickly. Most importantly, when tilted upwards, there is no need to climb, saving time and effort. Following the V-shaped underground body formed by the tunnel worm, a bright white light gradually came into view. Step out of the mouth full of sharp teeth. What you see, all of them were bursts of fire shooting into the sky. And there were also thick plumes of smoke drifting everywhere. Beneath the smoke were tanks, armored vehicles, missile vehicles, and various aircraft being corroded by strong acid. Even steel cannot escape the acid from the exploding bugs and flying dragons. Looking around, Chu Fan's crimson eyes flickered slightly, revealing his surprise. Even though I had seen this scene from the perspective of a possessing leaping insect, I was still slightly surprised. I thought there would be some resistance in this battle, but I didn't expect it to be so easy. Before the human soldiers could react, their heavy machinery was almost completely destroyed, making it the most threatening weapon to the Zerg swarm. But then I thought about it again. Everything seemed perfectly natural. They launched their attack at 2 or 3 in the morning, when most of the human soldiers were fast asleep. The base outside the city was empty, and it was at its weakest point in terms of defense and vigilance. Before the war, he categorized the insect swarms according to their type and function, and assigned each swarm to a leader. During the war, 3 tunnel worms, under his command, emerged from their mouths near these mechanical vehicles and aircraft. After the battle began, Doran and Dracula followed his prior instructions, focusing their fire on the tanks and aircraft simultaneously to buy as much time as possible. A series of arrangements. In addition, due to human carelessness, they did not expect that just 3 days after being notified that the war would begin, they would immediately take action overnight. Ultimately, this outcome is understandable. Far away, having received the signal, Doran and Dracula, along with Kieran and Zack who had just emerged, quickly led their respective groups to gather after destroying the tanks and planes. Have you found a nuclear missile launcher? Chu Fan looked at the 4 leaders who had arrived one after another and asked. He had never forgotten the nuclear bomb that the bearded commander of that 100-man team had mentioned. Before the war began, he specifically instructed all leaders in his consciousness commands to be on the lookout. My lord, I didn't see it. Most of the tens of thousands of exploding insects were used up, and all the tanks and armored vehicles were destroyed. I personally destroyed dozens of missile vehicles, but I didn't find the nuclear bomb you mentioned. Duolong first reported the news in a gruff voice. My lord, I've searched the entire airport and thoroughly examined the hangars, but I haven't found any trace of a nuclear bomb. Dracula then spoke up. The voice was extremely high-pitched, contrary to its 5-meter-tall stature. My lord, I didn't see it either. Kieran's short meaning is terrifying. His tone was as heavy as his 5-meter-tall frame, like a booming bell. Zack didn't say anything. He just shook his head. What that bearded officer said might have been true or false, but in any case, we must prepare for the worst. What if there is 1 or more nuclear bombs in this human base outside the city, and they were to detonate? Chu Fan's cold, scarlet eyes swept over the 4 people one by one. You should know what this means. But without the vehicle, it shouldn't be a land-based vehicle-mounted nuclear missile, so it can only be a silo or launch pad. Try to find, search every single location and every corner of the base. We must not miss any device that could potentially launch a nuclear missile, or if we encounter human soldiers, we can capture them alive and interrogate them severely. Report immediately if you find anything. Before our eyes, the 4 leaders wanted to say something more. For example, the safety of the ruler. But upon encountering Chu Fan's icy gaze and the rage contained within his consciousness, they could only shut their mouths, hurriedly turning around and leading their respective clans to disperse, rushing towards the entire vast base. It's no wonder Chu Fan was angry. It's even less likely to be called needless worry. What if the extinction of humanity outside the city is essentially a foregone conclusion? If nuclear weapons existed, what would General Sam do in desperation? He would absolutely press the launch button without hesitation at the last moment, or before he was completely out of options, and perish together with the out-of-control swarm of insects in the base, including himself. The current Zerg swarm, lacking the energy minerals to evolve a protective shell, is simply no match for the terrifying power of a nuclear bomb. Let alone nuclear bombs, even tank shells and missiles cannot withstand it. Like cannon fodder-level juveniles, they're even more fragile and could be destroyed by ordinary bullets. Only a few leaders and themselves, the sovereign, with their massive accumulation of energy and long-term cultivation, can disregard bullets. He glanced around again. Chu Fan's gaze quickly fell on the group of buildings against the wall. Most of the soldiers were trapped inside, while Walker and Zana led the Zerglings and Hydralisks to break in. The space inside the building is cramped. Apart from Zerglings and Hydralisks, it can't accommodate the three types of large warbugs: lurkers, roaches, and mutalisks. This is why he sent them outside to search for nuclear weapons. As for Doran's exploding insects, the fast-scrolling speed allows for quicker searches of large bases. In short, it's only a matter of time before human soldiers are trapped inside a building by guns alone and eliminated. Arriving in front of the building, Chu Fan closed his eyes and sensed it for a moment. Sensing Walker and Zana's location, they immediately turned into one of the gates. At the same time, the jet black bone knife in his left hand suddenly shot out with a whoosh. Operations Command Center. Hearing the explosions outside, looking out the window, the flames that occasionally shot into the sky. In addition, the chaotic and dense gunfire from the floors below was getting closer and closer. Whether it was the numerous staff members inside, the officers, or even General Sam himself, everyone was in a state of bewilderment. The ever-approaching aura of death was spreading. They have no motivation to work. They had no desire to give orders. All they could do was watch the flashes of gunfire erupting in the floors and corridors, and pray that the soldiers could hold back the swarms of crawling insects. Ring, ring, ring. Just then, a red landline phone on the table suddenly rang. Before the staff member next to him could pick it up, General Sam eagerly answered the call first. Hello, boss. Yes, I know. But what about your safety? Okay, yes. By the way, boss, I wanted to ask about nuclear weapons. What? Don't detonate? What? Snap. The call ended. General Sam then slammed his fist on the table. His angry face was almost distorted, filled with deep resentment. You're not allowed to detonate it, even when you're about to die. Okay. To hell with orders. Someone come here. Activate the nuclear launch device. The moment I see a cockroach, I'll detonate it. We're going to die. We'll all die together. Chapter 62. Pick up the sniper rifle, aim it at me, and fire. Inside the building, in the corridor, the damaged light fixtures flickered on and off. Occasionally, a glimmer of light would flash, illuminating the large patches of blood splattered on the walls on both sides. The intensity and extent of the intoxication even turned the originally snow-white walls into patches of glaring scarlet. The corridor floor was in a terrible state. Piles of human flesh, mixed with torn internal organs and blood, formed a thick layer. Walking through it felt like walking through a mud pit. Almost every step Chu Fan took made a splattering sound. Combined with its monstrous, jet-black bio-armored body and scarlet eyes, along with the flickering lights along its path, it created a scene resembling a hellish apocalypse. The bodies of these human soldiers were killed by Walker and Zana, who led Zerglings and Hydralisks in the attack. However, when Springtails kill their enemies, they only use their back-mounted fighting forelimbs to pierce them. At most, it might be torn into several pieces. Hydralisks are more gentle. Their unique visual organs allow their pincers to hit the target almost every time. Furthermore, the potent poison on the spinal needles can almost guarantee a fatal blow. In other words, the enemies killed by them usually leave behind complete corpses. But now, the corpses of human soldiers were all turned into mincemeat. Clearly, it was attacked by Springtails and Hydralisks after being killed, or even before it was killed, until it was torn to pieces. The reason for this is quite simple. Before the battle, all the insectoids in the hive, including the leader, sensed the Overmind's profound sorrow and hatred. Therefore, under the influence of dominant emotions, the resulting violence leads them to treat their enemies in a more extreme, bloody, and brutal way than when they killed enemies in the past. Smack! Smack! Moving steps, splattered bits of flesh and blood. Accompanied by the sound of splashing footsteps, the echoes resounded clearly in the dimly lit, deathly silent corridor. After passing through a long corridor filled with rotten flesh, the situation remained the same on the second floor, where the floor was almost entirely covered with bits of flesh and blood. The third floor was exactly the same, but you could see some dead jumping insects covered in bullet holes. On the fourth floor, the situation was much the same. Amidst the human carcasses and minced flesh, there were even more mangled springtail corpses. On the 5th floor, besides numerous fallen Zerglings, there were even a few hydralisks, their massive, 10-meter-long bodies lying haphazardly among the human corpses and mangled flesh. These scenes speak for themselves. Suddenly attacked by Zerglings and hydralisks, the human soldiers were initially powerless in close combat and were slaughtered along the way. However, the time gained gave the higher-ranking human soldiers a chance to catch their breath and gradually begin to organize effective resistance. Furthermore, the resistance is becoming increasingly fierce. Stepping onto the stairs. As soon as Chu Fan reached the 6th floor, he heard faint gunshots. We traversed mountains of corpses and seas of blood, littered with humans, springtails, and hydralisks, and turned several corners in the corridors. The further you go, the gunfire became more frequent. In the end, it was deafening. As the winding corridors came into view, hydralisks and leaping insects began to appear, their numbers increasing until they nearly filled the entire space. But sensing Chu Fan approaching from behind, whether they were hydralisks or leaping insects, they immediately surged to both sides like a tidal wave, rapidly climbing and overlapping each other, struggling to carve out a relatively wide passage. After walking along the passage for a while, after passing through several more corridors, finally, Walker's figure, covered in scarlet armor, and Zana's slender and alluring figure came into view. At the same time, the two quickly turned around and followed the passage opened by the swarm of insects. Dominate! Dominate! Halfway there, the two bowed their heads and turned to the side. Chu Fan zet ponde. Without wasting words, he continued walking forward and asked, "What happened?" Reporting to the Overlord, at the end of the passageway around this corner, human soldiers have set up a heavily armed defensive network. Walker, who was on the left, pointed to the 90-degree corner ahead. In addition to automatic rifles, we also prepared a large number of hand grenades, as well as many machine guns and rocket launchers. The firepower is dense and powerful. Due to the narrow terrain, the tribe has not been able to break through for a while. Even as Walker was quickly reporting the news, the battle continued. The swarm of jumping insects at the forefront is fearlessly charging out of the corner, one batch after another, like a flowing river, without stopping for a moment. The intense gunfire, interspersed with occasional loud explosions, was deafening. Upon reaching the corner, Chu Fan peeked slightly into the corner passageway. Just then, I saw several newly launched rockets, trailing long, fiery red contrails, fall into the swarm of springtails that had rushed into the middle of the passageway. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst a violent series of explosions, a large number of springtails were instantly blasted to pieces, their limbs flying everywhere and crashing against the walls on both sides with a crackling sound. The fierce, dense surge was immediately cleared away. The subsequent hail of bullets quickly shattered swarms of jumping insects further back. The dozen or so hydralisks that followed it out also perished. The space is narrow. They gathered in one place again. It's impossible to fully utilize it. Going out would be like becoming a sitting duck. Even though the hydralisk carapace scales are stronger than those of a springtail and can withstand bullets for a short time. However, it could not withstand the impact of the bullets and was knocked around and unable to aim and fire its spikes. It was then riddled with holes by the concentrated fire of more bullets and even large caliber bullets from machine guns. After observing for a while, Chu Fan then lifted the bone knife that had popped out of his hand and took a step forward. The enemy's firepower is too strong. Even if we can break through, it will cause a lot of unnecessary losses of Zerglings and hydralisks, and it will also waste a lot of time. I'll take over. Dominate. Upon hearing this, Walker quickly stepped forward to block Chu Fan's path. How can I let you take the risk? Let me do it. Yes, Your Majesty, they're just a bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals relying on the terrain and their weapons. How could they possibly deserve your personal attention? Zana, who was standing nearby, quickly stepped forward and said, Walker and I just discussed it. He will take the damage. As long as we buy him time to launch the spine needles, we can break through the enemy's defenses. Your armor protection may not be able to withstand the continuous impact and force of large caliber bullets, let alone rockets. Or, as soon as you peek out, you may be met with a barrage of armor-piercing sniper rounds. Chu Fan pointed to his bioarmor, but I should be fine. Besides, do you think I came all this way just to watch? If it's just to watch, why don't I just stay in the nest and possess a jumping insect? Killing my sister and cutting off my way out, even if they're a bunch of ants and maggots, they're worthy of my attention. My lord, I understand what you mean, and I know your defense is very high. But what if something unexpected happens? After all, we haven't tested its resistance to bullets. Chu Fan glanced at Walker. I must say, Walker makes a lot of sense. What if victory is in sight? The great revenge is about to be achieved. Even if you were shot due to carelessness, it would be a loss to suffer injuries. After thinking for a moment, Chu Fan looked down and glanced around. There were many guns scattered on the ground, probably left behind after the swarm of insects broke through the human soldiers' defenses in this corridor. Most of them were broken into several pieces or damaged by the fighting forelimbs of the springtails, but some remained relatively intact. After searching for a while, Chu Fan's gaze quickly fell on a sniper rifle next to a half-destroyed human soldier's corpse in the distance. The sniper rifle was large, and, judging from its shape, it resembled an anti-material weapon in his understanding. It was very likely the hard armor shell he intended to use against the swarm leader. Pointing at that anti-material sniper rifle, Chu Fan gave the order. Then let's try it out here. Pick it up. Aim at me. Shot. Chapter 63. 2 ways to die. Choose for yourselves. In the corridor, under the command of the ruler, all the springtails and hydralisks had ceased their futile, suicidal rampage. Far away, Walker bent down, picked up the heavy anti-material sniper rifle stained with a lot of blood, and aimed it at Chu Fan. With its strength as the leader of the springtails, it can easily hold itself up without needing to be placed on the ground, and it can also ignore the reaction force generated after being shot. But just like Zana before him, Walker's carapace-covered finger hovered over the trigger, hesitating for a long time before finally refusing to fire. Even though he was aiming at Chu Fan's outstretched hand, his strong sense of resistance prevented him from attacking the Overlord. However, considering that they were currently in the middle of a battle and the enemy was in the passageway around the corner, they could not delay any longer. In addition, sensing the impatience and urging emanating from Chu Fan's consciousness, Walker could only suppress his extreme resistance. Finger. He pulled the trigger suddenly. Bang! Amidst the deafening gunfire, as loud as thunder, a large-caliber armor-piercing bullet was fired in an instant. Bang! The bullet struck Chu Fan's palm precisely. The moment it hit, the bio-armor on the palm dented slightly, creating a ripple. Furthermore, the shockwaves quickly spread backward to the wrist and then extended to the arm and shoulder. In a blink of an eye, the layers of bio-armor covering Chu Fan's body rippled and vibrated collectively. The floating frequency is very small. It was barely possible to catch a glimpse. But it is quite clear. Clang! Armor-piercing bullets fell to the ground. Chu Fan's hand was completely unharmed. He didn't move an inch, standing there like a rock. Clearly, the ripples and vibrations from the bio-armor were not meant to block the penetration of the bullets, but rather to dissipate the powerful impact of the bullets. Enhancement and modification with 50,000 energy points. Of course, Chu Fan clenched his hand, which felt nothing. His scarlet eyes were calm and composed, like still water. If it consumes so much energy and even human firearms can't withstand it, wouldn't that be a joke? I'm just trying out of the blue. Not only to confirm, but also to put my mind at ease, to avoid the kind of ridiculous scenario where the probability is extremely low, but there's still a slight chance of getting killed. This has been confirmed. The experiment yielded results. Chu Fan then stopped hesitating. Whoosh! He turned around and rushed straight out of the corner. In addition to its formidable defensive capabilities, the bio-armor on its body also grants it unparalleled agility. Almost instantly, it appeared like lightning in the passageway behind the corner, rushing rapidly towards the dense human soldier defense line in the distance. However, in a relatively narrow area, any movement will be detected. The long corridor also gave the human soldiers at the end ample time to react. Soon, the gunfire, which had just ceased, rang out again. Bang, 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 bang. Hot-tot-tot-tot-tot. Blinding flashes of light erupted from the muzzles of rows of automatic rifles. Dazzling flames suddenly erupted from the barrels of heavy machine guns displayed on the ground. After the hail of bullets, a large number of grenades were thrown into the air. More than a dozen rockets followed closely behind, leaving trails in their wake. Boom, 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 boom. Countless shrapnel fragments exploded. The explosions were accompanied by bursts of fire. It almost completely covers most of the passageway. The terrifying power even destroyed the walls on both sides, causing them to collapse completely and revealing the rooms inside. But the next moment, whoosh, in the pervasive crimson sea of fire, Chu Fan, his entire body surging with black bio-armor, suddenly burst through. With his scarlet eyes flashing, he charged straight into the defensive line of hundreds of soldiers who were still in a daze. Bang! With a swift sweep of his left-hand bone knife, several heads were sent flying high into the air. With his right hand outstretched, he grabbed a soldier by the neck, and with his powerful force, he slammed into a row of soldiers behind him, then casually tossed them aside, knocking down another group of soldiers. Blood gushed out from the severed necks of the headless corpses. It splashed on a Chu Fan's body. It was sprinkled on his carapace-like face. It was also poured onto the bullet from that initial shot. Younger sister, did you see that? The bone knife was swung fiercely once more. The bio-armor, enhanced physical strength, and bone-deep hatred instantly cleaved the two soldiers in two. He swept across in an instant, cleaving several soldiers in half at the waist. The fragile human body. It's such a crowded formation again. What does it mean when a monstrous being suddenly bursts in? Kill! Squeak, squeak, squeak. Whoosh, whoosh. Walker and Zana arrived one after the other. One after another, the armor-piercing spines launched by the Hydralisks arrived first. Swarms of jumping insects surged past Chu Fan's sides like waves. Almost instantly, it completely engulfed the remaining human soldiers. Then, tear it into small pieces. Grind it into minced meat. Operations Command Center. Inside the large room stood a dense crowd of staff and officers. But it was deathly silent. All eyes were focused on the nuclear missile activation device against the wall. Their expressions were almost identical. The same paleness, the same tremor, and the same fear of death. According to procedure, the 3 keys and 3 sets of codes for activating the nuclear bomb were jointly kept by General Sam and 2 other senior officers. But at this moment, on the instruments and devices of a nuclear bomb, all 3 keys have been inserted. However, of the 3 sets of unlocking passwords displayed on the screen above, only 1 set needs to be entered. What are you waiting for? General Sam, his face grim, stared intently at the 2 high-ranking officers who held the code, his bloodshot eyes blazing. He pointed a finger at the frozen, dark, bio-armored figure on the monitor. You've seen the cockroach's defenses. Automatic rifles are useless. Heavy machine guns are useless. Even rockets are ineffective. No one can stop it. It won't be long before it breaks through the defenses of each floor and storms up. Coco is a general. One of the senior officers glanced at the surveillance footage, his eyelids twitched, and he said tremulously, "This strange creature might not be a cockroach. So what if it wasn't him?" General Sam interrupted angrily. "We'd be better off dying a nuclear bomb to take him down with us. There's no need to be so extreme." Yes, General. We can threaten him with nuclear weapons to let us go." "That's right. If he were a cockroach, he would never try to take us down with him. If he isn't, once the nuclear bomb is detonated, all the reptiles in the base will die. Even if the cockroach doesn't care about the lives of these reptiles, he should at least think about his own life. After all, with the power of this high-yield nuclear bomb, even the cockroach's nest in the city would be leveled. Or, to take a step back, if we can't reach an agreement by then, we can detonate a nuclear bomb later. There's no need to rush." The 2 senior officers vied to speak. Hee-hee-ha-ha. General Sam was so angry that he laughed instead, looking at the 2 officers' trembling figures. He then slowly turned to the terrified gazes of the groups of staff and officers gathered around him, and his laughter grew louder and more unrestrained. It even drove him to the brink of madness and hysteria. "You bunch of cowardly fools. At this point, what's the use of being afraid of death? The cockroach and his sister have lived together in the city for 3 years, and we all know about their sibling bond. But that damn little girl, we shot her dead. Each of you has his sister's blood on your hands. So, you think the cockroaches will let you go? You will all die. Everyone will die. Moreover, the cockroaches will absolutely use the most cruel methods to torture and kill every single one of you. What else can't be agreed upon before we ignite a conflict? Haha, are you all idiots? Do you think those humanoid monsters will give us time to react? If we don't detonate it in advance, we'll completely lose the chance to detonate it once they break in. By then, it will be too late for you to regret it. I can guarantee that the cockroaches will tear you apart alive, piece by piece. Tonight, we have no way out but death. But there are 2 ways to die. First, detonate a nuclear bomb, be vaporized and die painlessly, and take cockroaches and all reptiles with you. Second, to be dismembered and tortured to death by cockroaches, suffering endless pain. You can choose how you die. Chapter 64. Hurry up and tell me, or my little baby will blow you up. Ah! Don't kill me. Don't kill me. South corner of the base. A soldier with a full beard and clearly white features sat trembling on the ground. His pale face trembled as he stared at the three humanoid, armored monsters that looked like giants before him, the giant, spiked reptiles behind them, and the winged monsters in the sky above. His fearful, shifting gaze inadvertently fell upon the ground beside him, causing the white soldier, who was already terrified and completely incontinent, to instantly lose control and ejaculate a little more. On the ground, there were several bloody human corpses. Or perhaps it can no longer be called a corpse. One of them appeared to have been smashed to the ground by a punch. His head and body were reduced to a pile of minced meat, with only his feet remaining relatively intact. The other person was the complete opposite. On his head, which was now the only part of his body, his mouth was wide open, as if some kind of explosive insect had been forcibly injected into him, causing it to explode one by one inside his body, shattering his entire body. Then, under the strong corrosive acid, he melted into a paste on the ground, hissing and emitting pungent smoke. The others had their bodies twisted into pretzels, torn into pieces of flesh, or had their limbs and heads severed. At first glance, none of them are complete. Their deaths were all incredibly gruesome and shocking, so horrific that it was impossible to look at them directly. They are the base's night patrol team, taking a nap here late at night when they are tired and lazy. The base has always been safe. Therefore, the patrol teams that patrol every night are basically like this. However, this team was very unlucky and encountered a swarm of insects that had invaded. Unsurprisingly, they were found and captured alive after a thorough search by the scattered lurkers, cockroaches, and flying dragons. Tell me, where's the nuclear missile launcher? If you don't speak up, this will be your fate. How do you want to die? Smash into a pulp? Tear into pieces? Explode inside your body with blade worms? Or let my wyvern eat you up, starting from your legs, bit by bit? Kieran, Zack, and Dracula, their cold eyes looking down at the white soldiers on the ground, all spoke up in threats. Surrounded by three humanoid, armored monsters. Even the shortest one is a massive and imposing figure, nearly 3 meters tall. The sight of his comrades, brutally murdered and tortured to death, vividly illustrates the intense fear this must have instilled in the white soldier. In a fit of fear and dread, the place where I had lost control of my bladder gushed out a little more. But the white soldier didn't care about that, and without even realizing himself, he immediately trembled and pleaded repeatedly, "I don't know, I really don't know." Gurgle. Just then, accompanied by a heavy rolling sound, Doran's enormous, carapace-like body rolled over quickly, leaving a long trail on the concrete ground. Following behind were swarms of exploding insects, their bodies huddled together, closely following the rolling onward. Arriving beside the three leaders, Doran poked its head out, its green eyes glancing at the scene of mangled corpses and the white soldiers, and it quickly understood. One person is still alive, which means they haven't gotten any information out of him. Watch me. I guarantee I'll pry his mouth open. He gave the three of them a reassuring look. Doran stretched out his short legs and wobbled toward the white soldier. One of the arm-shaped cannon barrels, slightly raised, and a much smaller symbiotic acid fly emerged from it. Compared to the size of a normal fist, this acid-laden flying insect is only the size of a ping-pong ball, milky white all over, and covered with a few strands of mucus. When he personally destroyed dozens of missile vehicles, Duolong exhausted the symbiote that was developing inside his body. This one was obviously not yet fully grown, and was a premature baby. But even the strong acid in a premature baby's body is enough to overwhelm a weak human. Under the command of its host, Doran, the small acid fly vibrated its tiny, transparent wings and hovered above the white soldier's head. At the same time, Duolong, with his vocal cords tucked inside, deliberately let out extremely cruel, sinister laughs. Quickly tell me the location of the nuclear bomb, or my little baby will blow you up. Bang! The threat was halfway through. The acid flies hovering over the white soldier's head exploded. The strong acid sprayed onto the white soldier's head and face instantly caused him to let out a blood-curdling scream and writhe on the ground in agony. But soon, the screams gradually subsided, and the struggling figure came to a complete stop, leaving only a disfigured corpse with a sunken head, riddled with holes and constantly emitting corrosive blue smoke. Kieran, Zack, Dracula. The three of them paused, their eyes flashing intensely. Then, they all turned to Duolong, who was standing there dumbfounded. What are you doing? You killed him without finding out the location of the nuclear bomb? If the ruler holds you accountable, you will bear full responsibility. Faced with the three people's questioning, Duolong panicked instantly. Upon hearing the word dominant, its green eyes twitched uncontrollably. It was the symbiote that exploded on its own. It has nothing to do with me. Don't blame me. It wasn't fully formed yet. It probably didn't understand my command. Hey, look, an airplane. After a few hurried explanations, Duolong suddenly pointed to the distant sky. Taking advantage of the moment when the three leaders turned around to look, it quickly shrank its body and rolled away in a flash. They kept out of sight and stopped behind a wrecked tank. Peeking around and seeing that the three weren't chasing after him, Duolong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately afterwards, it raised its arm-shaped cannon and released another nascent, symbiotic acid fly, scolding it with exasperation. Fool, I'm already not very smart, and you guys are still teasing me. I finally got a chance to outsmart those three, find out the location of a nuclear bomb, and do what they couldn't. And then, what happened? You idiots are no good at all. I'm telling you to bomb, not to explode immediately. There is a difference, okay? If you don't even understand this, where's your intelligence? Where's your brain? This is terrible. What if they complain to the Lord? Oomph. If the Overlord gets angry and hits me afterward, I'll come back and beat you all up. Yeah. The jet black bone blades slashed through the air with sharp, piercing sounds as they cut along the defensive line. Wherever it went, human soldiers were either torn apart or cleaved in two amidst their agonizing screams. Relying on bioarmor, there's no need for defense, let alone dodging incoming bullets and rockets. All he had to do was charge into the lines of defense and swing the sharp bone knife in his left hand. Facing a dense concentration of human soldiers is like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, where they can reap and slaughter at will. The splattered blood had turned the originally black armor a deep crimson. After slaughtering dozens of people, Zana finally arrived at the scene first. Then came the sprinting walker, along with swarms of leaping insects and swimming hydralisks that raced through the passageway. Master, it's too fast, slow down, slow down. As soon as Zana's long legs, covered in fine scales, stopped, she raised her hand to fire spines from her hair cavity, slaughtering the fleeing human soldiers, while anxiously shouting to Chu Fan, with the ruler personally participating in the battle. The fire defenses formed by human soldiers in the corridors were breached one after another, almost unstoppable. Each time a place was breached, the Overlord would immediately rush to the next floor without stopping, its extremely fast efficiency even exceeding the speed at which the swarm of insects followed to clear it. For example, right now, Zana hadn't finished speaking when Chu Fan silently abandoned the remaining human soldiers who were being overwhelmed by the swarm of insects, and his completely red-stained figure transformed into a streak of red light, quickly rushing towards the upper floors. Stop shouting. I think I understand why the Overlord is in such a hurry. Beside, Walker, who had just rushed over, glanced at Zana, then looked at the crimson figure rapidly disappearing from sight ahead and said, besides wanting to take revenge personally, the Overlord is probably worried about humanity's nuclear weapons. The fact that the swarm's consciousness has not yet received any report from the leaders outside regarding their search indicates that they still haven't found the nuclear missile's launch device. Therefore, the only way is to quickly break through the defenses, find the human command center as soon as possible, and the nuclear missile control equipment that is very likely located in the command center. Chapter 65. You're not the protagonist, and I'm not a brainless villain either. Don't panic. Be vigilant. The crawlers will be here soon. You absolutely have to hold out for me. Those who dare to flee in fear of the enemy, kill them without mercy. I'll kill him myself. In the corridor on the 58th floor, soldiers lay prone on the ground, nervously holding up the handles of heavy machine guns and anti-material sniper rifles in front of them. Following them were rows of soldiers, kneeling on one knee, squatting, carrying rocket launchers on their shoulders, their faces filled with panic and anxiety. Following, there was a large formation of soldiers armed with automatic rifles, all of them looking terrified. At the very back, a commanding officer holding a pistol was repeatedly shouting military orders. But as he shouted, he couldn't help but turn around and glance at the command center in the distance behind him. His stern and cold face immediately revealed an uncontrollable despair. The ordinary soldiers remained outside, unaware of the scene below, where layers of defenses in the corridors were being rapidly breached and massacred by humanoid, black-armored monsters. But as an officer, he saw the surveillance footage in the command center and knew even better that General Sam was completely insane inside the command center at that moment. This place is simply undefendable. Even if we manage to hold on, what then? Under nuclear weapons, all beings are equal. In any case, they wouldn't survive. If they weren't killed by the crawlers, they would die in the nuclear explosion. Whoosh! At that very moment, the blood-red figure appeared like lightning at the corner of the corridor at the end of the line of sight. It hurtled straight ahead at lightning speed, so fast that only a red afterimage could be seen. Fortunately, the aisle was long enough. The greater distance gave them time to react. Fire! Bang 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 bang! Ah-tot-tot-tot-tot! Swish swish swish! Bang! Bang! In an instant, rifle sounds, the sound of heavy machine guns, the sound of rockets being launched, the long, drawn-out sounds of sniper rifles all intertwined, carrying a dense hail of bullets and shells, instantly sweeping across the sky. Clang, 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 clang. Boom, 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 boom. Amidst the crisp, clinking sound, a series of violent explosions followed. But seeing the unscathed, crimson figure emerge from the hail of bullets and the sea of explosions, the commanding officer behind him helplessly lowered the ridiculous pistol he had just raised. Really, no matter how many weapons, no matter how many bullets, no matter how powerful, all of it was useless. It couldn't break through the monster's terrifying defenses at all, let alone stop its advance. The layers of soldiers below proved this with their blood and lives. They too could not escape it. Aya! Screams. It erupted in an instant. The severed heads, mixed with splattered blood, flew through the air and fell to the ground. Rear. Seeing this scene, the commanding officer gave a bitter smile, then decisively and swiftly raised his pistol, pointed it at his own head, bang! Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At the end of the corridor, Walker and Zana, who followed, led a swarm of Zerglings and Hydralisks in a frenzied rush. The defenses were breached, the firepower was cut off, the defenses crumbled and chaos ensued, and with the arrival of the swarm, the battle was essentially over. Sizzle dash. The bone knife sliced across a soldier's neck. Chu Fan kicked over the corpse in front of him and saw the soldiers being quickly overwhelmed by swarms of leaping insects. He slowly slowed down the steps he had just taken. The bone knife in his hand also fell at the same time. The original jet black blade, like a bio-armor, has long been stained with a dazzling scarlet. It even converged and flowed down, dripping continuously from the tip of the knife, smashing into blood flowers on the blood-soaked ground. Raise your eyes. Seeing the sign Combat Command Center hanging above the main gate in the middle of the corridor in the distance, Chu Fan shook the bone knife in his left hand, causing a large amount of blood to fall, and walked over. Walker immediately followed. Zana hurriedly led a swarm of Hydralisks to follow. Overlord, humans have nuclear weapons that could be detonated at any time. For your safety, I suggest you immediately return to the tunnel worms or evacuate all your swarms. Underground, the human nuclear weapons lose their power. If I leave, the nuclear bomb will detonate, and you will all perish. The nests in the city are too close together and not high off the ground, so they will inevitably be affected by the nuclear blast and destroyed. In the end, I will be the only survivor. Even if I leave some worker bees to start over, without energy, I will need to hunt again. Moreover, I will inevitably be surrounded and intercepted by subsequent human reinforcements. My chances of survival are slim. Furthermore, Chu Fan paused, pointed with his bone knife at the command center ahead, and then gestured around. This complex of buildings built against the wall is very large, with interconnected passageways. 50,000 human soldiers are trapped inside. The large Zerglings in the swarm are too big to be contained. The number of Zerglings and Hydralisks that manage to get in is only about 20,000, scattered in various places. UI and several thousand Zerglings have rushed here, breaking through layer after layer of defenses and slaughtering the soldiers on the lines, but this is only a small part of them. Many more soldiers are scattered in other places, and it will take a long time to search and clear them. If we retreat all of them, what about them? It's possible to leave some lurkers to guard the various entrances under the building, forming a defensive line to prevent the soldiers inside from escaping. What if humanity never detonates a nuclear bomb? Chu Fan looked at Zana and asked again as he walked, if we don't detonate it for a day, the lurkers will block it for a day, and IU and the swarm will hide underground for a day. What about 10 days? A month? Half a year? Before Zana could reply, Chu Fan continued, humans may soon send a large-scale reinforcement. If we wait too long, when the reinforcements arrive, they will launch a counterattack together with the remaining soldiers here. At that time, we will surely perish. Then what if Na led the entire tribe to immediately evacuate beyond the second wall? Withdraw and leave, so that the humans here can confidently launch nuclear missiles at us? That way we can be wiped out without them having to perish together with us. Zana was speechless. Clearly, the ruler sees further and considers things more comprehensively. If the humans here use nuclear weapons to threaten them and force them to retreat and hide, what they will ultimately face is most likely not a nuclear explosion, but a frenzied counterattack by human reinforcements and their doom. Withdrawing from the second wall would undoubtedly be even more foolish. The humans here would absolutely not hesitate to launch a nuclear missile and wipe out the entire swarm. At the very least, it will wipe out most of the insect swarm. Walker, who was following along, remained silent the entire way, clearly having already considered the many reasons behind it. At the moment, there is no other way but to find a nuclear bomb or the equipment that activates it as soon as possible and destroy it. Arriving at the tightly closed doors of the command center, Walker immediately stepped forward. Bang! The heavy door was kicked open. Inside, groups of staff, officers in military uniforms. They all crowded into the corner, raising the various guns they held. But there was no excessive panic. On the contrary, everyone's expression was resolute, almost ashen. Many were even stunned and stood there dumbfounded. Not far from the gate, General Sam sat alone in a chair, facing the entrance, as if he had been waiting for a long time. He glanced at the monstrous pythons surging in like a tide. Then I looked at the two humanoid shell monsters. Finally, his gaze fell on the last blood-soaked, crimson figure to enter. A mocking smile slowly curved his lips as he asked, "A cockroach?" No response was received. Seeing that the other party was only staring coldly at him with a pair of scarlet eyes, General Sam didn't press further, shaking his head and laughing. "Do you think you've won?" They suddenly appeared, catching us off guard, destroyed the tanks and planes in the base, and then stormed into the building and rushed to the command center. "So, we become fish on a chopping board? You can manipulate and torture us at your will." You should know that I still have a bargaining chip in my hand. That's right, a nuclear bomb. Oh, by the way, do you now believe you can stop a nuclear explosion? Haha, as if he had thought of something. This made General Sam laugh louder and more unrestrainedly. But the next moment, all smiles vanished instantly, replaced by bone-chilling coldness and madness. He abruptly stood up and pointed at the instruments and equipment leaning against the wall in the distance. Above are 3-star keys. On the screen, 3 sets of activation passwords were entered. But you're not the main character in a movie. I'm not some brainless villain from a movie. I'm not stupid enough to stay until the last moment and give you a chance to stop me. Just now, when I confirmed through surveillance that you were coming up here, I had already activated the nuclear missile, and it cannot be canceled. A few seconds later, this base, including us in the base and you damned reptiles, everything will be vaporized by the power of the nuclear explosion. Not even a speck will remain. Haha, go to hell. Let's all go to hell together. Chapter 66. If I'm a cockroach, then what are you? Inside the enormous command center, a deathly silence. It was extremely noisy. The hysterical, maniacal laughter, filling the oppressive atmosphere and echoing in such a repressive scene, was undoubtedly jarring. In front of the door, Chu Fan stared at the laughing General Sam with his bloodshot, icy eyes. He waited for quite a while before finally walking over. Walker and Zana followed closely behind. Then, swarms of hydralisks surged in from outside the door, continuously filing in and then dispersing to both sides. The compound eyes beneath the massive triangular decks stared intently at the dark mass of staff and officers huddled in the corner opposite them. Ahead, Chu Fan only stopped when he reached General Sam. Walker, without being told, immediately walked over and brought a chair. Chu Fan remained silent and slowly sat down. General Sam, standing before him, plopped back down. The two sat facing each other, very close to each other. A person whose entire bioarmor was stained with pungent, thick blood, which was still dripping down his body and splashing onto the spotless floor, was surrounded by a calm, yet chilling red light in his eyes. The other man, dressed in a solemn military officer's uniform, possessed a physique and towering muscles that were exceptionally strong for a human, making them bulge. His bloodshot, red eyes were slightly narrowed, and the long scars on his cheeks twisted and distorted with the smile on his face. Combined with a slight curve at the corner of his mouth, he exuded an extremely obvious mockery and amusement. It's like watching a clown. Or, it's the ultimate sense of relief after venting pent-up frustration and anger. So what if you led your crawlers to raid the base in the dead of night? So what if you destroy tanks, planes, and all kinds of machinery? Even if the swarm of crawlers stormed into the building, they could easily slaughter tens of thousands of soldiers under their command. Even if your defenses are high, they can still break through defenses and bring the crawlers directly to the command center. But in the end, isn't their fate to perish together? You didn't win. I didn't lose either. Even in this seemingly hopeless situation where death is certain, being able to drag you and all the crawlers down with me is actually a huge win for me. And you, who were imprisoned in the city for so long, finally managed to fight your way out. Like a wild beast unleashed from its cage. You could have easily slaughtered all of humanity outside. This was originally a battle you were sure to win. But in the end, they had no choice but to accept the ridiculous fate of being destroyed together. All the efforts, all the struggles, and the freedom and hope that were so close at hand were about to vanish into nothingness. Are you angry or not? Are you feeling frustrated? You are as confident as ever. After staring at each other for a long time, Chu Fan finally looked at General Sam, who had a mocking expression on his face, and said, "It was so confident that it bordered on the blindness of a fool. As a general, you should understand a very simple principle. You should always maintain a sense of awe when facing any opponent. Moreover, your opponent is a terrifying species that can completely overwhelm humans in every aspect, whether it is reproductive capacity, individual combat power, physical strength, fearlessness, and dreadlessness. This species only lacks time to develop. Like a baby, it needs time to grow and mature. And you and the humans behind you have simply grown into adults over a long period of time, creating the illusion that you are very powerful and can control everything. But what if this baby grows up? Initially, if we don't count that 5-person combat team. In your first attack with 100 men, you were confident and arrogant, thinking you could easily wipe out me, the cockroach, and the little reptile you call me. And then what happened? The second group of over 1,000 men carried a large number of heavy weapons and were fully prepared, but you were just as confident and arrogant, still thinking you could wipe me out as easily as crushing an ant. Then what? The third time, which is this time, you are still careless, so careless that you seem to think that the moment you launch the general offensive, missiles will bombard the ground and artillery will bombard the city, and you can wipe out everything without lifting a finger. And the ending? Like I said, once this baby grows up, or I don't need to grow to adulthood. Just like now, as an infant, I can become a little stronger and completely crush you. The swarm is a creature that transforms itself into a weapon. What you rely on is nothing but external things. Once these external things are gone, you will become extremely weak and vulnerable. Upon hearing this, General Sam's narrowed eyes suddenly flickered. Seemingly surprised, she couldn't help but subconsciously interrupt. "Are you really a cockroach?" Then he burst into uncontrollable laughter of joy. "How good. Damn cockroach. I was worried that you might be hiding in your nest in the city and have a slim chance of escaping. Now that you're here, there's no way you can escape. Even if you want to, it's too late. You're doomed." After saying that, General Sam stopped laughing and said with a look of disdain, "Although I am very curious as to why a human like you would become like this, it doesn't matter. As to what you just said about confidence and arrogance, it's laughable. If it weren't for the order from above to execute you head-on during the first 2 attacks, do you think you would still be alive today?" "Yeah." Chu Fan's scarlet eyes narrowed as well. Clearly, he found this quite amusing. "Execute me head-on? Are you saying that the reason you were wiped out in both of your attacks was because you were afraid of killing me from a distance? No, you never had that opportunity. So your failed attacks have nothing to do with needing to execute me head-on. Arrogance and prejudice are the main reasons for your crushing defeat." "Yeah, so what if it is?" General Sam sneered. "I despise you reptiles, and I despise you even more, you cockroach." "Yes, I am a cockroach, a joke in your eyes." Chu Fan nodded slightly. "But this cockroach, survived for 3 years in the post-apocalyptic city full of monsters. Yes, you chose me as the designated survivor and may have secretly helped me through several crises. But in other words, why did you choose me as the designated survivor?" After a pause, Chu Fan said coldly, "I imagine you wouldn't choose an idiot who could be killed by monsters at any moment as the designated survivor. If I'm not mistaken, your selection process is probably to first let the monsters flood into the city and slaughter everyone. When hundreds of thousands of people in the city have gradually died, leaving only a few thousand, a few hundred, or even a few dozen, then you'll choose the person with the most potential to survive as the designated survivor. After that, you'll indirectly help them through some life-or-death crises, allowing that survivor to live longer, like me. But the problem is, without your help, would I really have died in those crises? Would I have been able to sense them in advance and turn the tide? In short, I survived by my own abilities. So, if being a cockroach is a joke, what about you? Chu Fan looked at General Sam with somewhat sorrowful red eyes, then glanced at the groups of staff and officers in the corner of the wall in the distance. What are you cowards hiding outside the high walls? When you were thrown into the city to face the monsters that are everywhere, let alone without firearms, even if you're given weapons, how many of you will survive? Or how long will you survive? A day? 10 days? A month? Enough! General Sam's face turned ashen. He was clearly somewhat embarrassed and angry. But then, as if he had thought of something, he quickly calmed his anger and sneered. You guessed right, but so what? No matter how smart you are, how good you are at surviving, or how shrewd you are, in the end, won't you still be played to death by me? Go to hell with me? You think you can survive a nuclear explosion? Nuclear explosion? Chu Fan, what do you think I'm doing sitting here face to face with you, rambling on and on about nothing? Is it for preaching? Is it to mock your failures and idiocy? Is it to boast about how smart I am? How strong my survival skills are? If I remember correctly, you said before that the nuclear bomb would explode within seconds of being activated. But now, how much time has passed? Chapter 67. A narrow escape? No. What awaits you is a descent into hell. As Chu Fan finished speaking, everyone in the room was momentarily stunned. Zana's eyes darted around behind her. Walker tilted his carapace head slightly to one side, his red eyes flashing. The groups of staff and officers in the corner snapped out of their stunned silence and looked at each other. What happened? According to procedure, shouldn't a nuclear bomb explode after a few seconds? Yeah, it's been so long. Why hasn't it detonated yet? Not started? Impossible. The 3 keys have been inserted. The 3 sets of password serial numbers have also been entered. The coordinates have been set. It will explode upon takeoff. Everything is perfect. There is no possibility of error. But it didn't explode, so what went wrong? The scene immediately became a buzzing noise. General Sam was equally puzzled, his brows furrowed tightly. Sitting opposite him, Chu Fan remained calm, the red light in his eyes almost curving into crescents. Surprised? Yes, I was a little surprised too. However, it was also within expectations. You should know that I have 6 swarm leaders under my command, who are the humanoid armored monsters you see. Although 4 of them are quite large, compared to those large insects, their humanoid body structure allows them to easily enter buildings. But now, only 2 of us have come up with me. Where are the other 4? Aren't you curious about where these 4 leaders are and what they're doing? Chu Fan looked at General Sam, who was slowly raising his head. Then the tone shifted. The bearded officer who initially commanded the 100-man unit, after being defeated and captured by me, revealed your military strength to me on your orders in order to intimidate me. I remember clearly what he said at the time. You have a nuclear bomb in stockpile. Weapons of this caliber cannot be casually placed elsewhere and guarded by a few soldiers. They can only be stored in heavily guarded military bases. Your base is just outside the city. But the buildings built right next to the second wall are your living area and that of the soldiers. It is absolutely impossible to place nuclear weapons there, nor is it possible to place them outside the second wall. As I just said, leaving a nuclear bomb outside alone would require heavy guard. Instead of dividing our forces, why not keep them within the base? In other words, the location of the nuclear bomb can only be somewhere in the base between the walls of the Doomsday City and the second wall. So, when the swarm invaded, the 4 leaders under my command led their respective subswarms in a thorough search. But we haven't received any reports from them. As we broke through each line of defense, I began to seriously doubt the authenticity of the nuclear bomb. If they exist, the 4 leaders and the swarms of insects scattered throughout the base would certainly be found. You have observed me for 3 years in the city of Doomsday, so you should know my character. I always consider the worst-case scenario in advance and try my best to make arrangements for everything. I never take anything lightly or carelessly. Even if everything I do is futile and superfluous, I will still do it. If it doesn't work, it's just a waste of time and energy. If it's useful, it might save my life. That's how I survived for 3 years in the post-apocalyptic city. Therefore, Even though I guessed that there was a high probability that there were no nuclear weapons, I did not slack off. On one hand, they're trying their best to break through the defenses and rush up, attempting to find the control equipment for launching nuclear missiles as soon as possible. On the other side, orders were given to the 4 leaders to thoroughly search the base, which had already been searched several times again. Even after we entered the gates of his command center and received their report, we still hadn't found anything. Although I don't know the specific reason why you are so certain that you possess a nuclear bomb. But it turns out that the nuclear bomb you firmly believed in does not actually exist. In Chu Fan's voice, the once noisy command center gradually fell silent. But the next moment, it instantly boiled over again. Without nuclear weapons, there will be no explosion. None of us have to die. Very good. Ha ha ha. A sound of surprise. Cheers. It suddenly erupted from the crowded people in the corner. The deathly pale expressions on their faces vanished. Instead, there was a wave of excitement, joy, and laughter as people surviving the ordeal. Some people even cried tears of joy, their faces streaked with tears. Far away, Chu Fan coldly watched the scene of ecstasy. During their 3 years in the City of the Apocalypse, he and his sister encountered monsters and faced countless perilous situations. He understands very well the feeling of surviving a near-death experience. So at this moment, he can understand these people very well. The nuclear bomb is about to detonate. These people were all waiting for death to come. This was like a dark cloud hanging over their heads, and one can imagine the immense mental pressure, fear, and despair would cause them. At the moment, suddenly learning that there were no nuclear weapons, the fact that it wouldn't explode and that they wouldn't die filled them with immense joy. Even General Sam in front of him was no exception. His hysterical frenzy gradually disappeared, and he was completely freed from the pressure of death. But the overwhelming joy, almost akin to being resurrected from the dead, made them all completely forget and ignore their current predicament. Not killed by a nuclear bomb, it will never be a newborn. Living in their own hands means facing an abyss 100 times more terrifying than death. But Chu Fan didn't remind him. He just watched coldly as General Sam and groups of staff and officers cheered in the distance. Imminent death. Surviving the disaster. Then fall into hell. In the moment they regain their senses, one can imagine the extent of the spiritual trauma and mental torture they would suffer. After that, he will make these people experience what it means to be worse off than dead. Let them suffer a fate worse than death, for the repentance they felt for the bullet their sister shot them. Forgive them, until more than 10 minutes later, as everyone gradually regained their composure and rationality. Chu Fan stood up and was about to raise his hand to signal Zana to take action when an old voice suddenly rang out from a surveillance camera on the ceiling. You guessed right. There are indeed no nuclear weapons in this base. Chu Fan, didn't you want to know why the city of Doomsday exists, why you were shot and killed, and why you were always insisted on being executed face to face? Bring it on. Come to the top floor. I will answer all your questions. The city of Doomsday is out of control, and there's no longer any need to keep it a secret. Chapter 68. Wait, what about me? I haven't gotten on the bus yet. Good. I'll come find you right away. Wait. Chu Fan looked at the camera that was emitting the sound. A cold, bloodthirsty glint flashed in his scarlet eyes. The hands, clad in black armor, clenched tightly as they hung down. The other party was clearly the higher-ups that General Sam and the officers who had led the previous attacks had mentioned. However, based on his analysis and speculation of all the known information, this so-called above is not the apparent high-level executive of the Umbrella Corporation, but rather a profession or a position. If the prediction is correct, then the other party is very likely also in this base, and certainly not behind the scenes thousands of miles away. Look away. Chu Fan looked at General Sam, who was slumped in a chair in front of him, and then at the dark mass of staff and officers in the corner in the distance, and the increasingly obvious pallor appearing on everyone's faces. In fact, many people began to experience increasingly violent tremors. Some, unable to bear the immense psychological gap brought about by life and death, cried out in despair. The words just transmitted through the camera pulled them back to reality from the joy of surviving the ordeal, making them realize the cruel situation they were facing. The nuclear bomb did not detonate, or there are no nuclear weapons. No one has to die, but the ending will be far worse than death. In fact, the original intention of detonating the nuclear bomb in advance was to avoid it falling into the hands of cockroaches and suffering inhumane retaliation and torment. When I stormed up and broke through the outer defenses, the officer in charge, in despair, shot himself. Chu Fan slowly raised his hand. So he was lucky and very wise, but you damn cockroach. You think you can torture me to death? You're dreaming. Before our eyes, General Sam suddenly raised his bloodshot eyes. With a roar, he suddenly drew the pistol from his waist and quickly pointed it at his head. At the same time, at the corner, one by one, the staff members and officers also pointed their guns at themselves with trembling hands. The number is increasing. Everyone's posture was exactly the same. Holding his own gun, pointing it at his own head. Almost in the blink of an eye, a series of extremely spectacular suicide scenes were formed. At such times, no one would attempt a ridiculous act of resistance with a gun, and bullets simply couldn't penetrate the enemy's armor. Only suicide could save them from inhuman torture. But the next second, whoosh, a needle suddenly struck General Sam's pistol. As it was knocked away and destroyed, several more spinal needles, shot in succession, pierced through its arm. Behind Chu Fan, Zana is holding up her finger gun. The hair on his head suddenly exploded, standing up like a dense mass of living things. Then, rows of hydralisks immediately turned their triangular deck heads. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh, ea-ea-wah, accompanied by a deluge of needles that poured down like dark clouds. Staff members and officers in the corner were shot down in rows with screams in an instant. Without exception, everyone was knocked away, their guns destroyed, and bullets pierced their arms. In the brief interval between the falls, another arm was crippled by a series of spinal needles. The hydralisks' well-developed and unique visual organs, with their slow, focused imaging capabilities, allow it to accomplish all of this within a short period of time. Furthermore, the interconnected networks of consciousness allow them to accurately target their respective objectives, preventing the chaotic situation where several or even a dozen consciousnesses attack one person simultaneously, causing others to escape. Furthermore, sensing the commands conveyed by the Overlord in the consciousness network, all the hydralisks, including Zana, closed the venom sacs at the end of their firing chambers in advance. The venom sac did not open. The needles that are shot out are non-toxic. This is to prevent the target from being poisoned and dying. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Outside the door. Upon receiving the command from the consciousness, the jumping insects erupted with fierce hisses and surged in frantically. They swarmed towards the distant corner of the wall through the gaps between the hydralisks. He rushed to the human who had collapsed and was screaming in agony. Amidst their utter terror, they stretched out their fighting forelimbs from their backs, fiercely piercing through each shoulder and pinning them firmly to the floor. The sharp claws curved slightly, pressing down on the chests of the humans, further securing them in control. At the same time, in the outer base, Dracula, Kieran, and Zack, who had just gathered together, exchanged glances after receiving the command from the Overmind within the consciousness network. The next moment, whoosh, Dracula's enormous wings flapped suddenly, and he soared into the sky. Kieran and Zack immediately sprang into the air, one of them grabbing one of Dracula's legs, and flew rapidly toward the top of the walled building. Gurgle, not far away, Duolong rolled over rapidly. Its head popped out, and two short little legs peeked out. Looking up at Dracula rising and Xylian and Zack hanging there, his green eyes flashed rapidly, and he hurriedly shouted, "Etc. And me too. I haven't gotten on the bus yet." But it would have been better if it hadn't shouted. The more he shouted, the faster Dracula flew, his rapidly flapping wings almost becoming disheveled. It would even occasionally look down in a panic, as if afraid that it would jump up and grab it. Duolong stared blankly at the three figures that quickly disappeared from sight, completely bewildered under the cover of night. After being stunned for a long while, it finally withdrew its observing gaze. Then, smack! Two short legs spread apart to the sides. The spherical, carapace-like body suddenly sat down on the ground. Its carapace-like head drooped listlessly, its green eyes filled with deep despondency. Immediately afterward, as if remembering something, Doran stretched out his arm and released an unformed symbiotic acid fly, grabbed it, placed it in his palm, and angrily slapped it. It's all your fault. The Overlord sent them to the top to eliminate threats, but didn't take me with them. It must be that the Overlord was afraid that I would make another mistake and killed the human prisoners in advance. So he specifically instructed that I not be taken along. But I'm actually quite smart. It's all your fault for seriously lowering my IQ. If you don't grow up properly, I swear, I will never let you out again. Command Center. Chu Fan glanced at General Sam, who was sprawled on the ground with blood seeping from his arms. He then coldly swept his gaze over the groups of people lying on the ground in the corner, screaming in agony. Want die? It's not that easy. When you shot and killed my sister, watching her frail, thin body fall into a pool of blood, you scum laughed at her. Have you ever imagined this day would come? Have you ever thought about your own fate? Zana, stay here. Keep an eye on them. After we've gathered all the survivors in the building, we'll slowly roast them alive in front of my sister's corpse. Say something angrily. Chu Fan then turned around and left with Walker and a group of Zerglings. Just as I stepped out the door, behind them came General Sam's maniacal, miserable laughter. Ha ha ha, cough cough. Cockroaches, go away quickly. Knowing everything, you'll understand how pathetic you are. You're just a joke. Alright, I misspoke about something earlier, and you'll understand immediately, haha. Chapter 69. How did you become like this? How did you do it? Outside the command center, Walker led a large swarm of springtails, charging ahead towards the stairs at the end of the corridor. Following the Overlord's orders, they will work together with Dracula, Xylian, and Zack, the three leaders who are simultaneously flying to the top floor, to eliminate any potential threats that may exist there. Rear. Chu Fan's pace was neither hurried nor slow. He entered the building earlier to personally participate in the battle and break through the defenses, firstly to vent his sister's hatred, and secondly to find the nuclear bomb's activation control device as soon as possible. The nuclear crisis is now over. For the time being, nothing in this base can pose a threat to him and the swarm. But the more this was the case, the less Chu Fan dared to be careless. Capsizing in the gutter. One wrong step can lead to eternal regret. One wrong move, and the whole game is lost. These are the simplest of principles. What's more, the person they were about to meet was the master of this base. Should I go and meet with them to get my doubts resolved? Who knows if this is a trap, a strategy to capture the leader first, and then kill oneself with some kind of weapon. As I said before, regardless of whether it's useful or not, it's always good to carefully send out the leader and a swarm of Zerglings to clear out the area first. Passing through the elevator in the corridor. Walking through the long corridor. As soon as I reached the end of the stairs, I saw several glaring slogans pasted on the wall. Upstairs is off limits. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited. No orders. Do not enter. Unauthorized trespassing. Execute immediately. Ignore these slogans. Chu Fan steep pet oopsti. Upstairs is the 59th floor. But the rooms on this floor are empty, with nothing inside. It should be considered an isolation buffer zone. The walls of the staircase at the corner were also covered with warning signs, the wording of which was becoming increasingly harsh, as if going any further up would result in being shot. The facts are pretty much the same. Just as Chu Fan stepped onto the stairs leading to the 60th floor. Bang bang bang! Hot-tot-tot-tot-tot. A series of fierce gunshots suddenly erupted. It doesn't look like an automatic rifle. It doesn't look like a heavy machine gun at all. The firepower was significantly more intense and concentrated. Along with this came the sharp hissing of jumping insects and the sounds of fierce collisions and fighting. But it soon subsided, returning to a state of utter stillness. Upon reaching the 60th floor and turning the corner of the stairs, Chu Fan paused upon seeing the scene in the corridor before him. Within sight, chunks of fury from leaping insects, almost smashed to pieces, were scattered all over the ground. Amidst the shredded flesh lay 5 giant combat robots that resembled frogs but were several meters tall. The robots' forearms, which extended at both ends like Gatling gun barrels, had been completely destroyed. The main body, made of steel, was pierced by several large holes, clearly revealing damaged circuit components inside that were flashing with electrical sparks and was still emitting plumes of corrosive smoke. Clearly, this is the work of 4 leaders. After glancing over the debris of the jumping insects scattered on the ground, Chu Fan walked past the 5 wrecked robots and moved forward. Far away, Walker walked out from the doorway in the middle of the corridor. Upon seeing Chu Fan approaching from the stairwell, he immediately turned sideways and lowered his head to stand guard to one side. There's a fixed sign on the wall above where he is standing. Above the entrance, there's another sign. As they approached, Chu Fan looked up at the words on the 2 signs. Production Team. City of Doom, Season 198. Chu Fan's World. As expected, Chu Fan's scarlet eyes flashed wildly in an instant. But things quickly calmed down. Everything went as expected. But just as he thought when the idea first came to him, there's still far too many unreasonable aspects to it. In fact, it's completely unrealistic. Withdrawing his gaze and suppressing his extreme anger and overwhelming doubts, Chu Fan entered the gate. Inside, the space is very, very large, almost as far as the eye can see. It is very likely that this entire floor is interconnected. There were rows of tables inside. On the table are rows of computers. No, to be precise, there are transparent virtual light screens projected from the instruments on the table, displaying all sorts of dense data and images like computer monitors. Behind each table sat a human being, men and women, young and old, in dense numbers. However, at this moment, everyone was lying face down on the table, motionless, with blood slowly flowing from their ears. It is clear that they were all killed by implanted microbombs. Alternatively, it's possible that they chose to end their lives in this way. Scanning around. Finally, Chu Fan's gaze fell on the high platform directly in front of him in the room. On the platform stood Dracula, Xylian, and Zack, along with swarms of Zerglings scattered around them. On the front of them, an elderly white man with delicate features and completely white hair was knocked to the ground, his face covered in blood. Lift your feet. Walking on the clean, shiny stone floor, its thick bioarmor and the shells on its feet produced a series of crisp sounds when stepped on, creating a long, melodious sound. Dominate! 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 Upon seeing Chu Fan approach, Dracula and his two companions immediately lowered their heads and retreated. Arriving at the stage, stop walking. Chu Fan looked at the old man who was paralyzed on the ground. The old man ignored the bruises on his face and looked up at him with a clear curiosity, even excitement, in his eyes. He looked them over. Chu Fan then sat down on a chair nearby. The old man, somewhat reluctant to leave, withdrew his gaze, shifted slightly, and seemed to want to stand up. But seeing the three imposing, armored monsters staring intently at him with pairs of cold, multicolored eyes, the old man could only stop, turn to Chu Fan, and say with a wry smile, "My name is Nolan. I am the director and head of this film and television base. All the staff in the production team committed suicide in advance to avoid being caught and tortured. I didn't commit suicide. I mainly want to see you in person. Don't worry, I will answer all your questions and tell you everything I know. So, can you let me stand up and sit down and talk?" Seeing that Chu Fan did not respond. But he didn't refuse, which was considered tacit consent. Nolan then got up shakily, limped to a short distance away, pulled up a chair, and sat down opposite Chu Fan. He rubbed the wound on his face. After catching his breath, Nolan looked at Chu Fan. Chu Fan was also staring at her, and after a long silence, he spoke up. "The world of the Chu family?" Nolan did not answer. Or perhaps they didn't hear it at all. At this moment, his attention was completely focused on Chu Fan's bioarmor, which was completely covered in blood. After observing for a long time, Nolan finally came to his senses and asked with intense curiosity, "How did you become like this? How did you do that? Where's your original clone body?" Chapter 70. They just want to see a different ending. Clones? Chu Fan's eyes flickered suddenly. Am I a clone myself? The human soldier Lilith tested who went into the city to announce the start of the war was a clone. So, the 50,000 human soldiers outside the city are all clones. Are the hundreds of thousands of citizens of this post-apocalyptic city also clones? I'm sorry. I'm just curious why you become like this. If you don't want to talk about it, or if it involves your secrets, then never mind. Seeing Chu Fan's blood-red eyes and his blood-soaked bioarmor, Nolan may have misunderstood something. His gaze involuntarily shrank back in fear, and he wisely refrained from asking any further questions. After calming his rapidly beating heart, he looked again into Chu Fan's red eyes and said, "Based on our observations over this period, given your current appearance and the absence of facial features, we cannot observe your facial expressions to capture your inner emotions. We can only judge your state of mind by the frequency of the red light flashing in your eyes. You just saw those two signs outside the door, so you should know some inside information. However, your red eyes were calm when you came in, indicating that you were not surprised." After a pause, as if realizing something, Nolan nodded matter-of-factly. "I know, you must have guessed beforehand. That's why you weren't surprised. Yes, you're very smart, with a very quick mind. Being chosen as a designated survivor is the most basic requirement, and an indispensable factor in surviving in the post-apocalyptic city for so long." The Truman Show? After calming down, Chu Fan interrupted and repeated the question from before. The question isn't about asking for an answer that everyone already knows, but rather about clarifying the irrationality within it. The Truman Show? Nolan paused for a moment. He immediately shook his head. No. You must be mistaken. The sign outside says Chu Fan's World, a TV series titled after you. He probably understood Chu Fan's confusion at this moment, and without waiting for him to ask, he continued to explain in a very emotional tone. You are not special, but you are the most special. Each season of Doomsday City involves hundreds of thousands of clones who, based on their implanted personal memories, wake up together in the city and live there. Then we will release a large number of captured monsters to invade the city, and the survival and struggle after the apocalypse will begin. Simply put, in each season, a designated survivor protagonist will be chosen by us. The selection method is similar to your recent guess. From the last 100 survivors, choose the one with the greatest potential to survive. So, you're not special. You're just the main character in season 198. But you are the most special one. And what makes you special is your lifespan. Before you, the main characters of each season were all pretty bad. Yes, they are hopeless. Even with our help, they will be eaten by monsters after just 10 days or so. Yes, it's a little better. We can struggle for a few months. The longest-lived person survived for less than a year. There's no other way. Due to the rules, and for the sake of a more realistic film and television effect, and to avoid being discovered by the protagonists, we can only act secretly. We mainly drive away various monsters that might find the protagonist's hiding place at night. If the protagonists go out to find food and encounter monsters during the day, we can't do anything but watch them get bitten to death. And you, with your sister by your side, managed to survive for a full 3 years. This is the longest season of The Last City since it started airing, bar none. But there's one more very special thing, which is the reptiles you breed. Do you know how excited we were when we saw the humanoid, shelled monster, and dozens of reptiles under your control in that underground parking lot? I will never forget that day. At that moment, all the members of the production team, including myself, cheered loudly in excitement. At this point, Nolan's eyebrows danced with excitement, his refined, old face unable to conceal his joy. But seeing the increasingly cold and sharp crimson eyes flashing in Chu Fan's eyes, he quickly suppressed his excitement and sighed instead. This is not our fault. The competition is just too fierce. There are many clone live-action films and television series. Leaving aside other things, let's talk about our two closest film and television-based competitors. The Mechanical City being filmed at the Western base, and there's the Biohazard City to the south. One of these two TV series is a newly released theme about the awakening of intelligent robots, which can bring a strong sense of novelty to the audience. The other, although older than ours, is a biohazard theme that has stood the test of time. The space for our post-apocalyptic films and television dramas to survive is being compressed smaller and smaller. In addition, after so many seasons, each season is about the main characters struggling to survive or fighting reptilian monsters. There is nothing new, and the audience is tired of it. This has brought the show to the brink of its end, hovering on the edge of a complete conclusion. But your appearance and those crawlers brought us back to life. Opposite, Chu Fan listened silently the whole time. The anger in my heart surged with each passing moment. The questions in my mind were also rising step by step. He guessed that the city of Doomsday was very likely a Truman Show. But what's extremely illogical is that everything is performed by real people. Up to hundreds of thousands of humans were consumed as props in the film and television, left to be slaughtered by monsters. Is this possible? Has the world gone mad? Although after Lilith discovered that the soldier was a clone, he had wondered if it was possible that all the humans in the Doomsday City were clones. But it's equally unbelievable. With hundreds of thousands of clones, what kind of film and television company or enterprise has the capability to produce such a large number of clones? Even now, with confirmation from the so-called director in front of him, he still finds it hard to believe. Not to mention, a full 198 seasons. Each season features hundreds of thousands of clones. 198 seasons is equivalent to nearly 20 million clones. Is this something that film and television companies or enterprises can do? Furthermore, it seems that what the other party mentioned was not just the Doomsday City clone live-action film and television base. What Mechanical City? What Biohazard City? Or more film and television bases? If you add up all the clones used for consumption in all film and television bases, how many would there be? Hundreds of millions? Billions? Even hundreds of billions? Such a terrifying number is nothing short of a fantasy. Before our eyes, Nolan continued talking to himself. His expression, which had just calmed down, was once again filled with intense excitement. Do you know? From that day on, every day, every hour, even every minute, the ratings for our Doomsday City TV series have been soaring. Especially in the last few days, the viewership rating has reached over 90%. Now, it has risen to a terrifying 100%. This not only broke the record for this show, but also set a new record for the highest viewership rating in the history of the Federation's film and television industry. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan's eyes widened, and he said coldly, "Now? Is it still airing now?" Nolan paused, then subconsciously glanced at a security camera flashing in the corner of the ceiling. Then, he sighed helplessly once again. How could we not broadcast it at this crucial final moment? And it's being broadcast live. I didn't commit suicide, not only because I really wanted to see you, but also because of this main reason. The audience wants to see. Me and everyone in this base are actually serving the audience. We will broadcast whatever the audience wants to see, including the death of your sister, Chuyu. Like all cloned live-action films and television series, this show uses a hybrid approach of editing, live streaming, and public interaction. Before you escaped by digging through the crack in the wall, at the request of the audience, we set up a public vote to decide the fate of you and your sister, the last survivors of the post-apocalyptic city. There are 3 kinds of destiny. First, let the troops stationed outside the city rescue you. Perfect ending. Secondly, the troops outside the city temporarily played the villains and killed the 2 of you, bringing the tragedy to a close. Third, kill your sister who is your only family, spare your life, and then force you, the protagonist, to return to the city, thus ending this season in an extremely tragic and desperate way. Do you know the voting results? Sorry, that's obvious. The result is clear. The voter turnout for the third option reached 100%. Yes, you heard right. Not a single person voted for the first or second option. The reason is simple. These 2 endings are very old-fashioned, and the audience has long been bored with them. They just wanted to see a different ending. Chapter 71. Are you declaring war on us? A different ending? Chu Fan murmured the word bloody repeatedly. The body covered in bioarmor began to tremble slightly. The crimson light in his eyes, as if stained with blood, was flashing wildly. The hatred in my heart, the anger in my heart. At this moment, it erupted completely like a volcano. A surge of intense emotion, like boiling water, suddenly swept across the entire Zerg swarm's consciousness network. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A violent chirping of insects suddenly soared into the sky. Beside him, Dracula, Kieran, and Zack had eyes that seemed to be burning with crimson flames. Outside the door, the bone knives that Walker had extended from his hands were trembling violently. Inside the command center, Zana's long hair suddenly exploded and danced wildly. Then swarms of hydralisks, their massive triangular heads turning toward the humans on the ground in the corner, their flashing compound eyes filled with ferocity. In the distance, a swarm of jumping insects simultaneously lowered their trembling fangs toward the suppressed humans, dripping droplets of slime. Fighting continued in the corridors and passageways throughout the building. Swarms of jumping insects, their eyes instantly turning a blood-red hue, charged frantically towards the soldiers' defensive lines ahead. Submerge it. Tear it to pieces. Crush it into pieces of minced meat. The outer base. Doran stood up from the ground. The deep green eyes gazing at the top of the building suddenly throbbed. The cannon barrels hanging limply to the ground, their hands unconsciously digging deep into the cement floor, crushing the clods of mud they were holding into dust. Patches of lurkers and cockroaches spread out. Swarms of flying dragons hovered in the air, and even the exploding bugs huddled on the ground. Without exception, they all raised their ferocious heads. It roared and howled at the sky in succession. Top floor. Indoor. Chu Fan slowly raised his head. The trembling body gradually stopped. The shimmering crimson eyes regained their calm. But a voice that came out grew increasingly cold, chilling to the bone. I originally thought that all of this was done by the companies behind the film and television base. They deliberately created all of this for the sake of so-called film and television drama benefits. Even now, after learning the inside story of this base and confirming my suspicions, I never imagined. It's you. There are humans in this world. You can be so cruel. How could you be so vicious? You are so utterly depraved. Yes, I am a clone, and my sister is also a clone. But so what? We all possess independent self-awareness. Except for the fact that this body was manufactured and cultivated rather than reproduced naturally, it is no different from yours. We are all human beings, but just to see a different ending, just for your viewing pleasure, just so you won't get bored. So, you all voted to kill my sister? Force me to return to the city? Watch me suffer? Watch me endure torment? Watch me stand forlornly before my sister's corpse, you? Only then are you happy. Only now are you excited. Only then do you find it interesting. Good. Very good. Stand up. He raised a blood-red bone knife in his hand, pointing to the device on the ceiling that resembles a camera, and behind it, a group of humans watching this scene with great interest. You parasites. You scum. You are worse than pigs and dogs. You all have my sister's blood on your hands. You have all been tainted by my hatred. Just wait and see. I swear in the name of the Zerg Overlords. I swear on my life. From now on, it's a fight to the death. I will lead an endless swarm of insects to completely crush this corrupt and filthy world and exterminate all of you so-called humans, regardless of age or gender. One side, hearing those words, as chilling as a cold wind, Nolan was completely dumbfounded. After a long while, he suddenly came to his senses and was about to say something when the camera suddenly started flashing and making noises. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, 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 beep. Amidst increasingly rapid and sharp sounds, a beam of light then emanated from the camera, forming a transparent light screen that revealed 2 lines of text. Attention, production team of City of Doomsday Films. A viewer has initiated a request for bullet comments. Please select whether to accept it. Before Nolan could react, the text on the screen changed again. The number of viewers requesting bullet comments has exceeded the rule requirements. According to the program settings, bullet comments will be automatically enabled. The next second, one after another, flowing characters flashed across the light screen. You lowly clone, are you declaring war on us? What gives you the right? Just because of those garbage web crawlers you control? You think you have the right to challenge us just because you occupied and destroyed the film studio in the post-apocalyptic city? You pathetic and ignorant lowly clone, you and your insects are not even ants in our eyes. In our eyes, you and your cloned, foolish sister are only good enough to provide us with a little bit of pitiful emotional value and help us pass the time when we are bored. Come on, let me see how you, this trashy crawler leader, wipe us out, huh? What a pathetic and laughable wretch. Do you even know that the Federation could crush you with a flick of its little finger? Idiot, are you insulting the Union? Yes, the Federation needs to step in to deal with him and those crawlers. A small private army could easily wipe him out and all the reptiles. What need is there for a private army? You overestimate him. Even I, a commoner, could easily wipe him out. The barrage of comments flowed rapidly. The speed is getting faster and faster. In the end, it became almost a continuous stream of data that was impossible to see clearly. It wasn't until a very long time later that the number of comments gradually decreased. Well, you shouldn't have done that. Do you know what your recent declaration of war is called? Using the analogy of an ant trying to shake a tree or a mantis trying to stop a chariot is an endless compliment to you. What these viewers who posted comments said was not an exaggeration. Do you know why? Nolan watched the light screen gradually disappear beneath the camera and shook his head slightly. Immediately afterwards, he went to the front wall of the platform and pressed a red button on the wall. The ceiling inside the room instantly became as transparent as glass. Looking up, you can clearly see a cloudless sky. At the same time, beep, beep, beep. Beep, 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 beep. Amidst a series of heavy, metallic scraping sounds, suddenly, a crack appeared in the middle of the entire sky. Furthermore, it began to rapidly contract to both sides. The cracks are getting bigger and bigger, until it is completely open. In addition, 3 dim, yellowish suns hung high in the sky. Beneath the sky, the earth stretches out in endless yellow sand. The entire film and television base is just a huge set that has been built, including a virtual sky and sun, as well as the alternation of day and night. The outside world is the real world. Your original basic memories, as well as those of other clones, were implanted. For example, the level of technology. For example, the Blue Star Federation. These all fit the ancient background setting in the film and television series City of Doom. In fact, our human world is not called the Blue Star Federation, but is called Star Cluster, the human empire of the stars, or it can be shortened to the Star Federation. Just like its name suggests, the Federation rules over countless star systems and countless planets. At the same time, it also colonized countless intelligent species. This planet is called Klendiv. Nolan glanced at Chu Fan beside him, then raised his hand and pointed downwards. Just one of countless planets under the Federation's rule. Moreover, it is the most remote and barren one. Apart from some exploitable minerals, the remaining purpose is to build film and television bases like ours for shooting various cloned live-action films and television dramas. Chapter 72. When a spaceship lands and armed personnel arrive, it will be your end. Do you understand? Do you understand? Nolan looked up at the three suns hanging in the sky. It seemed quite poignant, and with a touch of sighing, the human empire of the stars is highly developed, but this has also created a spiritual void in people who need something to fill this void. But the films and television dramas of the past can no longer satisfy their spiritual needs. Because it's fake. No matter how advanced the technology is, or how realistic the special effects are, it's hard to feel the desire to watch if you know it's fake. Therefore, clone live-action films and television series were born. There are no special effects, no fakery. Clones struggle to survive in the city, are killed and eaten by monsters, with splattered blood, torn corpses, and shattered internal organs. Everything is real. Perhaps you couldn't understand it before, and it was hard to believe. They even doubt the authenticity of what I said about the clone live-action film and television base, wondering if they have other purposes and intentions. For example, the Doomsday City, with its 198 seasons, produced so many clones that it far exceeded the capacity of a low-tech society like the Blue Star Federation to sustain it. But what if it's a human empire with countless planetary colonies? And even if a film and television company under such a magnificent empire is relatively small, one can imagine how enormous its scale must be. In addition, there are endless resources and inexhaustible energy. 100 or 200 seasons of TV series consume a mere tens of millions of clones, which is just the tip of the iceberg. I know what you're probably thinking right now. Such a magnificent human empire, dominating the universe, and possessing extremely advanced technology. Why is the technological content of the Doomsday City film and television base so low? So low that the station troops are still using ancient firearms and bullets? Still using those antiquated tanks and planes? Actually, even if I don't say it, with your intelligence, you should be able to figure it out quickly. Yes, to fit the background setting of the Blue Star Federation in the film and television. After all, these 50,000 troops could be temporarily assigned to the role of the Umbrella Corporation as the villains in the original plan at any time. Although the opportunities to play are very, very few, sometimes not even for several seasons. But when needed, we can't be without it, and the equipment we use can't exceed the background setting of the Blue Star Federation. Otherwise, it's easy to break the audience's immersion. Making the audience lose immersion and creating a false sense of reality is a major taboo for all cloned live-action films and television dramas. Like a post-apocalyptic city base. The technology that exceeds the technological level set by the Blue Star Federation is very limited, such as film and television data transmission and communication technology, or the virtual imaging technology on this huge film studio, etc. Transmission and communication technology is used to facilitate the transmission of the film and television footage of Doomsday City to viewers on various planets of the star human race, as well as to contact the company's branches, and also for convenient communication within the base, including the iris communication used by the clone soldiers. Virtual imaging technology was used to facilitate the construction of the post-apocalyptic city film and television base. The sky is virtual. The four walls used for sealing off are made visually invisible before the start of each season, and the invisibility technology is removed after the series begins. This causes the clone survivors who escape the city to suddenly find four towering, insurmountable walls. They were not built temporarily. Even with the technology of the Blue Star Federation, it would be impossible to build such high walls silently in a short period of time. They already existed. They were built along with the base long ago. I believe you've had doubts about this as well. Oh, right. And the 5 frog-shaped guard robots on this floor of the film and television production crew. Those are the 5 that your men destroyed. They are responsible for protecting the safety of the top production team members, and their technology goes slightly beyond the scope of the Blue Star Federation's background setting. But that's about it. We try to avoid using technologies that contradict the background setting, and we'll keep them to a minimum in order to maximize realism. Otherwise, if a film or television series violates the cardinal rule of cloning live-action films and television series and alienates the audience, it will quickly die. In short, The Doomsday City clone film base is real. I'm not lying to you. Everything I've said is true. The gap in strength between us is so vast, like an insurmountable chasm, that there's no need to resort to deception. Does an elephant need to deceive an ant? Furthermore, I have ordered the garrison troops not to use missiles to bombard or forcibly reconnoiter your lair, and to insist on executing you head-on. Now you should know why. If we blow up your lair, how can the City of Doomsday TV series continue to air? The use of violence to investigate the lair is strictly prohibited, which also helps maintain the mystery and heighten the audience's anticipation. As for insisting on a direct execution, how could you, the protagonist who has the extraordinary ability to control and reproduce reptiles, the protagonist who brought the Doomsday City TV series back to life, die so quickly? Similarly, if you die, how can the season continue airing? Even if death is unavoidable, the protagonist must be given a final, close-up shot, slow and drawn-out, tragic and desolate, an inescapable fate, falling to the villain's gun with intense resentment. That's what makes it unforgettable. He absolutely cannot be blown to pieces by a long-range missile or artillery shell in a muddled way, as that would completely ruin the ending of the show. This is the most important meaning of insisting on a direct execution. Of course, if it were up to me personally, I would never want you to die. On the contrary, I would like to give you enough time to reproduce, develop, and grow stronger. But due to the strong request from the audience and the need to create conflict to boost ratings, I had no choice but to have General Sam send troops into the city to eliminate you time and time again. You may not know how tense I and the entire production team were during those 2 times when we sent troops into the city to attack. We were on tenterhooks, worried that you would actually be killed. Fortunately, each time you lived up to expectations and successfully turned defeat into victory. And they won more and more impressively, directly boosting the ratings to an explosive level. The final all-out attack was forced upon us, forced by the audience, who wanted to see the final battle. This is something I deeply regret. Based on the number and strength of your web crawlers, you are doomed to die. But you have once again brought me an unexpected surprise. Late at night, they let a swarm of crawlers out of the city, destroyed the tanks and planes in the base, and stormed into the building. After the live broadcast was started in an emergency, the viewership of the TV series City of Doomsday immediately reached 100%, breaking the historical record. Oh, and also, that inferior nuclear weapon you were looking for, there really isn't one. That's just a weapon from the background setting. While we could easily make it, it's absolutely impossible for us to actually do it. If an accident occurs, this film and television base will be destroyed. However, General Sam and those officers were unaware that they had been implanted with memories that included the first-hand witness of the existence of nuclear weapons. Furthermore, they're unaware that they are clones. To be precise, all the officers, soldiers, and production team members in the entire base, except for me, are clones, but only I know this information. The others all consider themselves to be original humans with their own families. They only know that the citizens of the city are clones and expendable, and they laugh at this and treat them as playthings. Okay, I've kept my promise, answered your questions, and given you all the information. Finally, here's a piece of advice. Run. Let your swarm and escape as far as possible. Nolan paused. He then glanced at Chu Fan beside him and shook his head with a wry smile. Never mind. You can't escape. You think you can escape this planet? As long as you can't leave, once the film company sends a spaceship to land and armed personnel arrive, it will be your doomsday. Chapter 73. This planet is destined to be the beginning of your destruction. Actually, you don't need to be pessimistic and despair. Seeing Chu Fan remain silent, Nolan subconsciously felt a pang of pity and couldn't help but offer words of comfort, pointing to the boundless expanse of yellow sand outside. You and your swarm of reptiles are like a tiny grain of sand on the desert planet Klandov in the eyes of the Federation, or even in the eyes of a film company like ours. As long as you lead your swarm away from the base and hide somewhere else, the armed personnel sent by the company probably won't bother playing a cat-and-mouse game with you, let alone go to great lengths for it. As the saying goes, would an elephant care about an ant? Despair? Chu Fan's calm, scarlet eyes turned to Nolan beside him. Then, raise your right hand. Extend your finger gun. Point it at the camera communication device on the ceiling. Whoosh whoosh. Boom! The series of spikes, fired, instantly destroyed it. At the same time, sensing the commands issued by the dominant consciousness network of the swarm, Kieran, Zack, and Dracula, who were standing nearby, Immediately, either sprang to their feet or spread their wings and flew up. Swarms of jumping insects then surged forth in all directions like a fierce tide. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Cameras on the ceiling. Layer upon layer of light screen projectors arranged on the table. Even every piece of technology in the vast room was quickly reduced to piles of scrap parts under the combined attacks of the 3 leaders and all the Zerglings. On the high platform, retract the finger gun. Chu Fan then looked at Nolan again, his tone still cold and filled with hatred. I admit that I seriously underestimated the level of human technology. Even with the advanced iris communication equipment and implanted nanobombs worn by those soldiers, as well as the numerous clones, the laser defense network blocking the sky above the city, and those 5 robots, I thought that the level of technology of humans outside should be much higher than the Blue Star Federation in my memory. But I still underestimated and misjudged. I never imagined that humans had developed into space and even grown into a behemoth like a cosmic overlord. But so what? Chu Fan pointed to the 3 leaders and the swarm of Zerglings inside the room, who were destroying the technological facilities. He then gestured to the massive lurkers and cockroaches lying across the base outside, as well as the flying dragons in the air. How long has it been since I had only a few dozen Zerglings under my command? You colonize species one by one, rule planets one by one, and are so successful in the universe, unstoppable and invincible. But that's because you haven't encountered the Zerg yet. So, you'd better not give me time to develop. You'd better fire a planet-destroying cannon right now and blow this planet to smithereens. Otherwise, this planet is destined to become the starting point for the destruction of your star, human empire. After speaking, Chu Fan glanced again at the destroyed camera and communication equipment on the ceiling. But as you said, I, the Zerg, am nothing more than an insignificant ant in your eyes. You would never go to such lengths to destroy a planet to eliminate me. Let alone now that communications are destroyed, even if I said these things to the audience of the Stellar Humans, or directly to the high-ranking military officials of the Stellar Federation, they would not care, they would not take it seriously. On the contrary, they would find it laughable and treat it as a joke. Yes, humans are so powerful. Why would they waste time paying attention to an ant on the ground? But the arrogance and contempt that power breeds will surely lead you to the abyss of extinction in the future. The fact that this film and television base, which is guarded by 50,000 soldiers and thousands of tanks and aircraft, has fallen out of control so quickly is the best proof of this. Sai, why are you so stubborn? Nolan frowned and said, the proliferation of your crawlers, leading to the base going out of control, was something I deliberately allowed. What if I had launched a missile barrage from the beginning? In short, all of this was just to boost the ratings of our TV shows. Just like the Mechanical City in the West and the Biochemical City film and television bases in the South, they've been doing this for a long time. As long as it can boost ratings, they'll stop at nothing, even at the risk of losing control. After all, ratings are the lifeblood of film and television companies like ours. But there are no ifs. You let my Zerg develop for the sake of ratings, and the Terran Empire behind you will do the same. They won't take a bunch of mere reptiles seriously as an opponent. The comments just now also prove this point. In their eyes, the Zerg are no different from ants on the ground. No matter how fast or how big their numbers grow, they're just ants on the ground. How could they pose a threat to humanity? Moreover, this human is a towering giant with terrifying weapons that can destroy stars and the sun. He has invincible strength and will not take a bunch of ants seriously. But when this giant opens his eyes, it may be too late, just like this base. Having said that, Chu Fan didn't want to waste any more time and looked at Nolan, asking, where are the mineral resources on this planet located? What do you want to do? Nolan frowned. Then, as if realizing something, she relaxed her brows and said helplessly, are you really in such a hurry to go and die? Are you going to use those humans in the mines as a target for that little bit of hatred? Let me give you a friendly reminder. The mining area is not like a film set. There are private armed forces from the mining company stationed there, and they use very advanced weapons. Your little reptiles simply can't handle them. I would have found it even if you hadn't told me, but I just didn't want to waste time searching. All right, if you want to die, I can't stop you. There's a mining area to the southwest that's the closest. I don't know about the others, and I don't care. My hobby and dream is to complete a great film or television work. Now I've done it. The 198th season of City of Doom is enough to make my name resound throughout the entire human empire and be recorded in history forever. With a mix of emotions and relief, Nolan looked up at the sky above where 3 suns hung. He then took out a palm-sized device from his pocket and handed it over. I know you won't let me go, but I'm content. I have no regrets about dying. Before you came, I implanted a nanobomb in myself and set the detonation time. It'll be ready in a dozen seconds. This is the detonation device that controls the implanted bombs in all the soldiers. It's very simple to operate. You can control it with your voice. I've set it to open mode. Whether you want to use it to quickly kill the remaining clone soldiers or let your crawlers slowly torture them to get revenge, it's up to you. It doesn't matter anyway. You'll kill them all sooner or later. They're just some consumables that nobody cares about. You're quite self-aware and very lucky. Chu Fan calmly took the instrument. His eyes flickered and then said, everyone in the base except you, whether it's the 50,000 soldiers, the hundreds of thousands of citizens in the city, or the production team staff here, are clones. But they don't know it themselves, and they all think they are native humans. And what about you? Chu Fan looked at the exquisitely handsome old man before him, his red eyes slightly narrowed. Is it possible? You're a clone too? But you yourself don't know? Perhaps your true form lives on some planet, enjoying the achievements and glory brought by your creations? Is it sad? Nolan's face turned pale instantly, but the sudden trembling of his body and the blood flowing from his ears left him no time to speak, much less time to question. His body crashed down unwillingly. His eyes were wide open, and he died with his eyes still open. Late at night, throughout the entire base, the gunfire subsided. The fierce battle ceased in an instant. Everything returned to a deathly silence. The huge production team room on the top floor was now deserted, leaving only a mess and destroyed technological equipment. Even though they are severely damaged, some still stubbornly display their remaining vitality. For example, a handle-like instrument in the corner. Amidst bursts of electric sparks, a display screen was projected, flickering violently and extremely unstably, as if there were a poor connection. Several communication messages gradually appeared on the light screen. Attention, City of Doomsday Film and Television Base. You have received an urgent communication from the City of Machines. This message was automatically triggered and transmitted by the program. Communication content. This is the Mechanical City Film and Television Base. The intelligent robots in the city have completely gone out of control, and the base is about to be occupied. Attention, City of Doomsday Film and Television Base. You have received an emergency communication from Biohazard City. This message was automatically triggered and transmitted by the program. Communication content. This is the Biohazard City Film and Television Base. The zombies in the city have completely gone out of control. The production crew's floor has been surrounded by the horde of zombies and is about to fall. Chapter 74, He's Gone Mad. Under the night sky. The sky was filled with countless stars, twinkling and dazzling. Under the moonlight, a dark red, armored figure led a group of flying dragons that suddenly soared into the sky, some turning southwest, others scattering in all directions, flapping their enormous wings and flying away rapidly. Meanwhile, beetle-like reptiles spread outwards, quickly disappearing into the horizon of the sand-covered land. Inside the base building, from the initial bursts of gunfire and the constant screams of death, it was as if the pause button had been pressed, freezing for a moment, returning to an extreme stillness. But not long after, a series of rustling and crawling sounds then began to rise. Inside the city, above the nest, in the underground parking lot in the city center, one after another, jumping insects dragged the humans, whose shoulders were pierced as they crawled quickly towards them. Accompanying this were bursts of painful groans and howls. Not far away, standing there were Chu Fan, Walker, and Zana, who had just returned, along with a large number of various war insects around them. Meanwhile, Zack and Xylian, under the Juggernaut's command, were rapidly digging holes, their claws trembling. The area below corresponds to the location of the mother nest. My lord, do you think what the human named Nolan said is true or false? Zana looked up at Dracula and the swarm of dragons, now just black dots against the dark sky, then glanced at the worker bees that had scattered to search for the mining area in all directions. She turned back, blinked, and asked doubtfully, is it possible that the location of the mining area he told us was fake? What if Dracula's search came up empty-handed? No, it won't. Chu Fan shook his head and said, he only hides certain information from us, but since he has said it, it can't be false. Why? Zana tilted her head and asked like a curious child. Because of arrogance. Walker, his red eyes flashing, chimed in, explaining, humanity's strength has made him arrogant and contemptuous. He wouldn't, and has no reason not to deceive us who are weak. Besides, he doesn't know the true purpose of the Overlord's inquiry about the mines. Besides hatred, there's also the possibility that those minerals are suitable for our race's urgent evolutionary resources. Even if he knew, it would probably be the same. He's backed by a human film company, while those mines belong to a human mining company. They're not in the same industry and have no business dealings. He wouldn't deliberately hide this. Besides, why would he lie and deceive us before he dies? Do you understand? Chu Fan glanced at Zana. Zana nodded repeatedly and obediently said, I understand. You're not stupid, at least much smarter than Doran, and that's not hard to see. Chu Fan looked at Zana again with some doubt. This isn't the first time you've asked such a superficial question. You probably already know the answer. So why are you pretending to be stupid and asking this unnecessary question? Zana's large, human-like eyes darted around quickly. But facing Chu Fan's gaze, it still didn't dare to hide anything and could only say frankly, if I didn't pretend to be stupid, how could I highlight your majesty's wisdom, might, and foresight? Unlike Walker, who is so straightforward, always trying to show off how smart he is in front of your majesty. Do you think your majesty doesn't understand the principles you understand? If your majesty hasn't thought of something, or hasn't thought of it yet, we can just remind you a little. But you insist on suppressing the wisdom that should emanate from your majesty in everything. That's not called being smart, that's called being stupid. Fortunately, your majesty is broad-minded and doesn't hold it against you. If it were a human, someone with a slightly narrow mind, a servant who dared to jump around like that and show off that he was superior to his master would have been killed long ago. Chu Fan, Walker, Zana, you're not allowed to play dumb anymore. I'm no longer human, and you're not my servants. Our relationship is pure. There's no jealousy involved. After realizing what had happened, Chu Fan gave him a reprimand, but didn't say anything more. Thinking of Doran, he couldn't help but look around and ask, where are the Dorans? Where do they go? Didn't I send a mental order for them to return to their lair in the city? I encountered it inside the base on my way back. Walker didn't care about Zana's reprimand, and immediately reported, the nascent symbiote it released at the base accidentally killed a human soldier prisoner who was about to interrogate about the location of the nuclear missile. It did something wrong and was afraid that the Overmind would punish it afterward, so it didn't dare to come see you. It planned to wait until the Overmind calmed down before coming out. Isn't it hiding in a group of hydralisks? Following the direction Walker pointed, Chu Fan indeed saw the huge, round, carapace-like body hiding among the swarm of hydralisks. Seemingly noticing Chu Fan's gaze, Duolong quickly shrunk its head back into its shell. It's as if it means that if I don't look at you, you absolutely won't be able to see me. This silly goose. Chu Fan had complained for what felt like the umpteenth time. Each of the insect swarm leaders under his command has their own distinct personality. Duolong is both foolish and simple-minded. There's no way to change him. Zana is probably the same way. Even if she's not allowed to play dumb, it probably won't make a difference. It's not that I don't listen, it's just my personality. Ignoring Duolong, Chu Fan turned his gaze to the growing number of human prisoners ahead. Beneath the sickle-shaped forelegs of the springtails, all the human prisoners lined up in a row, and then it extends layer by layer backwards. And they all knelt on the ground. Cockroach, no, Chu Fan, please, let me go. I didn't kill your sister. I didn't fire the gun. It has nothing to do with me. Kill me. Please kill me now, please. I was wrong. Please give me a quick death. Crying and screaming. Pleading voices. Chaos and confusion were intertwined and never ceased. However, it was also filled with some very harsh mocking and confrontational voices. Ha, Cockroach. Now you know who you are. Aren't you pathetic? Tragic? You're just a clone for people to watch. A joke. Ha ha. He stepped forward. They arrived in front of General Sam, who had just been dragged there by a few springtails. Am I just a clone's plaything? A joke? Chu Fan's crimson gaze looked down at General Sam, who was kneeling on the ground but still stubbornly holding his head high and staring at him. Then do you know what you are? A more pathetic clone, General. A disposable item that can be discarded at any time and no one cares about you. Even in death, you are kept in the dark. Yeah, I'm a clone. What a joke. Cockroach, you don't need to come up with that. Really? Then why aren't there any nuclear weapons that you clearly saw with your own eyes in your memory? Because they never existed. Your memories were implanted. There are no native humans in this base. Oomph. You think I believe that? Do we need to convince you? We're used as disposable items by humans, discarded like trash once we're done with them. We have false memories, fabricated families, and illusory lives. We're all the same, but you consider yourself superior to other clones, thinking they're just playthings to be mocked and ridiculed. You are truly ignorant and pathetic. You. General Sam's pale face flushed red instantly. His downcast gaze flickered, revealing the intense turmoil within him. Even if he is unwilling to admit it, the facts are undeniable. Evidence. It's a nuclear bomb that should exist but doesn't. He had seen it with his own eyes. It was stored in ground silos near the airport at the base, and its location was not secretive. After being captured at the command center, he had suspected something was wrong. Since the explosion hadn't happened and the cockroach swarm hadn't been found, there was only one possibility. He simply refused to believe it, refused to think about it anymore. Now, the cockroach has torn open the bloody truth he didn't want to believe. Anger, sorrow, misery, resentment, and frustration. All sorts of emotions erupted from his deepest heart at this moment, colliding violently. The intense psychological blow caused General Sam to tremble uncontrollably, and his face beneath a long scar became increasingly crazed, even distorted. Haha, a clone. Consumables? Props. Family. Wife and children. Life is fake. It's all fake. Ha 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 ha. That's insane. Chapter 75. Your brother will lead you to exterminate humanity, roam the stars, and conquer the universe. Are they all clones? Are they all consumable items? On the ground, rows and rows of staff, officers and soldiers knelt on the ground, stretching far and wide, their cries and pleas falling silent. Yes, I can't believe it. Yes, some looked dazed. Others, like General Sam, were unable to accept this fact, unable to bear this heavy blow, and either laughed bitterly, shed tears, or roared and cried. My life is a blank. There was nothing. He himself had become the object of their previous contempt and ridicule. Even in the final moments of this fabricated life, in the end, one's fate is not one's own, but controlled by others, and one is about to die a miserable death. How tragic this is. How tragic. A bunch of scum. Chu Fan surveyed the seemingly desolate scene. The coldness in the red light in his eyes remained undiminished. There was not a shred of pity or sympathy in his heart. Even if he shot and killed his own sister, it was done under orders. But to treat him and his deceased sister as playthings and trash, and to ridicule and mock them at will, is that also an order? Human nature is inherently evil, and this is vividly demonstrated in these people. Especially these clones, which have not been contaminated during their growth, are born very purely and have very pure self-awareness. Yet they are so vicious, making them even more hateful. Everyone, slice the skin. Ling Chi, under the command conveyed in angry shouts. Walker and Zana, along with Kieran and Zach, who had just finished digging the pit, immediately walked together toward the rows of kneeling prisoners. Groups of thorny snakes immediately slithered up, extending their sharp, trident-like forelimbs. Aya! Aya! A piercing scream. The heart-wrenching screams of excruciating pain. It burst forth instantly and densely from the crowd, tearing through the night sky and piercing the clouds. Rear. Chu Fan turned around and came to the pit. Several beehive tentacles quickly emerged from the hole below. A thin, frail figure was wrapped in the tentacles. Its body swirling with wisps of faint green smoke formed from energy. Looking at her younger sister's pale face, which was both graceful and lifeless, Chu Fan's scarlet eyes had lost some of their coldness and sternness, and gained more tenderness and nostalgia. After looking at it for a while, he then turned around and sat down quietly next to his sister, who was being held up by tentacles. Under the cover of night, in the moonlight, the brother and sister sat side by side. The continuous screams and shrieks were like a beautiful melody, a melodious accompaniment. After a long silence, Chu Fan finally murmured in a low voice. Little sister, did you see that? Did you hear that? Your brother avenged you. My brother originally planned to capture as many people alive as possible. But the enemy is too powerful. My brother can't afford to waste time on this. He can only use the equipment to detonate the nanobombs implanted in the remaining soldiers and wipe them out in one fell swoop. However, the prisoners we captured were enough. They were mostly officers and staff, and were the main executioners. Besides, we have many, many enemies. In fact, it's impossible to count. Raise your head. As Chu Fan gazed at the countless bright stars twinkling in the night sky, the red light in his eyes curved slightly, like a crescent moon. Little sister, is it pretty? So many stars, and 2 moons too. Never seen this before, have you? Even my brother has never seen this before. This is the first time for him too. In the past, we all lived in cages and the sky and the sun and moon were fake. What you see now is the truth. Unfortunately, those beautiful stars may be inhabited by our enemies. Little sister, I promise you, no matter whether or not I can bring you back to life in the future, I will always take you with me. I'll take you with me and wipe out that human empire. With you, we'll soar through the stars and conquer the universe. A few days later, boom! At the foot of the north wall of the city, the giant beetle's enormous body collapsed with a crash, foreshadowing the fall of the last large reptilian monster in the city. Walker leaped down from its massive, millstone-like head, while Doran slowly pulled out his cannon barrels and jumped down as well. Then, he immediately tucked his short legs in and rolled quickly towards Chu Fan in the distance to claim credit. No, to be precise, it's forgiveness. Master, I've blown it up. Well, let's make up for it with good deeds. The matter of you accidentally killing a human soldier prisoner a few days ago and not finding out the location of the nuclear bomb is over. Chu Fan could only nod in agreement, in order to dispel the fool's belief that the mistake he had made was not even a mistake. Then, he turned his gaze to the giant beetle corpse being dragged by Zack, Xylian, and a large swarm of Zerglings. When the city was initially cleared, a few giant monsters were left unkilled because they were individually powerful and we needed to prepare our forces to fight them off. We only started dealing with them in the last few days. Other giant monsters are fine, but this giant beetle is the most difficult to deal with. It is the largest in size, with an extremely strong carapace that is both smelly and hard, and also highly resistant to toxicity. To avoid the swarm's pointless deaths and wasted time, the last few leaders joined forces. Xylian, Zack, and Zana drew the swarm's attention, while Walker took advantage of the swarm's unpreparedness to jump onto its head and use his bone knife to break through its defenses, creating a gash in its head. Doran then seized the opportunity to stab the cannon barrel into the gash, forcibly injecting the acid swarm symbiote and detonating it from the inside to kill it. Could it be that the location of the mine that Nolan mentioned is actually a lie? After so many days, Dracula still hasn't been found. The other scattered worker bees have not yet discovered any other mining areas. Chu Fan's red eyes flashed as he turned to return to his lair, but he couldn't help but begin to waver slightly in his initial assessment. A sense of heaviness and worry inevitably arose in my heart. There are no more monsters in the city. No large-scale monsters were found in the nearby desert outside the base. If no minerals can be found to replenish the remaining dwindling energy, the swarm's development will come to a standstill. At that time, let alone crushing the behemoth that is the human empire, they might not even be able to deal with the armed personnel of the film company, who will definitely arrive at any time. Just then, the sudden fluctuation from within the swarm's consciousness network startled Chu Fan, causing him to immediately stop in his tracks. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickly sank into his consciousness, entering the swarm consciousness network. Find the consciousness of a flying dragon. Integration. Possession. Vision returned quickly. From an aerial perspective, the land stretches out as far as the eye can see, a vast expanse of yellow sand. On the ground, there stood a cluster of buildings resembling a base, surrounded by walls on all four sides, and densely packed like a surging tide of buildings crammed around it. Zombies. Chu Fan instinquito pauset momentias dun. He snapped out of his daze and examined it carefully again. That's right, those tattered, filthy things on the ground are indeed the zombies we remember. The completely surrounded base was indeed the mining area he had been longing for these past few days. Because of the various large steel buildings inside, it is easy to tell that it belongs to a mining facility. Some of them are still emitting plumes of black smoke into the sky from their towering, enormous chimneys. So many corpses. Where did it come from? After a moment's thought, Chu Fan seemed to realize something and suddenly understood. Without much hesitation, he immediately transmitted an emergency will command within the swarm's consciousness network. Walker, Zana, Doran, immediately lead all your respective tribes and rush to Dracula's location without stopping. The human mining area that Dracula found is currently under attack by a horde of zombies. If we can't break through, let's go in, take advantage of the situation, and seize the mining area. If it is breached, it will be best if these zombies left on their own. But if they stay and refuse to leave, then we'll rob them. Take over the mining area for me. Quick! Chapter 76. These zombies seem different from the ones in my memory. Dominate. Sensing the arrival of the dragon's dominance beside him, Dracula, who was hovering in the air with his wings flapping, was about to turn around and report. But sensing that the Overmind was issuing commands within the swarm's consciousness network, it immediately fell silent, only bowing its head after the command was completed. When I led a portion of the dragon race to discover this mining area, I witnessed this scene. I wonder where these zombies came from. The biohazard city in the south. Chu Fan interrupted him internally. The swarm consciousness network allows him to communicate seamlessly with the leader over long distances. In the past, we often gave orders or spoke verbally simply out of human instinct. Nolan mentioned this film and television base located south of the post-apocalyptic city several times back then, and also said that these film and television bases would stop at nothing to achieve ratings, even at the risk of losing control. Now it seems that the clone directors and staff at the Biohazard City film and television base have also gone too far. All the zombie actors have lost control. However, these zombies seem to be different from the ones I remember. They are faster and stronger. Below, the mining base is located on a yellow sandy land. Whoosh whoosh, roar 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 roar. The intense sound of weapons firing, mixed with the low growls and howls of the horde of corpses, the chaotic sounds reverberated deafeningly loud. The base is surrounded by thick, not too high walls, where countless figures stand, each wielding a heavy, futuristic-looking gun-like weapon, firing beams of laser light. Between the walls, rows of large devices were also firing laser weapons. Even more strikingly, there were occasional bursts of dazzling light emanating from energy laser cannons the size of wash basins. Under the four walls, the horde of zombies that had gathered around them moved with surprising speed and without any stiffness. On the contrary, they are agile and swift, much faster than normal humans. In addition to humanoid zombies, there are also many other strange and monstrous zombies. The defenses are consistent with the dilapidated exterior, which may indicate that the base's weapons are indeed quite powerful, as Nolan stated. Under the barrage of laser beams, zombies were torn apart one after another, and the falling energy cannons blasted open patches of emptiness within the horde of corpses. Some were almost completely evaporated by the energy, leaving no trace. But there were too many zombies. In addition to their agile speed and movements, and their fearless ruthlessness in the face of death. If one is killed, another immediately takes its place. As one group was wiped out, another group immediately rushed forward at full speed. They've evolved ranged attack capabilities? Besides, is its infectivity really that terrifying? High in the air, from the dragon's overhead perspective, at the base of one of the walls, a fleshy ball-like object suddenly shot rapidly upward from within the horde of corpses. The impact struck the crowd on the wall, causing a deafening explosion. The powerful shockwave instantly sent several figures flying, where they were immediately engulfed by the horde of corpses on the ground. After scattering, the struggling figure, bitten or scratched, twists its body in just a few seconds, its flat chest suddenly thrusting upwards and trembling violently, as if going mad. Because the distance from the high altitude was too great, the infection features on the face could not be seen. However, this posture is clearly a sign that the infected person is about to mutate into a zombie. Soon, the actions of the several figures also illustrate this point. They quickly rolled over and got up, letting out roars as they joined the horde of corpses in a death charge towards the wall. Braving the dense laser weapons, they charged towards the wall along with hordes of corpses, rapidly climbing and piling up one another.